Watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground. Better watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger. Piss, come on, new one's better. We ain't in the mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex claim you real, that's a real bone capper. Pass don't matter. Bull strong still, pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter. 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out. They ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watching where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now. They ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground. Better watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground. Better watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground. Better watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground. Better watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground. Bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They see a pretty bird and bird don't wanna cage out. It's a playground. Telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up. Used to cry, river shit done dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up. I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine, cause it's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let to shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground. Bitches got a ring and feel safe now. I see a pretty bird, but I don't wanna cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. to heal? Why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know if time's supposed to heal? Why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Mercy, mercy, none from my head down to my toes. Immobilized, as if my brain completely froze. Colder I go, colder I go. So still, calm like the waters at the sea. Silence as if to say my mind's actually at peace to some degree. To some degree. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in a flame. Bubble, heating. Now it's time to This land is calling.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports World Cup Dota 2 2025, where we are finding out what the best team in the world right now currently is. Throughout the year, these teams have been playing against each other, both in tournaments and in qualifiers, to make it to this event to claim the Esports World Cup for their team. And now, we're about to find out who it is. Of course, we've got 2 weeks of gameplay coming up. We are in day number 2 right now, into those all-important group stages. My name is Moman, and I'm joined by my lovely panelists. I've got the educational mastermind BSJ, TI winner, and all-round nice guy Fear with me. Guys, how are we doing?
It sounded like when you said that you were saying I was the educational guy and the TI winner. So for a second,
Never give up.
Yeah.
Never give up. There's still time for both. I'm just the nice guy.
Thank you, Fear.
Yeah.
Means a lot.
There it is.
I'm having a look at my beautiful panelists here. Absolutely. All right, guys. I mean, got plenty of games coming up today and across the tournament, but what's been your biggest takeaway and the biggest surprise out of yesterday's games, Fear?
The biggest surprise, that's a tough one, I think. Just looking at most of the games, that generally how close everything's been, I think, has been the biggest surprise. There's been a couple games that went 2-0, but those are very much so expected. But even some of the games that did go 2-0, like, what was it, Zandex? That team really was kind of surprising for me as well. So, yeah, there's a lot of teams here that have a lot of potential to do great, I think. And this is kind of going to be their place to prove it, I suppose. So we'll see.
Yeah, my takeaway from yesterday was that the teams that are playing according to what I think is the meta is like a high tempo, constantly being able to fight. They don't always have to, but they have to be able to. And the teams that are struggling were ones that it felt mainly like the carry role was having a tough time fitting into these like 15, 20-minute engagements. Like when you see Liquid, for instance, who played really well yesterday, like they have the TA or the Nature's Prophet type of carry. And if you see like Navi, who we're about to see, like in the game where he played Sven on Got the Juice, he's not able to join these fights before his BKB, and so they're effectively playing 4v5, and then the game gets really awkward. So these high tempo carries that only rely on that 1 or 2 items, that's the biggest takeaway I've seen so far, because that was a pretty, I'd say, universal across every series that I saw.
Yeah, for sure, absolutely. And you mentioned some of the teams. Let's take a look at all of the teams we've got coming into this tournament across the board, because we do have the best here at the Esports World Cup across all different regions, all different teams coming to represent themselves, trying to earn themselves those all-important club points as well, which is a lot of money up for grabs for the businesses. And yeah, I mean, across the board, I think nobody's surprised to see the split of regions where we've got heavy representation coming from Eastern Europe, Western Europe, and then, of course, a few sprinklings of other teams. I think the SEA crew have kind of surprised me the most so far. I wasn't expecting much from them, but kind of delivering, 1-1 on both of them yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I think in most tournaments, we're at a state now where SEA, SA, and NA are always going to be considered the underdogs, but SEA have definitely proven that they can punch with the rest of them, where NA and SA, unfortunately, not doing so hot so far. So yeah, SEA, they've looked pretty good. No surprise, Eastern Europe looks great. Western Europe has always been looking good, and China's always been known to throw some punches as well.
Yeah, and I'd like to note that the way that SEA was playing, both Talon and Execration, they were playing tempo drafts. Like the game that Talon won, they had the lead 5K 20 minutes in and lost. The game they won, they stomped. Like it was not these 50-minute, 60-minute late game brawls that SEA historically known for. So really like to see that both these teams are coming with a fresh take on the meta that I think is basically, like Fear said, these three regions have not been represented all that well, the SA, NA, and SEA. And I feel like SEA out of all of them has adjusted the most and caught on.
Absolutely, and we can see what these guys are playing for here at the Esports World Cup. Take a look at that all-important prize pool and see how much money is really on the line here between these guys. Massive, massive amounts of money, and a very generous split as well. $1 million for that first wave. That's just a nice number, isn't it? For
$1 million, that's a great number. Yeah, you always love to see that number. It's one of the best numbers in the world for a lot of people.
Second, maybe to billion.
I mean, that's just greedy at that point. That's too much.
That rots your soul, BSJ.
We're from NA. Can't count that high.
But yeah, this is what the teams are playing for, of course. It's the tournament prize pool. You know, the top players will be winning this. A few extra prizes to be gained as well. And that club prize pool as well, which will go to the organizations, which will have a kind of knockdown effect onto the players as well. So not something the players necessarily are going to be thinking about or worrying about too much, but a huge benefit for them and the scene in general, which is really cool here at EWC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to say that that's something you don't think about, but you do feel the impact of. A lot of times we only think about the bad things that impact us, but we have to also be grateful for the good things, like the club championship.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, let's take a little look forward at the games we've got coming up today. We're going to start things off with Na'Vi versus Extreme. Then we're going to move on to the series between Gaimin, Gladiators, and Execration. After that, it's VP versus Yandex, which I'm quite excited for. A little bit of EEU rumble between some of the smaller EEU teams. And then finishing off on Heroic versus Shopify. So heading out west for that last series of the day. But we have highlighted one for the SNB match of the day, and I've chosen Gaimin Gladiators versus Execration to talk about. Phil, why do you think this will be an interesting one?
Well, because we know Gaimin Gladiators is a team that has been on the rise. They've looked very, very strong. But then you have another team that, as of recently, has been on the rise in Execration. Within the region, they started doing really well. They took a game off of Falcons, which surprised a lot of fans as well. So this is going to be a nice test for Execration, as well as Gaimin Gladiators, because I feel like in the previous tournaments, Gaimin Gladiators, they've been getting better and better every single tournament they've been going to. So hopefully they can continue that momentum, but then we also want to see Execration carry the flag for SEA here to continue to do well.
Yep. For me, it's about the fact that this group's all 1-1. So if somebody goes 2-0 here, they could easily take first place in the group. So that this could very well be the chance for Gaimin Gladiators to solidify their spot at the top, or Execration to actually throw a real wrench in things.
And that's kind of why I chose this one, because I think the fact that everything's 1-1 at the moment really benefits your smaller teams, because the teams which didn't have as many expectations, which I think Execration is probably #1 in that regard, you can come into this and you go, hold on a minute, like it's getting so real, like just a couple of good series and we're going to be there. You know, we can be at the top. The motivation is at an all-time high. And this group stage, whilst nobody gets eliminated, it's extremely important, okay? First place in the groups, by the way, guys, in case you didn't know, you just get to skip the whole second phase. You go straight through to the playoffs, top 8 guaranteed. I mean, that is crazy. Just from 3 best-of-2s, you do well enough, you get that top spot, you go through clean.
I think these type of tournament formats that are less forgiving and there's less sample size overall, like when you're playing it's like a 9-team group stage, everyone plays 16 games, usually the best teams will always end up on top, but when you have the small sample size of only 6 games, a team like Execration absolutely has a chance to have that stellar performance that carries you through to the top 8.
Yeah, it's definitely nice to definitely have that skip potential. However, if you are in one of potentially a weaker group and you get through and you're 4 days without playing,
that's true.
Might not help you in the long run. So you got to be a little bit careful to be diligent, even if you win your group, to continue to practice and study really hard.
Absolutely. Now let's look into the series we've got coming up right now. It is, of course, Na'Vi versus Extreme, preparing behind us right now, right in this very room. And yeah, as you said, everybody's 1-1 in this group at the moment, which means these teams are both 1-1. Let's have a look at their series yesterday, starting with Extreme. I believe you've kind of watched that series. What's your main takeaway about Extreme from that one?
So Extreme Gaming's been a very polarizing team for me, and one of the most polarizing players is going to be Ame for sure. But they have a bunch of them, like Genq is on there. They have XM. I think XSS is very stable. But I think Ame, his hero pool has been very interesting. Like, he'll pick this Monkey King, as you mentioned, Brown Boots Radiance. Kind of a question mark on that one. Doesn't really win a lot, but he'll still go back for it. But then sometimes he'll pick the Shadow Fiend, which could be a flex as well. And we heard yesterday that XM was actually one suggesting that he should play the Shadow Fiend, and Ame should play the Juggernaut, so that was really cool to see.
Absolutely was, yeah, and we can take a little closer look at this team right here. There they all lined up, looking ready to go, as you mentioned, Ame. He's always the focus of this team, right, Brian?
Yeah, I feel like he's the one that is able to be the most creative with his hero pool. I feel like XM, when I say be able to be most creative, he's the one that just says, yeah, give me that. While XM, he very much has his like toxic mid laners that he likes to play, the lane dominators. You know, he's like the one guy playing Viper if anyone is. Yeah. But Shadow Fiend doesn't surprise me. Definitely a hero that's really hard to lane 1v1 against. And overall, this is a team that I think they do ride or die by Ame. Like, if he's feeling himself, if he gets that like free farm on Jug that we saw yesterday, he'll absolutely carry the game. But it did feel like the rest of the squad was making a lot of space in that one in particular. So they themselves even said, like, yeah, Juggernaut's probably still not very good, but there weren't too many options left in the pool at that point. So it more so enabled the SF.
Yeah, it's very interesting as well that these kind of discussions are happening. You know, like, we like to paint it as Ame just kind of doing what he wants without really too much discussion, but that's not the case at all. That is not the case at all. It was actually XM who suggested, that's what we learned in the interview, which unfortunately didn't have the audio for on stream, but that is what XM suggested. It wasn't Ame's suggestion, which is, I think, a bit of insight, which changes a lot of people's views on Extreme. Yeah,
for sure, but you're in a situation where you pick Shadow Fiend, a flex pick. You're going to have that communication between the SF players, right? It's going to be either XM or Ame playing it, so they're both probably going to bounce ideas off each other. It's like, hey, I like your Juggernaut. You know, it could be a good game for versus Lifestealer. And it worked out really well, and I think XM's a great player to bring up here. Is like his toxic heroes. They're not super good this patch outside of the Shadow Fiend, and he tried the Timbersaw one game. It fell completely flat, right? So I think XM, if this team wants to succeed, has to find his hero pool for this patch.
And do you feel like that's part of what went wrong for them in their game that they dropped yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, they had a really strange draft, I want to say, with their cores, because, like, Timber mid against Storm, it's like, what are you doing here? You know, you got a Timber versus TA Storm. Why is there a Timber in this game type of situation? But he was probably hoping to, like, maybe cheese mid in some capacity, very comfort. But, yeah, I think their draft in that game just kind of fell short. I personally am not a believer in the Monkey King carry. I don't know how you feel about it, but I feel like it's very weak right now.
I mean, even in the previous patches where Monkey King was getting first overall picked, teams were inevitably not even playing a carry. Like, they were just defaulting it to mid because its win rate was like 55% across multiple tournaments at mid, and it was like 40 sub 40% as the carry. And it's been that way in pubs as well for some time. They nerfed his Primal Spring such that you can't jump onto tree dance, I guess, so that you can't jump onto trees regardless of any source of damage you've taken. So you can't go from camp to camp. It's more about the hero still powerful at roaming the map very quickly and connecting to fights, but in terms of like a farming, like a flash farmer, like a blink hero, he's no longer one of those. So yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Monkey King carry.
Didn't work out for them in one of those games, but they did manage to get one win under the belt. We'll see how they do here versus Na'Vi. And of course, Na'Vi yesterday, I think we came in with unknown expectations. I think when it comes to Dark Horses, Na'Vi are your quintessential Dark Horse, where it's a very young team, very exciting players. I mean, their carry player is literally 16 years old. Their mid player, Niku, is 16 years old. So this is very much a case of a team which we're looking at and we're seeing what potential they have, led by the experience of Zayats. And yeah, I think this team recently promoted to the main roster as well. The really interesting thing about that, though, was that the main roster, previous main roster, which then found out they were being kicked from the organization after their last event, then did really well at their last event. So there's definitely some mind games at play there and a bit of extra pressure for this Na'Vi squad.
Yeah, I mean, I would go ahead.
I was just going to say that these guys, like, they really do ride or die by the pressure. Like, there's moments in the game where it looks like Niku, he's playing mid-SF, and he's just styling on people, like, going for these. He's aggressively recoring him using Requiem on a Blade Mail co-op, so you're like, oh, is he just going to kill himself? And he lives at like 200 HP and ends up killing the co-op that in a pivotal fight at Roshan. But on the other hand, we're seeing him play Puck against a bunch of silences and never go for any sort of dispel. He never gets a Yules, never gets a BKB. So I'm looking at a 50-minute Puck, and he's got Ags, Mjolnir, and no way to remove a silencer global. So it's just a very polarizing playstyle that's fun to watch, but also sometimes you're like, man, wouldn't it just be nice to have the Yules?
I mean, that's just the aggressive mind state, right? Like, you can't afford to have any... He's not playing aggressive, right? So his mindset is, I want to kill you. I don't want to survive. You're going to die before I die. But sometimes it doesn't work out, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in a game where it does work and he manages to just outplay everybody, you know, not get caught in those spells, and I'm sure that we're telling a different story here. I'm sure that we're saying, like, oh, it's really great that he was able to outskill them and he had faith in his own ability to just, you know, play that way. But ultimately, sometimes just got to buy the Yules, I think. It's a hard read to make, though, and something we'll definitely be looking at in this series to see if there's a similar situation, because Niku does like to put himself. I think in that first game as well, we had him on the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah.
And even though they won that game, I think he was a critical reason why the early game went so poorly for them, because he was meant to pop off. He was meant, you know, you pick Shadow Fiend, you're expecting a lot of swagger coming out of your mid lane, and it was really quiet for the first sort of 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, I mean, Talon, who was their opponent yesterday, played really high tempo. They had heroes like Marcy, like Primal Beast, that get right on top of you, have BKB piercing damage with the Marcy Unleash and the Primal Beast, whatever.
Trample?
No, the ultimate.
Pulverize.
Thank you. All of his abilities imply he's going to punch you in some way.
Yeah.
But like at the end of the day, I feel like they also picked on him. So I think that might also say a lot about the fact that Talon identified Navi's way of like being successful is playing through the momentum of Niku. And after just watching 2 games, I'm like, yeah, this guy is going to be an all or nothing kind of guy in the game. And he managed to make the comeback in game 1, which was cool, but in game 2, you kind of see his type of playstyle potentially fall flat. But that's the type of thing that I trust he'll learn very quickly over time since he's so young, and we might even see him gradually develop over the course of this tournament.
We very well might. Well, we do have the draft available for game number 1, so let's jump into it and find out how they're going to be taking this game 1 here. And I am interested to see if Extreme have watched the games yesterday, also realized that Na'Vi have a weak early game and are going to be trying to take advantage for that. I mean, Fear, do you see that as a possibility where a team watches the series, or most likely the coach watches the series from yesterday and says, we can just do that?
Yeah, you can definitely do that. However, you have to have the right players that can execute your idea. And to me, Extreme is not a team that I look at that is going to punish a team for their early game, right? Extreme has always been more of a, you know, we're going to have the better late game type of situation. They're not super aggressive in the early game. I mean, they might punish you on the laning stage with XM, right? He might pick some toxic thing. That's usually just to buy some space for Ame to get farm later on. So we'll see what they choose to do in that regard. But yeah, as far as like this goes, they're not like some liquid that's just going to punish you in the early game, close out the map, and be really aggressive. They might just use that space to make sure that Ame gets, you know, to his 6 slots.
Well, SF first pick coming out here, and no surprises. So far, 5-1 in this tournament, which is crazy numbers. That's
Stupid hero. Yeah, he's very, very strong right now. The fact that he probably has the best scale. He has the best scale of, I want to say, I'm not going to say any hero in the game, but it's probably top 5. And the fact that he is also impossible to beat in lane is kind of a problem, right? Like, you're a strong laner and you scale better than any hero in Dota. Makes the hero incredibly strong, and just for that extra little bit, it's a flex pick too.
I would like to highlight that I think the heroes that are conceptually broken and we will always see ever since the Facet patch are the ones that have 2 different viable builds. Like, not only are they like, okay, so for Pango, for instance, he's always going to be the physical damage controller in the team fights. SF, you're either going to get the Mask of Madness Daedalus guy that's chunking you in 3 hits, or you're going to get a Kaya Yasha Blink Refresher. You know, like, it's a very different build and what it offers to the game. One's more of the single target physical, one's the other like AoE control in the team fight with magic damage. And whenever you have that, also that flexes in the lane, that just in pro Dota is always going to mean first pick hero, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's going to be picked here now, but I think over time, if you kind of just look at what the physical SF does, it's like okay, right? It doesn't seem OP, but I think the magical SF fundamentally is just going to get more and more play to the point where it actually might get defaulted, because I think the mid matchups right now are very limited. I don't think you can pick a lot of stuff for the mid lane. at the moment, unless you're overall last pick. Even then, it's like these Storm, SF, Pangos, Pucks, every single game, maybe an Ember. And they're all like these control, heavy magic scaling late gamers, and Shadow Fiend seems to be the best of all of them currently.
So what is a traditional mid lane Shadow Fiend counter?
Traditional. How far are we going back here? Because I don't know if anything.
Back to your years, Spear.
The Templar Assassin.
Oh.
Maybe a Bat Rider, right? Like,
yeah.
I don't think those really work anymore, to be honest with you. Maybe Bat does, but Bat is so heavily contested that it's often banned in the first phase. And even then, it's kind of risky, too. So I don't know if there's any, like, just hard counter to the Shadow Fiend mid. Because worst case scenario, he can go jungle. The best you can do is just kind of survive. And maybe, I think playing versus SF, you want to just pick up the tempo and gank him.
Yeah, what about, like, the heroes that outrange him, like the snipers and the Linas? Like, are those heroes any good?
I think Sniper might beat SF mid for sure. I think Lina draws, but worst case scenario, yet again, Shadow Fiend,
once again, if that's worst case scenario, then you're pretty happy first
Yeah.
overall picking it. Yeah, that makes sense.
Because like Sniper in this meta right now is like you're not particularly happy with it. Because as I mentioned, most all the mids right now, they're magical scaling DPS. Like it's either some Witchblade Puck, some Ags Shadow Fiend, some Storm Spirit. And if you're Sniper, it makes it really complicated, I think, to pick your carry. Like you're kind of forced into these like Doom and Abaddon type of carries, which isn't inherently bad, but limits your draft a bit.
Yeah, I was just looking through the commonly picked heroes of the tournament so far, and it's funny to see that Queen of Pain. We saw her first picked, I think, like 4 or 5 times.
That's another one, yeah.
And she's 2 and 5 right now, and we don't even see her in this draft. So I'm wondering just how quickly teams are going to like take the message. You know, is that a statistically relevant sample size?
I don't know.
2 and 5, but I also do think that more and more of these physical damage single target heroes are coming into the meta, and Quap's build doesn't really do well against those. So perhaps that's why.
I'm interested you talk about that because with the changes to the professional level stats, like obviously we know that teams are watching each other and that, you know, there's been accusations flying around about buying replays and trading information and whatnot. So we know that there's information out there. However, the fact that there is still that missing aggregate of like the very top pro games, pub games, sorry, but the very top pub games, maybe that increases sort of the importance of keeping an eye on the general win rates in a tournament like this and maybe the previous, you know, feature and events and such.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of layers to the meta, and I think there's a lot of reasons why a hero could or could not be successful. And sometimes it just boils down to if you understand that hero better than other people. And sometimes you also just pick the Quap because you were struggling against it, and then you lose to something, and you're like, oh, I know what we would do against it now. Like, if we just saw how it loses because we picked it, and that could be enough of a confidence to leave it in the pool. And once again, talking about this single target, like range DPS carries being very common, TA, hero that previous patches was just getting first round banned or picked, makes it all the way here. Should have a pretty good lane if it's against the Kunkka. Marcy might look to get like an Enigma pairing or something like that, but that means the SF would have to be carry. If they leave it Marcy Kunkka, I feel pretty good about this TA safe lane. Maybe he'll get pressured a bit early with the rebound, but past like the first few levels, once he gets like level 2 refraction, he should feel pretty good to go.
Yeah, from what we heard as well, they're not afraid to put Shadow Fiend on carry. There is a discussion at least, and I think this might be a good game for that potentially, because yeah, Marcy Kunkka, it's not a great lane, but it's not a terrible lane either, but probably not as strong as you want to have against a hero like TA. I think just looking at this draft as a whole, like you're probably, they banned the Terrorblade immediately. I think they are going to target most likely Ame in this last ban phase here to make sure he doesn't get the carry-to-carry matchup, ideally. Because I really think Kunkka Marcy, it's playable, right? You're going to get some levels at some point, especially if you make one rotation from Bane. Rebound with X can definitely land you a kill on this TA as well. Shadow Fiend, as mentioned before, I think this hero, if there's a reason to not put it mid, you better have a good reason to not put it mid, and it has to be something that can punish really hard. And I think especially if you're playing TA, the Magic SF is much better versus TA because there's so much instance of damage that can break the refraction, and you don't really want to buy that BKB either. So yeah, I definitely would like to see an Ame hero, but I'm not sure what it would be if the TB gets banned. I don't know if you want to play Morph, but it's a pretty good Morph game too against the Abaddon. Free lane.
Maybe it's a bit of a hot take, but I actually think like any Hurricane Pike Manta builder feels really strong against Navi's draft, because like TA hates playing into Manta. They don't really have stuns. You're going to be able to stand your ground and just hit with sidekicks. So I actually think it should be left as an SF carry this game because
It'd be fine, yeah, for sure. But you'd have to find just a new mid that kind of.
Yeah, I guess the new mid is the question.
And what's going to be left? Like these pucks and stuff are always removed, and you're playing versus Disruptor, so maybe Storm is a question mark. But you're still playable, I guess, right?
Yeah, I was
You
just
know
thinking.
what?
Go ahead.
XM Viper, it's a possibility for it here. It's nice versus the TA. You get the break into the Abaddon, which gives you the opportunity to kill him. Like, I could see it.
Yeah,
I mean,
you
it's
got decent
XM,
catch.
sure.
Yeah.
But I just don't personally find these Vipers to win the game. Like, they'll do well in the lane,
Yeah.
but the game might be hard. And I think versus TA, like, Viper's good in the lane, but I don't think it's good in the game. Like, once you get to, like, this Meld Desolator, he does not like playing versus physical damage. He likes playing versus magical damage. So
Okay.
it could be a little bit rough there, but they're going to ban out, like, some heroes that are bad carry-to-carry matchup or TA. I think there's only 2 left at this point. Well, I'm going to exclude Naga's banned. It's only just Medusa and Morphling at this point that hard counter the TA.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you're afraid of those heroes necessarily.
Oh, that's also why they banned the Illusion heroes, because they're very good against Undying for killing the Tombstone. That makes sense.
Options.
Just pick Medusa. That's a pretty free Medusa game, technically, but it is a little bit greedy. You're going to have not the best lockdown.
You know, Ame is always afraid of being too greedy, Fear.
He's not, and I think if you're just looking at these heroes here, Undying always has the potential to play offlane too, so you have to be a little bit careful about what you're picking for your carry.
I personally would love just running Marcy SF against Undying in this lane.
It's good, for sure.
Yeah, if they have a good mid pick, I as a carry player would be like, yeah, just give me the SF. But at this point, it's more like, who has the next best option? Like, if Ame has another hero that can play
I think Storm
this,
is really good too.
Yeah, I like Storm.
I mean,
like
they
Storm.
just have one good ability against them, but that's it, right?
Yeah.
Storm, Ember, these are all like fine heroes because you're abusing the fact that this Abaddon, this Undying, even this Pango can't really lock these heroes down.
Very limited catch on the side of Navi, other than the Glimpse itself, which is not reliable against these Spirit guys. Oh, they go offlane Darkseer, mid Kunkka. Okay, that's like the one iteration of flexes we didn't consider.
Yeah, but seems a little weaker than potentially getting those other options in there. I personally feel this Darkseer versus TA is very volatile. Like, it can either work or it doesn't work at all. So we'll have to see how they
It's a
play it out.
mid-
This
it's
is
a mid
Undying.
That's
Okay.
cool.
What?
I mean, it makes sense because
What?
he's following the Kunkka lane, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to win your lane a bit, but I don't think Kunkka is a hero that is going to get destroyed until level 5, 6, and can't you just go
Look
jungle?
at Niku. He's grinning right now on the cameras. He is smiling from ear to ear. He's like, I got him.
I mean,
got
it'll
him.
be interesting because, like, there's always flex potential with every hero, but sometimes there's a limit, right, on how far you can take it to the point where it becomes a little bit memey, and a lot of heroes will have this issue. And mid Undying is going to run into an issue that a lot of mids run into right now. You're not mobile. You can just play keep away from this hero. You're not necessarily the greatest at using the runes either. So I think, maybe you are, I don't know. Mid Undying is not super popular. But if you can take the runes away from Undying and just play keep away, it's not going to be too hard, right? Like, you're running away from an Abaddon, you're running away from very little catch. It's going to be Zayats who's going to have to do a lot of the catching this game.
He certainly is, yeah. Very interesting pivot here from Navi, and not one I was expecting. All right, well, what's your prediction? How do you think this one's going to go, Brian?
I'm heavily leaning towards Extreme, but this Undying mid is the X factor that none of us understand. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Niku's got for us.
All right, and Phil, what do you think?
It's hard to say. I like what Navi has going on, but it's just so chaotic that I'm going to go with it, I think. Let's go.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, these are I think we've got a slight tech issue, so we're going to have to wait just a minute before getting into this one. Yeah, I mean, both teams coming at this one with some very different ideas. Is it going to be enough? Oh, never mind, we don't have a tech issue. We're absolutely fine. Alrighty, in which case, we're all done then, guys. Let's get into it. Game number 1 of Navi versus Extreme with our lovely casting duo of MLP and John Xfire.
Thank you very much, Nomad. We do get into it. Game 1, Jonathan. Look at this. We have a mid Undying. And what did I tell you the first time we cast this Niku bloke? He's cocky. He's really, really cocky. Look, only cocky people run this mid Undying.
Yeah, of course, and I'm really keen to see what Navi does with it. Like we were hearing the panel, you know, it lacks mobility, it's not really... It might be able to crush the lane. I think the big thing with the mid Undying is that access to your triangle. right? You recall the times when you run Undying Pause 1 with, Rotting Mitts used to be his shard, right? You'd go straight to the triangle, you'd clear out stacks, you'd use Tombstone, you'd use your Flesh Golem, and you get so much farm by the 10-minute mark if you get some good stacks. The Undying completely bodies other heroes with that gold. So I'm keen on seeing if Na'Vi can maintain control in the triangle, build those stacks, and kind of play with the Undying that way, because that's the most straightforward way to make that mid-Undying snowball.
Oh, I don't know if you want a level 1 team fight against an Undying, boys. Extreme. They'll see Nuku eventually, and they, of course, will not bother. Because, I like this young man, John. This I don't know what it is. Sometimes I get connections with players, and there's something about Nuku. I'm telling you, this guy's going to be a big deal. I'm telling you.
I mean, I think he's already a big deal.
He's a big deal, but he's going to be a bigger deal, John.
Yeah, for sure. I think everyone's going to be watching him. If this one pans out, it's going to be something that a lot of teams will have to read and understand. And this matchup up against the Kunkka, it's a very interesting one, right? Because you do have Tidebringer to play with. You do have the High Tide to play with as well. A little bit more lower cooldown, not the most when it's just one hero. We are seeing some trades in that triangle area. A little bit of a good early read from Paulson. Does have the Sentry, and you don't really win out that trade early on with that Brain Sap, of course. Not yet leveled up on Paulson, but could just go for that. I think he has the right idea of keeping track of that triangle, and we'll see if, again, he can maintain that. He does keep Watcher control to his side. We're taking a look at that mid. And again, for the Kunkka, this isn't bad. Every time you have Tidebringer, you're going to be able to twack away at Niku just fine. Decay, you're going to run out of mana quicker on the Undying, especially since you don't have mangoes in this lane. You're going to have to go for the bottle and control runes a lot more. And that's something that you can kind of play around here for XM. Once this Undying starts to run out of mana, if you kind of space out those decays a little bit too much, it becomes very comfy for XM to just do what he wants. And, you ride into that level 3, level 4 spike, it starts to equalize a little bit for the Kunkka if you're not careful with the resource management for Niku.
Yeah, I mean, I think with Niku, you're going to want that level 3 mark at the very least before you can start to be really aggressive there in that mid lane. But for now, it is certainly going to be an XM favored lane. Speaking of lanes, though, bottom lane XXS on the Darks here. Riddies is there trying to be a bit of a nuisance, but there's only so much he can do. What do you think about this TA Darksy matchup? Because we kind of heard Fear and BSJ mentioning that it's a bit of a back and forth. You don't really know who's going to win. It kind of goes either way, a bit of a coin flip. Do you like it this game, John? Do you think maybe with the Marcy it's maybe a little bit different?
I think with the Marcy, it's really strong with that level 2 Iron Shell. The issue is when you're running into the Abaddon, right? You have to deal with the Aphotic Shield, you have to deal with refraction, and yes, you can kind of melt that with the Iron Shell, but it also buys you enough time to look to counterfight in. And it's double melee. It's easy for the TA to try to line up some shots, especially while farming creeps, of course. Maybe a little bit easier when they're further back with ranged, but still something manageable for the TA. I think the big thing is trying to separate that TA from the Abaddon is going to be difficult. As long as Iridius maintains good spacing, is aware of where that Marcy is, it should be fine.
Zayats going to be chased down by Paulison. Let's get the blood grenade off, but can't keep chasing. Armate does want to sit back a little bit. Devastating these SFs. You've got to be a little bit careful about the amount of damage they can pump out at level 3, but for now, things relatively safe. PMA having a pretty good time as well in this off-lane Pangolier, not really struggling whatsoever. Should be relatively safe here with Zayats around, assuming Zayats can survive this, and of course he will. PMA doing what most cores won't do, John, which is helping their supports.
That he does. I think you have to also be very cautious of helping too much, right? Like, if you get Nightmared, if there's enough mana here on Got the Juice or on Ame, he can just go for those raises. At least it's not the Shadowmire facet. You're not going to get slowed. He is going for that scaling, lasting presence instead. So the lane isn't as hard to play into when you do get locked in from Nightmare into the combination.
Oh, there it is. Niku goes for the level 2 Soul Rip. That's the way to play this mid Undying, right? Most people assume you still go Tombstone. Soul Rip's the right way to go because you've got that level 2 Decay. You get a couple of stacks off, Soul Rip, see you later. Yeah. Very smart from Niku.
Yeah, you play right close to the creeps as well. A lot of damage can come in. They did buff the damage values up just 1 point at level 2, but that can stack up with enough units around. And again, for the Kunkka, it's all about resource management. Niku's been pretty on point, ensuring his mana is always healthy. Has the Soul Ring to cover. So there's less pressure onto these water runes. PMA. There's going to be a lot of play there.
A chase on a PMA. He's going to be all right. Zayat's also dropping pretty low, but will also be able to survive through it. Now, going back to that mid lane for a sec, though, that could be really scary for Extreme now. Like, Niku finding First Blood already. Like you said, Soul Rips up, Soul Rings up, so he can just have infinite mana.
It's kind of crazy as well. He gets complete water rune control.
He got both of them?
Yeah, I mean, he gets to control all the runes. They have the 2 wards on mid, Whereas you have the one ward on the ramp, but you have some good access points here to play on the Undying to get that sustain on the resources. And that's something the Kunkka can't afford. Right? Like, you don't necessarily want these runes, sure, on XM, but giving the Undying access to just having more decay, having more Flesh Rip, Soul Rip kind of on hand is not what you kind of want to see. They haven't been able to build up as much stacks, so you don't have that flash farm potential here for the mid Undying, but that power spike at level 6 into level 7, 8 is starting to ramp up, and if you get a good rune at 6, say a haste or a shield, you're going to be able to dive quite hard here.
Oh, absolutely. It's like XXS. Syncue going to try and cut the wave. Syncue going to ensure Riddies is going to be in a bit of danger now. Has got the juice, going to intervene, but rebound is going to be there, and Riddies, no Aphotic Shield available, will go down, has now got the juice. Going to be dived with double Iron Shells. This is a very painful experience. They'll try to TP some heroes in to help out. It might be too late though. Zayat is there. Syncue's going to drop, got the juice. He'll go for the fight now, and XXS doesn't want to be here any longer. But can he get away? It doesn't seem like it. Glimpse him back. A very nice TP from Zayat to save the day, as they will try to at least take down PMA, but they won't even find that. Big deal now for the side of Na'Vi.
And it is. They get some good punishment for the deeper dive. XXS was pretty conservative on his surge. It was off cooldown. I don't think he recognized that the glimpse was used as the TP was in.
Oh, risky play there from PMA. Committing the swashbuckle for a few creeps, but it's going to cost his own life as Ame happily takes that for himself.
Yeah, it's that easy setup we were talking about, right? Nightmare in a few raises, very easy to kill. You saw that commitment for the TP down bot, so you have a lot of room to kind of play around on that. A little bit of a movement onto mid. They do get the haste rune up on Syncue at the least, so you won't see that deep dive coming out from Niku. But again, this Undying has kind of achieved what it wants. You're holding back mid. XM's not really free to go wherever he wants. There's no kill threat onto the Undying, so a rotation onto mid is somewhat futile to clump up like a Marcy plus Kunkka together. A double melee into Decay is just not a pleasant time. And again, the one thing for you here on Extreme is that the stacks haven't been built up to a huge amount. There are a couple of double stacks now in the triangle. You didn't manage to get those blocks with Paulson, but your mid lane is static. So even though the Undying's kind of stuck there, your Kunkka's stuck there as well, and that leaves some wiggle room out for Na'Vi to kind of try to play other lanes. They get a bit of a deep rotation out here with Riddies up top, gonna gate back down bot, and just kind of work on the farm. So far, the build-up for Na'Vi has been pretty clean. Again, got the juice. He has been under some pressure, not enough to cut him off. You are still having a little bit of a better time on Ame, which is what you'd want to see. When you've got that SF safe lane, this hero feels like it's very key to maintain that momentum.
Yeah.
The Mask of Madness, Dragonlance build into maybe a hybrid magic build is sometimes what we see on the pause one. Maybe you just go full damage with a Crystalist Daedalus as well, or a Hurricane Pike somewhere in that order. And once you get that timing, that tempo up, you start to have more levels in presence of the Dark Lord. You get a kill or two. You start to have that lasting presence kick in, easier to wipe out more heroes mid.
XM, he throws the boat out to try and survive this, and thankfully for him, Zayat's not going to be within range to get the glimpse off, so he does make it out. But this Tier 1 tower already under siege here from Niku. And this is something we have seen from this man before. Like he is just devastating on this mid Undying. As bottom lane, 3 heroes around. XG don't want to be here any longer, though, as Syncue will stand behind and tank the gank for his side. Niku not going to be able to catch up with anyone else, though he might go top, and he will.
Ooh.
He will run out of Flesh Golem pretty soon, but he'll think better of it. Fair enough. I thought maybe you still try for Ame anyway, but I guess without the Flesh Golem, probably not worth the risk.
Probably not. You don't have 6 as well just yet on PMA, so you don't have that setup to just run down the SF quite safely with TP points on hand. In fact, up top,
Syncue, nice rebound in, dispose out as well, and PMA gonna end up going down pretty damn easily. It's a very devastating combination that Syncue and Ame SF Marcy. Very easy to land all 3 raises with the setup of the Marcy, so gonna be ultra careful if you are anyone around these two.
Yeah, and that's the one concern. Again, that timing for the SF, that's where a lot of this tempo out from Extreme Gaming kind of lies. Yeah, you know, Vac Wall's gonna be nice, the Aura's gonna be nice as well, but the connection you want with your Kunkka is actually with the Shadow Fiend, because he is a lot of early burst, and you have to kind of ensure that snowball scaling is there, and it is kind of there for Ame. His lane, again, hasn't been contested too hard. He's finding that farm, and he is getting a couple of kills here and there. For Na'Vi, they have been very consistent with his pressure on mid. Again, after that movement down bot, straight back to mid for Niku, 2 supports to back him up. Some very forward TPs though.
They are going to try again. Niku, he's going to drop a quick tombstone out, but it's only level 1, and he's not going to really be able to survive unless he can get the decay off, but he cannot. They'll still fight around the tombstone though. Syncue will get caught. Still a good fight for Extreme Gaming. They'll also find Paulison. XM's hanging around. Paulison looks like he's going to be just fine, as now Extreme they might think about continuing, but Niku's already back with that innate ability. Just instant respawn here for Niku. And that's kind of another devastating thing about these core Undyings. If they have that innate available, you just don't need like you basically have a free buyback, and then you have a buyback.
Yeah. It's just, it's like the old days when you had to respawn talent back up. Undying would literally just be back up every single time. Kind of the same thing with the innate. A nice clear on the mid, and I think that actually raises a good point for later on. It feels like Undying could be a very good travels carrier in the late game. Not something you normally see, but if the game goes to, say, 40-45 minutes and the map's kind of open, could be something to consider. Whether or not the game goes that long for Nuku, though, depends. Their lineup can be quite quick as well. You are hitting those initial timings up on Got the Juice. Dragonlance up. Desolator not too far off for at least one Mithril Hammer up.
Instant TPs up at the top lane once they see the Nightmare onto PMA. No messing around. Na'Vi at least bringing Riddies over to ensure he does remain safe on this Pangalee. Arme still sitting at the top of the net worth board on the SF, having a great old time. He'll get started on these Ancient stacks very early, as you can do so with the SF. As for Na'Vi, they are hunting. XM currently being chased by Niku. You have the glimpse back here from Zayats. XM not very happy with this position, but he can do nothing as he tries for a quick TP out. Ooh. Fair enough, maybe a bit of a panic TP, maybe a bit of a misclick, but doesn't work out for it.
Not quite. It's going to cost him 50 seconds on the respawn where he's not going to be able to just go back to an area of the map and farm. So a little bit of efficiency loss there along with the kill for Na'Vi, feeling great. And again, all of this movement is very far away from where Got the Juice is farming. This TA has been uncontested, keeping pace with Ame, who has a couple of kills under his belt. And it feels like this TA versus SF timing is where a lot of your planning has to come into, right? Because the TA can also get into action very early as they're starting to set up bot.
Oh, they love Ame. Look at the damage output from Niku. And the zombies are chasing him. Ame needs to pop the Requiem, but it might be too late. He's running. 30 HP he'll survive on. Oh, just the damage output from Niku. It's just ridiculous.
And it is level 3 soul rep up, a couple of decays up, and it's a lot of EHP you're just blasting away on.
Sinkyu. Get out of there, sir. It's not safe. They're going to jump in. Big rebound from Sinkyu into the Dispose now. They're going to try and force the fight with a big back wall as well from XXS. They've taken down Riddies. They'll try for Zayats, but they'll lose Sinkyu in the process. Meanwhile, the Fiend's Grip got the juice. He'll be saved by Niku. The Soul Rip keeps him alive. XM trying to chase, but they can't catch him. Or can they? They've got the X out. Another attempt, but they haven't got the Torrent. They'll get the Nightmare off, but got the juice. He's still walking away as now Na'Vi. They might try to trade once again. PMA still dancing. Their supports will be up in a couple seconds as Niku, the decay is stacking up now. XG, they need to get out of there. They'll throw the boat out, but Niku, he'll find the kill. Arme sticking around, but Niku's too tanky, surely, as they can't kill him. Niku still alive. Sinkyu, he'll go down as well. The Undying does not die. Not today, Jonathan. You mess with Niku, you're playing with death. That's what's happened here as Paulison will get away. He will be spared by the Undead Man.
Man, you got to appreciate how well Na'Vi is playing, especially, I think PMA, you pointed this out in the lane, him taking Nightmare again for Got the Juice, buying him that space to walk away, giving him these little allowances to just scrape by and just turn around as they're by the tier 1. A little bit of an overextension out from Extreme. They had the perfect setup as well. A big vac wall. They got everything they'd want. It was a very scattered out Static Storm, really only locking in one here from Zayats, and it was more than enough. Look at that setup. Just a beautiful vac wall catching everyone. Static Storm's completely out of position, but they just have to chase so far with all of this wiggling around. And again, PMA got a really good disruptive role to buy that space for them to just regroup a tad bit and turn it around.
Very, very interesting and impressive team fight from Na'Vi. I mean, Extreme Gaming, they're just really struggling to deal with this core Undying at the moment. He's just offering too much utility. Just the heals, the decays, just everything. That was without Tombstone, by the way, John, that last team fight, basically. It was already gone. And well, if you're Extreme Gaming, I'm not sure what you intend on doing, but all I know is you've probably got to sit back and relax a little bit. This is not the time to try and fight Na'Vi.
No. You've lost your advantage with Ame in that movement as well. He's down, number 3 net worth, not too bad. But it is setting them back for that early tempo. A bit of a chase up top.
Here we go. XXS not going to remain safe at all. They're already onto the T2 towers here, John. Na'Vi, they know how far ahead they are. And this is a game with the net worth. It doesn't really mean anything because the tempo, the momentum you've got on Na'Vi with this style of draft, it is just debilitating. They're smothering.
That it is.
They can't breathe right now, John. Extreme.
No.
There's no oxygen on the map.
No, and again, the durability coming out for Na'Vi is really high. You have the Aphotic Shield, you've got the Soul Rip maxed out. Eventually, if you can get your Shard as well up on Niku, just more saves that you have to kind of contest with. For the side of Extreme Gaming, we talked about this a lot with the SF yesterday.
They're going to try. Zayat should be a freebie, but his team is north of him, so maybe they can make it in time to try and trade. They'll take down Zayat. It's a nice start for Extreme, but Paulison might be gifting them a freebie as well, though. Here comes Xingqiu to try and help out. Nightmare out onto PMA, but Riddies will just actually chase him down on his own as PMA now onto the low ground. Xingqiu sticking around with the Unleash, but will eventually just leave. Without the Flesh Golem, they don't want the fight. Fair enough. Na'Vi will allow Zayat to just die for free. But they are, I believe, still going for that tier 2 top tower, are they not? Well, they are trying. Xingqiu. Right, for PMA, we'll have to leave him be. And that'll be about it, I do believe.
Yeah, I mean, again, for Na'Vi, even though you lose Zayat, yeah, look where these fights are happening. Across the river, far away from where you're farming up here on Got the Juice. He's got the Desolator up. He's got the Blink up. The Trifecta for the TA is already up and running. And you should start to expect Na'Vi to look for that pickoff into Roshan. That's the big threat now for the side of Extreme Gaming. They can't afford to give that early Rosh to a TA, but when you've got TA and dying, that objective doesn't take too long, and the fight to build into it isn't too hard to find for Na'Vi once they have some of these ults back up. So for the side of Extreme, they've got to find an angle in. They've got to kind of try to get that connection with a Vac Wall plus a Torrent, both one or the other somehow. You don't need it to be perfect. Just catch maybe two, either one support, one core. Ideally, that's the way you'd go. Get them in the combination, blow them up straight up, remove some of those saves, and it starts to become easier. But Na'Vi's already setting up in that Rosh pit, and they're just not in position here for Extreme.
No, absolutely not. Roshan, Tombstone dropped, of course. Should be very, very possible at the very least with these two. Got the Juice and Niku. Get the work done. Of course, Extreme Gaming, even if they know this is happening, which they don't, but if they did, I don't think it's really well advised they try to fight. There's your scan out. Now they know for sure that Roshan is happening. But I do believe they make the better decision and just let it go. Like, you can't fight them right now.
No.
You just can't. Not with all the skulls up.
Certainly not. I think if you had like a mid SF build over a safe lane SF build, that story could be different. Imagine a timing of Yashakai Blink over the Mask of Madness Dragonlance. I think it's a very different playstyle, and it also achieves very different things. It's just that the things the mid SF spellcasting does feels like it would play a little bit more into this early spike. Because Extreme Gaming went with Ame SF instead on the physical build, they have to be patient. They have to hold back, get that build-up you'd want. We're seeing Ame queue up into a Manta and Butterfly next, having that overwhelming damage, which is going to be nice, but he needs time for that. And at the moment, again, that connection with the Kunkka plus Darkseer alone doesn't feel like it'll cut it anytime soon.
Well, Niku's going to pop the Flesh Golem. Extreme Gaming, Paulison at the very least running. Niku will be somewhat behind him, looking for the vision for the glimpse back, but won't get that. Xingqiu also being chased down. They just want some vision for Zayat. He's kind of out of range though anyway. He needs to catch up as they are continuing the chase. Ame is the much bigger target if they could find him, but they'll roll the wrong way. Still, they'll continue going as PMA. He's committed. Ame, he needs some help. Extreme can't let him die like this. That's your carry.
I don't think they expected such a deep chase out. I think they expected just PMA, not anyone else to be added on. They had a TP spot on mid. They had a lot of time to try to reposition. Good punishment coming out from Na'Vi. And Extreme Gaming, I mean, we were talking about it. Ame needs time. He needs to be in safe spots to farm. The vision game coming out from Na'Vi is just so clean as well. Into the triangle, into that top jungle, right by the water camp. There's not much vision coming in comparison from Extreme. They have two defensive wards by the river entrances near mid and their triangle. It's just not enough to watch that movement that Na'Vi's been so good at for the past first day and now the second day as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, so far Na'Vi holding this advantage. Got the juice. He's getting real big now, this TA. I mean, props to Ame at the very least, still keeping on parity on the SF, but against this TA it can be very, very scary. Just the blink in with the meld strikes, you can get deleted pretty damn fast, even as the SF. Obviously, as you're seeing, John, it just has not... It feels like Ame's got so much to concentrate on as well. Like, in the middle of a fight, he's the guy that needs to deal with the Tombstone. He's the guy that needs to get the damage out. He's the guy that needs to fear everyone with the Requiem. Like, there's too much pressure on one guy right now, is what it feels like for Extreme.
That it is. I think maybe he starts to get a little bit of help once that Radiance is done on XM. That missed chance is going to do some good. Blocking some blinks can help out the cause, help with some of the repositional plays we're seeing from Na'Vi diving into the backline.
Paulison.
Oh.
Breaking the smoke, or rather the gank attempt. Arme thankfully did not show yet. Nice nightmare onto the cliff, though. Paulison, very cheeky. I like it. See that every day. That'll force Niku to TP back to the mid-tier 2 tower. As now Arme going to get jumped for a second. PMA with a big rolling thunder shield crash. He found all three of them.
PMA, come on.
PMA. The Fiends grip him up. They'll try to salvage the fight, but it just doesn't last. Syncue in the middle. XXS is gone. And Syncue will join. They can't do anything. There is no gameplay.
No.
There's no hope.
No.
No light.
I mean, you really have to give it to PMA. This man has been on point with the Rolling Thunders and the Blinks. He got that chase on Ame. He gets the disruptiveness in this fight. He got the disruptiveness in that bot tier 1 fight as well. And he has been setting up for his team in some of these opportunities every single time. This man and his Pangolier, it just works so damn well together here for the side of Na'Vi and for Extreme. Again, nothing changes. They need more time. They need time to build up, and we'll look again. Just the angles this man finds with that Pangolier every single time. He has the confidence to be backed up. He's playing into a Bane. He doesn't care.
Doesn't care. Does not care. We just see it's just nothing they could have done, as it looks like side of Extreme. I mean, at the very least, they're only AK behind. It's just the momentum you've got to find a way to slow down, because right now Na'Vi are just taking everything off of this map. Extreme, I mean, of course they have faith in the late game. They do have an SF. They've got a master that can scale. Here we go. They're going to try, but got the juice. This will be a big target if they can secure, but Riddies is there. The vac misses as well, unfortunately. So no drag back onto got the juice.
No.
These are the kind of plays, like, it's not an easy kill. He has a secondary life anyway, but if you can find some of these kills, it could be the opening they've been looking for.
That it could be. Again, it's just difficult to look for that setup. You don't have that instant fear, instant burst damage with the SF in this kind of game. Going for this physical build, you didn't get that snowball start for Ame to just really run down and constantly look for these fights. He's switching up his build now, going for an attempt onto the Daedalus as they lose their last outer tower. I mean, even the Crystallis up can kind of boost your DPS by a huge amount. Whether or not that timing can come in now is the question. Again, whether or not you can actually kill anyone because of that durability. The shield crash with a shield on it, a photic shield. You've got the Soul Rip that's been doing a lot of work. You still have this potential for the Shard. Again, for Nico, if you'd want it, he's just going straight to the Yags. So again, the EHP starts to disappear. Every single point of armor you take out here with your TA feels even more effective with less HP to eat through. It just becomes an easier game at this point for Na'Vi. For Extreme, I mean, it just needs so much time. They've got that Radiance up on XM. A little bit of that burn going through the TA shield is nice. The mischance is nice. Blocking the blinks is the big one. So it might be harder for PMA to look for the angles in.
XXS, don't go on the low ground, sir. Don't do it. He won't. Zayats won't have the vision for the glimpse. They're hunting, though. There's just no need to slow down. You have a Crimson Guard on XXS now. That will help the cause. May glimpse back. Nice man to dodge, though. It's just so scary for this poor SF. It's just on edge at all times. And again, the map, just none of it belongs to them.
No.
None of it. They took everything.
No. I mean, they haven't crossed back into their side of the river for Na'Vi in a long time now. At least 5-6 minutes at this point, straight. Just into that side of XM's map and of Extreme Gaming's map, and they just have no way of getting outside even the high ground. A little bit of a smoke out from Na'Vi. They've got the forward vision to sustain.
They got the Daedalus and got the juice though, John.
Oof.
This could be a pretty horrible time, though. He's not there with his team. At the very least, they don't have the TA. This could be the fight. Though a nice blink, Niku. He avoids the X-Torrent play. And now got the juice is coming. He's in the mid lane. Niku, he's gonna put the flesh golem Soul Rip as well. He's not dying.
There's no
out
way.
as well. They can't kill him. They can't kill him. He is alive. Here comes got the juice. And that's all she wrote, I think, is the back wall. XXS still trying to salvage his team fight. It's not looking good, though. Syncue jumping back in, got the juice, still dropping low, but look at that damage.
It's nothing.
It's nothing.
That sustain is just so high. The Soul Rip's coming in, the shield's coming out.
Oh, Niku's not done. How's it going? Paulison almost dying. Not quite, but here comes Got the Juice! Oh, mate! Requiem wasted. Very nice Hurricane Pike usage there from Got the Juice. Just a little value plays. Just we want a little bit more.
Yeah.
A little bit more.
Yeah, and they've been so good at pushing that envelope here on the side of Na'Vi. Again, we saw this yesterday in their series. We're seeing it today again. The way this team works as a unit is just so darn good. And for the side of Extreme, silver linings for them, they didn't really lose as much as you'd expect. They were the aggressors. They don't find as much as they'd want either, which is a very big downside for them. Finding a kill on Zayats is nice. You kind of need, you know, it's at that point of the game here, Mike, where you have to kind of just take these soft kills on these softer supports. Try to kill the Disruptor, try to kill the Abaddon if they're solo, if they're getting greedy, and kind of feed off of that for like 5 more minutes. Get that recovery you'd want. Get a BKB up on Ame, and try to hope for the best at that point. It's just, again, whether or not Na'Vi gives those openings again, who knows? I mean, they've been playing very clean. They're going to be waiting for next Roshan, not too far off, based on the clock timer that's showing up. We'll see. But if you give that control to Na'Vi once more, your high ground is just going to be completely exposed here for the side of Extreme Gaming.
XXS. Zayats. Gonna find him. XXS. Can he get out? Do they keep the vision? They do. Glimpse back. Zayats. Another nice glimpse, and XXS. I mean, he's bought a bit of time for himself, but not enough time, as PMA will secure another kill for himself, and I think it might just be high ground time. Even without the Aegis, they've got no darks here. Na'Vi, they will indeed start once again onto the high ground. XM does now pick up a BKB. That could be pretty damn useful for the team fight. How useful, though, I don't know. They'll try to slow this down and buy some time for at least XXS to be back up before they try to force a fight. Got the Juice, going to be perfectly fine with Riddy's right behind him. X out, onto the TA. Torrent will connect. Refraction back up though. Got the Juice. He'll take the T3. And the rest of Na'Vi, they'll see XXS respawning and they'll leave the area immediately.
Yeah, but again, it's still the same story here for Na'Vi. They're just not crossing back. They're giving no breathing room out for Extreme Gaming to try to play a farm game. It's just constant pressure coming in. Only Ame getting that consistent build-up, and he's very severely behind now in comparison to Got the Juice. A 7K difference coming out for these two cores. Ooh. And he is going back for the Butterfly again. So not going for the Daedalus. They need to take a fight outside. Again, even a small pickoff would be good, but that position from Zayats.
Well, they've got a BKB on Ame. That's why they want to play this fight. BKB, though, comes out for Got the Juice as well. They haven't seen that at the moment for Na'Vi or XG. Here we go. Rolling Thunder pop. PMA misses initially, but the rebound. Xingqiu gets connected by the Rolling Thunder. They'll find Zayats. A Fiend Trip holding down PMA. It's looking good, but Niku, he heals him up again. A vac wall, though. XX is still trying. They are still trying to just get through Niku on this Undying, but it's just not working out. They can't do it. There goes Ame. Got the Juice. Cleaning up everybody here in the mid lane. They will look to try and retreat now. XM and XXS. They will leave. A 3 for 3. Not really too bad at all for Extreme, but they did give up Ame.
They gave up Ame a bit. They get a lot more. 2.8K going their way versus 1.2, just because they found PMA. We're talking about the impact of that Pango. This fight was a little bit more scattered. I figured they got a lot of value from that positioning out from Zayats. He broke the smoke on the cliff, and then their position here on their triangle, maybe not the ideal. The initial blink coming out from PMA didn't quite catch. Quick BKB reflexes out on Ame as the Static Storm came in as well. Just prevented them from finding that opening, and once you got that disconnection, once PMA was just a little bit too far out, a bit harder to get the save on from the grip, it became a lot harder. This time it was kind of Na'Vi forced to push into the stronghold of Extreme, as we're seeing here.
Yeah, man, poor old Ame, like, he was just standing on the high ground doing so much damage, but once Got the Juice got involved, it's just too much. Like, look at that Meld Strike, taking out half his HP on the SF immediately. Very painful experience there for Ame, and well, again, props to them. They at least kind of even out the fight. Extreme showing signs of life here in this game one. Na'Vi looking for another Roshan attempt. There will be no contest. Another freebie.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing you can do. You just have to wait in Extreme. Your high ground can be strong. If they can connect all of these spells, there's a lot of AoE control that can kick in. They just need to find an opening. They need to find a way to drag Na'Vi further out than they're normally comfy at. Take these heroes further away from the Abaddon, further away from the Undying for these heals and these shields and these Dispels on hand, and you can start to have a little bit of a game. Mind you, if you do take a prolonged fight, now that you have the full Ags up on Niku. And the damage that comes in, you're going to be so squishy. -8 strength every single time. You spam that decay out every 4 seconds. You can't underestimate how much EHP you start to lose. It's a lot. It's even worse than just more minus armor, because HP is your bread and butter. That is your hero's actual stat that matters. So you have a lot going for you, Na'Vi, to just play that aggression now. Good job on cuts here from Extreme Gaming, forcing in the bot lane quite hard. Na'Vi's going to have to look to repair, give them some time to try to play. They've got some space to just get a little bit of that build up on Ame. Still working onto that butterfly.
What did XM want? He was sending the courier out to the secret shop. What was he? Looks like the AC. Trying to get some components maybe.
Yeah, get that build up. Already has a Hyperstone. Maybe try. Yeah, he had enough gold to buy out the plate mail.
Okay.
So it's going to be stalled out a bit. That armor would have gone a long way here, but it's going to have to wait. A little bit interesting that he prioritizes the Hyperstone. Some damage, I guess he feels like he needs to try to give out over that durability first. They do correct the bottom lane. Again, there's some space for Extreme Gaming to play that form. It's not going to be enough time to get that full butterfly out on Ame, nor will it be enough time for the courier to respawn to kind of build into that AC. And you don't have that much more durability coming in. Like, we've had the Guardian Greaves and the Crimson Guard for a while now on XXS. Doesn't have enough yet for the Blink or the BKB just yet. Not too far at the very least.
Scream. Still sticking by their base. Another 3-man smoke now from Na'Vi. Keep in mind they have plenty of time on this Aegis. Do want to find a way to approach that high ground while this Aegis is still running. Of course, Extreme know this very well. They'll be hanging about, ensuring they give no pickoffs. And Na'Vi, though, they don't mind. They're still approaching that mid-tier 3 tower. They don't really have a creep wave top, so they won't try that. Roshan Banner's going to be dropped as well. Extreme. How do we defend this one? The Glyph will be forced. Blink now up on XXS, so they've got the setup with the Darkseid. Got the juice, not really flinching. XM will start with the X into the torrent. Refraction is down. They could try to jump in. Paulison, though, gonna get scouted and deleted. 2 shots. Where'd Paulison go? X out. Torrent is out. Burn through the refraction again. Got the juice, could not give a crap though. He's just destroying them, even just after going their axes. Got the juice. Uncontested. Ame's gonna try again. Get through the refraction, they say. Rebound is in. Xingqiu will commit now, but got the juice. Look at the damage. There goes Xingqiu. No buyback for him on the Marcy. XM still trying to dance around this TA. Na'Vi, they're not backing. They've still got the Aegis. Another minute and a half on that. Still the free reset.
Yeah, they haven't expended anything. They still have a roll. They still have a Flush Golem, Static Storm. Like, there's nothing forced out just yet from the side of Extreme. They already had to buy back on Paulson. They need to find a backline somehow. It needs to be that opening out from XXS with that Blink. It has to be the back wall into more. If they can find an angle out, it's just so difficult to see how that angle kind of pans out here. For the side of Extreme, you're playing into traps. You're playing into, again, this 21k deficit that Na'Vi has an advantage on. They have so much durability, looking for the backline saves, the frontline tanks. Very difficult task for the side of Extreme. And your damage is stuck on an SF who did finish the butterfly, is going back for the Daedalus now on Ame, but he has no way of getting into that fight easily because, again, it's a safe lane SF. It's not the Blink build up with Ags. It's not the control build. So starting these fights, again, it's a lot of pressure on the Darkseer here, and the Darkseer alone running up may not be enough, even with some connections in the Marcy.
It has been very challenging. Certainly feeling like a pretty impossible game here for Ame. Don't really blame him. It's just you don't really have any good options against this draft of Na'Vi with this carry SF. It's been very challenging. Na'Vi 1 racks away from securing Megas, but they're going to sit back and relax. Aegis going in about 10 seconds. Extreme Gaming, they're going to smoke up as 4. They'll go with that XXS for now. Keep in mind, Zayats did just get the Ags, so that's going to be a little bit scary. See if he can land a nice Static Storm here. Even on 1, it'd just be massive. They could find Ame without his BKB popped. It would be very problematic. Niku, that's not the guy you want to run into right now. Shards up as well here for Niku. They're going to run right into him!
No.
Oh, the static storm to lock him in. It couldn't be worse. It couldn't be worse. Arme, though, he pops the BKB. He's going to have to try and fight back. Niku is dropping low. Arme with the man fight. Can he do it? Niku healing up, but he cannot survive. They've got him down. Arme can't get the Requiem in time, though. He'll go down. PMA still chasing XXS. Gets the purge off. XXS trying to run. Can't do it. He'll drop. XM. Poor old XM.
Oh.
What can he do? Oh, you couldn't have gotten more unlucky. You couldn't have gotten more unlucky for Extreme Gaming.
They could have gotten more unlucky if Got the Juice was actually in that fight early. Like, that was with him across the map up top. He wasn't even there to do the damage. They just ran in. Just the Undying, just the Pangolier and the Static Storm is already an issue, and that's without the damage dealer on hand. Got the Juice comes in to clean up, and they clean up well. No buybacks in Extreme. This is just going to be straight Megas. Maybe the end of the game. I don't see what you do now with so much time left for the respawn.
There's no buybacks. What are you going to do? It's happy death time. That's your option. Do you want to happily defend against Megas?
I don't think there's going to be much to def. I don't think Na'Vi pulls back. They should know.
There they're going. They're committed. Tier 4 towers. Going to be going down very quickly as Riddies. Just voice line them while they're at it. Let them know. Extreme, they'll have one last team fight available to them. Got the juice. Tier 4 tower, the secondary going down. Now a refresh orb available on PMA. Very scary indeed. It's Extreme trying to set up, but it's very hard with that XM. Hollison already getting stunned up here by PMA, and Sinkyu gets deleted immediately. Arme trying.
No
Go
way.
to the fountain, Arme. It's still not enough. It's still not enough. GG. Na'Vi with Jonathan. I mean, I'll tell you what. I hate saying it, but they made it look easy.
That they did. And this is a team that, again, we've been talking about showing up in some lands when they were still Na'Vi Junior back in the day. Being a young team, is a lot to learn. Maybe not the strongest performances at the start of the year, but as it went on, like their improvement has just been phenomenal. Seeing them here at the Esports World Cup, playing up against teams like this, playing up against Extreme, running these unique drafts. And they look phenomenal. That mid Undying paying off dividends here, that tempo coming out, the way they'd play with it, the way they'd work the lanes, focus on mid, focus down bot, get these rotations out. And I really have to hand it to PMA. His individual play on this Pangolier, his angles he's finding with the blink timing, with the rolls, and how he's kind of taking Nightmare off, all the tiny things to buy space for Got the Juice. Phenomenal work from him and the entire team in kind of finding this win here.
Oh, how are you going to draft against these guys in game 2? Like, it's like this core Undying comes out. It's like there's just no answers for it. I mean, how are you going to draft? Are you going to ban Undying? Is that what we're doing?
It would be something if you ban Undying, you're leaving a lot else on the table. I know, like the TA sliding through as well after being a top tier carry. It's a lot of stuff you have to remember.
Yeah, it certainly is. Not sure exactly what they're going to do, but we'll have to figure it out and see. Well, with that, I do believe we do have some highlights to view from this game number 1, and we'll be right back with our panel straight after.
All good.
Thank you very much, MLP and John Xfire. Yes, it is Na'Vi taking game number 1 off Extreme. I mean, I'm going to say it. This is a bit of an upset in this game 1.
Is it?
I wouldn't say that, actually.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe.
Well, I did say
I
it.
mean,
So.
I think it's surprising in the sense that they use this Undying mid, right? And there's a very untraditional strategy coming out from Na'Vi, but they looked clean. And I was in the green room, I was saying, I feel like XG was caught off guard with the strategy. They saw this Undying Abaddon, and on paper, you just shouldn't be fighting it because there's so much sustain, there's so much team fight. They only had one form of catch in the form of the Disruptor. You can afford to lose like one or so heroes early on in the game, but instead they chose to take these early 5-on-5 engagements, which just led to more and more 5-on-5s where they just couldn't quite finish off targets on the side of Extreme. You'd see Ame BKB, sidekicked, hitting for the entire 9 seconds, and the guy he hit, the TA, the Undying, would live with a sliver of HP, and yeah, just felt like that threshold was consistently not overcomable or eclipsable by the side of Extreme Gaming.
There's definitely a lot of ways you can look at this game. It could either be a draft perspective or you can look at play. From draft perspective, I will say like none of this would probably happen if you just put the SF mid. and you're just like, okay, Undying mid would no longer be a possibility in this game. I feel like this SF mid is looking super good. It looks okay as a carry, but like this Kunkka mid just did not look good at all at any stage of this game. I think this Darkseer, you try to make it work versus the TA, that didn't work either. Like, you're not really playing to the Darkseer's strength here. TA is completely free farming. She has way more net worth than any other hero in this game. So there's a lot to break down, whether it's either play or draft, but both of them were lacking for Extreme, I think.
All right, well, let's start the scoreboard and take a look at what everything looked like in this game here, because there were a few heroes which really stood out to me. I think mostly everybody on the side of Na'Vi did their job. Early on, Niku, he won the middle lane. He moved around the map. He created loads of pressure. Like, sure, he's not going some crazy off-the-charts KDA, unlike Got the Juice or PMA, but I think he pressured really nicely. But yeah, I mean, did Got the Juice get the juice this game? Did he have the juice?
He was juicing this game, that's for sure, and he... I mean, 13-0 TA pick. He obviously had a phenomenal performance. He was able to get the Daedalus incredibly early on without even having a BKB. That's when you know you're having a really good game here. And I think if you are going to give TA this type of game, and you are playing versus multiple heroes that can play the early game, whether it's Disruptor or Undying, the game is going to be very difficult to play.
Absolutely, and we can take a look at some of the replays which you guys have requested here. Would you like to talk us through this one, Mr. BSJ?
Yeah, I think we had a decent crafting of the narrative in this game. We saw this TA counterpicked by the Darkseer. They're looking to be aggressive on the side of XG. They get Riddies at the pull camp, and it's looking good for them. They're level 4 on XXS, level 3 on Got the Juice, so they're like, oh, we can dive them here. But then we're going to see a really nice TP coming out from Zayat, which is Got the Juice, has those stick charges, managed to survive long enough, has that value point in the meld, so they're under tower, melded, taking that extra damage. Zayat's really patient with that glimpse, manages to drag XSS back in, and instead of what could potentially be a 2 for 0 on the side of Extreme, that momentum went in the favor of Na'Vi there.
Yeah, and this is one of the fights where Extreme, I feel like, started to do really well in the game. It's like, you bring the numbers, right? Even though you're winning the mid lane, you do get this kill, but what you sometimes do forget about is the fact the innate ability of the Undying. He just comes back instantly to take the tower.
And in this one's, though, I'm like, did they really have to take this fight on the side of Extreme Gaming? You're into a level 6 Disruptor, the Undying, the Abaddon, very strong 5-man lineup, and you're just going to see this TA barely live because of that Soul Rip. And then because of that, they end up chasing him just a little bit too long. PMA was wreaking havoc in these fights, just like the casters were saying. And you see this X, and you're kind of consistently wondering, like, what's the follow-up? What do you love about that?
Oh, the Nightmare Steal.
Yeah,
PMA, just everything for Got the Juice. Keep my boy alive.
Yeah, it did. We did feel like it was saving Private Juice here.
Yeah, it definitely was. And I think PMA just played phenomenally this game throughout the entirety. Like, this clip really shows it. And if you go look at any of the team fights that happened in this game, the Rolling Thunders were on absolute point throughout the entirety of it. Same with Zayat's too, this Disruptor. So many good glimpses we can see, the control. Like, they just played every single fight really well, and this is the big fight for me. It's like he's knocking him down, and he's bowling at this point. He hits like 3 heroes 3 times, and then they even force a grip onto him, and that's pretty ideal, right? And if you can't burst them down, they cancel it. So yeah, I think overall, this Pango just looked absolutely amazing, and everyone on Na'Vi, the fact that you can even play an Undying mid was just something that you don't often see, not alone win with it.
Absolutely, and I think a really good point about this as well is that typically the Bane is a counter to the Pangolier, and well, PMA actually was like, no, I'm good actually. It's not.
No, thank you.
Not today, please. And he played around that really nicely, but just his angles of entering the fight were so unexpected each time. Like the Bane was like having to look around for him. He's coming in from the backsides, you know, he's causing issues, and you've got a TA on the front lines. You can't stand there and grip somebody if the TA is running at you from the other way. And then that's essentially what kept happening, is that like you either had to choose, well, do I just sit here, grip and die, or do I actually like... He didn't seem to have a way to play his game.
I mean, Disruptor
it was
too.
rough.
Yeah, I was about to say the glimpse.
Counter.
Yeah, that's why they picked it, it seemed like.
You just can glimpse them instantly from so far away. It cancels the grip. So, yeah, they didn't really have many answers, and that's why this game was so lopsided. I feel like Extreme, they had an idea. The heroes could have worked, but a couple bad plays, as BSJ said, like fighting into Undying in a bad and early game. Why do it? Just go split push, but it expedited this early game for sure.
It certainly did, and that puts Na'Vi on the front foot here. 1-0 up against the side of Extreme Gaming. You know, I would consider it an upset. My friends here, they hold Na'Vi in very high esteem. But that's going to do it for the first game, which means it's time for a short break, after which we'll be back with game number 2 between Na'Vi and Extreme here at the Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
Na'Vi 1 game up versus Extreme Gaming here in this 2-game series of the group stage here at the Esports World Cup. Who is going to take game number 2? That's what we're here to find out. BSJ, Mr. Brian, do you think that Na'Vi have changed their strategy from yesterday or made improvements from what we saw from them yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like yesterday what happened was their laning stage was a bit sus. They were down by 5 or so K at 15 minutes both games against Talon. So I think today, seeing how that went, that was their biggest weakness. I felt like once they got to play Dota, once they took the team fights on somewhat even footing yesterday, they looked very good. And today we saw like their execution when given the chance to show their stuff is quite impressive.
Certainly was. Yeah, they looked really, really strong and some creative, unique ideas which we didn't really see from them yesterday either.
Yeah, I mean, I was just like looking at their Dota buff. I'm like, okay, Pango, Disruptor, Abaddon, TA, Undying. I'd look as, oh, that's definitely a Pango mid with a support Undying type of situation. But they switched it around to get optimal results here. And I think it worked against Extreme. I'm curious on how this will work against teams that make less mistakes. I think Extreme kind of fell into the trap of fighting into an Undying mid. We talked about in the pre-panel. It's like, yeah, Undying mid, sure, it's going to win the lane, but like, what does it do after that? Well, if the enemy team just runs into you, it does a lot, apparently. So it worked out this game. But I'm curious if they can continue to do this style. Will it work out for them? If it does, it might just be, you know, Na'Vi just looking like one of the better teams here. We'll have to see.
That would be quite the story, wouldn't it, indeed? And I mean, going back to Extreme though, do you feel like there is a team which kind of struggles to improvise, that they have like their set ways, and if you force them outside of that box, then they might start to struggle?
I don't know if they struggle to improvise, but I feel like sometimes their ideas just don't stick or they don't land, right? Like, and I think this is a good example of it. Like, they tried to make this Darkseer work versus TA, that didn't really land. They tried to also do this Kunkka mid, didn't really work out either. So I don't know, I just feel like they are typically best when they have one identity and they kind of stick with it. I feel like Jinq's been very quiet this tournament as well. Normally when Extreme is doing well, like, he's popping off. So I feel like they haven't found a way to utilize him. Maybe it's a patch thing. A lot of position 4s aren't really popping off right now anyway, so definitely not good for Extreme if that's the case.
No, certainly not. No, we haven't really seen Jinq. I mean, I feel like he's changing heroes a lot of the time. You know, I think he's usually the one to be like, oh, I'll shift my gameplay to fit the team better, which is a shame because I think, you know, he used to and still is one of the best position 4s around, you know, like his Snapfire, absolutely famous, you know, he plays so many heroes so outstandingly well, and we just don't really see that from him in the past few events, it feels like.
Yeah, Marcy doesn't strike me as a Zen-Q kind of hero. He's always been more like
it used to be when he would play like hard carry style, right?
Yeah, I feel like he's more like when he was playing hard carry style as well, like he did play the likes of Marcy, but I was more impressed when he's like these backline hoodwink type heroes, the Willows, the Hoodwinks, the Rubiks. That's what I think of when I think of Zen-Q. Kind of a similar profile to Mira. It's like sometimes you'll see him on the tinies and stuff, but more so I think he flashes there, or shines there, but I don't actually see these heroes being too meta right now. There are a lot of melee 4s being picked up, except for like the likes of Disruptor, which is definitely not a carry-esque scaling 4.
I mean, one thing I've noticed so far at this tournament is the teams that have the explosive, flashy mid players seem to be doing the best.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like XM, with the exception of his Shadow Fiend, isn't really that type of player. And that might be another reason why Extreme might be struggling with it. But luckily for them, they managed to get the Shadow Fiend, right? And this has been a hero that they had last game too. I do want to see XM play it though, at least one more game, because he looked really good in the game he played earlier.
Yeah. Yesterday he was popping off on that hero, so hopefully you can see that one coming out again, and we'll see what Niku's ideas are going to be to answer him in the middle lane. Should it be that Shadow Fiend, or should they force him into another role here? I am interested about what the conversation was on the side of Extreme, though, in between these two games. Was it something along the lines of, oh, let's just pick the SF mid, or did they have other things on their mind? Like, I'm very interested. I'd love to know what that conversation was.
I think you can go two routes very easily. Like, you can either focus on the play, because, yeah, there was a lot of play issues in that game.
There was.
Or you can focus on the draft, because I think there was also draft issues in the game, too. So you can go one direction or the other. It just depends on which one can you fix the quickest, right? And typically fixing play issues generally harder to do in short term than just adjusting the draft.
Yeah, I mean, there's a million ways to mess up in Dota, and I think as like a viewer, it's always easy to nitpick, like, oh, this team could have not fought there. It could have, like, we all fall victim to it. Like, I do it all the time, where I'm like, they shouldn't have done that. That's so obvious. But like, when you have all of these problems, like Fear was mentioning, gameplay and draft coming from a single game, and you only have 15 minutes to figure out how to adjust and what you want to do moving forward to take this next one, I really do think you just ask yourself, like, what is our playstyle? What are we trying to accomplish? And the Darkseer did seem a bit reactionary, where they forced the Kunkka into mid lane, the SF into carry. We were talking about all the other flex possibilities than that. Like, we were talking about the SF between mid and carry, and we were kind of just assuming the Kunkka was probably off lane. But instead, you leave yourself susceptible to the mid lane Undying and this like awkward strategy, and it just didn't look like Extreme was ultra comfortable given that scenario. And I think it's only good to do these flex picks when you don't really care what the opponent's going to throw at you. You're going to look comfortable regardless.
Absolutely. I mean, I understand your guys' criticism about Extreme, like, kind of running into the Undying. Like, it certainly wasn't the play. I feel like you can't blame them for doing it, though, with the draft they had. Like, it's not like they had a very chill draft themselves. You know, when you have the SF, when you have, like, Kunkka mid, you kind of want to do a bit of running around as well. I feel like the opportunity was too tempting for them, but obviously didn't work out.
Yeah, it's one of those things where
resisting temptation.
It's all about the resisting temptation.
You can't give in.
Can't go for the low-hanging fruit.
You can't. And I think in general, like, if you're already playing versus snowballing mid that is unorthodox, like Undying, you can't just feed into its gameplay style. So, new game, we might not see it again. I think that's going to happen maybe never again in this tournament.
The Undying mid or the feeding into it?
Oh, just the Undying mid.
Okay.
Very unlikely to happen again. And if it does happen again, I'm sure teams will use this replay to learn from.
I'm going to remember this moment when it happens again, Fear.
I mean, it might, but I think there'll be a handful of times it happens. Because how many strength mid heroes are there in the meta right now?
Yeah, Tiny's not really getting played.
Tiny,
mid at least.
Kunkka looked great.
DK, like, maybe we'll see a DK
We've
against
seen
the Puck,
we saw
but
Bristle yesterday against a Beastmaster's no longer strength, but same idea.
yeah. Either way. Very,
I understand
cool.
what you're going for here.
Are you sure?
I think so.
Okay, cool.
I don't.
Oh,
Just
Dazzle
for
is
again.
very cool hero.
Yep, love the Dazzle. Very good against these minus armor heroes like TA, giving your team the armor shift bonus advantage. You go maximum physical damage coming out from Extreme Gaming. Tusk, tag team physical, punches physical, Dazzle spells are physical. SF hopefully goes for the magical damage, to be honest, because I think you do need a little bit of balance within your draft.
Good Solar Crest game.
On both sides, I feel like.
Yeah.
Pick Omni, maybe.
Everybody's going physical at the moment. Where are my magics coming from? Other than
Where's
the
my
SF?
Omni Knight at?
True.
True.
That hero dropped off.
Yeah, for
it
good
did
reason.
get kind of, whacked with a nerf hammer, unfortunately. We still see Aurora Rocket sometimes,
Yeah, I mean,
though.
Nightfall will play carry.
Yeah.
That's because he can do the Nightfall without buying the BKB.
Yeah.
That's the most
True.
important part about Omni Knight.
A free Nightfall.
Yep.
That's exciting.
The Repel Fall.
That really rolled off the tongue. Thank you,
It
DSJ.
did.
All right, we got Disruptor coming out once again for Navi, so they're kind of just clicking the replay button. Why wouldn't you? Ah, there we go. Axe.
Mixing it up a little bit.
Going for a different angle this time around.
I will
It's a different angle, yeah, but good.
I was going to say, I will say, like, it's nice that you have the dunk against Dazzle Grave, but
Sure.
I feel like it's going to be tough to burst people because you have the Tusk Snowball save eventually. You have the Heal Bomb and Wave in lane. Like, I don't like laning Axe into Dazzle very much because you want to be on top of creeps, utilizing the counter Helix, even cutting creeps to some extent, and you have the Poison Touch to prevent that from happening. How do you feel about that, like, matchup overall, the Axe versus Dazzle?
I mean, I think you nailed it, right? Like, the lane isn't so good, but later on, you do have the dunk. So if you can find a way to get past the laning stage, I think overall, the lane is good versus Dazzle. I mean, sure, Tusk is Tusk. He's always going to have a save, but you do have Disruptor, right? Like, you can just drop the Static Storm on whoever you call, and I think that's the reason why they picked this combo together, because now you can't save with the Tusk, because you're going to just blink into a Static Storm.
Can
So
you
it
dunk
makes sense.
Fear?
Can I dunk? No,
Yeah.
I don't have the hops anymore.
I played for 15 years and I could never dunk.
I could
Wow.
touch the rim, but
It's
I
hard.
could never dunk.
Yeah, barely touch the rim, yeah.
Neither of you two could be Axe. That's a shame.
Unfortunately.
I don't know, so I'm just going to assume that I can.
I mean, I could dunk
It's better.
when you lower the rim a little bit, you know.
I'm not sure that counts, but
I mean, Dazzle's
That's
kind
the
of short.
dunk's a dunk.
I feel like Dazzle's kind of
Yeah,
short. I could
there you
probably
go.
dunk Dazzle. I don't know about SF, though. He's pretty tall.
Dawnbreaker coming out for Extreme Gaming next. Is that an answer or something which kind of completes their own draft a little bit better?
I mean, it's always been good for Sax, right? Like, counter initiation is good, but I think what teams have proven in the past, what is good versus Dawnbreaker, is the fact that if you get more things that Dawn jumps into, like Static Storm, potentially, like a Kunkka boat used to be pretty good too, that's when you make her feel a little uncomfortable. But also Dawn is one of the better heroes versus TA in the lane, because you can just get on top of the TA. She has no way of stopping the Starbreaker. You have some damage over time as well. So it's a really good pick.
Yeah, I like the Dawn a lot. I think it is good with their heroes and good against Navi's heroes. So yeah, I'm a big fan. The Disruptor in theory is okay because you can glimpse her back out if you want to. But once the Ags has been like laid on the ground and the AoE save has happened, I think you've done most of your impact at that point anyways.
Yeah, I wonder if Axe is gonna go for like a different build this game, because I'm looking at like Vessel being incredibly value in this game.
It is, yeah.
I don't know who's gonna buy it though between the heroes that they currently have.
Or, I mean, if it's really bad, you can flex it to support, right?
You can, if there's something a lot better that you can pick out. Definitely possible. But like, I'm not sure what value that would give in this game.
Yeah.
Unless you just want a Vessel buyer from your position 5 or 4.
Oddly enough, I don't like it that much, but I think it's probably going to be an Ame Monkey King coming out here. Just based
Classic.
on the profile of the team and something that's good in lane versus Axe. Pretty aggressive with the Dazzle. Gives you some team fight.
Yeah.
Somebody that jumps in.
Fizz would be happy because he still gets his SF mid.
True.
I mean, I want SF mid, yeah, no matter what, ideally.
I'll make him play whatever he wants.
Yeah, I don't know if I like...
Oh,
Isn't Axe like...
Axe is quite good against PL.
So should we just leave here, Fear, and let the BSJ do
Yeah,
his...
BSJ, go ahead.
I will say that this matchup is not as unplayable because of the Lancelot facet. Like, you don't just do nothing to him. The big thing about this I need to watch is that you just need to let the Dazzle mess with the Axe, because the Heal Bomb is very annoying, and you have the Doppelganger, your illusions can get on top of him, and you can effectively harass him that way. And it's really good against TA, Disruptor, Abaddon, I'll say that much. Like, the Diffusal is ownage against Abaddon. Anyone who gets saved a bunch, they're going to run out of mana anyways. The Refraction gets chewed through. The question is...
Ooh, okay.
I'll be honest, like, if he goes Axe first, Lancelot facet on Ame, like, I think it's a sick PL game, and I don't think these hard counters that traditionally counter him are that great, because the only problem I would have is the lane. But if he goes the traditional, like, Diffusal and Niku's allowed to get to, like, BKB Kaya before Ame's really online, then I would be concerned.
Well, I'm going to say if Extreme win this, it's probably XM carrying the game. Most likely. I think Got the Juice will go for Mjolnir. You do have Axe, you have Leshrac. We'll see how good this PL truly is. This is a stress test here, but we don't know what build he's going to do. I personally don't think any build really salvages it, but I have yet to see the Ags Rush build, so I want to see it just so Brian's satisfied.
And I'll also shut up.
I like the dissenting opinions between you two here. It's very interesting to watch, and getting some great little analysis in there. But yeah, I mean, I think for myself, I can really see Na'Vi just taking this one so quick that, like, you're not really going to see SF or PL have too much of a chance to really answer them too easily. But this looks very, very fast. We know Got the Juice likes to play quick on this Templar Assassin. He's very comfortable in it. Leshrac, obviously a very fast hero as well. I don't know if Extreme are going to be able to withstand that.
Yep, my prediction's simple. If he goes Ags Rush and they fight them, they win. If they don't, I believe in Na'Vi 100%.
All right, fair.
There you go. I mean, I think this lineup is very, very greedy from Extreme. Like, they have no initiation whatsoever on the board outside of Tusk. So the mid game is going to be very awkward, and I think PMA is going to pop off as per usual.
Alrighty, well, that's going to do it from us, which means it's time to head over our casters of MLP and John X Fire for Na'Vi versus Extreme Gaming.
Thank you so much, Nomad. Game number 2 here, Jonathan, between Extreme and, of course, Na'Vi. You've seen these drafts, something very interesting coming out from Extreme Gaming now. I agree, it looks very greedy. What are you thinking?
Look, you know, I'm sold on BSJ. He explained his Ags build-up a lot in the green room, and I believe him. He is the PL expert. We've watched this man play a lot of PL. He knows how PL works. The thing is this a good PL game? He said the counters don't feel as good, but the Ags build-up. Question is, are you going to go for that Ags on Ame? He is queuing it up.
He's queued.
He's got the idea. He's got the assignment. He talked to BSJ before. So if it works out, you know, he's fully, he knows his stuff.
Yeah.
Good old Brian. But
what's the
I'm
promo
not sure.
code?
Promo code BSJ.
Thank you,
Of
John.
course. And I don't know, like, you look on paper, it's a Leshrac, it's an Axe, it can be kind of annoying for the PL to an extent. You know, the Mjolnir build pointed out here for Got the Juice could be quite amazing as well in the TA. So you have a lot of options to handle it on Na'Vi. The big thing is, will they get the same lane outcome, right? Because you're playing into the Dawnbreaker now as a TA. That can be a little bit more annoying. XXS should have a little bit more presence. And with PL and Dazzle, there is a lot of heal bombing that can go on here.
Well, they're going to try for Riddies. Could be a quick first blood to come out as Riddies. The Photic shield out, not going to make any form of a difference, and Got the Juice.
Ooh.
Came in for this as well. PMA will intervene. Lightning Storm out from Niku, so they're going to find at least some form of a trade for Polison. Polison will go down, Niku to take that kill. First blood, though, still being drawn by Extreme.
Yeah, and you're more than happy, of course, to just pick that up. You get the little bit of a bonus, a little bit more EXP coming out for Sin-Q as well, building up there to work that lane. And I have to say, this lane as well, this lane combination, you and I first saw it when, you know, when I believe it was TSM with Saberlight on it, and they ran this and it looked amazing. You know, having the tag team, having the shards, getting that chase down with the Dawnbreaker, with the Starbreaker out and the Celestial Hammer. And this is not an easy lane later on for Got the Juice once they can get that gap closing in. So Riddies is going to have to do some work to get that spacing. On mid, we do finally get XM on that Shadow Fiend up against a Leshrac. And this time around, the mid Shadow Fiend, you've got Shadowmire, there's a lot more presence. You're going to go for the Yashakaya in lane up against a Lesh. This is manageable. This is a lane matchup you don't see too often nowadays. But the SF can kind of clear out the wave, pressure a bit. Same thing goes, of course, for Niku. So it shouldn't be a complete washout lane. Rune control is going to be a big aspect, though, and that's where it gets interesting. There's an argument to go in, especially for the 4-minute water rune. You want that control. We saw in the last game where Niku had complete rune control. You cannot allow that this time around here for XM.
You cannot. Absolutely not. We'll see how they do. 1-1 so far. Top lane, you're seeing Ame and Paulus, and we'll see how much they can really abuse this bottom lane. Got the Juice again being drummed by this duo of XXS and Sin-Q, but they will not secure. Thing is, as these levels do come up on XXS, this lane does start to feel very intimidating if you are Na'Vi.
Yeah, you've got to be so careful. Again, double melee as well is mildly awkward for TA. Got the Juice handled it quite fine last game, but this time it's much more aggressive. You know, they're not looking to stand back. They are looking for opportunities to run in. Level 2 is already up on Sin-Q as well. So again, once you get that entrapment with the shards, plus a Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker, it's a ton of output. With the tag team going, you have to respect that. You have to watch your spacing. Riddies has to always be ready with a little bit of a heal or the Aphotic Shield to try to buy some time for Got the Juice. And so far, at least in terms of CS, Got the Juice isn't completely bullied out, but certainly a lot better here for XXS. 11-2, taking complete control of the lane. And having that early build up for the Dawnbreaker is going to be massive. You know, just the phase boots timing alone with a right-click bonus you have can just kind of eat all these early heroes.
Got the Juice in big trouble. Refraction charges are gone, and they've got him this time. Sin-Q, beautiful setup here on the Tusk. XXS with the follow-up, and again, at this lane, it should not be getting any easier as time goes on for this TA.
No, it's going to be the challenging one. It's going to be the hardest one for Na'Vi to kind of deal with. And this is not going to be the same game for Got the Juice in comparison to Game 1. Up top as well is where it's a little bit interesting. You've got that Phantom Lancer with a Lancelot. You've got that A little bit of damage coming out, of course, with the Spirit Lances from the Illusions, having that Ags build up with a Phantom Rush with a range, and having this combination with the Dazzle can be massive. Not going to matter too much early on, of course, but you are going to be able to get some good output later on. And for the laning-wise, Ame's been doing pretty fine. PMA has pretty much been free farming to be expected for the Axe, but it's not going to be a high threat lane. At the least, you can count on Ame having a stable laning start, getting that build up on the Phantom Lancer.
Syncyu once again, killing spree already for the Tuskers. Now Riddy's copping that duo. Got the juice. He's going to be able to stick around and feel safe for a little bit while these spells are on cooldown, but Syncyu coming into game 2 with a vengeance, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, again, last game wasn't the hottest thing coming out there for Extreme. Syncyu on his special, one of the things he's been most comfy with, something that can play make, and he gets a timing for the 4-minute swing as well. So much better on rune control, at least a 1-for-1 on the water runes. No shenanigans out from Na'Vi to deny one away from XM, and that does mean that there's more play on the mid for the SF, who has been having a good time. You're starting to lag a little bit behind here for Niku. You know, he's not snowballing out of control. He does hold onto his skill points as well. Level 4 holding onto the 2 points in Lightning Storm, seeing what he can get away with, whether or not he'd need a misanthropy or he'll need a stun. And does leave it does leave more wiggle room, more play for XM, because there's no threat just yet on this Lush.
Not yet. And Niku definitely wanting to keep his options open here just in case he finds an opening, but it's going to be very hard to close the gap here against this SF. And XM again ensuring as well that he's going to have a very good lane for himself in this game number 2. Niku, they're not doing too bad, but certainly falling a little bit behind XM. And keep in mind, XM last game around, he basically had the jungle at level 3. So this is going to be an actual game for this SF, it feels like.
And it is. And again, with that build-up into the Yashakaya that we're expecting, the Ags, the Blink BKB, a lot of control is coming out here for the side of Extreme Gaming on this Shadow Feed in comparison to just raw damage in the last game. And that kind of ties in together very nicely with the draft. You want to buy space for the PL to just Phantom Rush around, get some Spirit Lances off as well. You want to be able to get the good Solar Guardian down.
Got the juice again. Look at the damage. Look at the control. Extreme Gaming, unrelenting down to this bottom lane. Got the juice down another time. Is it time to just jungle? But what do you do here for Got the Juice?
I mean, he's running out of options. He's still level 3 in the TA. It's going to be a slow process in that jungle. But something has to change. This is not tenable for the Templar Assassin. And again, this is going to be a very slow game in comparison to that timing we saw in game 1 for the Dragon
now.
Lance.
They're going again. Riddy's is going to die. They don't know Polison's here, though. Got the Juice. He can't keep going like this. Here comes Polison. They had no idea. Poison Touch is going to land. Syncyu dropping low, but XXS is going to be there and Got the Juice. He just TP'd back. Oh, it's the walk of shame for Got the Juice.
Oh, no.
Walk of shame time. Zayat, he will show up, but it's all too late. And I ask you the question I just asked you. Is it time to jungle?
Yes, 100%. Just go jungle. There's nothing to do. Take the smaller camps, take it slow, maybe get some regen on, soak some EXP. But this lane, you just can't walk up to it. And again, this is something we saw back when the DPC was around, back when TSM was in North America.
They're not stopping, John. Zayat's gonna go down. I mean, this bottom lane's off limits. I mean, you may as well put some tape there and just say that this is, you can't.
No.
Don't enter.
And the worst part about this bot lane is that not only are you finding kills bot, top lane's uncontested. Right? Like, this is Ame with no supports. He's having that build up into the Ags. He's already got enough for one component in, uncontested top CS in that Phantom Lancer. All the things BSJ was talking about, all the things Brian was talking about, it's lining up. This Ags timing is going to be on point. And you're going to have issues into this Phantom Lancer. Whether or not this Leshrac answer is going to be enough, your timing on Mjolnir here for the TA, it's a little bit of a pipe dream if you even want to go for it at this point. So there is a worrying timing lining up for Extreme Gaming. 7 minutes in, already finding that bot tier 1, already a 4K lead. Extreme Gaming kind of woke up after that game 1 here, Mike.
Oh, I was going to say, I wonder what Zhao 8 told them after that game 1. Yeah, he walked past us. Johnny did not look happy.
No.
Did not look happy.
No.
Obviously, he had a few words for the boys.
That he did, and it looked like it worked. I mean, this is just a overwhelmingly crushed lanes from Na'Vi across the board. The mid lane's the most even one, which you'd expect. The fact that XM has just, again, not been contested in rune control, and getting what he wants, just slowly shoving in onto mid. There's no pressure from the Lesh anytime soon, and there's no rotations that can really open up here for Niku to connect with. It's concerning, because now you have to kind of wait for with Navi's draft. You need Blink up, a Vanguard or a Blade Mail up on PMA, plus the Blink to really be effective on the Axe. you'd still at least have your stacks as long as you hold on to that tier 1 mid, which is already less than half HP. You're going to have to clear this one out fast.
It's the wrong team clearing it out fast here, John. Extreme is here. Xingqiu spots all this out. Keep in mind, props to Xingqiu, he's been involved in all 7 kills thus far on this task. 4-0-3 is the scoreline of this support task right now. And he's found himself some very nice farm for XM. Na'Vi, they know it's happening, but there is zero they could possibly do about it.
And again, they just kind of have to wait at this point. Their lanes, again, completely gone. They have to wait for these timings on items. Maybe even just the blade mail on Axe could be enough. Even then, I doubt it without something like a blink. And they're just hunting.
Yeah, they are. He gets the walrus punch. He gets the snowball. There's no glimpsing here for Xingqiu. Maybe he'll die for the first time, though. PMA will come in, call him back. He's worth a lot of gold here, boys, but they've got nobody. Nobody's here.
No. They're not confident enough to throw their cores in. You know, again, without the blink on Axe, how do you find an angle?
That courier might cost you, Niku. That courier might cost you, Niku. Shards off the mark, though. He'll run the right way.
There's just so much pressure right now on Na'Vi. Right, again, you lose your recovery stacks. You're having to jungle with your Axe and your TA. No one's ready to play. You have no good connections to make with your Lesh.
Oh boy.
You're losing your mid. Triangle control disappears. Forward bot jungle control starts to disappear as well.
Xingqiu, look at him, John. Look, you can feel it. He's upset, Xingqiu.
He is sneaky.
He's upset. Walrus punches out. Solar Guide set up the shards to block Nico in. Snowball as well, so there's just no damage coming as they take him down. XX is to take one. They're going to try and force the fight. PMA trying to go for a call, but he's missed out on the opportunity. And if I may, at this stage of the game, like, yes, you're losing your mid-tier 1 tower, but I think as PMA, you've got to just farm, because this Axe, the Axe feels like the only way back into this game at this point.
It is.
You need the Blade Mail Blink. There's no two ways about it. Unless I see that from PMA, this game is all extreme.
Yeah, he's got to just be patient. He's the one that needs to sit back and farm. And, you know, secondarily, all the free space for Got the Juice as well down bot while it's protected. But it's this timing on the Axe that kind of gives you an angle back into the game. While we're talking about that, though, I mean, I want to go back to the strengths of Extreme Gaming. Ame's been free farming this entire time.
Yeah.
Like, he's 2 parts away, basically 1 part away now with the gold he has for that full Ags. Brian's going to be so happy in that Green Rune because this could be the game where PL attacked. We saw some PL yesterday. We didn't see the Ags build up. And, you know, in that game, SF kind of carried. But here I can see the impact on the PL with this timing. It could be devastating for Na'Vi. It's just, again, they're not fully ready just yet.
XM's got the perfect rune for this opportunity as well. PMA, does he have an idea? I don't think he does, but he doesn't want to be here anyway. They'll make the jump in. No Requiem necessary yet. A nice static storm from Zayat, but the chase will continue though. PMA with a nice call out, but it's just not going to make the difference because they glimpse them back. PMA, no, he misses the dunk. Oh, he misses the dunk. He might still get XM, and he does do so. But in the meantime, Got the Juice will die. XXS looked like he just soloed him.
Yeah, just finds that angle down bot, knows that the TA hasn't shown up in a while, and you'll take that kind of trade. It's still decent for Na'Vi. You don't get the XP out for PMA, but you find something.
He needs the gold.
That's his full blade mail,
He needs the gold.
Yeah, the gold's so important. Blade mail's up, just needs the blink. But the fact that your TA is just not finding that space, the Dragon Lance isn't even done for Got the Juice. Compare that to game 1, where at this point you've got the Dragon Lance, you've got at least enough gold for the 1 Mithril Hammer. It's such a different game now for our TA here in game number 2 of Na'Vi up against Extreme Gaming. And for the side of Extreme, again, they've got this 5k lead. They've got the Ags flying up for Ame. They've got the Yasha almost done here. You're not even at the breaking point with Yasha Kaya yet on XM. And this aggression, it just doesn't stop. Even the Ags rush as well that you tend to see on the Dawnbreaker being built into here for XSS with a full blade mail up. Just so many things you have to be concerned about. And now again, with that Phantom Rush ready to go, with that longer distance and the collision and the additional illusions you create, there's a huge potential for a Shadow Wave bomb to come in every time he Phantom Rushes in. Someone's just going to die.
Absolutely. It's going to be devastating here for the side of Na'Vi to try and deal with. Disgusting. Disgusting.
It's a huge army.
Oh, it's an army, all right.
Can you imagine if you rush into a lot of things and it's like it's just going to lag you out?
Yeah. Readies. Looks like he's going nowhere. Xingqiu right behind him. Snowball ready, just in case the TP comes out. It will not. Got the Juice. Don't even think about it, so get out of it. Don't even think about it.
No. Just farm. Just get that build up. They've got a little bit of smoke out. Niku and Zaitz together, but they should just stick and farm. They're just using it to clear out some camps. Bot jungle already being invaded out by this Phantom Lancer, and I'm just so curious to see how much Ame does with that Lancelot plus the Ags. It can be devastating. We'll go for a nice cheeky play across the map with a gate. And PMA is not the hero you'd want to lose right now on Na'Vi, with him being so close to the blink. Does have the game sense to back off, but there's just nowhere to play. Right? What do you do now on Na'Vi? Blink already up in SinQ.
Zayat's going to get caught. Looks like another freebie here for Extreme Gaming as XM. Going to be able to take that one. SinQ. Oh, hey, this man's literally set up everything. He's been missed out on 1 kill. 12 out of 13, John.
He's just been on fire. Like, he's been on point from that first blood movement into how he played the lane, into how he tied in with that drawn breaker that, again, we were talking about. This is tech that Saberlight played on TSM a few years back, and we never saw it much.
No.
Right? It looked amazing in that game. No one ever touched it again, and now it's coming back in. And if you can get away with a game like this, the lane, it's just not something you can sustain. You're taking some space across the map right now. Niku is clearing out some of those stacks on the opposite triangle, getting some of that gold, has the Kaya up, so there's some output now on our Lesh into the Kaya Sanj at the very least, but it doesn't feel like it's going to be enough yet.
If they can line it up, right, like even just the Kaya, if they line it up with PMA's Blink Blade Mail, which it is going to come up pretty soon, I think you can hope for a big smoke, but you're going to be playing without a TA. It's going to have to be only 4 going in for that smoke, and I think it's possible with a nice call setup. You can certainly blow people up pretty quick, which is something Extreme are going to have to be extremely careful of once those items are up. But for now, Extreme, I mean, they're just looking happy as Larry. Yeah, you really can't complain if you're Extreme Gaming at the moment. Again, the one threat is going to be this Axe, who now has the Blink, but I think you might want to wait for the Kaya Sanj of the Lesh.
That you would. Who's Larry, Mike? Why is he happy?
Well, John, you know, we had a guy.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is where it's from. It's an Australian saying,
Okay.
happy as Larry, right?
Okay.
We had a guy that used to host the show Price is Right. His name was
Okay.
Larry. Yeah.
And
he
he's
was always
happy.
happy. Well,
Okay.
Not any, I mean, look, I don't want to go into it, John. He had a bit of a rough end to the... Anyway,
All right.
don't worry about
All
it, John.
right.
We won't go
But
into
he
that.
was
but
happy, sure.
He was happy for a while.
Interesting. Good to know. I was so curious. Am I missing some context? Have I been casting with a third person I don't know about all this time?
I wish we had a Larry, John. I'd leave you
Blips?
straight away for Larry. XM getting caught. This is what I'm talking about. This is where things get scary as they blink into the Static Storm. The call misses though from PMA, but they can still keep this fight going. Solar Guardian in. PMA in big trouble. Pops the Blade Mail, trying to survive. It will go down. But it's still a pretty good fight if you're Na'Vi, if you can get out of here. And it seems like they will. An even trade 1-1, but XM definitely more valuable right now than, say, the Axe.
That he is, and that's the big blink reveal that you were talking about there for PMA, and that's the difference maker. They actually have some way to initiate now on the side of Na'Vi. They have a way of setting up for these fights. And that gold swing is positive for the side of Na'Vi. Even though, again, you lose a hero yourself, it's a straight gain for every single hero participating. Even just a little bit of a touch. So that's what they need to do. Isolate out Extreme Gaming, use this blink call, try to find some good kills, and kind of rinse and repeat. Don't force the big fight. If you can take care of the SF before Requiem comes in, you are good as gold. Just need to be patient. And they have been patient on Na'Vi, to be fair. They've not been giving too many openings. They've been working the map as well as they can. They've almost got that full Kaya Sanj up on Niku, so a little bit more damage, a lot more durability up front, and you are getting space out for God to choose. He's at the two items out of tree now. Desolator plus Dragonlance up, going for the Blink next. So no divergence for something like the Mjolnir or even the Maelstrom. Just a standard TA build. Going to be relying on that Blink call and the Leshrac to clear out the illusions, but it could be enough. It's just a matter of, can you find openings like that again? Will Extreme, kind of give those openings to you?
I'll tell you what, John, the game, although the early game was incredibly one-sided, it's really starting to feel like a much more even affair. If you ignore the kill score, it really doesn't feel as one-sided anymore as you might think. Mind you, we haven't seen Ame really get too involved in a fight. Like, yes, he was in the mid lane one. He's not really ready quite yet, but I think these next team fights, like Extreme, they might want to slow down themselves now. Just allow XM and Ame to just get completely out of control.
That they should. I mean, they're almost at this Ags timing up for XXS. That might allow them a little bit more aggression out with that additional duration on the Solar Guardian, on the little aura, and the quicker jump in. Could provide some opportunities for some quick kills. I think the key timing is less on Ame, more on XM. Like him getting this Blink BKB on the SF, having the Blink Requiem on hand with a Yashikaya, that's where your gameplay stands. Like the counterpoint to the Blink Call. If you can get that initiation with a Fear, blow someone up, provide the pathway for Ame to kind of clean up if he wants to join the fight, then you can kind of keep in control of this game for the side of Extreme. In fact, the Blink combination with Solar Guardian is pretty sickening from the side of Extreme Gaming once that timing is up.
It is. Certainly is. Quiet period now. Big smoke up there from Extreme. They'll go for a 3-man. They'll see PMA top lane, but he's by the tier 2, so they'll ignore him. Head towards the Radiant jungle. PMA is going to be in the mid lane again if they want it. But he'll back off again. Looks like he realizes something is a little bit awry here. Niku maybe doesn't. Extreme, they're going to see Zayats and Niku, but they'd much rather the Leshrac first, so Xingqiu will jump in into the Solar Guardian as well from XXS, but the Static Storm is there to try and help out, but Niku, he's just dying too quick to the Blade Mail of XXS. That's where that the facet comes in, right? It's not very fun if you're playing against Blade Mail.
No, it certainly isn't. And you have enough sustain coming in here from that full Ags up on XXS to just sustain through it.
It's almost 1,000 damage from the Blade Mail.
Yeah. And it didn't feel like you took 1,000 damage here either on XXS, because again, he has the Ags. That healing per pulse counteracts all of that damage coming in. And again, they've got that combination. That's just the blink on the Tusk. Imagine that with ESF. Imagine that with a Requiem to back you up on a wider fight. Things can get scary. Na'Vi, they are still using this time well. Again, they're 5k behind, but look at that farm distribution. You're not too far back with Got the Juice and PMA. They are keeping within striking zone, within, 1k gold of Ame and XXS. So you still have these timings to play with. It's a BKB coming out next for PMA. It is a BKB as well coming out here for Got the Juice. And once you do have some of that protection up, that threat from the SF starts to fade just a tad bit. They do have access to Tormentor here from Extreme because of all the space they've got. Free Shard on Xingqiu is actually massive in this kind of game when you're playing with all of this soft control, with you having to set up for, say, the Requiem, say the Solar Guardian. That deeper Shard can kind of ruin your game here on Na'Vi if you're not careful.
Smoke is here for Extreme, but there's going to be a counter smoke now from Na'Vi. 3-on-3 smoke, but they're running the opposite ways. It's like Na'Vi, they're going to head towards the top lane, whereas Extreme, they have kind of revealed themselves smoked up down bottom with those raises from XM. Neither side going to be able to find each other as Na'Vi, they're just hugging the west side of the map. The Extreme, they will venture out a little bit into the mid lane, but ultimately the smoke has worn off anyway, so it's not going to matter. I think the timings for Na'Vi get a little bit intimidating as well once you have these BKBs up on PMA, on your Leshrac as well. Niku, like, that's when the Blade Mail doesn't matter as much anymore, and that's where I think Extreme might need to play with maybe a bit of caution, but they're going to force the Roshan now before those items are up. And it should be a pretty free Roshan by the looks of it. I don't think Na'Vi can afford to defend this.
No, they've got a lot of damage coming in here, of course, for Extreme. Just with the illusions, just having a little bit of the tag team and the healing bomb coming out.
Oh, Ame. He's going to have the heart up soon as well, John, on the PL. That's going to be a big boy.
No. I mean, the illusions are just going to be a challenge to clear at the least. Again, you have some AoE damage. There's no auras yet. We're not seeing anything like a pipe to help protect. But it's still a lot of work you have to put in. That and these illusions do have the diffusal that Ame picked up after the Ags. So whether or not you can sustain enough damage to deal with the illusion spam remains to be seen. Heck, whether or not you can actually get your spells going with all of these illusions phantom rushing at you from 1,600 units away, who knows? It's just a lot that you have to consider. And I think for the side of Na'Vi, again, they've done a great job. The lead hasn't grown here from Extreme Gaming. It was 5k down to 4k. You're working the map well on Na'Vi. You're #1 in net worth on Got the Juice, whose BKB is now just about 300 gold off, not too far. And that's, again, some of the keys here for Na'Vi to start to have a game. 1 BKB being done, getting the 2 others on your Axe and Lesh, which are within the same gold range now. About 700 gold for each to kind of get their completed once triple BKB timing. That's when you can maybe do some damage back to Extreme. But again, it all depends on how these initiations happen.
I mean, the thing is, like, Niku's farm's starting to get a little bit uncontrollable. Like, he's top of the net worth board now, and mind you, it is against the PL. It's not exactly a favorable matchup for the TAs. Riddy's gonna get caught in a pretty awkward chance, but he's just gonna pop the borrowed time and TP away. We're just fine to do so. But at the very least, in terms of allowing this TA recovery, you've certainly had that happen. BKB now up. It's the matter of whether Godfidus can find the actual PL and actually take him down. I mean, Ame's not going to make it that easy, I'll tell you what.
No, certainly not. And his timing for the heart is lining up. Just about 400 gold away for the Phantom Lancer to have that durability. And that's going to be within the timing when the triple BKBs are up. Right? Like the Leshrac BKB plus the Axe BKB are just about the same distance away. So yes, you'll have triple BKBs, but playing into these really tanky illusions of Ame might be an issue. Again, the staticness is providing a lot of room out to kind of grow on both sides. The lead has grown back to 6K for Extreme as they are starting to take control of that bot area of the map. You do have the blink up, of course, on XM going for his own BKB, which is just about 400 gold. So again, all of these timings are lining up for each side. So there's going to be some major power spikes, and it's down to really the pressures on Na'Vi to utilize that triple BKB. If they don't manage to find good angles, if they don't manage to get good utility out as well from the blink of Zayats on the Disruptor to look for good glimpses, to look for good kinetic field static storm combinations, then again, Extreme just have map control. Even in a static game, they're taking a free tier 2. They can start to apply pressure on mid or top. They have set forward vision out just a little bit. You have a lot of defensive wards from Na'Vi to at least cut off some aggression here. But at some point, you will have to make a play because you are still the ones being under pressure. You know, you need to find a way to force a fight, take control of the map, maybe start to look for next Roshan if you can.
Niku?
And that's going to be the launching point.
Niku. See Ame, and of course, does not want to borrow that. Unless his team wants to connect, but they want to go mid instead, but they're going to find XXS farming pretty deep. Call is out, double battle hunger and a big static storm and a nice Requiem. It is there, but PMA and got the juice. They have the BKBs going. Still, they are trying for PMA, but he's being healed up throughout all of this. They'll continue Extreme. They'll lose Q though. PMA somehow still alive. Will turn again onto XM, but finally goes down. Azame now join the fight. Chases down Niku. Ame feeling pretty invincible, and I don't quite blame him for that. But he will look to retreat as they don't have the control. So it will be a support for a core trade here in the favor of Extreme, but Q gave a pretty big streak away.
That he does, but he also managed to force out the BKB usage from all three cores. Like, yes, you had to pop your own BKB as well on XM, but these BKBs in Na'Vi are much more important. Again, to block off the Requiem, to block off this damage and control that is coming in. You have a little bit more of a window. You have less of BKB duration to worry about on the side of Extreme, and kind of pans out. You still hold on to the Aegis, the Gold Swing. You know, it's fairly equal considering you traded a core for a support. Very, very equal for Na'Vi, so you're still somewhat happy, but you're not very satisfied with the BKB usage. You don't manage to work the advantage in the fight, and again, you still need to find a way to take these angles, because even if you commit, there's still a Dawnbreaker that can come in.
Zayats. Nice TP away. Gonna avoid Ame altogether. The question is, how do you deal with this PL? Like, you got this Leshrac of Niku. I get it. Like, it should do some work, but Niku's not really able to just jump in and survive. No. What do you do about it?
I would say, maybe you could consider like an Ags build-up.
Yeah,
like the Nihilism,
so.
right?
I think so.
Like, just that ghost form, just to block some of that physical coming in. Buy yourself some time, stand in the middle of these fights. There is magical damage to punish that, though. Like, if you do go into that, there is still some output here.
Ame's a bit deep. PMA, he'll get the call out. They're going to get the glimpse back as one to the stack. Storm, Ame's in trouble. Shallow Grave is out there healing him up so much, but he's still in huge danger. Ame, though, still able to get the double gang orifice. He jumps back in now onto Riddies. Q in the middle will go down. Ame still just passively healing up, though. He's basically fully reset now as Niku, out of mana, can't do anything for his squad. XM pops the Requiem. The Fury is out. Niku can do nothing but a big call. PMA jumps in, gets the dunk off on XM, but how do you deal with Ame? That's the big problem. Got the juice, he found the right one, but he can't keep up the man fight. Ame glimpse back, but he gets the doppel away. Will be perfectly fine. It ends up actually being a 1-for-2 trade in the favor of Na'Vi, and it's kind of the thing you've been noticing. Like, they can't deal with Ame, but what if they just ignore Ame?
Yeah, there's only so much the PL can do, trying to focus on each one by one. You get a 1.7k gold swing your way in Na'Vi's favor. And as long as they find that backline, it does end up being a lot better. I think your issues right now on Extreme is you're not able to connect now in the big way with that Solar Guardian. They had to bail out Ame. So you didn't have that connection to kind of play with that. And the Requiem wasn't the best coming out from XM. Doesn't have his Ags up yet. And if Na'Vi can kind of split that fight apart, force the Solar Guardian to be used defensively, while the rest of the team isn't ready to follow through from it, it feels like that's actually the cleanest way right now for Na'Vi to get those conditions. That's exactly what happened in the last fight. They are getting more time to get that build up. And you know, you're starting to reach the point where there are things to consider. You're 2,000 gold in for Zayat. He's almost gotten Ags. Like halfway into an Ags timing on this Disruptor. That Mute is going to be devastating for the Dawnbreaker when she lands in. Especially if she doesn't preemptively BKB before Solar Guardian. You still get some timing value there.
Well, we're going to have a look at the last team fight. And I think the big problem right now that you're seeing as well as this Dazzle, right? Like, you've got to find a way. If you get a perfect setup like this, you've got to find a way to find Polison. Don't allow those Shallow Graves to come out, because Ame's still just too damn tanky. You don't really have the dunk opportunities very often against this PL. And, well, maybe initially they weren't worrying about it as Zayat does go down to XXS. I can appreciate that you do have an answer for the Shallow Grave, but getting him to that HP threshold is feeling pretty impossible.
It's not easy. When there's the Solar Guardian, when you've got the Nodal Boon, a lot of the healing spam coming out now with a Holy Lock It Up.
Oh, he's been spotted. Sentry Ward's going to see XM, but they'll get in with the Solar Guardian. PMA, though, gets a BKB off in time. Looking to perhaps chase them back. But he doesn't have teammates. It's just Riddy's with him. He'll be happy to survive. It's Extreme Gaming. They will look to retreat, but there is somewhat of a chase now from Na'Vi. They're under vision. XXS, he's been spotted. XM, no. XM, he's sticking around for the farm, but it won't matter. The chase is not on any longer. Looks like they've given up.
Yeah. I think that's a fine call to make. Maybe start to think about Roshan here on Na'Vi. Respawn might not be too long. Doesn't look too long on the clock, so have a good opportunity to kind of set up, take this objective for themselves, get that secondary life up and running on Got the Juice, who has the full butterfly up. This is where it gets slightly annoying for the Phantom Lancer trying to get some damage onto these cores. Evasion is not something that you deal with all too well with illusion spam. Of course, you're getting your own butterfly out on Ame, which is also a nuisance, but not as much as it will be for him in trying to get his DPS out. This EHP increase for Got the Juice is substantial. So again, there's some spikes here for Na'Vi. Tormentor, free shard out for Paulson is good. Having that Nodal projection at any time can be quite game-changing. What? You're setting up.
Oh. Don't jump in. Just scouting out. Roshan now does respawn up. A little bit unfortunate. I don't think he saw that. They'll still know it's coming up sometime. Ame will stick around, and now they'll definitely know. Got the Juice. Looking to retreat. Extreme. Not like they're looking to rush into the pit, because certainly the pit can be a very scary position for either side to try and fight into, but they will at least ensure that Na'Vi can't sneak it under their noses.
Yeah, they need to take a fight beforehand. I think one thing for Na'Vi is, if you do force the fight in the pit, or if you do allow Extreme Gaming to try to go for it, you've got the Blink Call, you've got the Static Storm, you've got a lot of ways of just preventing that from being clean. Extreme Gaming have to be careful about this clump up as well. I don't think you risk it by putting XXS inside where he could get Static Storm.
There's the Roshan Roar. Na'Vi very well aware it's happening, but it seems like they've made the call not to bother. Zayat is around, like he's set up with the Blink Static Storm. Maybe he could try by himself, although I highly doubt he wants to. And he won't, he looks to retreat. There we go, Ame with the Aegis up. So you've got another basically 5 minutes of trying to avoid Ame the best you possibly can.
That they do. Again, he's got a lot of output now with his own butterfly up. Just the issue is, doesn't feel like he can really handle Got the Juice all too well. That has to come from elsewhere. You've got to maybe almost just rely on your magic damage here on the side of Extreme. You do have that full Ags up and running on XM. So you've got the supercharged out Requiem running with a few additional souls to play with. And this is where things, again, starts to get a little bit interesting. It's down to how well you use your BKBs. It's down to whether or not you can get that Blink Requiem plus the Solar Guardian on top and kind of line your shot up here nicely on the side of Extreme without getting caught in something like, say, a callback or a Static Storm. it's down to execution. Both sides have a lot of angles to kind of play around with as the game goes on. The lead 11K up for Extreme, it's substantial, sure, but it doesn't really, with the drafts that both sides have, it doesn't really allow it to just shut down the game. There is still an angle to play here for Na'Vi.
Ame, looks like he wants to make the call to go high ground. They know that Na'Vi will avoid them at all costs. Roshan banner dropped, he's committed. Not a very slow process either for Ame. He's doing the work by himself, basically, as Niku will start to move in, and we are going to have a quick pause to come out. PMA going to TP in on the left side as we have a lag call here from Sinkyu. It's like the issue has been resolved. I mean, Ame's just standing there. You can go for the blink call in, but I just don't see the damage. And again, you don't know where Paulison is. PMA will jump. They've got Ame, but a nice snowball. Sinkyu actually going right in here onto PMA. They've gone very deep, but Ame doesn't want to be around this area, so Sinkyu might have to sacrifice his own life. But he will not. He's okay to boot as Ame now looking to move in. Drains the mana pool of Niku. Call again from PMA, dragging him back. Oh, Ame! He's lost the first life. This is scary now for Extreme. Static Storm dropped Ame. He can't survive it.
No way.
Ame's gone, but they've got the juice. Got the juice has gone up boot. It's not too bad at all for Extreme. They've still got XM, they've still got XXS. They'll keep it going though. XM dropping low now. Niku trying to go for the jugular, and he does get him. Extreme need to run. They'll miss a glimpse out on Paulison, but it won't matter. PMA's going to blink in though. Sinkyu going to look to fight back now with the snowball back onto Zayat. So PMA with a nice call out into XXS, holding him down. Sinkyu looking to retreat. Niku out of mana, needs to leave the area. In Extreme Gaming, they will leave to boot. They're not sticking around for the racks. They don't feel safe without their SFPL.
No, they got punished severely for maybe some slight misplays. The desperation from Sinkyu to get that snowball save, running right back in close to the fountain, allowing these angles to constantly come out with the call pullbacks coming in here from PMA. It's scary when you get dragged back. It's that repositional play, and there's nothing stopping this axe.
Oh, they're jumping Niku? It's scary now to do that. Niku's not lacking damage any longer. Sinkyu, he'll find out the hard. Oh, XXS.
No,
He's gonna come in. This is one by one. They come in, and one by one they fall. As XXS trying to get out, but PMA with the call out again locks him down, and Paulison just run. Paulison, don't even look that way. Just get out of it.
Oh boy, this is very clean from Na'Vi.
Ame?
They're finding angles.
Hold on a minute, John. Ame, he could be in danger here. Johnny's farming the triangle. PMA.
Oh, PMA, come on.
PMA.
No,
Does he know? Ame gonna move in. The call is out. Do they have the control? Ame!
Oh my goodness.
Is down.
No buyback.
No buyback available. Oh no.
Oh, this is an opening. This is an opening for sure for Na'Vi. There are still two tier 2 standing, so it's not the end of the world for Extreme. Likely Na'Vi is just going to play it safe, take a tier 2 or 2, and start to set up, get some forward vision on the map. They've already established that in the triangle. But you've thrown away the lead here in Extreme.
Oh, you've thrown away the lead,
That was a huge lead. They had control of the game for such a long time. Maybe the lead was a little bit marginal for a while, but at most it looked like they had about 8K, 6K up above, maybe around, closer to 10K at peak. Now it's equalized. You only have that 2K advantage. High ground siege begins. You've got the full MKB up on Got the Juice. Even he has ways of coming into the PL.
Oh, this team. They're Na'Vi. I mean, you and I, we've been talking about it since Na'Vi. They were Na'Vi Junior. These guys, they are very good. Very, very good, this squad. It took Na'Vi a while, but they found them, John. They found the 5. This is a team I think you can easily believe in if you're an RV fan. I certainly do, I'll tell you what. Extreme, they're not out of it yet. Still plenty of opportunity to try and fight back, but it's a very challenging game now. And Na'Vi, they're not going to risk anything. No need to. We just went through 37 minutes of hell. Let's just leave it. We'll come back later.
No rush. They've got control. They've got the advantage with mid shoving in. I think the big spike for Extreme Gaming coming out next is this refresh on XM. If you can get the double Requiem, the double BKB, if you can initiate using that, kind of follow up with that Solar Guardian, things can start to be good. Even a refresh as well coming out for XXS is going to be massive. Right now, the impact we're getting from Ame isn't too high yet. He's got the full Orchid up, going for the Blood Torn you tend to see.
Well, they've got to find Zayat. They've got to find Zayat.
They have to find, but he's just so far back. He's got the blink on that disruptor. It's not easy to find that disruptor in the back. With that threat of the full Ags up with that static storm, you are right. The disruptor has to go, but I don't know how you get that done.
It's got to be SyncQ or XXS. There's no two ways about it. One of those two has to get that job done. I'm thinking SyncQ really has to get the job done. Thing is, for SyncQ, like, he's doing all the snowball saves, he's doing all the setups. He's basically carried the first 35 minutes of the game for Extreme Gaming. So how much more can we ask from the poor man?
You're gonna have to ask for more, considering that your initiations mainly follow through, right? Like, if you start with Blink Requiem, you have to be sure that you get it off instantly, and you have to preempt, like pre-BKB when you jump in, which just makes it so easy to dodge. At least that refreshes up. This is it. This is when Extreme can try to play. We haven't seen that clean connection with Requiem Solar Guardian yet. They haven't been able to take the team fight the way they'd want.
You've even got the level 25 now on the TA, John. 1 second bash on the melt strike. It's not fun. Trust me, it's not fun.
No.
That's all the time she needs half the time. I mean, Arme's probably the only one that survives it. Everybody else not going to be looking too happy about that. Oh, even PMA, refresher orb up, double call. If you catch Arme once, he might just be dead. You've got plenty of time with the double call to drop the static storm on top of him.
Oh, for sure. Even the amp damage rune now up. Maybe not the most impactful out from Niku, considering that he can't siege with the Edict, with the Misanthropy up.
It is what it is.
Yeah, it's the threat. And again, the map space has shrunk for Extreme. Now it's looking very similar to that Game 1 scenario, where they're not able to cross the river. They're not able to really take control. The vision from Extreme, the vision from Na'Vi, just choking them out at the triangle in the mid. They do manage to get smoke that's not spotted out by the wards. They could try to work a sneaky angle here, but it has to be smart. Ideally, Zayat's first.
I mean, PMA's not a bad time. Oh, they're going to show.
Oh, yeah, no.
They now know where they are, smoked up. Look at PMA. He's setting up for it. He knows exactly where they're roaming right now. Riddies, I don't know if you can even start with Riddies. XG, do they have the sense to just back out of here? This could be a very scary fight for them. They'll plant some wards down, but Na'Vi, they're going to smoke. Again, they know the location. Where are they headed, though? They'll go to the triangle. They want that high ground instead. Just hold that area. Let them come back to you. XXS currently farming, though. Maybe they just saw him under the trap and they want the quick kill. XXS looking to retreat. Does make it out. Does he go for the creep wave? He will not. Very good. Will run directly south. Chase does continue for XXS, but they've lost the scent, unfortunately, so XXS is going to be fine. Extreme. Still huddled down bottom. I mean, they could try to just continue to creep cut and not let the racks be taken. That might just be the idea here. Just don't let them get to the high ground again.
Yeah.
I mean, for now, Na'Vi, they're holding the dire triangle. They're waiting for Extreme to come up to them. And here they come. Extreme. Smoked up. Looking to move through the bottom lane. Do they find Zayat? I don't. Zayat, he's a master hide-and-seek play.
Yeah, no.
Even I can't see.
It's just, he has so much leeway with the blink. Even the Outworld staff is on hand, so he has a little bit of a save, a window to kind of get out of dodge and drop the static storm.
Oh, Paulison, do they see him? No, he blinks away. He blinks away. They have vision. Zayat's going to jump onto the high ground, but they'll see him on that high ground.
Call.
The static storm was there, though, on the call. PMA!
Oh, no.
Oh, PMA!
Oh, it's done.
It's over. Or is it? Buybacks are coming in. Arme going to try and salvage. How do you do so, Arme? How do you do it?
Run?
Snowball is there. SyncQ going to try and allow an escape round. They'll jump in onto Niku, but it's still looking really scary. PMA's just waiting for the chance to jump in. Arme running, trying to just get back to the damn fountain, but it's not looking like it's going to happen. They'll block him off with the shot, but PMA! PMA! Not today, he says. But he needs to get out now. Arme moving back in. PMA, he's a tanky boy, but how tanky could he possibly be? Apparently tanky enough. SyncQ trying to get out of there. He'll be all right. They just want the racks. Arme cannot afford to die. Call out.
Oh, my goodness.
They've got SyncQ. Another dunk from PMA. We'll see you next time, SyncQ. Good early game. Tier 4 tower. Under siege. XG looking like they're out of options now. I mean, they've got no XM. They've got a buyback on XXS, but that's pretty much all you've got. Got the juice. Riddies, they'll hand their compliments to PMA. And so do I, John. Because PMA saved this game single-handedly.
That he did. Again, they had slow laning start, buybacks being committed. They have to wait for XM, it feels like.
I take it back. It was also Zayat's, John. Call is there. XXS. XXS in danger.
No.
Looking pretty unhealthy. Goes for the Solar Guardian. It's the last team fight right now for Extreme Gaming. If they can't make this one work, it's all over. Dunk is there. PMA not allowing it. Arme trying to run. Dunk him as well. The game's over. Na'Vi, a 2-0 victory against Extreme Gaming. And my goodness, John X Fire, this young squad. I like these 5 boys, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I like this squad.
I mean, they are such a disciplined team. You know, it's so cool to see because we've seen younger Southeast Asian squads come up in situations like that where, yes, there's a game plan to come back in, but they get hasty, they get under pressure. Not like that for Na'Vi. They're just very cool, very calm. They know what timings they want to hit. They know which heroes to prioritize in getting that farm, and they just managed to make it work, right? Like the space they bought out for PMA, the fact that they were so patient to let this Axe play its game. Extreme Gaming as well, to an extent, didn't manage to capitalize on what they'd want. Like, they take that game slow, they allow the side of Na'Vi to hit that triple BKB timing. And yeah, you know, the first usage of the triple BKB is not the greatest from Na'Vi, but it's just the patience, again, paying off for Extreme. I mean, they got the timings you'd want, right? Like, the Phantom Lancer Axe timing was on point. You got a pretty good mid result for XM. You were finding everything you want. The bot lane for SynQ and XXS was just an overwhelming win, but just not enough for Extreme Gaming to carry through with, you know, with that advantage. And again, you give a little bit of leeway out for a team like Na'Vi, they blow that lid wide open if you give them the chance.
I'm telling you what, this is a team to watch out for. I mean, you've seen underdogs before, but this is a team, I think, that a lot of teams may have underestimated here at the Esports World Cup. And I'll see how they do progress. For now, though, a dominant 2-0 victory. I mean, Game 2 wasn't dominant, John, but you had PMA and Zayat.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I didn't call out Zayat at the last second there, but Zayat, those static storms with the Axe.
Yeah.
It really did open up the game for them, as we do have Nomad, I do believe, with an interview here with Riyadh. So let's throw to him and see what he has to say.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I mean, some crazy moments in that game. Were you confident that you were going to be able to come back into that one?
Well, to be honest, no. We had a tough lane. They prepared for our strat with Abaddon. We knew that they will answer with Dawnbreaker and Tusk, but we didn't think that it would be this tough to lane. But they slowed down. We had the temp in the game, and maybe on minute 25 we understood that it's gonna be like free game when Nesh will have his Shivas. So yeah, at some point it was easy game.
Excellent, so you're confident in your timings. What are your thoughts on this PL hero? Because a lot of teams have been playing PL, you know, I don't think you guys have picked it. Do you think it's good? Do you think it's like situational?
I think it's a decent hero. He had kind of easy draft hero. I think he made the wrong item build. I don't know, I think they just played bad, to be honest. It was like easy game for them.
Interesting. Okay, all right. Well, I'd also like to go back to that game number 1, of course. We had that really interesting Undying pick coming out from you guys, Undying mid. Is this something you've been practicing, or is this like a little, you know, niche pick which you thought of just in the moment?
No, it's our strat. It was our idea.
Well, it's a very, very strong idea indeed. I mean, how many more of these does Niku have up his sleeve? You know, you don't have to tell me which heroes you got, but, you know, is there more to come from Na'Vi?
It's a secret. You know, we're a team that doesn't have like any standards. We can play any heroes on any player, and we will be confident in ourselves.
Awesome. I mean, I'm loving the confidence coming out from you guys. I'm loving the swagger you're playing with as well. Riddies, thank you very much for coming to talk to me, and best of luck here at the EWC.
Yeah, this game got off to quite a fast start with the pre-game rune fight you see here, but then it felt like the pace of the game slowed down significantly, other than what happened in the bottom lane, because we saw Got the Juice in that interview. He seemed calm, cool, and collected, but not during the first, 5 minutes of this game, as all the clips you're going to see are in this bottom lane, because that's where all 7 of Extreme kills happened, Fear.
Definitely. I think this game, you're going to look back on it if you're Extreme Gaming, and there's going to be a lot of footage here to really take away from, because this is, for all intents and purposes, they should have won this game, right? Absolutely. And they just kind of dropped the ball in the mid-late game. Like, they won all 3 lanes. It was snowballing completely out of control. But
Literally.
Unfortunately, a couple bad team fights. That's the thing about Dota, right? You have to know how to close a game, and unfortunately Extreme did not know how to close this game.
Yeah, and we're going to be separating the bold from the brass here like during this early group stage of the tournament. And I feel like what I've seen from Na'Vi yesterday and today is that they've taken 2 games back from the brink of destruction and won them. And you could argue, like he even said, that he thinks Extreme Gaming played badly. But when Na'Vi was winning, they made the game clean. Like the game 1, it just ended. They didn't make these questionable plays. They didn't basically give the breathing room to the opponent to come back. Like Got the Juice was 0-4-0. #1 net worth at like minute 22 or something.
That is
so
weird.
I have to believe something XG was doing on the map just didn't quite, like they weren't controlling areas as best they could. Their lineup wasn't the best at taking objectives. They could take Roche decently because of the SF minus armor and the Dazzle. But yeah, something about the...
And I will also say on top of that, that was the quietest Shadow Fiend game we have seen this entire tournament from the mid lane. Like, there was almost no presence from XM in this game.
No, the Dark Lord had no presence at all.
Did not.
Well, I mean, it's interesting that Riddy's highlighted the item build coming out from Ame. In fact, we can take a look at that right now as we have the scoreboard available, so we'll throw that up and have a look at some of these lovely, lovely numbers. But yeah, what do you think he was talking about there? What do you think went wrong with Player 1?
Player 1, I mean, he was 50 kills and 10 deaths, which was a little bit too active in the game. You don't want to go for the triple-double, but I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like anything I say about PL, my bias is just going to carry through. I think PL's job in the game is to be a frontliner. I think old PL used to split push and connect to fights. I do think the new PL with the Ags, you can go items that just allow you to survive when you go in, and you're going to set up for your Dawnbreaker, your Tusk, your Dazzle to heal in the back lines. I think XM would have had an easier job on SF if somebody else was the one tanking the initiation. Because Ame was kind of playing his own split pushing game, we constantly saw the Blink Axe call with the Blade Mail come out on XM instead. So maybe he's getting healed up by the Dawn and the Dazzle in the mid game, but he's still not blinking into an already chaotic fight and using that Requiem that we've been seeing people just get obliterated by.
Yeah, I think teams are still figuring out this PL hero. It's not completely figured out yet. It is 100% confirmed that the hero is playable, right? And I think in the right game, all these players will make it work. But in the games where it's a little bit questionable, you're playing versus counters, I'm not sure what the build is yet. These players don't seem to know what the build is quite yet either. So we'll have to see as PL kind of like evolves, because he hasn't been in the meta for a very long time. I know for a fact, though, if you last pick it and there's 0 AoE, every one of these guys will win. But when he's playing versus 1 or 2 counters, you got to get the perfect build if this hero is going to work. Or maybe it's not playable. We'll have to see.
Yeah, a lot of confidence coming out from Navi as well, saying that like we knew that if we hit that timing on the left track, then he was still going to be able to deliver. Let's take a look back at some of the replays you guys have requested here and take a look at the key moments in this game which led to Navi making that comeback. But I'm guessing earlier on, this is going to be the Extreme show.
Yeah, no, I mean, all these fights, it felt like this was the one where Ame did get initiated onto, but that Static Storm follow-up was, they had a lot of control for him in an AoE with the Lesh with the Static Storm, and it felt like the Leshrac, or the PL, yeah, he has these illusions going, and they're able to turn this fight. This is exactly like what I want from Extreme, right? Is XM was patiently waiting, he gets to get that perfect Requiem off, but then PMA, like consistently getting these calls onto XM all game, really had his number. And yeah, it felt like this was the play where you snowball him in, then you get called on from PMA in a second here. I'm waiting for it. Ame is going to get called. I think. I know he's going to get pulled into the... Oh, he's going to go into base himself. I know it's coming.
He's got to wait. There it is.
There we go. Phantom rush yourself into the base.
Yep, and he was showing the real like PL for so long. He had Doppel available. He could have retreated a bit. The whole idea of this hero is to be deceptive, so that was a bit interesting that he kind of just put himself on a silver platter, maybe thinking that there's no way they kill him twice, but the fact is they didn't even have to use any of their big ultimates during the first one. It was just the axe call into hitting him with Leshrac.
You're still 11k gold up at this point. Like, it's very salvageable.
Yeah.
But you make a couple mistakes, but this Extreme Gaming team, like, this one mistake goes to show you 2 things, right? One, how Na'Vi is so good at, like, when they get momentum, they don't let go of it. And unfortunately for Extreme, when one thing goes bad for them, it kind of snowballs, and we'll see here, like, directly after 35 minutes, Ame just died from not dying at all in this game to, yet again, just one more death. Snowball, this was the most beautiful play so far of the tournament.
Yeah.
Axe call, into refresh, into the additional quadruple call there.
I just want to say, we had Seb in the green room here. That was a certified Seb-approved call, by the
that was
way.
a double
He said
Seb.
that was better than a Seb.
He did.
So if Seb is telling you that you out-Sebbed Seb, then that is, PMA can put that on his resume for whatever team or championship he ends up winning in the future. This was his moment.
It absolutely was, yeah. Play of the tournament so far, absolutely phenomenal moment coming out from PMA, and in a game where like they were coming back, but you know they weren't crushing this game. That play there extinguishes Extreme Gaming. It puts out their fire completely, and that is exactly what you want from your offlaner playing on an axe. It was, yeah, beautiful moment, one of the best of the tournament so far.
I did say PMA was going to destroy this game. It took him 40 minutes to do so, but he did get there and eventually did destroy the game, so it was nice to see. But yeah, if you're an Extreme fan, unfortunately, like this team, when things start to fall apart, they fall apart quickly, but Na'Vi, they've got the resilience.
They certainly do. They showed that against Talon, and they've showed that here against Extreme Gaming as well. And that's going to get them the 2-0 victory, which means they are now 3-1 in this group stage, which is a very big deal in a group where everybody else is really tied up for now. We're going to have to see if anybody else can do that and look to threaten that top spot off Na'Vi, but they are currently there at the moment, which is a crazy thing to say. But let's have a look at the next series we've got coming up, which is, of course, going to be Team Gaming Gladiators versus Execration. I was very prepared for that one.
That
guys,
was your highlight match for the day.
Yeah,
true. Yes, it was. It was indeed. Yeah, I'm excited to see this one because I think Execration showed us some real promise. I think the SEA teams have been coming here. They're looking for a scrap. They're looking for a fight, and I think this one's going to be a great match. So we're going to jump over to a break, after which we shall be back with that series. So don't go anywhere for more Esports World Cup action. We'll see you in a bit.
Can't get to you. 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 Can't get to you.
I know this world can get a little bit crazy. Everybody's moving so fast. That ain't the way it's supposed to be. There's a better way for you and for me. Everybody's hustling, all the wheels in motion. Where's everybody going to? That ain't the way to be living life. There's a better way, starting tonight. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. I know the boss man got you watching the clock. Gotta keep working for the man. There's so many better things we could do, like you kissing me and me kissing you. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. Ooh, you can spend the night, baby, together, taking it nice and slow. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down.
I gotta get out. Got to get out of here. Got to get out. Got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. Oh.
something, please show me something alright. Cause I'm scared of getting old, and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun when no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive, living my life the way I want. We're creating memories, and we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun when no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive, living my life the way I want.
Gaimin Gladiators versus Falcons. Nope, versus Execration is the series we are getting into now. It's our second series of the day, and I think this one might be a little bit more interesting than some of you may be expecting. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. My name is Nomad. I'm joined by BSJ and by Seb as we get into this one. Seb, I mean, I think a lot of people coming into this are just thinking, oh, it's Gaimin. You know, surely they're going to smash these sort of unknown SEA boys, but why might that not be the case?
I mean, it is gaming, and they're going to bring some really good Dota. That part I can concede, but I think nobody should sleep on Execration. Yeah, I mean, first of all, yesterday they already made it clear that they can take on any team here. They actually stomped Falcons in the first map. Falcons is coming in with a lot of pressure on their shoulders. You know, this is a special event for them. They didn't have the base results, so, you know, they should be one of the, you know, highest performing team here. And Execration were able to show that that's no big deal for them. I'm really excited because I think they have a playstyle that is a little bit different from the teams here. They're much more explosive, much more quicker. Like, you know, they're very fast at how they play. I really would not sleep on that team. I'm looking forward to see, you know, how far they can get and how many upsets they can bring. And hopefully in a few days, we're not even going to call these upsets.
Yeah, I think so. I think Execration are definitely one of the teams to watch here. I mean, we're looking at like these guys, but also so many teams managed to take a game. Like we had 2 groups ending yesterday, which were all 1-1s across the board. Why do you think that was, Brian?
I feel like a lot of teams came in with good ideas for what they wanted to do, but they weren't necessarily prepared for what the other team kind of wanted to do, so then they were caught off guard. Like today we saw Extreme, for instance, in their first game. They kind of felt like they played into the hands of Na'Vi, and it felt like that was happening a lot yesterday. And it was also teams like Execration. I wasn't expecting them to come out like full swinging. Like you mentioned, you know, Gaimin's more of like an aura team that runs around as 5. Execration, when they did it, it was like a Nature's Prophet, a Bounty Hunter, a Queen of Pain, really mobile, global playing heroes that just want to catch you off guard by yourself on the map. And I will say, historically, SEA, not the best matchups against Gaimin, because Gaimin usually doesn't let them come online with their later scaling strats, but I think this one's going to be a brawl back and forth from the get-go.
It should be. You mentioned something important, is like Gaming, like playing system and the structure they bring, especially in the early game. I think they're very known by now for playing around Quinn. They even invented that meta, playing around mid, having 2 supports look at the runes with a lot of discipline, a lot of dedication, and kind of setting up the tempo of the game through that. This is definitely a trap that Execration is going to have to solve. They need to bring the same level of discipline, the same level of like execution, so that they actually can get a game and see their strategy come together. If that happens, I think the speed at which they are able to play Dota can definitely, you know, they can completely overwhelm Gaming in that aspect.
Absolutely. Well, let's focus in on Gaimin Gladiators then, of course. You know, this lineup has been going from sort of a quiet season, really. Like last year, they were at the top, but this year they really haven't seen too much of them. But yet, they did have a pretty good finish at the Valahia event. They came second there. Didn't really see too much of them at the event afterwards. But do you feel like they're getting into gear now?
Yeah, I feel like this year has been a lot about, so it's something similar that happened on Talon, I felt like, was that 23 Savage had to take like a big step back and let Makoto and WS shine a little bit more, and I feel like that same issue was happening on Gaimin Gladiators, where Quinn was the central focus of their strategy, and then they brought in a carry player like Watson, who's very much like the pub 1v9 Terrorblade type carry player, as opposed to the Duraccio that they had previously, who was more of the enabling one. So I think figuring out what the balance of that is and the identity of each core player and how they slot into this has been why it's taking them this season to accomplish this, but they're definitely getting there, and this is the time of year that they've always been peaking historically.
Yeah, and I mean, big changes on Gaming if you think about it. You mentioned the Duraccio to Watson swap, which, you know, has been talked about a lot, maybe too much to their liking. Like, people tend to go back to that all the time, but there was also the change with the position 5.
Yep.
Celery, and, you know, first took a break and actually never got back on the team, and is now replaced with Malady. So these are really big changes for a team, and you might have been hearing the energy from Execration, which also is something that they're going to bring on the table. I think that's a little bit unfamiliar to Dota teams in general. So they bring, you know, explosion in the game, but also outside the game. They're coming in with the energy, and I'm looking at Gaming. They're here. They're, you know, they're calm. They're collected. Another day in the office, so they're going to have to deal with that. It is not easy. That is the difference also between online and LAN setup.
Absolutely. Execration have been this team which is surprising us a little bit. And yeah, they're doing things a little bit differently. I mean, I know that you spoke to Execration's coach, right? Like, what kind of confidence level were you getting from him?
I instantly got the vibe that this guy is a mentality type coach. It's not that Arthur doesn't help them strategically. I did ask him about his role in the team overall and what he felt like his impact was. But from my end, I just felt like this guy knows how to rally the energy of the team, and that explains. Like, I didn't expect coming into that we were going to see a team like Seb mentioned with Execration getting all hyped up with the huddles, and we always assumed it was the Valorant that we see in the studio over there when everyone's doing that, because it's in Dota. Yeah, people are just another day at the office, kind of chill, emotionless, got to keep it stoic. But that's the vibe I got from Artur, was that they don't have expectations of themselves, but not in a way of, yeah, we just expect to do nothing. Yeah. It's more like we feel like we can be proud to show what we have here and just let the dice fall where they may.
And it is a strength. I mean, the underdog position is always a quite comfortable one, where people don't really expect you. They haven't studied you maybe as thoroughly as they have studied the other teams. There's no pressure coming from the outside. You can just focus on yourself in your own bubble, kind of get comfortable, play your Dota, express yourself. It is really a nice position to be in. I think in reality, probably a position that everybody would favor. And if you had to choose, you'd always want to be the underdog rather than the favorite. So yeah, good on them. Now, time to put that to use.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this has been a long time coming for some of these members on Execration as well. Like, Tino and Shanks have been on this team since 2022. Both of them two sort of shuffling players around them, so it's cool to see them now at an international event. Off the caliber of this one, let's see what they can do as we get into the draft here for game number 1. Starting off with the Nature's Prophet on one side, Gaimin Gladiator, of course, will take that Bat Rider when it's offered up to them. Now, which of these heroes is scarier?
I mean, both are really scary, but I would say I'm quite happy to see that Execration is able to put their hands on the Prophet. They had an exceptional performance with it yesterday. This is the map where they dominated Falcons quite easily, and it just fits their playstyle. Like, obviously a hero that is very fast-paced, that can connect to every skirmish, push towers. So this sounds like a perfect hero for them.
I also do love Bat Rider conceptually against Nature's Prophet at all stages of the game. Assuming it's a carry, it could be played support as well in the Natures, but the Bat Rider, not only are you good catching him when he's alone on the map, you're good at cutting creep waves, avoiding this like sustain battle that Nature's Prophet virtually always wins in the safe lane, and also like what Nature's hates is heroes that can play the map and kind of split push and farm, and he can't really catch them. Like, his Sprout doesn't do anything against the Bat Rider. So I'm hoping this is going to be a Tofu Bat Rider. Most likely he's going to play for stacks, play to kind of just hit their own timings. I feel like whenever Ace and Tofu are allowed to play that efficiency game, Gaimin's much more in their element. And I totally agree with all the points that you made, that this is exactly the way that Execration wants to open this draft. But I also just we've been seeing Bat Rider get banned a lot in the first round, and I think we might get a demonstration of just why that is.
Yeah, you could even say that they probably set up the bat even more with the Quap ban. Like, it's been a popular answer. It shuts down the opportunity of putting the Bat Rider mid, because it's just a very good matchup for Quap, and obviously Quap a very popular, very good hero right now in Dota. The Quap safe lane actually plays really well against the Bat position 4 or position 3, which hasn't been played yet, but so definitely a strong opener that they also set up for.
Shadow Fiend now coming out for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Has been a flexible hero, but okay.
I love to see
Witch
this.
Doctor comes out.
I just love to see teams coming from their own region with their own read of Dota and stick into it. And this must mean that they had some sort of success in scrims, because now they have been scrimming against the teams here. That's just how it works. You get on the same time zone, you get playtime. And if nothing you try works and you're just losing game after game, you move on to something else. This means that they have their own playbook and it's been working to a certain degree, so that they're doing it here again. So I'm super excited to see. I have no idea what they're gonna do with this. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what the Witch Doctor is for.
I was gonna ask you if you had any theory craft about it. I have virtually no idea.
Witch Doctor is a good hero. It's not getting the respect it deserves. It has incredible spells. It has good laning presence. But I see this, I see kills, I see aggression. Marcy, Witch Doctor, Prophet, they're going to be in your face, like no other way around it.
That's true. Maybe it's the Maledict is really good in lane versus the Bat Rider Z. Like, the second he uses it, he's then actually killing himself with you as well.
Yeah, not allowed to dive, not allowed to, overcommit. He's also, as you said, taking damage from his own spells. It's good. I mean, these are hyper-aggressive heroes, hyper-aggressive lanes. They're definitely not banking on the scaling. But yesterday, they had a lineup with Enchantress, Bounty Hunter, Nature's Prophet. It was Quap. It was also hyper-aggressive. Not a lot of team fight, not a lot of scaling, but they just... I mean, they played so fast and they were punching Falcons so hard in every single aspect, every single sequence that it didn't matter. They're just 20k gold lead, 20 minutes in.
And part of me wonders if this is the best option here for gaming gladiators, like the SF and the Axe. Axe isn't a hero which really responds well to super aggression. He does want to go for the jungle a bit. He wants to get that blink dagger up. So
same with SF. Same with SF. So these are two teams that are now kind of opposing to each other's different styles of Dota. And it's like, yep, you know, whatever you're trying is not going to work against us. We're going to stick to our guns and we will play at our own pace. So somebody's going to be wrong.
That's true. Very wrong. I feel like it's going to, reading it, I can't tell which one that's going to be. But I will say that Execration's initiation right now seems very lackluster in regards to its reliability. On the side of Gaimin, you have the Batrider Lasso, you have the Blink Axe Call. Like, once those items come out, before that, of course, the rebound's much more reliable. You have the cask, but right now I'm looking for a hero that makes these fights happen. Okay, so that's... How do you feel about this? You're the Beastmaster guy, Seb.
That could be it. I think it's a very good pick. It's particularly good against Dazzle in lane, in my opinion. This is one of the few heroes that actually lanes pretty well into Dazzle support. The boards are just too strong for Dazzle, and you know, him clicking spells on the boards to deal with them is just, it doesn't feel good as a Dazzle. This is just gonna accelerate the pace at which they're going to play, and I think when you play, the way they played with Prophet yesterday was that he was connecting, but he was also obviously focusing on farming as fast as possible and scaling as much as he can. And Nature's Prophet is a hero that benefits from your team being active. You don't want to trade farm with a traditional carry, a Faceless Void, an Anti-Mage, whatever that would be, because you lose the 1v1 matchups. But what you have that they don't is that connecting to fights doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't cost you time, it doesn't cost you money. So it doesn't cost you gold. So you're basically able to kind of outpace your counterpart if you get information from your team. Oh, you know, there's a fight to be taken bottom, I can decide to either join it or I can go on the other side of the map and just vacuum every single camp. So I like these heroes with Prophet. I think they will set this position 1 Prophet for a big success.
I do want to highlight, I know we haven't been seeing it have that much success, but it is a really good PL game.
God damn it,
You just keep bringing it up. You just can't help it.
Watson also plays it, so I'm just saying that, like, I think Execration needs to at least factor this in, that they are lacking AoE right now.
They would double down on the greed, though, which could play an Execration hand. Of course, if they were to pick PL, they would put them on a timer. That is 100% the case. But at the same time, maybe that opens up the window for Execration to do just too much damage.
Yeah.
You know, before the PL comes online. Because as we mentioned, the Axe is going to require some time. Same for the SF. Same for the Bat to a certain extent. If they're able to contest the stacks, for instance.
Yeah, that's true. They have a lot of farming items.
The Bat is going to need to get to the Blink. You want a quiet game on Batrider. You want to be able to stack the camps. You know, click Firefly, be low HP, go back to base. And Execration is not going to be happy with that. I can already feel the anger, the contest on their side of the map.
Yeah, they want to go. They want to hit their timings and they want to go. And they don't really have that many timings to hit, to be honest. Well, like a Maelstrom on the Prophet, Blink Dagger on the Beastmaster, or Helm of the Dominator if he wants to go down that route. Probably does.
The only thing that they really need to cover now is the Quinn pick, because they picked 2 supports that are quite vulnerable to certain heroes, like mobile heroes especially, like, you know, Storm Spirits and Pucks and whatnot. Some of them are banned already, but Marcy Witch Doctor, these are supports that can quickly suffer heroes like a Void Spirit or, you know, a Storm Spirit. So, and now they picked the Invoker.
Interesting.
There are different ways to play that Invoker. I think the Wex facet has been more popular these days, where they do something a little bit more hybrid than just the Midas into Cataclysm, into Don't Talk to Me until minute 20. This one might be a little bit more active, and that's definitely what they need. I hope he doesn't go too green on this Invoker, else Quinn is definitely going to punish.
I think they're on the same page on Execration, that is for sure. I think these guys have the same idea. It's a simple one, and it is to run at them. What do they pick now, BSJ? It's a carry hero to come in
Phantom
here. No!
I mean, at the end of the day, I do think it is a really good game for it, but I agree with all the points that they have heroes that need items. They need the Axe Blink, they need the Batrider Blink. I wouldn't mind if they pick something a bit more active, or at least focused on shutting down the Beastmaster's momentum, because he's going to be supplying a lot of that map pressure that's required for the Invoker to make meaningful rotations, for the Nature's Prophet to have an option to TP into. Right? What does Wex build on the Invoker you're talking about, Seb? I haven't seen it myself. What's like the items
it's a little bit hybrid. They do pivot for the Exort, but you know, they're maxing Wex too, so they're like much more active in the early game. Their spells do more. It's just a different style. They don't only play on Sunstrike. Like they rotate to lanes. They join team fights earlier.
Okay.
I think the item build can also be a little bit, you know, like they can adapt it a little bit more to the pace of the game, how it goes. You can go full greed, but you can also start buying items like Vessel or whatever you need. So I like it. And honestly, I'm looking at what Execration have, and I have to say I really like the draft that they have. I hope they can execute. Like, it's hard for Gaming to pick now, because this SF safe lane, I think there is a lot of mid heroes that they could pick that would be great, like Storm, Void Spirit. But yeah, they do go for the Void Spirit, but that is going to send the SF to the safe lane. And you're going to have to play versus a Beastmaster, a Marcy, a Prophet that's looking to TP on you. Like, everybody played SF and got ganked by 3 players. Like, playing safe lane with the gate behind you, a Prophet that can TP out of nowhere, Watson is going to have to watch his back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think if Gaimin's allowed to play that stack game, if they're allowed to get to the Bat Rider Blink and the Axe Blink smoothly, meanwhile, like, kind of getting the momentum of the early game through Quinn, because I think Void Spirit should pretty much free farm that mid lane. Quinn's one of the few mid players that I would just be absolutely terrified against on Void Spirit. This is one of his signatures. I really like what both teams are doing, honestly. I think there's a clear timing on both sides. I think it's purely going to come down to the execution. I'm excited to see this Wex Invoker that you were talking about.
All right, well, we'll see how this one goes down. I mean, Execration, they are a scary team. They do have that running E potential. I almost feel like this game is actually all about Execration. Can they keep up that pace? Can they not trip? Because one little stumble, one fall, and Gaimin Gladiators are going to be able to come back into this one in a really, really big way. If you had to call it, BSJ, which way would you be going?
I'm going to go Gaimin, but I am not counting Execration out at all.
You know, I mean, I have an OG track record. I have to root for the dark horse here, so all in Execration, of course.
Let's go.
I like that a lot. I like that a lot coming from you, Sev. Yeah, indeed. For myself, I think it's really hard to kind of go against Gaimin, but
join us. Come on, join us on the Cinderella story, man. Everybody likes their Cinderella story once in a while.
All right, I'm gonna do it. You've won me over. Execration, nice. Definitely. I mean, it's fast, it's fun, it's quick. They've shown us yesterday that they can play this kind of style of Dota.
Exactly.
So all they need to do is do it again. Let's find out. Game number 1 of Execration versus Gaimin Gladiators with MLP and John X Fire.
Oh, thank you so much, Nomad. We're gonna get into a game 1 between Execration and Gaimin. Jonathan, this draft from Execration, I'll tell you what, it looks a bit strange. But this is the kind of draft that inspires confidence in me. They got the heroes they really want. We've got the palette. Go on, John. You want to say something?
Lewis Invoker coming out here.
It's
Lewis
scary.
Invoker with the Wex facet.
It's scary.
You know, we were talking about this every time we see Invoker. I'm always complaining it's Agents of Galaron again. We're going to go Cataclysm. We don't have setup. This is different. This is different. This is highly aggressive. It's going to be the earn build-up. If you do go for the Ags, the mini tornadoes is actually crazy.
Why is Gabby getting a shout-out? Why is Gabby getting a shout-out?
Gabby's watching. You know, this guy's watching. You know what he's doing on a different place. He's watching, and he probably has the audio on. So, hello, Gabby, if you are watching it.
We love you, Gabby. Thank you, Gabby. We love you. Please don't critique us, Gabby. We're scared. Only say good things, Gabby.
Oh, yeah.
Execration.
Oh, man. I have to say, this Mind of Tornaris, it's cool. Like, even the Quas one is pretty cool. It's pretty funny with the ice wall, although.
Palos, gonna get spotted already. Blood Grenade Battle Hunger, but CML with a very nice melody.
Oh, this could be a lot of damage.
This is a problem. That's a problem. Tofu gives away first blood to Lewis of all people as well. Malady probably not going to get away. He'll try, but it's not looking too flash hot for him here, Jonathan, as Tino says thank you very much, and Ace, I would turn and run too, so as Quinn, hold on a minute.
It's not done?
It's not done. Shanks will find another. Quinn, in danger, will continue to try and run towards the T1, and he'll be okay, but he's going to have to start the mid lane with half HP against an Invoker who secured first blood.
Yeah, not going to be a great time. This is going to be, again, very interesting to watch. Mid-matchup for the Void Spirit. Shouldn't be too bad, but when you have a Quas Invoker, Quas Wex, or Quas Sword coming out, or, you know, mainly going to be on the Wex, it's a lot of control in the lane. Sure, it's not going to be out-damaging. It might be a little bit tough. You probably still invest in Exort just for the laning phase if you'd want. But you can work this out. Again, there's a lot of aggression. You would want the value points in Exort for Sunstrike because you have the Nature's Prophet. You can do a lot outside of the lane. Quinn is stabilizing. Of course, he is very tanky on the Void Spirit. Rune control is going to be a little bit more important for Quinn. There is some deny shenanigans that can happen here, especially when you talk about Tino. Right? Like, he's on a Beastmaster, a Tino special. We've seen him do this before. Throw a Boar out, just deny a Water Rune. That can completely change the dynamic there for Quinn. If he gets no access to Water Runes, that lane starts to slow down. So that's something you have to watch out for. It's not micro.
Tino, he's dragging a creep over to the mid lane too. All right, so we're just feeding Lewis now. We're just feeding Lewis creeps.
Yeah.
Where did those creeps come from? That wasn't bottom lane, was it?
It shouldn't be. I still see... Okay, maybe... No.
I think it was.
Yeah, it might have been. They're just dragging around. And again, this is Tino Beastmaster, right? Like, we've seen him do this before. He's been very good with the micro and the boars. He does go for the wild hunt facet.
Well, this is just unfair.
Yeah,
for
it
Quinn.
is. Just lane manipulation.
Double creep wave for Lewis?
Level 3 already?
He's going to do it again too. Look at this. The ball's going down for the creep wave. I wonder if he bothers dragging it to the mid. I mean, surely you take a bit of farm for Tino. And the ball's going to die. It won't matter.
Yeah, but again, it's that lane manipulation coming out, and there's a lot of regression that can come out there. Up top, though, that Maldic does a lot of work.
Yeah, very tough lane for Tofu here. He'll try and verify through it. One more tick, I do believe, should survive, and he does. Very nice from Tofu. Does manage to survive that time around. Jeez, like Gaimin. Very, very scary times during these laning stages already here. I mean, props to them. They're keeping their cool. You are having a pretty damn good time on Quinn. You're having a good time on the safe lane SF, but certainly the aggression of Execration can be somewhat unexpected at times.
That it can be. Again, you're looking at key level timings overall for Execration to play with. You are, again, level 4 already here on Lewis. Does go Quas Wex fully, so it's all about control. It's all about being a nuisance in lane. And he's just making sure Quinn does not have the resources to completely outspam him in lane. The bottle is up. Water Rune's going to be coming out in a minute more. And you did manage to get at least one Water Rune up for Quinn. So you still managed to get some for the resources, but you can manage quite well here. Some good blockages coming out as well. Very early from Execration into that top, into the triangle of the side of Gaimin Gladiators. No stacks to come in, which is detrimental to the Batrider. Like, that's what Tofu needs to build into. He needs to get in there. He needs to be able to stack the Ancients, clear it out later on, get that farm. Doesn't have that angle early on here. Every single minute you're missing out and potentially stacking is a slower timing to the blink, a slower timing to, say, a 4-staff in the Batrider, and you know, less early impact for that Batrider to set those plays up.
A little bit of a lull period now. CML copying Battle Hungers left, right, and center. Won't mind too much. Palos not really being slowed down at all in terms of the farm department, which you kind of anticipate. Pretty hard to lane against the Prophet of all things. The bottom lane looks like it is getting a little bit more annoying. Tino, not the most flash hot CS in the world, and I mean, it is against the support Dazzle. Not too much you can do in this laning phase. It's never going to feel really good. And so Watson, at the very least for Gaimin, again, going to be having an amazing start to this game as this SF. Chase down on Tino. As you can see, Malady just doing a fantastic job of just keeping him away, just zoning him out. Yeah. What are they going to do?
You're not at the high level enough to really get safe rebounds off to be aggressive. You would want to try, maybe with level 2 rebound, it starts to become a little bit more of a reality here for Execration on the aggression. But they have slowed down even on the shenanigans with the boar, right? Like, we're not seeing that commitment to deny runes. You are still getting the resources on mid for Quinn. So his mid lane is stabilizing. He's building up that lead up against Lewis now. And I'm curious to see if we're going to see that commitment at 6 minutes. Not because Lewis needs the power rune, but Quinn will start to get things done, especially if he hits 6 a little bit quicker, which he does have the slight EXP advantage in this mid. And once he does hit that 6, there is potential to kind of punish out the Invoker.
Rebound on Watson, but Shanks is taking way too much damage. They'll move in. Watson dropping low. Shanks, no, the raise!
Oh.
The raise ends up missing. Malady trying to run, but Palos is here chasing him down. Sprout will be up in 1, I do believe. He'll find it.
Got it.
Malady, he'll still be able to run away. But they got the big target they really wanted in Watson, and a bit unfortunate for Watson. John, just the raise, I think he went for the W, and it might have been just a bit too far.
Yeah, just a tad bit off. Miss out on the opportunity, but this is the strength of the Nature's Prophet that we've seen from Execration. When Palos runs this, he's all over the map. He's looking for those plays. He's looking for connections. He doesn't mind leaving that top lane. There's no kill threat to chase down CML too early on here.
Lewis,
hold on.
A lot of damage from Quinn. Quinn gonna have to back off here, Lewis. I think that T1 tower. Meanwhile, CML top lane gonna be dived by Tofu and Ace. Find a nice kills. They're gonna try for Palos as well. Tofu trying to return the favor. A lot of damage on Palos, but he won't dive the T1s, of course. At least the Prophet is going to be fine, but Gaimin finding a bit of a nice kill here up at that top lane. Mid, Malady. Gonna die. but he does at least help Quinn secure that arcane rune, which I think is probably more important in his life at this point.
That it is. You've already got the early earn up on Quinn as well, so you want some aggression up top.
Can they chase? Tofu's right behind them. Palos could be in a spot of danger here. They might be forced to just fight back, as Palos is going to stand his ground and try, but Tofu's got the Fireflies. There's no way to survive it. Very nice from Tofu. And in the end, Ace, he makes it out.
That he does, just not enough follow-through just yet. A lot of armor, of course, on that Axe. Vanguard up with 2 rings of protection, so making that play is a little bit unfeasible down bot, though.
Oh, Watson, not again. Being dived. Will go down, Tino and Shanks. Again with the combination, this time without Palos. But they don't need it. In fact, here he comes. Speak of him and he will appear. Malady. He's still going to be okay for now, but Palos just surrounding. Shanks doesn't want to dive in, and it seems like they might just have to leave this Dazzle alone. Just leave him. Not worth it.
Nah.
Meanwhile, CML and Tofu going at it for the Shrine of Wisdom on the west side of the map. But Tofu, the bounces from the coconut not being too good for him as he is going to go down. But CML, he's still burning.
Oh, he doesn't get it.
He can't get out of the Shrine.
No.
Oh.
And he doesn't pick it up?
No. He's like, do I leave the fire? Do I take the Shrine? What am I meant to do?
He tried.
Even the Hellbears were after him.
Yeah, everything was just aggroed out. They still trade 1 for 1, and you still find a kill. But you feed the kill over to the Axe, a little bit more coming out there, of course, for Ace to play with. 1 tiny stack of Code of Blood. Not the most armor, but it will stack up later on.
Oh, look at this, John.
Oh,
They're not leaving this bot lane alone at all. Execration. They saw Malady, but they don't want him. They want Watson. They'll just won't reveal that Lewis has TP'd into this mid lane. CML, though, might do so, as now he's just soaking XP, but it doesn't seem like Quinn really sees him anyway. 8-minute power rune is going to end up spawning top. Lewis going to go for an EMP Tornado, but it won't really connect, but they'll get the coconut and the bounce back into the Maledict, and Quinn, he's going to try and find a way out, but I think they might just have enough. No, they won't. Malady's here with the heals. He's okay, as Tove, or rather Palos. TP's the wrong way, but it won't matter too much. You'll still find Malady. It's not so much damage yet from Palos, but they should have enough control to eventually find a kill, and Palos will secure.
Now, not the big one they're looking for. You still get the rune control as well on Quinn, getting himself a shield rune. But you're starting to again, find some punishment out.
They're still trying for Quinn. Tornado's going to land. CML looking for the stun. In fact, he doesn't even need it. Quinn's out of mana, but Quinn does have a shield rune. And that'll keep him alive long enough.
That it does. Did have a full wand as well, so fully regens up. They've left top long enough to allow Ace a little bit of a siege. Objective already gone, but you don't mind too much on Palos. He has a lot of room to farm on Nature's Prophet anyhow. And you've got some key timings for Execration. The big one is this Dominator being up already on Tino. He can start to solo pressure down bot, get a little bit of a siege going. It does not quite have the Roar value point leveled up yet, trying to see if it's necessary just yet, or if you can go away with just farming into the Overlord first. But you are still getting a lot more from Gaimin in the lanes, right? Despite all those early kills for Execration, your efficiency in Gaimin Gladiators has been much higher, you know, because Palos is rotating, he's not sitting back to farm. The Maelstrom's going to have to wait for a little bit longer. So there are windows here for Gaimin. They've got their stacks up and running as well in the triangle. The blocks did fade away. They have a lot of build-up here for Ace. The Blade Mail into the Blink is going to be a pretty scary timing for Execration to have to consider here as well.
Quinn, maybe looking into initiating that mid lane. 10-minute power rune about to spawn up. Quinn going to have that shield rune expiring finally in a few seconds, as Quinn will try for the bottom. Will not get lucky. It is spawn up top. CML will take it for himself. Of course, they don't care for the runes for the Invoker. It's all about denying it from Quinn on this Void Spirit. Poor old Quinn, just look at that net worth, John. He's not having the greatest time after the laning stage, so he's going to try and set up for maybe a fight, but this could be a little bit dangerous. He'll try to back with that coconut. Oh no! They got both of them. They'll choose Malady first. Malady dropped. Malady still running, still surviving, but not too long, as Quinn now going to jump in with the Tornado. Going to land on 2 into the death spot. Quinn's going to get out of there. He'll find CML first, though, as he does get out. Tino, meanwhile, chasing him down with the Hellbear Smasher. Oh, these paralyzing casks, they are scary.
Oh, that they are. And you did manage to go for a 2-0 tree build here for CML. So a little bit different. We've been seeing, I think, 1-1 tree being the build-up on a lot of Witch Stalkers and, say, the road to the Esports World Cup.
Watson? Oh, they're going to find Watson. Tino and Shanks, very good. with knowing where he's going to be farming. They'll bring Ace in to try and save Watson. He can't get the Requiem channel in time. They'll still find Shanks, and they might find Tino. But no, there's no TP cancel. It's going to be a great trade for the side of Execration as they do find Watson another time.
And they do, and again, they're really applying that pressure. They know the tempo is going to be coming out from this core SF, although...
Lasso out, they're going to find CML. It should be a nice, easy one. CML making it a little bit challenging, but not too challenging. Nice little pick up there for Ace, who he is the kind of saving grace right now for Gaimin. If you really just kind of look at the activity and the net worth of Ace, he's the guy you got to worry about.
Yeah, he's #1 in net worth. Blade mail up with a Vanguard and double rings of protection. A lot of damage coming out from the Battle Hunger. He did opt for a 2-3-4 build, which is a little bit interesting, trying to get the utility and damage out to chase down these supports and softer targets. Going to be gunning for that blink next, and once you do have that angle to play in for Gaimin Gladiators, it does kind of simplify. You've got follow through for Quinn. You've got a way of connecting with the Void Spirit when he does commit. You don't have the biggest saves here on the side of Execration as well from the call. So there is a window of opportunity here for Gaimin once the timing's up. And for Execration, it's a little bit more patience that has to come in. Again, the Maelstrom's not even done yet on Palos. You don't have that full Overlord just yet on Tino. So you kind of just need to wait until these items are up and running. You do have that full Spirit Vessel up and running on Lewis, though, and they want the kill to get that ball rolling here.
Oh, they'll move in. Melody going to be there to tank the gank, so nice position from him to ensure none of his cores does get caught. Oh, even he's not really getting caught right now. Shank's trying to chase, but they're going a bit too deep for this one. Tofu will move in as the Bat Rider. They'll even have Ace here now, and Shank's going to be left behind. He'll try to go for the Unleash, but it's not going to help. Very nice from Melody. Perfect position to ensure they won't find Ace or Tofu first, and does find a kill with the cherry on top.
Yeah, they got a good read inside of Gaimin. They're getting a lot of space out still. All of this action now is happening away from Watson, who is holding up top, has a good ward to watch as well into the camps. So there's no threat onto the SF. You're buying that space you'd want. The side of Execration still feels some pressure to play. Again, they've got that Spirit Vessel with no charges here.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. They've got to find a target to actually take down, but they're going to miss out on Quinn. Now, Tofu and Melody have proven to be a little bit challenging to kill off as well, so you're not really finding those charges at all here for Lewis, and that's just such a bummer for this kind of Invoker. Like, you really should be playing off these Spirit Vessel charges as we speak, but he just can't do anything at the moment. It's Palos.
Oh.
Gonna be spotted. Watson will make him well aware of it. Ooh. Razors do land, but not quite enough, sadly. Nice try from Watson.
Yeah, that's a lot of poke out. Palos, again, is just not equipped yet on the NP to kind of join back in. He was taking some early activity, does need more time. Dragonlance is going to be next. Already has that Maelstrom at least to speed up that farming pace. And the full Overlord is now up for Tino. So this is when things should start to connect.
CML, bit of danger. Nice rebound out from Shanks. Quinn, pretty much out of mana, but going to find himself the amp damage rune. He'll be very happy with that. Meanwhile, Tofu has got the full blink up now. You've got the Helm of the Overlord on Tino, mind you, so this could be an intimidating fight for Gaimin to try and take, but with that blink up on that Bat Rider, this might be the defense that you want to try for. Ace will show up as well. The setup is there, and they do it, just successfully force them back. No fight even necessary.
No, just have to be conservative for a bit on Execration. Again, their output is somewhat there. It's just the issue of finding angles.
Oh, they found someone. Shanks getting caught just in the river. No rebound target, and Ace happy with the dunk on the axe. 5-0-2. Now is the scoreline for him, and again, Ace, he really has been the backbone of the team this game one.
That he has been. I like this movement into the Boots of Travel first before the blink, just because, again, he's kind of maxing out Battle Hunger. He's trying to play with that slow.
Smart.
He's trying to chase down instead. There's no pressure for him to initiate because there's no initiation anyhow for Execration, so you can just kind of wait for them to run up to him, rely on that blink on your Bat Rider instead. And again, Gaimin's just been so efficient on the map. 3K advantage already. They've had all the space in the world to farm on Tofu, on our SF as well. For Watson,
can they get a vessel charge, John?
No, they're not finding the openings. Again, they've been so smart in Gaimin.
Tofu's around, but he's been very sneaky, Tofu. I mean, yeah, he must be, John. He's a good-looking man. The paparazzi's always following him. He's got to be sneaky. Tina gonna lose his creep by the looks of it, though. They look to set up. Lewis will protect. Rebound in. They have got Quinn, and that's a great start, but the Shallow Grave is there, stopping the kill from happening. So Quinn, he will get healed up, walks away. Meanwhile, Shanks getting caught by Ace. Another fantastic dunk from our Axe. And with that, Execration, I hate to say it, John, they still haven't found the damn charge.
No, they need to find his backline. It's a Dazzle issue again. Maledich is just doing so much work in the back, having the Shallow Grave on hand. You're just not able to find that connection. And that job kind of has to go at the Palos, who again is just not ready at the moment. So you don't have this way of looking for the softer supports to kind of take off the Shallow Grave.
Here comes Quinn.
Ooh.
Wants a bit of revenge. Tofu with the lasso setup, and Lewis. Oh no! He got a Spirit Vessel charge at least.
Yeah.
He got one. I was about to say, yeah, Quinn got 3. He got the Vessel in charge in time.
Of course. Right?
How great stat.
He gets 1 for dying. You know, you get a consolation prize nowadays. Not like the good old days where you just get nothing.
I mean, it was just devastating to think that Quinn literally got his Spirit Vessel like half a second ago, and he's already got 3 charges.
I mean, what can you do? You know, the angle's out for Execration. That early aggression was great, but if Palos can't rotate in, then you don't have movement. You know, you don't have high mobility heroes. Marcy somewhat is with a rebound, but looking for these targets have been difficult for Shanks. You're not going to get into the blink anytime soon just yet for Tino. Probably looking for the aura build-up here as well on the Beastmaster. So your game is just passive on Execration after a strong laning start, and that's something Gaimin's, you know, just capitalizing on. Again, they've had all the room in the world to get Watson farmed up. Yasha up now with the Dragon Lance and Mask of Madness, going into the Manta style next. Holy Locket for Maledich is almost done, which is kind of insane with the healing output you will have. That ruins your burst play with Maledich as well if you don't manage to kill off that Dazzle. So the output for CML to kind of look for that burst play isn't there. The burst play you can kind of get with the connections of your heroes, not going to be easy to find unless you find a backline, which is easier said than done for Exe. Until a blink on Tino or until Palos is ready, you just won't be able to get the initiation you want here just yet.
I mean, Gaimin doing a great job. You can't take that away from them. They are doing a fantastic job. And again, I give all praise right now to Ace on this axe, because Ace has just been playing a perfect game so far. Just very intimidating now with the amount of net worth he's found on this hero. And, well, I mean, Execration nowhere near out of the game yet, but my goodness, it's going to be very hard if Ace finds the right moments. And I don't think he'll be having too much trouble, John. Going into the BKB next, he's just going to feel invincible.
No.
Once the BKB's up, like, what are you going to do to it?
All you have is a roar, and whether or not you actually want to roar the axe when you have to take care of a Void Spirit and SF, you probably don't. Tino's probably looking at these bigger targets. Good gate swing, though.
Watson, he's a high net worth hero. This will be a big deal. Watson gets rebounded.
Oh, the creeps!
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Oh, that's spooky.
It's the Croakers. I tell them, you gotta watch the Croakers.
So creepy.
They're not used to it, John.
No.
Australians know. We know.
Oh, that could have gone so badly.
Ace is here. They're gonna find at least something for their trouble, or are they? Yes, they are. Of course they are. Ace now 7-0-2 on the axe.
17 Code of Blood, 6.8 armor on hand now as well for Ace. A lot more damage again coming in with that Battle Hunger, getting a lot of value from your Shard. And again, for Execration, it's a nice kill. Takes a little bit of effort. They need more. It's 11-10, a 6K lead still running for Gaimin. Starting to set up for that Tormentor up top. They've got vision in the area as well. In fact, they're the ones going in for a really wild gate swing, and Execration aren't ready. They don't have rear vision. They're in the firing line.
They're trying for Quinn, but they don't realize that Quinn has teammates sneaking up from right on the backside, as they are going to find Lewis immediately here with Ace. And just look at the damage on his own. Lewis, how do you survive? The answer is you just don't. You just don't. And Tino, he'll get out at the very least, but sadly for him, he will lose the Ancient Black Dragon.
Yeah, again, Gaimin Gladiators is just playing this aggression.
Ace is too much. Ace is just too
Palos.
much. Palos, he'll get the TP away. But I mean, he's just bullying them now, John. He's just bullying them.
That he is. And again, he had a pretty strong start. He was left alone up top with all of the rotations Palos was doing. A lot of space for the axe to just get that early net worth. And now they've secured themselves the Tormentor as well. Nice free shard to pick up here for good old Maledich. So some more utility with Nodal projection out while being disabled. You're not going to be able to knock out the Dazzle too quickly as long as it's off cooldown. And for Execration, again, you start to ask yourself, are we going to be able to scale up?
Oh, they're trying. Palos, he's trying to force a fight here, but it's not looking good for him. Quinn will be able to take him down. Ace is here now as well, going for the chase. So everybody else will leave the building. But if you're Execration, it's probably time to just slow the pace of the game down a little bit. These kill attempts, they're not really panning out at all. And it's just, with this boots of travel that Ace went for, he could just be all over the map. Like, you can't really go for a 4v5. Even if you see the Axe, chances are he's going to be there in a couple seconds.
Yeah, it's just so easy to kind of work the map, have the same presence that Palos has almost when he's trying to split farm if he'd want. You are at the point where you at least have a Midas and Lewis. You can start to maybe ramp up a bit, trying to go for travel to also find that presence. Good scan does spot out Ace. This could be a good kill if they line it up.
He's worth a lot of gold. He is worth a lot, but can you deal with this man? They'll land the Tornado, they've got the Maledict, they've got the Roger, the Deathward, and that's a lot of gold for Lewis. That's a big influx. That's a game changer, Jonathan.
That it is. They had to throw everything they had. The Roar, the Death Ward as well, the full compliments out from the Invoker, but it is worthwhile. Now you're just a few more gold away from that full travels. You don't want to die here, though.
No, you don't. Tino will get caught. Lasso is there. Tino looks like he's going to have no help incoming. They'll leave him be. They'll even look for the creep, and they'll find it. Tino, they have to give another plus 250 away. And I still think you're very happy trading that for the ace kill at the very least, but certainly you would have liked to escape if you could have as Execration.
Yeah, no, you have to look at silver linings for Execration. For Gaimin, they're still in the lead even after losing Ace, even losing that streak. You're fine. You're getting your timings out. You've got the Ags up on Quinn. So now you have to deal with even more control here as he jumps in.
Yeah, Quinn feeling confident now. The move into Shanks. Call is there from Axe. And with that, Ace right back to work. No messing around.
23 stacks of Code of Blood, 9.2 armor. BKB's not too far off, just a recipe left, 1,200 gold.
Tofu, no lasso. CML, not going to survive anyway. 4-star him forward.
Yeah, no need to waste a big cooldown. Get a freebie kill. 16 to 11, and Gaimin, again, they've broken this early game tempo that the side of Execration was going for. They just need so much more time. Like, you're looking at an AC timing for Tino. You're going to need some BKBs or Lincolns to save you here on the side of Execration. I'm wondering what Lewis will want now. And now that he has his travels up along with the Spirit Vessel, if he wants. Like, I don't know if they can play off of the Ags with a Tornado upgrade. It does feel like they need some control, as they are fully reliant on just Roar and Rebound at the moment. And it's difficult to kind of set up these fights because of that. I think the Ags on Invoker with this facet of Mind of Tornaris could be disruptive. It's not as silly as, say, the Ice Wall Ags upgrade on the Quas, but it is also pretty disruptive, just maybe not enough. This rush is beginning, and it's not going to take long. And again, for Exe, there's no option here. You have to sit back, you have to farm, you can't contest. You have to just kind of hope an opening is provided if Gaimin does start to split up just a tad bit from being overconfident.
Oh, they're not doing that yet, I'll tell you what. Watson now, Aegis up. Execration, gonna play the avoid game. Gaimin, of course, they just won every fight they can take right now. They know well and truly that they are the much stronger team at this mid-game mark. Wonder where they do end up heading. There is a T2 tower mid, T2 tower top. It's like CML and Lewis looking to set up onto Ace. Can you do it alone? I mean, you got the Deathward Maledict. Ace not moving up yet, though. Now will do so. Spirit Vessel out. Do they have the setup, however? The stun doesn't really last, and Ace, he might just make it out anyway, as CML will get caught out, and looks like he is just set to fall to Quinn. He'll try to make it hard. Oh, he's healing. Run, CML. Run.
No.
Nah, it's got him. Quinn. Very nice, and of course Ace does end up surviving, and he's right back to work. Lewis being caught. Ace.
Oh my goodness.
This guy's too much. This guy is too damn much. Shanks now caught as well. How much armor do you want, sir? How much more? I mean, he's basically Havel right now, John.
Yeah.
He's Havel the Rock.
That he is. 14.5, a good number. 28 armor without the call. A lot of damage coming out from that Battle Hunger. And for Execration, again, they needed to really crush these lanes. They needed to have a more runaway start for Palos. He was getting some good activity out. We haven't felt the Nature's Prophet since. And look at that speed coming out there for good old Ace. He's had a fantastic time here on our Axe. For Exe, it's hard to see the angles here. I think high ground could be a strong point. If you can get a good cast, a good Maledict out, maybe a good rebound on top and just do some damage, it could be good, but you really need to find the Dazzle. No one is going to die so long as Maledict is in the back.
Mid lane, Quinn dancing his way out. They could try for that Dazzle you just spoke about, though. Looks like the 8th Remnant going to hold down Shanks. Can they at least get him?
Nope.
Shallow Grave is there. They cannot get him. No, they cannot. Melody will make it out for another day. And well, as you can see, his heals are pretty ridiculous. Jonathan?
That it is. Again, you've got the Holy Lock, you've got the change in healing. Additional healing or healing plus is just so much better. Dazzle's one of the big ones that benefits. So you just have so much sustain. And it's impossible to play with Maledict with this. That's the one thing. As long as Maledict is alive, Maledict does not work or do anything whatsoever. And, you know, you're just struggling.
Oh, Lasso Tofu, he's going to find another target. They had a ward on the high ground, nice and easy. There goes CML and Gaimin. They're not stopping.
No.
There's no need to stop. 2 minutes on the Aegis, they'll continue. In this game, it is really starting to look well and truly over. I'm struggling to see a high ground defense to come here from Execration against what Gaimin are offering. Lewis is going to show up. He'll try to make it a little bit annoying for them by draining the mana of Ace, but he just gets completely reset by Malady anyway. Back to work. Tino hanging around in the smoke, looking for an initiation, but it's just an impossible fight to try and start. He's going to look for Water by running right in, but it's not working out in his favor. They'll drop the Chaos Meteor, but the damage is negligible. It does nothing. Here comes Palos. He's in the back trying for Malady with the Requiem. He can't duke it out. They're just jumping him and surrounding him. Palos, can you keep the fight going? I don't think he can. He's down. And here comes Ace with a two-man call, takes down Lewis, looking for Tino. They'll try to save. Meanwhile, Quinn dealing with CML. It's just an impossible fight, isn't it? They'll buy back. Maybe Ace will go down. Did I say impossible, did I, John? A Sunstrike. Perfect from Lewis onto Tofu.
I mean, they managed to hold on. They only lose a tier 3, but the buybacks coming out, Lewis having to buy back. Still not the cleanest in the world for Execration, but they do stay alive. 17k deficit for them, a 17k lead for Gaimin Gladiators. And you are seeing some signs of life. If you do get that overcommitment, if you can kind of isolate that back line, take the Dazzle out of the equation, take Maladich out fast, and Palos is finding these targets. He is playing in the right spot.
Oh, hold on a minute. Lewis getting caught very early on, still alive, but will go down. Here comes Tino. They're trying to jump Watson, but Watson's got the Daedalus. He's doing too much right-click damage as Tino trying to TP away. He's going to barely make it. But like you said, an instant buyback for Lewis. CML, don't breathe too loud, CML. Malady knows too, he pings it. He knew where he was. It won't matter though. They've got a dieback on the Invoker. No buyback on Shanks. Time to go higher ground again, perhaps once Ace is up.
Yeah, I mean, without Lewis, you're hard-pressed to get that teamfight control. Again, the disruptiveness of the Mind of Tornara's Invoker is there. We're seeing some of the effects of that additional Wex level, but without him, again, how do you go in? You've got Roar, you've got Rebound, taking a mighty risk on your Marcy without BKB. It's been a slow game for Shanks. Not simple to find these solutions here. Palos just has to expose himself on a lot of these fights as well.
Oh, Tofu, he does start a Palos. So you are going to lose your Batrider, which might force them to decide to not go for any more. They'll take a Rax, though. It's still a win for Gaimin. Palos, he's getting there. Slowly but surely, the damage is starting to ramp up, but still plenty of work to go here for the Prophet.
Yeah, just wants that full Mjolnir. Maybe you can start to think about either something defensive or a little bit more damage here.
Watson. Does he see Palos? Not yet. Oh, they do now. Palos, do you want a man fight? The answer is no. He'll go for the TP play out. Requiem, Aether Remnant, no. Nice attempt from Quinn. Palos with the quick thinking, knew he had to just TP out of there immediately.
Yeah, and he's buying space. That's a quick response out from Gaimin. That's no pressure on the lanes. You're getting some room to farm up as well in this Nature's Prophet. Some room to try to recover. On Lewis, I'm wondering what he's going to go for next. Again, you've got the Midas, you've got the Spirit Vessel and Travels. He's not queuing anything up. It could be a decent game for, again, more utility with your Ags. Maybe it's a little bit too greedy. You could go utility with, say, a Scythe, perhaps. Just get some lockdown in, relieve some of that pressure. That's solely on Tino to just keep people locked down.
I wouldn't mind the Ags coming out if he was going to go down any ramp, but we'll see. We'll see.
I'm curious to see how much the Mind of Tornara's Tornado does, right? Like, again, he's been highly disruptive. It feels like with Invoker, with his shards, it's kind of focused on just changing Ags.
We'll see Tofu. Lewis gets a Tornado set up. There's no help for Tofu. He should just be dead. They are trying to TP him, but no. They'll take the Tormentor instead, so Tofu will drop, and that'll allow the opening to try for a T2 tower. The thing for Palos is the only people he's really afraid about is Axe or Tofu. If he doesn't get caught and he's allowed to stand there and right-click, he's happy as Larry's. Here we go. There's that catch. There's that call. They'll try to save with the rebound, though. He's out of there, but Tino will drop as Quinn jumps right in. They've got the profit. Palos is gone. Death Ward channeled. But what's it going to do? Absolutely nada is the answer. And that's what I'm saying. I think if you're Palos, you can't really afford to frontline like that.
He can't. He's just not set up for it. Doesn't have anything defensive. One good call, and he's just kind of blown apart. At the least, again, you kind of save out Lewis. You were forced to BKB down to 7 seconds now for Shanks. But you do stay alive. You control that top lane, you push back. It's just all of this control from Gaimin. Right? The blink call, the threat of Requiem, the threat of the Ags up on Quinn, that silence just giving you a huge opening to play. And it's so hard to see Execration go for the counter fight once that initiation's committed in. I'm not sure what they have to do. They've got the blink up on Tino. Maybe you could go for a roar in the back, but easier said than done.
3 heroes with no buyback. Plenty of time. They'll get a glyph. Forced out. Ace trying for a quick call blind. Won't find anything. Ace is currently fishing. Tier 3 tower will go down before Tino does come up. Even then, you're not going to have Palos. You're not going to have CML for this defense. They're going to have to just try and defend the mid-racks, if anything. We'll see if Gaimin want to stick around to try for it. They might just go for the next Roshan instead. Be the much safer play. No need to risk this game at all here for Gaimin. I mean, they're 27k ahead. They've got the whole map controlled by themselves. Yes, Roshan's going to be a little bit of time. It's one of the later timers, but you may as well just wait it out.
Yeah. Just kind of get that build up. You're in a very secure spot right now as well for Gaimin Gladiator. 27k up.
Oh, Lewis. Oh. They see him. They should know he's there. Tofu going to pop the Firefly, drop the sentry. They're going to find him. Lewis is gone. Watson, he'll get roared up. Rebound in. They're going to try and blow Watson up, but Watson, he should have the help from the Dazzle. They know the Shallow Grave was already committed, but Watson is just man-fighting everyone. Triple kill for Watson. Meanwhile, Palos, he finally deals with Malady, but he forgot about the carry. Palos will get ultra killed. Now Tino, it's a rampage for Watson. GG.
I mean, it's fair. I think that kind of fight, you know, it looks awkward for Execration, but it's at that point, you're so far behind, you're just looking for an opportunity. You know, you're trying to make it work. You're trying to take a fight outside the high ground. Again, for Execration, their early game looked pretty sharp. They knew what they were doing. They were getting some good aggression out from Palos, but they had no easy answers, especially as soon as Maledich started to be a factor. Right? Like, you can't find a backline, you can't find this Dazzle. The Shallow Grave is just constantly coming in. The healing is coming in. Your Maledict isn't really playing with Burst because the heals are just consistent. And for the side of Execration, this is a very Execration draft. You know, that's the one thing as well. This is something that you would expect them to run in something like the Qualifier. This is something that they would normally play as well. They love their Marcy supports and all of that. I think they have to go back to the drawing board. They have a few more ideas they could play with. Doesn't quite pan out this time around.
Absolutely. Gaimin Gladiators is proving to be the better team here for this game one. And I mean, they really, it does feel like it goes back to the fact that you just couldn't find any vessel charges on Lewis, right? That early game was just atrocious. Like, the Invoker wins the lane, then just can't do anything. Pretty sad indeed.
Yeah, it's just rough. Again, like, they were getting a lot of activity out. I think we were seeing some decent starts from Shanks and Tino early on in the off lane, but couldn't really capitalize. And again, that timing was right before that Spirit Vessel was up on Lewis. They just never managed to find that opening again.
No, absolutely not. With that, Jonathan, that is game one in the books. Of course, we'll be back with game two very soon, but we'll go to some highlights and we'll be back with our lovely panel.
Game number one going the way of Gaimin Gladiators. They take down Execration. Execration, you know, they tried to play it fast. They tried to do what they do so well, but ultimately, Gaimin just held it together way too well.
Yeah, I think these teams are just aware that Seb's either in the green room or on the panel, because we've seen some crazy axe plays in the last 2 games on this stream. Ace was popping off, went for a really greedy build of the Vanguard into the Blade Mail, into the Boots of Travel. And then even after that, he went Blink Shard before any defensive items. So yeah, he just kind of had a heyday this game, it felt like. And yeah, it just fell a bit flat. Witch Doctor was cool, the Marcy was cool, but yeah, it just seemed like Gaimin just executed at a higher level.
Yeah, I think it's quite related to the Void Spirit pick and how well they made it work. Like, it really felt like it was mentioned by the casters. Like it really felt like this Invoker, Marcy, Witch Starter combo were not really able to open the map. And you have a Beastmaster that bought Helm of Dominator. You have a Nature's Prophet that's looking to connect. Like you really want to find these openings. You want to find the plays. You want to be able to pressure the map. And you know, it really tells the story of this game. Like for the Axe to be able to buy Boots of Travels before Blink means he had the most quiet, peaceful, you know, kind of ride ever. And that's, you know, not something Execration is happy with. Like they wanted to find, yeah, more aggressive plays on the map, but they just weren't able to.
No, and I think a lot of that came down to Ace, as you were saying, on that Axe. Like he was just the bodyguard through pretty much the entire early game. He had a good lane, and then he was just doing way too much on the map. I was surprised, honestly. Like I think Axe, every time I see him, like 9 times out of 10, if he doesn't have a Blink Dagger and a Vanguard at like 15 minutes, like that hero's just jungling. It's just doing nothing. But AC's got a different read. He recognized that he needed to do more for his team than a normal Axe would. He played the map really well. I mean, he went for like Vanguard, double ring of protection, ran around, you know, spamming Battle Hunger and being a hero, which is what his team needed.
I think that this is a result of a hero being meta for like a month or two now, because Axe is countered by heroes that you don't want to blink on top of, right? It's like the Dawnbreaker ultis we see earlier today. It's like a hero like Witch Doctor where you blink in, you get maledicted and cast and Spirit Vesseled, and you're against Invoker. So I think the best response, like we saw 33 yesterday go for like this Blade Mail Soul Ring pipe Axe with no blink for a while, where basically all the heroes that counter you don't have stuns. Like they don't have ways to catch you because they're meant to wait for you to go in first. So I think this is an evolution of teams countering Axe. So then Axes are having to adjust with their counter helixes, you know, in return.
100%. And yeah, I mean, Axe is also a hero that when you think about it, you talked about movement speed. Like he's very mobile. You don't necessarily need the blink to, you know, get in the fight, find angles. You can play off the Battle Hunger. We've even seen like kind of hybrid builds where they max Battle Hunger, they buy Spirit Vessel, they don't play on the blink call anymore, or they just do that later. So it's good to see, you know, creativity in builds every time. Like that's something I enjoy. As for, you know, what might come in the second map, I'm really hoping for Execration to find a solution to the mid lane control that's coming from gaming. That's really their footprint in Dota right now. I think every team has had to adapt to that playstyle and copy it, because if you don't respect it, and if you don't match what they bring, you're gonna play with a mid laner that might lose his lane. He's not gonna touch a single rune in the game. That leads to early objective taking in their favor. They're gonna get towers. They will be able to defend their own, get yours. They will maybe contest the wisdom. Like, you really need to be able to match that. So when I see Quinn on a Voice Spirit last pick against 2 supports that have really unreliable stuns at the end of the day, like Rebound from Marcy, you know, the cast from Witch Doctor, this is just gaming's bread and butter. And he's just controlling the map, making the right plays, moving around the map how he wants to, making sure that Ace and Watson are just, you know, rising. This is this is gaming 101. And I feel like Execration, they had a plan that did not factor in that well enough. So I hope that they find the adaptation for the second map where they're just going to be able to play their style and bring the game to the pace that they want.
And when we do take a look at that scoreboard, then we will be seeing exactly how strong those heroes looked. Because there's some pretty big numbers on the board here, especially for Mr. Ace. There are far and away MVP of this game, 14-2. Just active at every single point of this game. Some huge calls coming out as well. We'll give credit, of course, to Quinn as well, who had a very clean game at mid. Found his Aghanims timing nice and quickly and had big impact with that. And Watson, of course, getting caught out a lot more than anybody else on the court, but he was targeted pretty heavily by Execration, not BB. But yeah, I think some things which BB did well. I think Lewis was actually kind of convincing me a little bit on the Invoker. He had some really promising moments, especially in the base defenses, where he was able to secure them a few extra kills, be able to make some nice moves. So yeah, I think he kind of kept them in it a little bit.
Yeah, I was mentioning in the draft, like when we saw the first 3 or 4 heroes from Execration, is that they didn't have the most reliable stuns and they needed a way to force fights, and they chose the Beastmaster, which makes sense as a hero that you're going to be pressuring lanes, they fight into you, you have stuns. But once you mentioned, Seb, that they're just now playing around the mid lane, Beastmaster doesn't want to go there super early, and when they did go on him, like on the mid lane a few times, all of it's single targets. So this Dazzle we saw from Malty, even though he's 0-6, you see 24 assists, had some 6 saves that game, and it's just the name of the game I see time and time again this tournament is single target against Dazzle, and it's like, you invest all that, if they get the Grave off last second, it's a complete disaster.
Yeah, and with a lineup like that, they're kind of, you know, they're forced to just look at the Dazzle. They can't find him. They don't have heroes to get in the backline. I mean, Invoker can find him, but yet again, how reliable is it that you're going to find the Dazzle, chain lock him, like chain stun him? It just doesn't happen. You want to look at heroes like Puck, Void Spirit, Storm Spirit that reliably will find the backline and threaten to kill on them. They had none of that last game. They have cores that, whether it's the Beast, the Nature's Prophet, or the Invoker, are really not able to deal with the Dazzle. So
we actually saw Palos on Nature's Prophet in those late game team fights. He took it upon himself to TP behind and hit the Dazzle for 15 seconds.
I was looking at the same thing, that fight. I was just like, oh, this is sad. He's just sitting there wailing on a Dazzle who's great.
He recognized the problem and said, that's a result of their draft, right?
That's when you know that, frustration is kicking in because this Dazzle's just doing too much and they just don't have the tools to deal with him. So,
all right,
better try.
Take a little look at some replays here as we can revisit your chosen moments off the fights, off the games. BSJ, what are we seeing here?
Yeah, this was the moments where they really showed like their aggression onto Watson, and Malady manages to keep him alive for quite some time, but this double melee lane with the Hawks on top of you, Beastmaster loves that. But this is where the Dazzle, this is what I'm talking about, where they're going to go on Quinn here. They're going to use all of their stuns, the Tornado, into the Marcy rebound, really well executed, Cold Snap into Roar, and then he just gets graved. And Axe doesn't even have a blink at this point because he went for that Boots of Travel build, and Ace, meanwhile, has like massive impact in the fight. I think a lot of what made their draft work well on Gaimin was it allowed Ace to play this way because he has a Batrider with a blink, because he has this mid Void Spirit. I feel like everybody got to do what they wanted to do at the end of the day.
Yeah, the pressure coming out from Execration just wasn't enough, unfortunately, and that's going to mean the Gaimin Gladiators take a very clean game number 1 here. Can they repeat it in game number 2? We're going to find out after this short break. Ace on his axe, lead Gaimin Gladiators to a Game 1 victory here in this Best of 2 series against Execration. Now it is time to wipe that slate clean and get into game number 2. Of course, last time we saw Execration play, they were the team which took the first victory. This time they're going to lose the first game. Do you think that can be really difficult for a less experienced team to come back after a defeat like this?
It is definitely one of the challenges that you have to face, especially when you're unexperienced, like learning how to deal with that, because it is a big stop in momentum right away. You know, you can feel a little bit helpless, especially because you have to adapt on the spot. So probably if they fell into a certain trap, maybe they did not see it coming before the series, and now they've had only 10 minutes to collect themselves, but also find solutions and agree on them. So I think it's a kind of classic tough challenge for a new team. Up to them to see if they can overcome that.
And also, I think we looked at the draft and we're pretty happy with them, right? We thought like, hey, this is actually looking like a pretty good draft for Execration. It's a little slow from Gaimin, so I would imagine they're probably saying the same thing. So now, what is the play? 'Cause that self-doubt starts to creep in, right?
I think it's about the lack of intuitiveness to their kills happening. Like if you saw that in the clip where Dazzle saved Quinn, there was some sick spellcasting on the side of Execration. They tornadoed him into a perfectly timed rebound, cold snap, dispose, roar. And it's like on the side of Gaimin, I lasso you, I blink call you. Like it's just ease of execution, I think, was a bit of the problem with Execution's draft that game. They were executing regardless, but at the end of the day, it just felt way easier for Gaimin to pick and choose their targets. So going into this one, maybe having a bit more straightforward formula to how you bring somebody down might be a good way for them to bounce back a little bit, because they clearly can make the plays.
Yeah, they kind of left themselves open to that, didn't they? Especially with the Void Spirit last pick, which I thought was really good. How many times have we seen them jump the Void Spirit, execute pretty cleanly on Tim, and then he just presses one button and gets away? Like, there was a lack of chase there for Execration, for sure.
There really was, and I mean, and it was already difficult to deal with the Void Spirit, because it's a really good Void Spirit game. Like, it's not that easy to land a rebound or a roar on the Void Spirit. Like, if the Void Spirit's fast, which, Quinn is, it's already hard enough. So if you finally manage to lock him down with tornadoes and rebounds, we're not talking hexes here or silences, and you actually achieve that, and then he gets graved, you're like, oh, come on, let's just move on to the next map, So I'm really hoping, for the sake of their playstyle, that they will put more emphasis in the next draft into setting themselves up for an easier time around the mid lane, because that's really how Dota's played right now. Whatever happens mid and around the mid with the rune situation, with the towers, really dictates how closed or open the map is going to be, and what then happens around the Wisdom, around the Tormentor, and around like farming areas. So they need to adapt. On the bright side, they're gonna have the last pick this time around. So if they choose to emphasize that more than anything else, they will be in the driving seat.
Yeah, as much as I praise the Invoker, I do think that's one of the limitations of the hero, where typically, if you want to secure runes on Invoker, you bring the supports in. But as you say, the way the game has changed and the way mid's played now, everybody's coming into the runes anyway, so you're essentially one less active hero to fight for those runes. And I think that's one of the main reasons why Quinn was able to just pull ahead and kind of leave this Invoker behind, who basically just built the Midas, chilled out a bit, and we just didn't see that much of him until later on, which was not on pace with the rest of the team. But now we can get into the draft for game number 2 here and find out how this one is going to go. Are we expecting any changes in the bans here? Maybe taking that Bat Rider out on the side of Execration?
If you're going to open up the Nature's Prophet, I think that's a strong consideration. That just conceptually is a very annoying matchup for any BKB ranged right-clicker. And they do go for the Bat Rider ban. I don't mind that. Axe Bat Rider causes so much issues for a carry player. Like, I'm just thinking, what do I itemize against Axe Bat Rider? You have a single target BKB piercing stun. You have an AoE BKB piercing stun. You have a bunch of magic damage and blade mail that you kind of have to buy a BKB for anyway. So, and he didn't end up buying one that game. It's just really awkward. So I can see how, if they want to play around Palos like that, definitely good to take out the Bat Rider and the Axe.
You're gonna need teammates over items if you're gonna have to deal with Bat Axe. I was trying to think of an item, and I'm like, I can't think of any that is actually going to save you. So the solution will have to come from your own team lineup, and how you're maybe able to like cancel their blink jumps, how you're able to out heal. I was gonna say Dazzle, but that doesn't work either against the Culling Blade.
Maybe the Oracle?
Oracle, like there are answers, Naga Sleep, but definitely they're gonna need to like think different and try to set them up for, I mean, different kind of fighting, but most importantly, I think different kind of tempo, because the heroes that they picked last game, Witch Doctor, Marcy, Beastmaster, these heroes can look incredibly good if, you know, the game allows it, and they also can look incredibly bad if they're not able to apply the pressure that they need to apply. So it's all about the tempo that they're gonna be able to bring.
Well, we have our first 2 picks here, and yeah, Execration, they did let through the Naga Siren. Oh, I hate this hero so much. It's the most boring hero in the game. I hate watching it. I hate everything about this hero.
Even when it's support?
Oh, especially when it's support, dude.
Especially
like,
when it's
carry
support.
is like, whatever, okay. Like, it's just -1 guy in the fights. But in support, it's like, oh, someone's about to do something cool. Oh, never mind. She's singing. I guess we'll just sit around and do nothing for a bit instead.
That's funny, because I actually enjoy watching Naga a lot. I think Naga in competent hands is like an incredible hero to watch. Like, you have all the, you know, the micro, the scouting, the blocking camps aspect with the illusions. You know, you also obviously the sleep concentration. I think can be pretty impressive at times. Like, you have some crazy team fights that are happening.
Not to a pleb like me, Seb. To me, it's just boring.
It's maybe not as flashy as an RP or Black Hole happening, and maybe it even ruins those. Though, this is where I could agree with you.
Exactly,
but,
it's the combo breaker. But if you pair it up with something cool like a Shadow Fiend or maybe an Enigma or something like that, then maybe I'm back on board.
All right.
Fun, but
Disruptor, Naga Disruptor. Any takers?
I mean, Disruptor is getting picked a lot as well. Disruptor, like individually of Naga, it's the 6th most picked hero of the tournament. So.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be too surprised.
Classic combo.
You have the Darkseer, which got banned out. You have the Enigma. You have the Disruptor, the SF you mentioned.
Yeah.
Nomad. I like any of those. They're all in the pool except for the Darkseer.
The Pangolier answer to the Naga is a little bit weird to me, because I think it goes both hands. Like, I see how obviously the Pango roll is one of the few, you know, spells in the game that doesn't really get stopped by sleep. So if you're trying to lock down a hero, you know that sleep is not going to stop that. But at the same time, I think Naganet is a really cool tool against Pango. And the laning phase and what happens around the mid, if it's a Pango mid, is also not great. Naga is a really good hero at catching Pango outside of his ult, so we'll have to see how that goes.
Wow. Well, a big difference in strategy coming out here from Execration. I don't feel like this is fitting into the style of Dota they played previously. Like,
No.
I don't feel like Mag is that fast hero.
Well, what I like about Mag is that usually Naga gets paired with these ranged turrets. These ranged turrets love to just stand still. They're easy skewer targets. I'm sure you are aware of this in your mini Mag games, Seb. And you also pull people away from that likely save. Yeah. I've always liked Mag against the saves.
Yeah,
how do you feel about it?
It's good. Typically SF. SF comes out now. Obviously, Naga SF, very famous combo, but Mag is a really good hero against SF. Mag really enjoys, as you mentioned, like playing versus these third heroes, like repositioning them in a very unfavorable way. It is a really good pick. I like it. I'm just worried about the tools that they have, again, because these are like kind of greedy heroes in a sense, or heroes that don't cover certain angles. So we'll have to see. I'm thinking of, you know, Quinn heroes that might come on 18, like Puck or Storm Spirit, like classics that he plays and that he's really good at, that neither Pango or Mag address whatsoever.
Is there potential to leave the Shadow Fiend mid as well, let Quinn play it, and then you've got the magic style of SF with the Naga Siren setup?
Yeah, definitely. That's the strength of this SF pick right now, because he's been so good from both the mid lane and the carry position, and also he like it's two completely different styles. Like from the mid lane, it's a very like heavy burst, you know, magic damage kind of style, whereas from the safe lane, it's the classic right-click SF with Mask of Madness and Dragonlance, which cover completely different angles in Dota. So it is hard to draft versus this SF, because it's also a very dominant laner, so you can't just ignore him. Whether it's from mid or carry, you have to cover certain angles, even though you don't know what's coming.
Yeah.
Speaking about this Dawn, we saw earlier on the other stream, Team Spirit picked Wyvern support against it. I've loved that matchup. I love Wyvern against any lineup that also has a hero like SF that's just going to shred his teammates. Also has like, whether it's the right-click SF, whether it's the BKB Requiem SF, it's good against both of those. So I would love to see if Execration could whip that out. Not exactly a hero you just kind of casually pick, though. Like, Wyvern's definitely a specialist hero through and through. But all I'm thinking is right now, Dawn has a pretty straightforward time that she's supposed to ulti, and I want Execration to pick something that punishes it, maybe makes you second guess it at least a little bit in terms of what you're landing on top of.
Back to the Witch Doctor.
We're on top of a Maledict.
Hard counted.
There were some good moments for Witch Doctor in map 1, and obviously this is a hero that, you know, if you're gonna start bleeding as a team, he's not going to stop it. Like, if anything, he's just going to be feeding even more. Like, that's a hero that really enjoys playing from ahead. We're not talking, you know, big team fight presence, big comeback mechanics. That's just not Witch Doctor for you. But, you know, I was looking at this Axe last game, and, you know, top 1 net worth, super fat, very hard to deal with, and all of a sudden Witch Doctor almost solo kills him, and that is what Witch Doctor can do.
Yep.
There were some pretty cool, you know, casks also that we got to see. So
some very skillful casts.
No, really. Yeah. I mean, you know, obviously Witch Doctor. Everybody hates Witch Doctor when the cask happens. You know, everybody calls it luck, but you know,
I'll tell you what,
it's always the same that get lucky. I'm just saying.
The dark side of me really wanted. There was a specific play mid where Quinn got caught out by a cask and it bounced to entire creep wave and back to Quinn rather than to any other creep.
That is skill. That is skill.
I really wanted Quinn to die there just to see the cam reaction. I'm not going to lie to you. Quinn, I love you, but it would have been really, really funny. But
luck is no excuse. You know, that's a famous Dota saying. Dota has nothing to do with luck, everything to do with skill. And that includes all Witch Doctor players.
All of them.
I got to ask you, Seb, what do you think about this Shadow Demon pick? For me, it's kind of out of left field, but I'd love to hear what your thoughts are on it.
It's an interesting one. I mean, I think I like it versus what I see. Like, it is good versus SF. It is good versus Dawnbreaker also. I'm thinking, you know, you start the fight, you hold disruption, Dawn turns, and the Dawn stun is going to happen. You have the disruption to deal with it. I'm also thinking of the something we might not think about, but the SD shard versus the SF fear, I think is a very cool mechanic. SF fear is a big problem, especially from the mid lane. So when you commit on this SF and you know the fear is going to happen, like the blink ulti, SD shard stops, like it removes fear mechanics like Void Spirit Q or SF ulti. So that might allow for your carry or your core to just commit without having to think of getting chain stunned to death. Like he's going to be able to click the BKB or the Satanic or whatever he has when he's committing in due time. So I see this is like a different approach that they're taking. It's a much more scale into what gaming has approach, you know, make sure that if we can't, you know, keep up the pace and the aggression, we're happy to play the late game phase also. It's a reaction to map 1, and honestly, after what happened, it's only natural that they're trying to balance things out a little bit more.
Agreed. I mean, I think, I don't know, this feels way too comfortable for Gaming Gladiators at this point, though. Like, the Quinn Park, you know, the SF again coming out, the Melody Naga Siren, like, it's really on meta, and it's really on Gaimin's meta as well. I'm not sure if Execration can fight up into this at the moment.
It's a little bit scary. I mean, I saw the first 2 picks, and I was already mentioning the Quinn Puck that might come, and it's coming on 18, and they either didn't see it coming at all, which, you know, is a little bit scary, or they did, but then their decision was to go for Witch Doctor and SD, which are supports that are really not going to enjoy like playing against the puck. Like some of the worst I can think of, if anything. So he's set up for a good time again.
Yeah, I gotta be straight. Out of all the drafts I've seen from Execration so far, this is the 4th one. I'm pretty disappointed, I guess. I feel like when I see this Naga SF, you know it's coming, like you mentioned. It's a really strong combo. They've got the save from the Dawn, and I'm like, okay, what's the wham bam like Execration response? And they just use the Witch Doctor again. I think Witch Doctor, the reason we don't see this hero very often, as much as I would love to see it, is it just doesn't offer anything unique conceptually to like a pro match. Like it's not some sick save, it's not some sick team fight. It's kind of just damage. That's at the end of the day what he does. And yeah, I don't really see how he's going to manage to output that. Then you put the Quinn Puck you guys are mentioning on top of this. It's like a Puck against no reliable instant stuns.
Yeah.
I think Gaimin's got the meta heroes. They've got the Gaimin heroes. They're good against what...
CY. This is,
I mean... Zen mode.
No, he's ecstatic. This is him grinning from ear to ear. He doesn't emote much. But yeah, when you know the guy, this is him. Like this is the equivalent for you, like crying with happiness. So yeah, he's happy. He's pleased.
They're gonna go for the last pick techies.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very scary lane to go against. I mean, I'm thinking of the Switch Doctor position 5, like having to kind of run up to right-click the Dawn. You just die from full against this combo, so it's a little bit scary. And they end up going for the Tiny. I mean, that is interesting. That is an answer to Puck. Tiny with Magnus is, you know, a very famous combo for a reason, and Power works great with Tiny's base damage. It is a really good last pick, to be honest. I think it actually covers a lot of angles that were really exposed, maybe too exposed, as we mentioned, and that balances it out quite a lot, honestly. Great pick, in my opinion.
I would have liked it more if it was perhaps a mid-Tiny.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be +1.
Yeah, it's position 1 Tiny right here. Yeah, I'm nervous. I in my head can't draw up a winning formula for Execration. I'd love to be able to concoct one myself. If you guys have a formula in mind, I'm thinking these team fights are more straightforward for Gaimin. I think Quinn's not really addressed until Palos gets maybe a Blink or a Shadow Blade timing. I don't think Tiny's all that great anymore against like minus armor heroes like SF now that the Grow has been nerfed several times. Yeah, I think there's going to be a need. There'll be a lot of chaos for Execration to make this happen, like some sick mag skewers, and I really like the SD shard interaction that you talked about. It's going to be good against these silences and slows. Yeah.
But here's the problem: if things get chaotic, then Maldi's just going to hit that reset button, let the song sing, and
still hating on the Naga after all of this.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Still on the
You have to
Naga.
get that one last jab in there.
All right.
Absolutely. All right. I mean, what are the faults in Gaimin Gladiator's draft? Is there anything which might catch them off guard here, Seb?
I mean, there's great scaling on Execration this time around. You know, Tiny with Empower, Pango with Empower, you know, Shadow Demon, Magnus. These are heroes that are no shy. They have no problems going into the late game part of the game. So if it gets there, I would really value Execration's chances. But again, I'm afraid about the mid situation. This is a great puck game. Yeah, Quinn is in his comfort zone. Can they deal with him? That is the question.
That is the question indeed. Alrighty, it's a scary bit of an outdraft situation here in game number 2. Can Execration find themselves to the late game, force any mistakes out of Gaimin Gladiators, or is it going to be a clean 2-0 coming out from the Gaimin Gladiators? Let's find out with our casters of the Magical Mike and the Jolly Old John.
Oh, thank you so much. No, that's a very nice introduction. Thank you, Nomad. It is indeed MLP Dota and Dronix fight. Jonathan, game 2 is what we're looking at here. And as you heard, the draft is not looking favorable for Execration. And you know what, John? I'll agree, because you know how much I hate this tiny hero.
Yeah, we're back.
I hate it.
We're back to it. After all of those trials and tribulations in the road to the Esports World Cup in Southeast Asia, this thing comes back again. It's not amazing. I mean, look, with a Magnus, I can see it. Empower is great. You know, you've got a lot of damage. You can play with it.
See what he can do. Let's see what he can. I'll reserve judgment. I won't get started this early in the Esports World Cup, Judge.
Yeah, you know, but my issue is you let Gaimin have the Shadow Fiend. You let them have the Naga Siren. You let them have Dawnbreaker. You left the Puck, which is normally banned in second phase no matter what. So you really left a lot of issues open here from Exa. They must have some confidence to play in. They have to make this work, you know. If they can make it work, I can see the snowball. I can see the ideas with RP. If it doesn't work, then you start to lack a lot of control, especially for Quinn. Like, this Puck has a very free game. There's not a lot of control left here on the side of Execration to kind of pin him down. A good 3-for-1 start in the bounties at the release sets a decent tone. Maybe a faster little bottle coming out for Lewis on mid. A little bit more to play with in that sustain. But I don't know, this Puck is really the one thing that kind of raises questions. Puck, SF, Naga, plus Dawnbreaker on top. It's just overwhelming team fight here from the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, it's one of those games where Execration going to have to find a way to just outplay them, which is pretty standard for Southeast Asian teams in all fairness. So sometimes you just try for the outplays, but certainly Quinn looks like he's going to be having a really good time this game on the Puck, or at least we expect him to. See how it all does go. Of course, Lewis will be up against him in the mid lane. Imagine the farm game for Lewis won't be too challenging. Should be a bit of even trading between these two, but it is going to be very important for Lewis, I think, to have a fantastic laning stage going into that mid game, because arguably this is your control in the mid game for this Puck. And even then, it's not that easy.
No, it's not that easy. It's not that reliable as well. We'll see how well Lewis can line his shots later on. Taking a gander down bot. The lane for Palos. This can be an aggressive lane, to be fair. Like, once you've got some points in Toss and Avalanche with Maledict up, there is some burst potential that comes in. You can punish the Techies if it does go for the blast off in the wrong spot here for good old Tofu, depending on his positioning, of course. Mind you, this is also a very dangerous lane down bot with the Dawnbreaker. There's a lot of follow through to play with. There's a lot of instant burst like we're seeing now. Just a little bit poke.
Yeah, they are trying. Of course, you did hear the panel talking about how aggressive this laning stage can be from Tofu and Ace. And of course, you and I, over the years, we've watched plenty of Tofu Techies games, and the man knows exactly what he's doing. Yeah, certainly, you can see just the explosiveness once they get those levels up. And here we go, that level 2 mark is so scary. But Palos, he does allow them to secure first blood before he goes down himself. And now Ace might actually just be dead. In fact, the last tick shouldn't be enough. He'll make it. But they do at least deny the first blood away from them. And CML, he'll get a bit of bonus scored for his trouble.
Yeah, and this is what you have to do in Execration. You have to be smart with when you use that cast, when you use the Maledict. If you can catch, if you can punish, that turnaround is there. You have to, you know, kind of weigh the options for Gaimin. It is a high-risk move. You are losing a lot of HP. Tiny is still relatively tanky, even with all of that magic damage and physical damage in the lane. the mid lane has been going pretty smoothly for Lewis. He is managing to out-CS the puck, which you should expect. You don't really get to maximize puckish here up against the Pangolier. So Lewis is going to be able to control. We'll see if he can take control over these runes later on.
Carlos almost actually dealing with Ace here. The Melodic proving to be a pretty big nuisance from this duo, and in fairness, you can do a lot of damage pretty damn quickly with this this tiny Witch Doctor. As the skewer back now from Tino onto Watson. Watson going to spam the razors out. Might just be going down though, but maybe they can at least find Tino as well, but no. Malady can't do it on his own. So Watson does take a kill before he does go down, but ultimately will give a nice kill back the ways. Now they're going to find Tofu. Tofu goes for a run, Fairy Fire up. Tino actually dies.
He went back in for the Lotus at low HP. He didn't expect Maladich to actually hang around, had no HP to play with.
Okay.
One little deluge and a right click and he's gone.
All right. Well, a lot of kills happening already, John. 3-3. Tofu also going down at the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, I would say you're in a happier place overall for Gaimin. I think these kills are starting to line up. Maybe Watson dying does offset that a little bit. So you are feeling a little bit better there for Execration. It does feel like you aren't worried too much on the side of Gaimin, right? You still have some to play. Oh no, not this
that's a nice
combo.
cast. That's a nice cast out from CML. Ace at least going to take him down, but it's not looking too good for his own life. Ace should just be dead, trying for a deny. Oh, he can't get there, and now the double. The double for CML.
The malpractice.
You can't forget about the malpractice.
It's a lot of damage. And I was a little bit surprised Tofu re-engaged after getting maledicted with a blast off. There's such a huge risk to lose HP into that. And again, that turn potential for the Witch Doctor is always there. Palos is just fine. He gets to soak up some EXP. He gets to farm, play his game. No pressure for him. You don't mind losing CML for that. Again, this mid lane is still going relatively well for Lewis on top of things. Level 5, slightly ahead of Quinn, has 6 denies under his belt, is getting some good control on mid. Water runes have been relatively even, so both sides do have resources, but the lane management coming out here from the Pangolier has been smooth. The top lane maybe has been the lane that's been a little harder to contest. It is much harder to look for skewer back opportunities, of course, when you're playing up against that skewer. But there are some opportunities, of course, you can line up the disruption. Some good stacks being built up now as well here by Shanks, which you would expect from the Shadow Demon. Their triangle is warded up, so they don't have the large camp to stack, but they are stacking the safer, further option for that catch-up farm here. And that's going to be a huge boon for Tino if it stays protected this entire time. The Shrine of Wisdom fight is where that can go awkward, especially since you're, again, playing into a puck. Quinn will likely look to play aggressive into that 7-minute mark to contest.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Props to Lewis, though. Lewis still having a brilliant time here on this Pangolier, and this is something that, again, another hero that Lewis is very comfortable with. We've seen it many, many times. Not struggling in the farm department here in this mid-Pango. Power runes, of course, going to be spawning up in about 23 seconds, so both teams getting prepared for that. Though a nice dream call now onto Lewis, holding him down as Melody's going to move in, but Lewis still pretty healthy. They'll throw a blood grenade out. Quinn, he's waiting. Cask out, not going to land. Meanwhile, Tofu now jumping in for an extra. CML also going to go down. They will find a double for Quinn. You couldn't have asked for much more right before the 6-minute power rune.
Yeah, it's perfection out from Gaimin, getting a good read, knowing that they've got the control, getting the dream call off. It's a difficult game for the Pango to try to be the aggressor. Get the first power rune up, illusion rune out for Quinn. Not the biggest, but still something to play with, and can lead to some good dodges out here if you find the opportunity. 5-6, still relatively even. You are catching up on Watson in top lane though. As the levels are coming up here for the Shadow Fiend, the threat is more and more reliable. So Tino's forced to play safer and safer. It's just free farm so far. At the least, your early net worth is in favor in Palos, right? Like, he is getting that farm. There's not much threat. They haven't tried to line up for the Tiny any longer with a blast-off combination. They are looking for a bit of a play here near Roche Pit.
Well, top lane, though, Malady will be caught by the Rolling Thunder. A very nice angle for Lewis. No chance of getting out of that one. Lewis will take a kill for himself. Meanwhile, bottom, Ace in danger. Blast off from Tofu, lands on 2, but Ace might still just be dead. He'll get CML at the very least. Maledict is going to take him down. Still a very worthwhile trade for Execration.
And it is. Another core for support trade. You're getting a lot of, again, just Valiant lane.
They're going for another. This time Watson, skewered back by Tino. Looking for the Requiem, but the RP committed. Here comes Quinn. Can they save Watson? Watson, he's still going to drop. Tino's still alive. Quinn surely will find him, though. They will trade. But I'd still say that's rather favorable for Execration.
That it is. You're slowing down the big target, that big tempo that we always talk about in the Shadow Fiend on safe. The timings here for Watson, maybe not as smooth. You know, he is going for Dragonlance first over the Mask of Madness. Maybe looking for a little bit more durability and a way of kind of just getting himself to the firing line without risking too much. I think just giving these kills onto Quinn, though, is a little bit scary. Like a Puck with a quick Witchblade timing is just going to be a menace in terms of output. And again, you have very little ways of controlling Quinn in this match, so him being able to get a little bit more damage out in these fights is going to be a massive problem for the side of Execration. Gets himself a shield rune up as well. Nice and durable. All the power runes have been going the way of Gaimin Gladiators. And Execration, it's a little bit of a slower time, right? Like, you have to play farm, you have to wait for your time to get Echo Saber alone. It's not normally enough. If you want to play aggressive, you'd want Blink, but that's also awkward.
I mean,
you'd want a BKB or a Sanjin Yasha.
Every time we see Tiny, I say it. Like, if you're not getting to the 35, 40-minute mark, this hero doesn't do anything.
No.
It doesn't do anything.
No.
I mean, even the panel said it. They're like, if late game, we can see it. Mid game, there's no way.
No.
Yeah.
It's just way too slow. And I'm curious to see what the idea for Palos is to kind of scale into that late game, how to stall the game out. Whether or not it's something like the Shadow Blade that I think we heard Brian talk about a little bit, or Seb, or the SNY that you normally see, the BKB, the Blink BKB that sometimes you see to play make a little bit more. Because it's just going to need a lot of work. And for Gaimin, I mean, again, they're getting that build up, they're getting that Witchblade timing lined up in Quinn. You've already got the slow build up into phase boots here for Ace, who has had a little bit of a slower lane. You do manage to clear out the stacks here on Tino. It's going to be a blink rush for him on that Magnus, and that will give them an opportunity to initiate. It's just a matter of who you initiate on. Like, if you don't jump Maladich at this point, Song will come in to save. If you don't catch Watson, he's going to Requiem. Look, there's so much to worry about for Execration and very, very few answers. They're going to have to be smart about this once that timing's up.
Absolutely. 8-8 so far. 1K advantage to the Ray of the Radiant. Palos top of the net worth board. Good start for him on this Tiny. Watson not too far behind, just about 600 gold behind currently in the SF. So it's a bit of a setup here for the mid lane. Hoping maybe they can find an angle onto Quinn. Tower runes in 10. Palos even there in case, but they all get very unlucky.
Again.
Very unlucky. Quinn gonna have another power rune for himself.
It feels like Gaben's Blessing transferred elsewhere. I mean, yesterday all the Southeast Asian teams were getting rune control every single time. This time losing out, you know? A little bit rough for Execration.
Yeah, just get good.
Yeah.
Just get good.
It's all skill, of course, in Dota 2. No RNG chances here.
No luck at all.
No luck involved. A little bit of a siege on mid. And for Gaimin, again, how do you stop this on Execration? Like, what's your team fight looking at? You know, you're not quite ready on Lewis. The Fusel is done, it looks like, at the very least. He will have some damage. But just getting on top, I mean, he's going to have to commit roll early. There's a lot of ways to dodge.
Lewis moves in, Diffusal Blade up now, so this could be a bit of a scarier fight for Gaimin. More damage output here from Lewis. Mana Drain can be very annoying for Quinn. Deny from Shanks under the T1 mid tower, so Gaimin, they still got what they came for in the end. Quinn still being a real headache here onto Lewis, but will eventually retreat. Meanwhile, Shanks, you're seeing he's stacking up these Ancients, of course. This is another thing you've got to be quite careful about if you are Execration, because last game around, all those stacks got taken by, I believe it was Watson or Ace, and it looks like Gaimin is setting up once again for them.
Yeah, it does go a little bit quicker, at the very least, with Empower maxed out here from Tino. And he does have his Blink. They could look to force the issue. They already stacked up the left side. That was already cleared out earlier, so no bleeding out effect here for Execration at the very least. And again, they keep it even. 8-8. Net worth lead is not really on either side, relatively even overall. It's just a matter of momentum. It's a matter of tempo. And that early timing for Gaimin just feels a little bit scarier. Because, again, you've got Song to reset, you've got Solar Guardian to follow through from, say, a Dream Coil out from Quinn. You've got the Requiem to worry about. The raw damage coming in from the SF is quite high. You've got the Mines to worry about now as well. So even going for smokes can be annoying, as we've seen from techies before. It's just hard to start to find those angles once you have some time to build the mines up. And for Execration, I mean, you could still be happy. I mean, Palos is, again, free farming, going for that Shadow Blade. He's going to have a lot of attack speed to play with. He's going to have a lot of output with the Empower out from Tino. It's just whether or not he can actually leverage that somehow. That's the big question. A bit of a smoke out from Gaimin. Top tier 1 still stands. Invasion into triangle. It's a little bit awkward. Maybe if they could catch out Tino, you know, slow down that pace on the Magnus could be a good start.
No, they should have him. Tino gonna get coiled immediately. Can't skewer out of this one. We'll break the coil, but of course, there is gonna be the blast off from Tofu. A nice pickup from Gaimin. They will go right for that tier 1 top tower. And of course, Shrines of Wisdom gonna be available in about a minute 10. So they'll set up for that as well. Meanwhile, Execration trying to go for another smoke of their own. Seeing if they can find somebody farming this triangle, and they indeed will. Ace is around the corner. Can they deal with him alone? Ace out of mana completely. The TPs are coming. He does pop the Soul Ring, but can he get away? It seems like he can't. They'll pop the song now from Malady, trying to keep him alive. And Ace, he's on the low crowd. He'll be all right, though I can't say the same for Shanks. Shanks will go down, and so will CML. It's Lewis needing to run out of there. Will do so, but the blast off from Tofu cuts him right off. You're going nowhere, he says.
They need more connections out from Exe. Again, it's all the issues we were talking about, all the issues the panel was talking about as well.
He's been body blocked by the mirror images of Malady. Malady being very annoying on this Naga. But Palos almost inviting them in right now. They will leave. They don't want to deal with this Tiny at this point.
Ideally, you kind of take that fight with Tino, right? Yeah, if you have the Magnus around, if you have the threat of RP, perhaps you can start to look for that follow-through from that song, but again, just the timing's not lining up. And for the side of Execration, it's starting to look a little bit similar to Game 1. A bit of a strong start. The mid-game comes in, you know, around the 15-minute mark. Gaimin starts to hit their timing, hit their early tempo, and suddenly the answers are just not easy to find. This Shadow Blade and Palos, again, it's going to be nice, but it's still a difficult game to just walk up and do some damage. BKB on Tino is a little bit more meaningful, along with a blink that can come in from Lewis to look for better angles. That's when the game maybe starts to get a little bit more playable. But you've worked the map so well here on Gaimin. Watson #1 in net worth, going for the early Crystallis for a lot of damage output on that SF. You've got a quick Linken's being formed up here by Quinn. So a little bit of a spell block from some of that single target control. And for Gaimin, again, I don't think this game gets any harder as time goes on. You're very happy to play a slower game anyhow.
Absolutely, that's kind of what I was thinking anyway. Smoke rotation. Gaimin, they're going to move up top. They want to try and defend this tier 1 tower, and of course they know they're the stronger team right now. They'd love a fight. They are missing a few key spells here though, as Quinn going to jump in, gets a coil off. They have no Solar Guardian, but Tino is getting kind of bursted down as they will save the disruption, and now maybe Ace going too far, but Tofu jumps in, secures the life of Tino. Ace does go down, and the chase continues on to CML, but Palos is here.
Ooh.
Palos, he'll take down Tofu. It's going to be a 1-for-2 trade in the favor of Execration.
Yeah, that is a massive opening. You still lose out in Tino, but you are getting some activity out from Palos. You are getting some punishment as well onto Gaimin. You would want the bigger targets.
Palos is hunting. Palos is trying to cut somebody off, I do believe. Trying to find Watson farming this far eastern side of that dire top jungle, but Watson makes a smart choice, does go just slightly south, and he will not get scouted out.
Yeah, just play it safe, dodge out. Execration with that Shadow Blade and Palos can kind of work some angles out. You're going to need some detection down here from the side of Gaimin, and they will find themselves an objective. A nice simple one up top. They get some early vision out on the gate as well, perhaps starting to set up for the approach into the 20-minute mark for the Tormentor. And for the side of Exe, it's been very well disciplined. Like, some of these fights look a little bit scrappy. They haven't really had to commit RP in a bigger context just yet. And for Gaimin, again, they didn't manage to really get the usage of Song. I think if you had a counterfight potential there with Song and Solar Guardian, would be a very different story. Didn't manage to get the proper positioning out. Still, you maintain a 2k lead. You are still farming a Storm up on Watson. Crystallis is already up, working into the BKB. And once that BKB up, it puts a lot of pressure on Tino. He's going to be the only way you have to stop that Requiem from just absolutely wrecking face here.
Yeah, it's I want to say it feels like quite an even game for now, at the very least. Gaimin still 3k ahead. They'll find a bottom tier 1 tower. Palos thinking about Quinn. Quinn will use the orb and jaunt away, and thankfully for Quinn, there's a sentry ward scouting out Palos. Coil's going to be there. Can Quinn hold him down? Solar Guardian will fly through. It doesn't land with the stun though. Palos still chasing, but will not land the avalanche. They are just chasing Quinn, but Quinn has bought so much time that his team is here now. Blast off. It's going to land. Palos in a bit of danger. He'll be disarmed. They're just poking away at the rock. But Palos will run. Zanapi will come out. Tino in big trouble. The disruption's going to buy a bit of time as Malady will commit the song, hold 3 of them down. Palos is just staring from a distance. How do I help my team? But he can't. He can't help them. A perfect setup from Malady. And this is kind of what the panel mentioned, John. You've got that song set up. You've got a Dream Core. You've got a Requiem. It's not that hard to find these kind of fights.
No.
And as you saw, Gaimin, they found.
Yeah, I mean, it's much more difficult for Execration to try to get that chase. I'm surprised they forced that issue on Quinn of all heroes. Like, onto the puck with this lack of control. I don't know what you're expecting in Palos. Like, even if you avalanche toss out, you're not going to have that instant burst up unless you had more heroes on top, which it took some time for the rest of Execration to be joining in under Tiny. And you have to look for softer targets. You have to look for, you know what, even if you find Maladich, you take that song out of the picture, take the end snare out, you're actually pretty happy with that one. Even say finding Tofu at this point, with his damage output, his disruptiveness with that reactive taser. Again, very optimistic to kind of take that fight, all boiling down to the fact that Palos was going for that chase, and they don't manage to line their shots up. The earlier blink on Tino as well, without that catch through onto the puck, and they just have a lot of AoE control once you're kind of streaming in one by one here.
Yeah, certainly so. And this is one of those things. Like, if Quinn's bought 10, 20 seconds, you can't just wait around. Because you know the team fight, especially in this mid-game, is going to be a lot better from Gaimin. You're not ready yet. As soon as the Sentry Ward reveal was there, it feels like Palos probably should have made the choice to run. He decides otherwise, and you know, as you can see, Gaimin, they were very happy with that choice he made. His ace does get scouted out. They will land with the cast, Rolling Thunder and Death Ward with the Melodic should be enough to secure the life of Ace. They will find a nice one.
Yeah, a decent enough pickup, a good injection of gold.
Oh, Malady. Oh, it's like a bit of a freebie here onto the Naga Siren. She has no song available. But she's, the Crocus! These damn I mean, Ice Frog's done this on purpose. He's done this on purpose. He knew what he was doing.
Yep. And he
You knew what you were doing.
That he did. Found a way to use that old Tide Shard to good use. And just more stuns in. Always funny when
Makes
that
me
happens.
sick.
It's hilarious, isn't it?
It
I
is.
don't know why it's sickening. It's hilarious. It's not like the Prowlers. Those are sickening.
I love those things.
Oh, they're disgusting. I hear you complain about them all the time when you play. And then you're like, oh, but it's great. But when you play it, it's this camp again.
I'm a support player, John. I don't get to hit Ancients. You know that. I complain because my cores keep dying to the damn things, you know? It's...
Then don't have them. You know?
What, the cores?
Yeah.
I wouldn't,
mean,
John.
No, just take them off for the cores. They can't deal with it. They don't know how.
Oh, you're gonna... Oh. You're gonna be a great parent, John.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, you don't like it? That's okay. We'll buy another one.
Yeah, it's a game.
It's okay. We'll buy whatever you want.
You asked for it back. Tormentor, it's going to be a nice pickup as well for the side of Exec. A good deny away from Gaimin, although they can't fully commit.
Oopsies. No, they can't. Malady's around the corner. They know Gaimin might be coming. And indeed they are. Smoke up from Exa. They just want to leave. But of course, it seems like they're probably going to have to give up that Tormy. I mean, you could also set up for a fight knowing that Gaimin will probably try and go for it themselves now. CML's hoping someone's going to show up in that top lane, but they will not. They'll take the Tormentor instead. We'll see if they want the fight. Execration, they know where they are, but these mine shenanigans from Tofu makes things very difficult. Smoke from Gaimin now. Heading south. Palos, the first one to be scouted. Quinn, he'll pop the coil. They'll break the coil immediately. Meanwhile, a Requiem has been channeled. It only hits CML, but they'll take down the Witch Doctor. Meanwhile, Tino, he found Quinn with the RP, but the Solar Guardian going to save him. They'll take down Tino so darn easily. And the setup for 2 more. There's your blast off from Tofu. Celebrations from Gaimin. Fireworks all over the place as Palos cannot survive. Neither can Shanks. It's a full team wipe. They'll at least get Tofu at the end. Whatever that means.
Yeah, it's so strange that Execration are, again, maybe kind of reminiscent of Game 1 where they feel this need to force a fight. They feel the need to take that initiative. You're not able to really do much. I mean, you have to respect the fact you're playing into a techies. You know, getting that movement across the map is not going to be an easy job. You don't have, again, all the big items you'd want fully yet on Palos, Sanj, and Yasha not fully done. Still lacking the Yasha as well. And it's just getting great patience out from the side of Gaimin Gladiators. They instantly smoke off of that mine popping. They get a clean angle out from Watson. The RP is just not enough, and you have that Ags timing already up as well for Ace. The sustain is there, the shard on your Naga sign. The reset's there. There's no worries.
My genuine surprise is, like, yes, you know where Gaimin are because they're taking the Tormentor, but would you, in this kind of game with these drafts, would you not just rather have Palos farming?
Yeah,
in that
exactly.
Time?
They look surprised as well. Ace look a little bit surprised that it's happening. It's like, why would they come?
I was also surprised.
It's just a little bit straight. I mean, you know, like the panel said, they're timing on Execration's like looking for this ultra big, tiny late game where he's just going to one-shot people with, say, a Daedalus with some stat resist up, stacking up, and just kind of run them down. You're not close to that point yet on Execration. You need so much more time. You are working on to the Ags for Lewis. That's going to be a nice little boon for him, but I don't see any answers for these early fights at this point. These mid-game fights, kind of have to surrender them on the side of Execration. Their overwhelming team fight in game, it's just too clean. They're going for the Roshan as well. Not going to take too long. Not that you have a way of contesting on Execration, even with the RP up. You now have to deal with 2 lives as well, potentially coming out to Watson or Quinn. And they can't even handle 1 life on any of these heroes.
No, they cannot. Watson. Aegis up, almost has the full Daedalus completed as well in the SF, which is going to be very, very scary for Execration because the damage output already is pretty darn high for Watson. Only about to get worse. Tino, not going to be spotted, though they are hovering around him. Tofu might eventually realize someone was here. Watson, just a quick T2 tower take, no problems for him. Tino forced to blink and skewer away. Gaimin, they're just taking everything for free in this game too at this stage. 14k net worth advantage now. And Tofu, like, if you give Gaimin the map, the thing with the Tofu techies is he's just gonna mine all the key points. You're never gonna be able to smoke out of your base again. That's kind of what's happening. Like the whole Radiant jungle, it's just a minefield right now.
And it is. Just have no way of making a move across the map for Execration. I think the one big blessing for Exa is that her high ground defense is strong. You've got Magnus, you've got a Pangolier that can kind of punish in the area, you've got a Witch Doctor that can maybe pop off from a good Cask and Maledict, and a Tiny that can also toss back. The issue is, again, once that full 5v5 comes in, there's so many options on Gaimin. Like, nothing changes. They've got Song, they've got Requiem, they've got the Dream Coil, they've got the Solar Guardian on top to protect. It's an overwhelming amount of healing that you can't really deal with on the side of Exe. Maledict feels useless into all of that healing as well, even if you manage to get a good one off. And Gaimin are just free to, again, just take complete control. 25 minutes in, 13 to 21, a 16k lead. And the options just aren't there for Exe. They just have to wait. Again, they can play this. It's just, we're looking at a good skewer back, a good toss back, isolating one into the high ground all by themselves. Easier said than done.
A lot easier said than done at the moment. So 3 more minutes on the Aegis. Quinn, hanging around Lewis. Say hello. Lewis immediately into the Rolling Thunder. Does look to turn around, it seems, Quinn. Does he get caught here? Palos looking around as well. We've seen this before, though. Dreamcore committed, but I don't think they can kill him quick enough. Quinn's just playing with them. It's child's play for this puck.
Ooh.
Run, Palos. It's not safe. Malady won't pop the song just in case. Blast off, though. Gonna catch CML. Just don't go near Quinn.
No.
Don't go near Quinn.
No.
Don't touch Quinn.
They've tried multiple times, and it's just not enough control. You really don't. You lack that hard stun.
Lewis, be careful. Lewis, be careful. My sweet summer child, be careful.
Oh, it's always so funny. Walking into that and almost dying. Never feels good. Never has.
Funny for who, John?
For the techies player.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, for Tofu. He's having fun. It's like, oh, look at this guy. Oh, he's not moving.
Would you imagine a guy like looking like Tofu would be a techies player?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you expect like a Slacks to be? I mean, he is a techies
he
player.
is.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, Tino.
It's just that easy.
Whoopsie daisies. That's problematic. At least for Palos. Trying for
boy.
Quinn, but again, the setup here as well. Perfect song setup from Mallory. Look at this. Watson sneaking up from the back, takes down Shanks. Lewis will try to roll through the whole squad, but Palos can do nothing. Lewis is going towards the Dire base now. It's like, well, this isn't my home anymore.
No.
I'll try the other one.
No, I mean, at least try to cut some creeps for the mid. But there's, I don't know, like respawn's coming out for Tino. Maybe you can look for the Blink RP or Blink Skewer back. He has a BKB. He could try to make a play. It's just difficult to see that lining up. Even Palos is not hanging around anymore for the def. And they do have a creep wave coming in top, so mid and bot is exposed. No outer towers left here for Execration and Gaimin. They're just looking to play this one hard and fast. We'll play it safe, showing respect for that Magnus respawn. Aegis only half a minute left. Could be enough time to try to make a play, but no need to risk it. I think they've seen this circumstance before into Tiny Magnus. A good toss skewer back again can kind of change that game. Palos taking a massive risk farming here.
Yep. Mines, wards, everything around. Malady almost turned around like, you sure, bro? He will, of course, back off into the base, because we do have the full Parasma now for Quinn. Now that's when this puck starts to feel quite ridiculous. It's never fun going up against the puck Parasma.
No, it's so much damage coming in. You've already got the shard as well for that bonus damage coming out on the puck.
Uh-oh.
There's a lot more to eat through. For Exe, I really am struggling to kind of see what they can do. It's really just down to Tino and Palos. They have to get a skewer back and pull back on Lewis.
Lewis.
He's just trying to farm outside. And that's all you can do.
I mean, you've got to farm somewhere, I guess. They've allowed Palos a bit of space to get his BKB up now, looking to maybe make a play onto Malady and Toph, and he will sneak his way in onto the Naga Siren, though he can't actually burst him down. If anyone ever wonders why I don't like carry Tiny, that's why. That's why.
Yeah, it's not doing enough.
It's very sad, isn't it?
It is.
Tony's a bit of an emo boy now.
He is. I mean, look, with Empower up, he's got like plus 225 damage, right? It's almost like he's got amp damage up. It's kind of cool. It's just not enough. You probably need a Daedalus on top of things, if not the Revenant's Brooch at this point, but... Oh, Palos, not here again.
Yeah, he's here again. Johnny's still trying for the Naga Siren. Run, Palos. He'll be, I mean, it seems like Gaimin can't believe he's alone at the moment. Quinn says, guys, I think he's alone. Palos. Still playing with fire, maybe trying to set up for a skewer back plan from Tino. He's going to go fishing again.
Same spot. Still has that mine somehow. Still has the sentry. A little bit rough to walk into. I mean, I appreciate that. If they are trying to look to force someone in for a toss back, skewer back, that is legitimately their only play right now on Execration. That's the only way you can get that isolation. Even then, if you do get that done, chances are you will have Ace dropping on top. And if they're close enough, chasing down with a song as well, I don't know if you can drag them far enough to be removed from those effects. It's a lot to ask for right now on Execration. And they're hanging on. You know, Gaimin are playing it safe, maybe waiting out the next Roche before they decide to make that decision onto the high ground once more. It's just that you're not really getting much from this time for Exe. Your farm is stalled out. Lead is growing for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. You've got this MKB coming out for Palos, more attack speed. Maybe just not wanting to deal with that butterfly here on Watson, but you're just going to lack a lot of that physical burst. Without the Revenant's Brooch or Daedalus, it's just, I don't know, the damage is not going to be quick enough.
I'll see what they do. I mean, they're still holding on, but it's a 26k advantage for Gaimin, and they know they own the map. But they've been stuck in their base for so long now, Execration. Smoke is, of course, not really going to mean anything as Malady pops the song, and he just, look at this. He pings them out. He wants his team here. Guys, they left their base. Can you believe it? They left their base.
Oh
Malady, though, dropping low, but Palos has been stunned up again. Meanwhile, Watson going on to Lewis here in the Pangolier. They found Shanks, they found Tino, they found Palos. Stay home. Stay home, boys.
No buyback on Palos as well. The opening's
GG.
there. No, there's nothing. Look, I don't fault the side of Execration for that one. I think again, they kind of left some holes in their draft. They didn't manage to work against what Gaimin built. I think Gaimin had such a great foundation for the draft to work. The fact that they get SF, Naga Siren, Dawnbreaker, and Puck is kind of legitimately insane that any team can pick all 4 of these heroes up in a single draft. And I think Execration maybe, you know, maybe they decided, look, let's not think about what Gaimin will pick. Let's think about what we want to run. We've run this Witch Doctor a lot. We know Lewis loves a Pangolier. We know Palos can kind of make that tiny work. It's just, you have to kind of consider what Gaimin can do. And this time around, like, again, there was no answer for the Naga. There was no easy answer, especially for Quinn. Like, there was nothing you could do to stop this Puck. And it just became a bit of a mess when they were trying to look for those rotations out. It's just not enough control. The damage timing wasn't quite there. A lot of sustain and resets coming in there for the side of Gaimin. And Execration, a little bit rougher here in the day too, Mike.
I mean, they are up against the defending champions of Esports World Cup for Dota 2, so I suppose you could throw them that kind of a little bit of an excuse, but certainly a rough day too here for Execration, and props to Gaimin. I mean, what can you do? They just played better. They played way better.
That
they
they
made
did.
it look easy.
I think, again, for a lot of people, there were a few doubts about Gaimin coming in. They've been up and down, right? They've been up and down in other tournaments. But this is some fine form we're seeing out, at least in this matchup. We're seeing why this is a team that did win a lot for the past, what, 2-3 years, up there in the top of our sport or esport. And for Execration, I think for them, I think the mindset is there's a lot to learn. Even in a match like that, they can kind of pick things up. They can kind of sort things out, and this should lead to more improvements until the next day. We'll just have to see if they can translate that into a reality.
Yeah, certainly. So they're going to have to reset after today and see what they can do here for Execration, of course. It's still the group stage. Plenty of games to catch up in, but props to Gaimin again, another 2-0 victory for themselves, and they'll be leaving the arena here today very, very happy, Jonathan. I wonder what they say to themselves when they go back to the the hotel rooms for Exhibit. We'll have to wait and see. Bright news is, Jonathan, is we do have Ace on standby with Nomad, ready for an interview. So let's go to Nomad and see what they have to say.
Absolutely, yep. I'm here with Mr. Ace. So Ace, a rare 2-0 at last. I mean, why do you think there has been so many 1-1s across groups A and B?
I mean, I think just generally every team is pretty good, and like it doesn't take much to like swing a game. Yeah, it's very close competition. Win games.
Absolutely. Even teams like Execration who have come out swinging, but today you got the 2-0, you got the better of them. Do you feel like you had a really good read on this team coming into this?
Yeah, I think we had a really good prep. Like, I think our draft and basically just our draft was really good. Like, we prepared well, me and CY yesterday. Yeah.
All right. I mean, is it difficult to prep against a team? Because these guys have not played a ton of international Dota. You know, do you think it would be easier to prep against a team like Extreme, for example, versus Execration, who don't have as much data?
Yeah, I mean, it was not that easy because we only just saw 2 games. The other games are like 3.5 weeks ago. We don't really exactly know what they can pull out. But even so, we got a pretty good prep this game, these 2 games. So.
I think so as well. All right, well, let's go back to that game number 1, where you absolutely popped off on that axe. I mean, you had an incredible game there. How do you think people kind of underestimate the pace in which you can play this axe hero? Because a lot of players, when they pick axe, kind of just jungle for Blink Dagger and don't do anything, but you're in their faces from like minute 0.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, like, it's like an incredibly strong laner. But at the same time, if it doesn't have a good lane, it can also fall off pretty hard. It's also the ulti. When you get kills, you get stronger. If you don't get any kills, you stay pretty weak. But yeah, I was just incredibly fat that game. Also, like, I was so fat that I just went like travels even before Blink. And shot. Like, usually you can't do this, but I was just so fat I could do it. Yeah.
Super luxury game from you there, just enjoying it. And, well, now you get yourself a 2-0, you know, heading towards the upper end of the group. How are you guys feeling, though? You know, what's the mentality like? Are you coming back for another cup here?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, we gotta defend the title, 100%. Gotta stay the champions.
All right, Ace, thank you very much. Congratulations here. Best of luck in the future here at EWC. Hopefully, we'll be speaking again pretty soon.
Yeah, this bottom lane, the Witch Doctor showed its stuff. We saw some of these Maledict kills coming into fruition for Execration, but this was about the highlight that they had. We're going to see that facet that Nomad says does absolutely nothing. Take out Tofu.
Wow.
You saw that.
That was amazing. I now feel like, picking and playing Witch Doctor.
Absolutely. Just don't watch the rest of the game, Seb.
I mean, you know, that's all you need sometimes. It's just a good lane, and then it's up to your core to carry you, right? I mean, he did his job.
He got there. Yeah, absolutely. It just felt like this game we talked about in the draft. Quinn on the puck absolutely had free reign in these fights. They did manage to lock him down a few times, but when they did that, the Nomad dreaded singing Naga that resets the fight, the Dawnbreaker heal coming out. It just felt like they somehow had to have extra gas in the tank to bait out these spells and then also take them down afterwards, and that just didn't seem to happen.
Same recipe as game 1. I mean, Quinn on a hero that's, you know, really hard to counter, plus he has a lot of backup, Dawn ulti, Naga sleep when they eventually find the puck, which is not an easy task when you're a Magnus or a Pangolier, and yeah. And so much freedom for SF, so much freedom for the Dawnbreaker to scale, and all of a sudden you can't stop gaming. They just come for your base.
Absolutely did. Yeah, a very, very clean second game there from Gaming Gladiators. And yeah, I mean, how much was this down to kind of the cores versus the supports on Gaming Gladiators, would you say?
I just think Ace said it. He felt like their prep was really good for this series. Like it's one of those things when you watch the draft and you see their pictures, like, yeah, that makes so much sense. Yeah, that hero's also really good, and it also synergizes with our heroes, and that's just a tier 1 draft, to be honest, quite frankly, from Gaimin.
Yeah, they definitely had a drafting edge in both maps, in my opinion. Also, like a pretty significant one, even, I would say. Like, they were really angles that were hard to cover. To be honest, like Execration, they had things going for them too, but it felt like they didn't really got to play that part. Whereas Gaming, they knew what advantage they drafted themselves in, and they just kept pushing for that. And they just kept forcing Execration to answer, you know, what they really couldn't.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Execration were in an impossible position, really, where they felt like they had to ban out the heroes from last game, but because of that, they just got flooded with like these really, really strong picks. And you can see here how it kind of affected them with Ace on the Dawnbreaker, Maldi on the 100% contested Naga Siren. Like, too many issues here, too many problems which Gaming Gladiators brought to the table. But I think also a very valuable experience for Execration. You know, I really hope that they take this series, learn from it, adjust their drafts, and make sure they don't enter this situation again. I mean, what are the main takeaways from this team from this series?
I think the main takeaways is, you know, you have like 5 to 10 meta heroes that you just always have to be concerned about. It's like some patches you have the carries like TB and PL, who if you don't have AoE, you're going to struggle against them. You have the likes of Puck. If you don't have the stuns, you're going to struggle against them. It's just a matter of there's more ways to lose a draft than there are to win them. So I think over time you just kind of register these heroes in the meta and you learn to like preemptively. I remember talking to Seb at TI10, this was a long time ago, and I remember I was like, I asked him, why can I always predict tier 1 team drafts but not tier 2, tier 3 team drafts? And you were talking about how tier 1 teams are so good at kind of forcing you to respond to what they're doing and forcing a specific archetype coming out from your heroes. So that's why the enemy team's picks end up being predictable, because they're putting you in that spot in the first place. And in this case, it didn't really feel like Execration was forcing anything out of game. They kind of just got to do what they thought was best with their synergy.
Yeah, no, 100%. There was a lot of that, and I was watching Quinn's core. He ended up being 11-0, and I think it was 7-0 something in the first game. So yeah, he didn't die once in both series, and yeah, that is really not something. I mean, honestly, if I could shut down one of the Gaming Gladiator core players, I would shut down Quinn, because he is so detrimental to the style that they have and how he enables Ace to. Because he has 2 really greedy cores, let's be honest. You know, he has an Axe that's buying Boots of Travels if he's given any excuse to do so before the blink. and same for Watson. Obviously, you know, you refer to him as a 1v9 kind of carry, which is a compliment, of course. But that takes a lot of farm. You know, 1v9ing takes a lot of CS. So, you know, there's a lot of pressure on Quinn, on Malady, and on Tofu to, you know, create that space. That's why you have to shut him down. You just can't give him a puck when you have like a Witch Doctor SD support combo or a Void Spirit when you're playing with a... You know, I don't want to bash on the Witch Doctor, but he has a hard time catching mobile heroes.
Yeah, that stun is a little too slow for my liking, I'd say, and a little too slow for Quinn's liking as well. Well, he was really liking it. He was having a fantastic game. We can take a look back at some of the highlights you guys have requested here. So, take us away.
Just in case seeing the Facet do something was not enough to see one time, we're going to see it come into play here, Nomad, as the Facet from the Maledict on Witch Doctor killing Tofu on the side there.
He could have got away. He could. It's only 800 range.
But nobody knows about it.
Nobody knows. It never does anything.
And this is the Naga sleep that you're talking about. Every time it felt like they might take down one of these crucial cores on the side of Execration, Malady was just like, nope, party pooper status.
Amazing setup for the Requiem from SF also. Like, that's why it's such a deadly combo. It starts from the lane, they lane right together and sleep into SF ulti. It's just a menace.
Yeah, I love the reel-in combination to just make that really, really easy to get off your triple raises.
I really like the way Quinn played these fights. He was just super disruptive, purposely forcing a bunch of chaos. You have these abilities like the techies who aren't exactly reliable. They didn't have like a ton of stuns on the side of Gaimin, but at the end of the day, heroes like Magnus and Pango, if they're not hitting a bunch of heroes with their spells, they feel pretty underwhelming. So eventually, you're going to catch them off guard. This Malady sleep resets. Watson walks all the way from the top of the screen to get that Requiem off. And yeah, what you were talking about off panel, Seb, one of the worst feelings in Dota is to get hexed by Shaman and know he's going to shackle you afterwards. I feel like one of the other worst feelings in Dota is to be slept by a Naga Siren and be like, oh.
And watching the SF starting to dance. SF starts dancing and you hear this, you know, usually you like dancing and singing, but in this case, it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and I feel like that kind of encapsulated this game really, where we saw what they picked on Gaimin Gladiators, we knew what they were going to do, and there was really nothing to stop them ultimately. Like, the problems which were raised by Execration just weren't enough to slow down this very meta and very Gaimin draft, and all in all, complete outdraft in that second game. Very strong draft in the first game as well, and that will mean that Gaimin Gladiators secure the 2-0 over Execration, but they will live to fight another day. Of course, nobody eliminated in these group stages, and they've still got another series to play tomorrow, so we'll see a little bit more from them at least. Now we move on to our next series of the day. It's going to be Virtus.pro versus the lads over on the side of Yandex. So an EEU sort of lower tier matchup, but both teams with a lot of potential, a lot of excitement. I'm going to be watching this one for sure, but we're going to throw it over to a short break, after which we shall be back with that series. So we'll see you in a bit.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to get into Group C action. We've wrapped up Group A and Group B, and now we're getting into a Meswa versus Eastern European showdown. I'm your host, Tsunami, and I'll be joined by BSJ and Fear to walk me through this one. A very exciting one. Because we are seeing VP, the Ronins of Dota. They've been roaming across all continents. You know, they've competed in the Western European TI qualifiers. They won the Meswa qualifiers for this one. Some may see the flags on their team and think that they're an Eastern European team, but that's the spirit. They're roaming the lands, looking to people to conquer, and now they're up against Yandex. Will they conquer them?
I was captivated.
Thank you.
That was really well laid out.
Creating a narrative here.
But to answer your question, doubtfully.
You give Yandex the edge?
I think so. I think they've just looked a little bit stronger. I feel like VP I'm missing that spark from them. They are a good team nonetheless. I think both these teams are good. They both suffered a 0-2 loss yesterday, so they're going to have to bounce back. We'll see which of these teams are better at adapting, I guess.
Yeah, VP got their 0-2 against Tundra, and Yandex got their 0-2 against Aurora.
Yeah, those are two pretty good teams that they both lost to, and, you know, I'm just a statistics man. Yesterday, Group A and Group B, all 1-1s.
I saw that.
And Group C and Group D, all 2-0s. Now, today, Group A and Group B, all 2-0s.
That's true.
So that means Group C and Group D,
all 1-1s.
Which is a pattern.
I would not be too surprised if that is the result for this series.
Yeah, me either.
Because we got to see Yandex yesterday, and we were quite encouraged by that 2-0. Whereas the 2-0 for VP was, I'm with you, Fear. I didn't see as much of a spark. Maybe that's just because they were getting 33 visaged, and it's hard to show a spark when you're getting counterpicked like that. But the core fundamentals of Yandex seemed a little bit more solid.
They did. I feel like they just got like outpicked a bit by Aurora. That's why I think going into this series, Yandex, they've got a lot of good tape, right, to look at, especially at the draft. Because, you know, their play was good. The games are really close, but at the end of the day, like, they got Shadow Fiend in the games, and I think they can learn a lot from that and going into the series. So if they fix their drafts, I have a lot of high hopes for that team.
Yeah, Kiyotaka was in his pocket for that series, absolutely. And for VP, also, yeah, if you've been curious about these guys, they have, as I said, been roaming the continent looking for different opponents to find, and they are the representatives from Meswa for this tournament, which means that they beat Nigma Galaxy. However, they also showed up recently, VP, at PGL Wallachia Season 5, and they got blown out. They got 0-3'd in the group stage, and their final series in Wallachia was actually against Nigma Galaxy, and they did get one game against them, but they lost ultimately in that Swiss stage against them.
Yeah, it's so strange that they were able to take down the likes of Nigma Galaxy, and then yet they didn't have a convincing performance at the next tournament.
Yeah, a bit of a strange one, I suppose. They, however, have been looking for opportunities, and they found it, and at least VTune has also been getting some recent experience. He was standing in for Liquid at Dream League Season 26, and that was a opportunity, as Blitz stated, for that's how kind of they view getting stand-ins, is like Toby for support and VTune for carry. It's the players who have not recently gotten as much international experience who Liquid players see promise in, and they kind of want to give them an opportunity to be like, yo, welcome back to a Tier 1 team and see what it feels like.
I mean, how many opportunities is this now for V2? And I feel like he's been on a lot of teams throughout his career. He's always been solid, but struggling to find that team to really make a name for himself has been like V2's biggest issue. But DeHawk, similar boat, right? He's been in the scene for a very long time. He's had his niche hero pool. He's been expanding that a lot, which is good. And I think Lornoff is probably like the rock of the team. This guy is incredibly good in the mid lane. You don't know what he's going to get. We've seen him playing for multiple squads, even the Aurora squad from back then, and he looked like one of the most up-and-coming mid players of all time.
Yeah.
So he fell off a little bit as far as like stability goes and finding a good team, but we know he has that potential to play really well.
Yeah, I remember when he signed on with that Southeast Asian Aurora squad, it was not planned. I think it was also a very early Wallachia where they couldn't get a visa for, I don't remember who their original mid was supposed to be. I want to say it was like Armel, I think, but he couldn't get a visa. And so they were just like, okay, well, whoever is in Eastern Europe who's a good mid, let's just grab him. Lornoff was available, and then they're like, this kid's really good. Let's just keep playing with him.
Yeah, that's definitely, I feel like every player has such a unique path to how they got to where they are today. And I do feel like I want to touch on the Team Liquid stand-in thing. I also feel like one thing about their choices is they always have to like the guy. They always have to be like, yeah, we have a fond memory of playing against them in the past. And one thing I'd like to reference is I jokingly said that they chose VTune because the last time Liquid won a tournament other than TI was in 2020 during ESL 1 Germany, and who they played in the finals was Na'Vi, whose carry was VTune, and then they said, yeah, you know what? They actually said that was what they started doing, was going through their history and thinking of people they played against. So I was like, oh, that's
pretty
cool.
clever.
Yeah, I like how at the end of the day, all these players have history, and everyone gets to know each other. And most of them?
Some less, some more than others. That's all I'm saying.
On the other side of the coin, yes, Yandex may not have quite as much history. Also, they have a lot of history depending on which player you want to look at. Solo has a ton of history, and TA2000 has a lot of history at Esports World Cups. However, there are other players such as Problems, Chira Jr. don't have as much history.
Yeah, I mean, this is, especially in this region, we're seeing a lot of new, young talent coming into the scene, trying to make a name for themselves. It's like very inspiring to see this region so alive, right? Like a bunch of new players. Chira Jr., even though they lost yesterday, he looked really good on the Monkey King in an unfavorable matchup, or so I think. It's hard to know with Monkey King versus SF who wins that, but he looked good in it. And I wonder how he's going to look if he gets to SF himself or some of these other meta heroes, but he's looked good so far.
Yeah, Chira Jr., both him and Lornoff are really high MMR mids that haven't been on teams for a while, and so I give him a very similar story. It was Seb talking about how a lot of the players that are getting scouted out nowadays, people just look to the leaderboards, and Chira Jr. is no exception. He's been like top 25 for some time now, and so staying at that echelon of pubs takes a lot of individual skill. I think that's especially important when you're looking at mid laners and being able to adjust from matchup to matchup. So I think this team has a much better balance of veteranship with newcomers, and even notice like he's been at the last 2 EWCs.
Yeah, he has.
So he has some experience under his belt as well.
Have you, how long, if you can think, were you noticing the name Chira Jr. like in leaderboards?
I saw him a
pubs?
lot, like,
Okay.
but you know,
He's been playing pubs for a long time.
I see.
Yeah, he's one of those players where honestly, if I don't remember you in regards to like toxicity or like obnoxiousness, you're probably a pretty solid teammate.
That's
in
a
pubs.
vote of confidence.
Yeah, like I used to play a lot with this guy, and he's just a very quiet, get stuff done kind of player, and I respect that a lot, especially coming from the mid lane, because some of those guys have quite, we'll say, out there personalities. We'll leave it there.
Yeah, they have. I also actually wonder how Lornoff falls in that camp, because he does seem like a little bit more low-key, at least whenever I see him off-camera. I don't know, in-game, if he carries that same persona.
I think it's the same amongst a lot of the up-and-coming mids. You have Lornoff, you had Chira Jr., you also had Malrine from last year. I think all these guys, like Malrine maybe does some all-chatting every now and then. Yeah, but even then, I think he's pretty quiet in pubs.
Sure.
Like, none of these guys really say anything to you, and I think the worst trait that mid laners possess when they are toxic is they like project like I'm better than you, I'm more skilled than you with their communication. And I think there's a strong degree of confidence but also humility coming out from both these guys that we're going to see today.
I'm encouraged to see that. And I'm also encouraged to see these mid lane matchups, because I did not get to catch as much of the Virtus.pro matchup against Tundra, but after I saw Chira Jr. take on that Monkey King versus the SF matchup, like Fear said yesterday, I was surprised, because I have not been able to see too much of him, and it's rare that I can see a mid laner go toe-to-toe against Kiyotaka of all mid laners, but he did it, and it was impressive.
At least in the laning stage, right? Like, that's where we need to see more of this Yandex team versus some of the top teams specifically, is how they play out the mid game specifically. Because, yeah, great laning. We're going to see that from every mid laner, I think, at this level. Their laning should be good. They are practicing against each other all the time in the leaderboards. But when it comes down to decision-making, map movement, team fighting, that's where they might struggle a little bit. So we'll see if they can really learn, I guess, from yesterday against Aurora.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of what separates the tier 1 teams and the teams that are up and coming here is the vision past the first like 10-15 minutes. We saw a clinical case of that in the previous series where Execration, it felt like Gaimin Gladiators just had their number when it came to like mid-game movements, playing around the runes a bit better, kind of factoring in how team fights are going to go. You look at like the way Execration's heroes, you had to combo 4 spells in a row to kill a guy on the side of Gaimin. It's like this guy presses this button, then this guy presses this button, and that person dies. So I think a lot of the laning stage is something that these teams, with lack of experience, you'll execute this well, because that's just a lot of individual skill as well as like working with one other guy. But then when you're kind of finding this cohesive vision for every stage of the game, that's where we're going to see them probably falter a little bit. But both teams today, I'm expecting a pretty convincing performance from whatever team gets ahead. Like I really do think these, you said Meswa versus Eastern European, but I'd say these 2 Eastern European teams.
I suppose so.
Whether or not they're conquesting other regions or not, they do tend to snowball the mid-game momentum, as we've seen historically time and time again.
Yeah, and if they do want to lean on ease of execution,
DK.
First phase banned against VP. Along with a Batrider and a Baton and a VP, they ban out the Undying. Yet again, Dazzle remains at first phase ban in these B-Stream matchups. Doom and Nature's Prophet. Yandex scoop up a first pick, Dawnbreaker, and VP respond with a puck.
Yeah, that's a little interesting, because this DK is something VP ran against the puck versus Tundra, right? It was a 47-minute game, so it has been a known response, but seeing it in the first phase is very strange, especially if you ban the DK
and
into
don't
taking
take the puck.
Yeah, and you don't take the puck. That one's a little bit strange. So they kind of gave VP the puck as a trade for that, but they did get Dawnbreaker, which is a very strong hero in the meta right now. I think the one way you should play against Dawnbreaker is, of course, you can't bleed the lane too hard. This hero is very strong in the laning stage. Then outside of that, you have to make sure when Dawn goes into the fight, she's going into a fight that's very uncomfortable for her. A bunch of teamfight AoE. It's very reminiscent of like playing versus old Io. He wants to go in, and there's like a black hole or something, a Winter's Curse, a Rock, Fatal Bond, something like that.
I personally would love something like the Warlock. I think that hero's been undervalued, in my opinion, throughout the course of this tournament. We've seen it rear its head a few times, but I feel like any of these Dazzle Warlock healing supports that somehow they gave their heals also an aggressive component of them, I just really like them in lane. I feel like it really opens up your carry hero pool, and we are seeing a decent amount of illusion carries get picked, and I think these heroes are also good with them. So I'm looking out for those healing supports, most notably the Dazzle that we've been seeing time and time again.
Not this game though.
First phase banned out.
Where? Oh my gosh!
That's how important
Maybe
it is.
next game.
Okay, I'm looking at that Warlock. Like I said, totally was just testing you guys there.
Or if you want a more disruptive one. Yeah,
you
we
did pass. You
Flying
nailed it.
colors.
That was quick.
That's close.
Naga Siren does still remain in the pool as well, though. And that has been the most contested hero of the entire tournament thus far.
That hero is dangerous, I think. I think if you don't know exactly what you're doing with that hero, it's quite the liability. So you have to have like a really solid understanding of how this hero works. Otherwise, I just don't think it's good.
Even if you can get like a freebie lane, like an SF Naga combo.
Well, that's what I mean. Like you have to like be very confident in like what you're doing with the hero. Because like if you do go for this Naga and then you pick a hero that's a melee hero with it, for example, because you want to shift the SF to mid, you can kind of like ruin your draft very quickly. And I think also Naga does not play well into Dawnbreaker in the laning stage at all. So that is something VP probably doesn't want. I am looking at Tusk though. Tusk is a hero that is really good for Shaman and incredibly good with Dawnbreaker in the laning stage.
It's not the best versus Puck, so as long as they give them an answer with that, I'd say that's fine.
They'll go the Naga themselves, so they'll have the Dawn and Naga, and they'll go Morta. Interesting. Okay, so this could be a support, could be a core. It's really just a flex potential here. I mean, Naga plus Morta could be a strong lane too. Wouldn't leave that out of the question if it's a decent game for it.
Yeah, if the net into the dead shot setup, always nice to have the range carry with the Naga. I think Morta would be perfectly fine with the Dawnbreaker in lane as well, so very strong lane either way. Coming out from Yandex, I'm curious if they're actually flexing it, or if it's like, maybe the opponent doesn't know what we're doing, but we already know. I'm very curious when teams are doing this, because Morta, a hero that, it's not very common you have a 4 carry flex. Is there any other ones other than like TB?
I mean,
historically,
you can make it happen, I guess. It depends on how bad you want to. Like CK's been pretty popular.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
Well, I would say that wasn't a flex until like today, where we saw.
There you go.
We did see it twice. True.
That is always a
I got another one. Hoodwink. A 4 carry flex now.
Of course.
The possibilities are endless.
Exciting times here at the Esports World Cup.
I was just testing you guys again. You guys nailed it.
Crushing it. Also, technically, as much as I don't want to bring it up, Naga Siren was also flexed at this tournament because she was also played carry, but that was the least encouraging one.
Yeah, that was an uninspiring performance from Skeeter. No offense to my man. Okay, so Brewmaster deals with those illusions pretty well. The Dispel in lane's kind of annoying for Naga, meaning like she can use, for Brewmaster it's annoying. You can just wait to use your illusions until afterwards.
Right. Yeah, it's an interesting pick. I kind of wonder, I mean, if this is DeHawk's hero, I mean, it's hard to argue against this guy because he's very renowned for just having sound strategy when it comes to picking his hero.
Yep.
Like he reminds me in a lot of ways of like a 33-ish type player, where he has like his hero pool and he has ways to kind of always make it work.
Sure.
So in that regard, it's very similar. I can't say it's inherently just a bad pick. I think it's okay. Is it punishable? Yeah, it's pretty punishable. I think already Morta's quite good against it just because you do have that silence and Deadshot to add some control.
And he doesn't know his safe lane matchup either, so...
Yeah, I mean, even if it's were to carry, I think it's pretty decent against Brew, right? He just pops split and...
You pop.
Yeah, you just, if you ever...
Pierce the veil.
Pierce the veil, and then you, I guess you get Cyclone down. It's kind of like a wash, I suppose. It's not something Brew can punish, right? It's not like a Terror Blade where you just pop it, then all of a sudden he has no Sunder target, and then you have some way to kill him.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, VP's picks in general after the first two are kind of confusing me. What's the Rubik doing here also?
The one thing I liked about the Rubik is that it perhaps covers like any sort of team fighters that they may pick to combo with the Naga. That's like the only thing I really saw about it.
I mean, I was in a pub, and one of my teammates is very adamant about how it's so easy to play Rubik against Dawnbreaker. You just steal the ulti back as soon as she comes in.
Okay.
But I don't know if it's that easy. But if you do get it...
Did he steal it?
Of course not. He was flaming him for not stealing it.
Oh, I see.
Do you think he'd said that ahead of time?
I thought the Rubik player,
hindsight, of course.
The Rubik player was like, guys, trust me, I'm picking this hero because I'll always be able to steal it.
My POS 5 was flaming my Rubik.
Course.
Yeah, of course, yes.
You acted like this was constructive communication, Neil.
But I saw the vision. I was like, oh,
yeah, it makes sense.
It does make sense, potentially.
And so then you also kept flaming your Rubik. You're like, yeah, this guy's
I stayed out of it, honestly.
Very responsible.
Neutral bystander. I think the Rubik, in theory, yeah, maybe you steal Dawnbreaker ulti, but do you want to throw yourself into the middle of a fight like a Dawnbreaker does? Do you know what I mean? It's not exactly like an inspiring, yes, I get to use the spell. I think Rubik loves these like backlining
That's true.
Stuns that he can toss from 800 range.
There's definitely better Rubik spells in the game, but VP...
Name one.
Fissure,
okay.
Ice
That's
Path.
Dude, he's passing all your tests today.
Dang. This guy's good.
Yeah.
Yandex ban out the Ursa, and VP ban out the Sven. Both teams most likely looking for their safe lane carry, but again, we don't know where this Morta is going.
Oddly enough, wasn't it Valakia where people kept picking Ember into Puck and losing?
Yes,
that did happen.
Accurate, yes.
Yeah, I feel
Puck
like...
kept destroying Embers.
Yeah, you would just die during the coil.
Yeah.
I'd say they have decent amount of damage coming out from VP. They already banned the Ursa from Yandex. Like, if they had a carry, that also just puts a little bit of extra damage in the mid game, late game. I think right now in the like 10 to 20 minute mark, you've got damage to take down this Ember with your 4 heroes you have here. But as long as they have some sort of follow up to it past that stage, I'm feeling pretty good about, or I'm not feeling very good about this Ember's survivability chances, I guess you could say.
I will say in the previous matchups that I did see Ember versus Puck, the Ember was every single game going Blade Mill, Kaya Yasha. Maybe if you get a Mage Slayer.
Kaya Yasha?
Or no, sorry, Kaya Sanj.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what?
Kaya Sanj.
You were testing me.
Yeah, I was testing you there. No, they were Blade Mill, Kaya Sanj, and he just died every single time. But maybe if you get a Mage Slayer or something like that, extra magic resist will help you.
Okay.
But if they go the Blade Mill build, doesn't seem to help you versus Puck very much. Especially not against this lineup. Like, none of these heroes really care about Blade Mill.
Yeah.
I like these. I like these bans coming out from VP. They were some of the few carries that clear the Brewmaster split.
Yeah.
Are there any others? May we see the Luna again?
Luna, Medusa.
Oh, I like Medusa actually.
Yeah, those are the other ones that have like that split damage, right? That can kind of deal with it. Other option you could go is for like these life stealers as well. That can just doesn't really care either. Kind of just dumps on the lane.
I also wouldn't mind like a Willow.
They banned the life stealer themselves.
Oh, okay. So they do leave the Muerta as a 4. I really wasn't sure what they were going to do with that, but they did. TA, it's a pretty good TA game. I don't love it in lane versus Brewmaster, but like later on, it's you easily escape before the Brewmaster split comes off.
But it's a TA 2000 TA.
That's true.
Yeah.
Game changer.
Just like Amar, that's a $2,000 replay.
Might be. For now.
And it can do a good job at killing the Brewlings, which...
It's okay at killing the Brewlings. I think that really is dependent on how the Brewmaster micros them.
That's true.
If he just like stacks them up, then sure. But TA typically doesn't really enjoy like these summon heroes. Like for me, a little bit puzzling, right? Because it is a situation where, yeah, you do have a counter pick in your carry matchup. I think Brewmaster's pretty decent versus the TA. You have the evasion, you have the split as well, you have damage over time. All things TA doesn't particularly enjoy. But maybe this is the ranged hero that they decided they wanted to play because they wanted to have the Nog in the laning stage.
I'm very unsure of how I feel like this draft's going to go from both sides. I see benefits of like you have the Terrorblade versus the TA, classic good carry matchup there. You have a Puck versus limited disable. You pick the Ember, who should have a decent laning stage, but then he could get bursted down during that coil. I think it is really going to come down to that mid lane, like 3v3, that we are seeing a lot of in the Game and Gladiator series just a second ago. Because whoever gets off the ground running in this mid to mid lane matchup, I think they're going to take over.
Yeah, I'm going to give some good analysis here. I think the better team will win this game.
That's who do you think that is?
I disagree, actually.
I think the lineups, both these lineups have merits of winning, but I think whoever has the small macro plays and laning is going to get a big advantage in a game like this.
I agree with that. Stick to the idea of ease of execution. Which draft do you think
They're similar, I think.
I think there's a lot of ease of execution on both sides.
Yeah.
I would lean towards Yandex just a bit for the ease of execution because you have a direct response to the primary source of killing you, which is Puck Coil, and then you Dawn ulti.
Yeah,
but
and you can Song.
Yeah, true.
More counter initiation on the side of Yandex, which I say is ease of execution.
Okay, then we go. I'm going Yandex. All in.
But are they the better team?
We'll find out. I'll let you know.
I'm going all in VP then.
Dang. Because you think they're the better team.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
Spicy.
And we have two opposing viewpoints. Thank you, Fear. Please don't agree with us. I need to root for one side or the other, and I'm going to root for our caster duo to take you into game number 1. Ricky and Seb, take it away.
Once again, thank you so much, Tsunami. Yeah, this is going to be a fun series. Another, CIS showdown, as we could say, to start things off for you and I. Seb, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good, feeling great, feeling rested, ready for, more Dota, better Dota. It's never enough. It's never enough.
Yeah, it feels like this game, I do agree with a lot of what the panel is saying, right? We've got a little bit of ease of execution on both sides, but I do agree. I like the team fight quite a bit on Yandex. The Naga Siren makes things a little bit difficult to commit, right? And you have pretty committal spells on the side of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I mean, at the same time, I'm trying to think, like, yesterday they had Naga, also Yandex in their series, and I think the team fights were really not, their strength. I think they actually ended up losing games that they could have won if they just executed the team fights a little bit better. If I'm not mistaken, today it's going to be Solo playing the Naga instead of Problems yesterday, so that's a little bit of a switch. Maybe it wasn't completely their comfort, and so yeah, it might be a little bit different, but this is going to require much more discipline in the formation that they have when they, engage in these team fights. But definitely the potential is there. I think Yandex is going to play with a very fast-paced lineup. Typically the Ember, the TA, and the Dawnbreaker ulti. If the game goes late, this is when we're going to start seeing, some Puck and TB issues that Yandex is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I do think the late game scaling on VP is really strong. Like even Brewmaster, you get once you get a couple of your core talents, right? That's when the hero really starts to accelerate. You can just split push down buildings reliably. Like you don't really have to worry too much about struggling to hit the high ground, especially when you have TB cleave and Shaman wards. So
especially versus heroes like Dawnbreaker, I feel like Dawnbreaker is kind of hard to deal with Brewmaster early game because you just don't have enough damage to cut through his ulti. He actually also clears your Brewlings with his Q. But as soon as you start getting levels, you start getting the level. I mean, when you get the level 20, this is when you start. You stop caring about the Dawn completely, and now the team fight is heavily in your favor. So, yeah, VP definitely on the scaling side of things, and Yandex on the tempo.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it goes as we finally see our lanes kind of get underway here. The mid matchup, Puck versus Ember Spirit. I mean, it's a classic.
Classic.
Much easier for the Ember to shove the wave, get some denies early. Lorinov should be an okay matchup, though. It's never, terrible for Puck, but typically going Ember favored now, I think, right?
Yeah, but I've seen one player that, comes to mind is Samael to me, because he's one of the few mid players that I've seen pick Puck, literally every time he got the chance into Ember and do pretty well. He usually, draws the lane. And obviously Coil is one of the best tools in Dota to deal with the Puck. The problem is just how the lane goes, because they kind of both counter each other's in a way. But Ember definitely has an advantage in the matchup.
That's cool. Yeah, we'll see how that ends up going as we get further into the game. But it's always a fun matchup to watch.
It is.
Top side problems on the Muerta with Noticed on the Dawnbreaker. That's a strong lane.
Very strong.
We just already saw the combo, right? Deadshot into Starbreaker. Shadow Shaman doesn't have chicken fingers here, so there's no easy cancel to the Starbreaker, which might hurt in the lane, but opting for the massive Serpent Ward. I think you and I both agree this thing is super strong.
It's super strong. It's borderline broken, I would even say. It's a little bit too strong. I'll leave it at that. If somebody heard me out there, please fix. But yeah, no, I mean, I respect, you know, going for the mid-game presence and the late game and kind of letting the lane go. He's also laning with TB, so
yeah,
it's going to be fine.
As for this bottom lane, I mean, the Brewmaster and a TA, like, yeah, you can kind of burn through refractions, but you're also playing with a Rubik, and this is a hero that kind of fell out of the meta for a while. Topside First Blood, actually onto the Terror Blade.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit foreseeable. As we said, you know, Muerta Dawnbreaker, that's a lane with a lot of aggression.
Yeah.
They're going to keep looking for the kills here.
Yeah, that's really strong. So that'll obviously put them off to a very good start up there.
Yeah, the Rubik is surprising. I think that's a hero that really has fallen in favor. Like, we don't see a lot of position for go back to Rubik. Antares is a very known Rubik player. I mean, this is his bronze tier because he did not renew his Dota Plus subscription, but I can assure you that he's not bronze tier. This guy has been playing Rubik his entire Dota career, so he knows exactly what to do, and he's an expert on the hero. So if anybody's going to make it work, he's definitely one of them.
Good to know. Good to know. I mean, Rubik, it's so sad that he hasn't been as relevant lately because it is such a fun hero to watch. And even in games where you're like, this has got to be like the Rubik game.
Which isn't this game,
yeah,
to be fair,
I was going to say,
right?
this isn't that Rubik game,
no.
so that's why I was a little bit curious what your thoughts were.
Yeah, I don't really know what triggered the Rubik. I mean, it's not bad against Ember. I think we've seen Embers die to it as we see the First Blood.
Okay,
yeah,
just the Dawnbreaker combo as
you
well.
know, classic. But yeah, it can be good against Ember, the instant lift, and if you happen to steal the chains, even the Remnants can be quite decent. Muerta spells, I think, are also really good to get, and pretty easy, I would say. And perhaps some Naga spells also. You know, the net, that's going to turn against Ember, turn against the TA. So he has definitely really good spells to steal, but it's not going to be very flashy is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, straightforward, but like we're not looking for the Black Hole or Ravage turnarounds or anything like that.
None of that today.
But good utility still.
But the Brew versus TA is an interesting matchup. I think, like, from Brewmaster's perspective, you're going to suffer a little bit in the lane because that's just how TA works, especially when she lanes with a Naga. But if you don't suffer too much and you're healthy enough once you hit your level 6 and TA is not too far ahead, it's very easy for you to kick TA out. Now, he is playing versus a Dawnbreaker too, which is going to make everything a little bit harder.
Yeah, like swapping, like trading ults basically.
Yeah, because like getting through the TA plus the Dawn ulti might just be a little bit too much for the Brewmaster, but we'll have to see. You know, there's going to be things happening like a TB gating, maybe a puck getting a rune and helping the Brewmaster force the issue, but that is going to be a little bit later in the game.
I mean, speaking of like runes, this has been a super static kind of lane setup, right? We're not really seeing a lot of rotations into the mid lane.
Yeah.
They're just letting Chira Jr. and Lorinov kind of duke it out, and right now Puck actually ahead, 27-3 on the CS. You were talking like, is this something that Sumail prefers in the matchup as well? And he's having a great time. So
no, he's doing good. He's doing very good. And again, like, it's a win for the Puck because once he gets the coil, he's just going to be happy. Like, you're going to have a way to deal with this Ember. Like, one of the most reliable way, literally, in the game. So definitely a win for Dyer.
they do. I mean, there is a kind of a synergy with the Rubik and coil, whereas like you could telekinesis to snap it. So even if you go for just like a solo coil mid lane, if the Rubik's nearby, you might be able to get that extra stun and go for the kill.
Yeah, no, I think in this game, like, both like support duo plus the mid laners as they're going on Rasta.
That's a very easy kill.
There's
just no chance at all.
It's just too much damage. He's dying from full HP, and Shadow Shaman is a hero that is like naturally very tanky, so it could even be worse. Even that is not enough. As we're gonna look at the rune situation pretty soon. I mean, the Puck has hit level 6, so did Ember. So this is usually the time where supports are gonna start looking at the mid lane. Yeah, we see the Rasta TPing in, the Muerta is angling, action is coming.
Yeah, that sentry actually, I believe, just out of reach of that. Oh no, it is in range. So if they do get up onto the high ground, it'll make it. So
good DOR. They don't see it yet, but it's gonna come handy pretty soon.
Yep. All right, we're going to see all of these heroes in the mid lane. Coil's going to connect onto 2, snaps immediately on the Naga Siren, but that rune is topside and invis. Not the most powerful, but Chira Jr. feeling strong enough to just continue chasing him. Muerta with a really nice silence comes through, dodging the dead shot though on the Puck, and Chira Jr. will still be able to walk away with the with the rune. Had a really nice remnant up on the top side there. They do have multiple sentries mid here, so it's not really going to help him much.
Yeah, a little bit close, a little bit of an overcommitment. I think maybe Naga got a little bit excited by the amount of damage that Ember was able to dish out, but It just wasn't enough. They ran out of steam, which gives, you know, a valuable kill for the dire side.
Yeah, as soon as that Flame Guard expires, the hero is lacking all the damage with the current build right now.
Oh, no miss this time. Pretty unlucky, RNG.
He got the Brood up too. I thought for sure, right, that was going to be missed, but...
And now they're going to look to contest the Wisdom. Like, Naga's angling. The Brewmaster is dead. Is the Rubik going to commit? No, he's just lets it go.
It up. Wow.
2 Wisdom on the Radiant side. That is a really big deal for supports like Rubik and Rasta. They rely heavily on experience.
Does he have telekinesis? He has to, right?
Yeah, interesting that he didn't go for it. He even had Dawnbreaker ulti. He was worried. I mean, that he was worried about Dawnbreaker.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. So it would have been way too much for them to deal with. Which means that now he's going to have to leech the Brewmaster experience, which is also craving, so...
Very quick dodge there from Lornov.
And we already see the pressure that Ember is able to apply on the puck. It's just hard to stop it, especially if your supports are, you know, under experienced, which is the case.
I mean, good pressure from everyone on the side of Yandex. Like they're trying to take away the triangle. They've got a lot of pressure in the mid lane against the puck. Chira Jr. just kind of being enabled right now to do this as the next rune's coming.
I mean, we mentioned in the draft, like after the draft ended, that as they're going on the Ember, is it going to be enough damage?
I mean, it's going to be very close, but the Dawnbreaker's coming in. The silence is there, and the puck's going to go down first. Rain now on the run,
Disaster.
But no hopes of survival. That's exactly what you're talking about, man. The threat of the Dawnbreaker ult right now, especially playing around this Ember Spirit.
VP's got to watch out because they can't really afford too many of these moves. I mean, this TA is untouched. The Brewmaster is struggling. The TV died on the top lane, and if the mid also gets out of control and they're able to get the mid tower, open up the map, it's going to get scary real quick. We talked about the pace at which Team Yandex can play with these heroes. They didn't get the XP runes. Now they're like, you know, giving away some kills, unnecessary kills on the mid lane. This could spiral out of control really quickly.
I mean, the XP difference alone is already super strong. Like, both level 4 supports versus almost level 6. Well,
nice Sunder.
Yeah, Sunder set up here onto the Dawnbreaker. That's a very important kill.
Yeah, top 1 net worth. This is literally like the highest reward they can get on the map at this point. The Rasta is going to be very happy with the experience. So is Rubik. He's still level 4.5 on Rubik, so it's going to take a while before he gets his level 6. They need to give him the space. Like at this point, ideally the cores from VP can just jungle and leave space for their supports.
You need the Serpent Ward so bad.
The next team fights are just going to be impossible if you don't do that.
Dahak bottom lane caught out here. Searing Chains, no mana for split yet, but does have the wand. He's going to be forced to use it. I mean, but you just get the split for a pretty basic commitment now.
Yeah, and he's going to be a little bit, you know, scared to go back to his lane after. And Brewmaster is a hero that really relies on laning. You can't jungle with this hero. He's one of the few offlaners that, you know, despite being popular, as they go on the puck, is it enough?
That's a really good silence chain there. He's dead. Wow.
Amazing spellcasting. They did not even need the Dawnbreaker ulti there. They just knew that he was going to die. So super nice spellcasting by Problems. This Morta is doing great, man. He's level 7.5. He's literally a core right now.
Yeah, Arntar is still level 4, like you said, on this Rubik, just not having a great time. And Dawnbreaker, or I'm sorry, Muerta just finishes off with a dead shot.
Look at his net worth too. Like this Muerta is like turning into a core. Like he's the same net worth as the Brewmaster. He's almost the same level as his Dawnbreaker. He's living the life right now. And it's a really good Muerta game. I mean, if you get like a lot of levels, you get Atos, you're able to lock down like in silence heroes like Brewmaster or Puck. He's just gonna single-handedly win fights.
Yeah, I mean, you said this is the team that's playing more off the tempo, where VP looks for kind of that better scaling into the late game. And so far, a really good lead build. 4K here, just at the almost 11-minute mark. Mid tower's dead.
And you got a guy called TA2000 playing TA and having the most peaceful game ever. That has to be a menace, you know? I'd be stressed out. I don't want to play versus the TA2000 playing TA, you know what I mean? Like, this must come from somewhere. I don't want to know.
Yeah, he's going to be very happily farming on the bottom half of the map. And with how strong Noticed is already, he's actually going for an early Vlad's. That should be a Starbreaker. Yeah, it does connect in time. Rain. His passive is going to pop in a second, but he's still dead.
I like this item build on Dawn a lot, actually. I think it's really cool. We started seeing it as a, you know, as a different way to build Dawnbreaker, especially first items. This VAD is amazing. Obviously, it combos really well with your Q.
Yeah.
It helps you objective take after you use the successful ulti, or if you push your own tower, helps you deal with the stacks, buffs your allies. I think it's just a great item on this hero. I'm happy players are turning towards that. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's honestly working out great for him already. TA2000 bottom lane looking to put some pressure here on Dahak. He does have the ult available again, but able to just scurry away there with that Brood up.
Rubik is still not level 6, so they gotta wait for that before anything happens, honestly.
He's like one creep away, really.
Yeah,
He's
close.
like, Dahak's pinging it like, I got you, homie, but he's still not there. 6 XP away.
Yeah. He's so far away from the Radiance, too.
I mean, Lauren of mid lane has to be so careful of Muerta now because, like you said, she's basically another core. She's almost to an Atos.
I really like the Ember Muerta combo. It makes
Yeah.
a lot of sense when you think about it. Like the Searing Chain to set up for the silence into the Q from Muerta. There's so much damage coming from these two heroes, and they synergize together so well. It's really, really nice, like a core to support duo.
I'm a big fan of the changes to the chain gang facet. It's so strong.
It is very strong.
He's gone for Blade Mail early as well, so...
Makes a lot of sense this game, I think, against the puck especially.
Okay.
What would you have liked to see? Or what
I don't
would the
know. That's what I was
alternative be?
wondering. I was like, I don't know. Like, we've seen, like, Mage Slayers and stuff like that, and so
Yeah.
I'm wondering if, like, it was worth it, but he's opting, I guess, for a little bit of a tankier build.
I mean, Mage Slayer is good. Like, what I like about the Blade Mail is it also buffs your farming. Like, they're going on the brew. Is it enough damage?
He can't move. He can't get out of
God,
the
this is
silence.
oh my god, this is so obnoxious.
He gets Searing Changed into silence,
And that's his
into
brew,
net.
and he got the W off. Like,
Yeah, he
that
was
is
brewed
one
up.
of the tankiest heroes in the game at this point.
Yeah.
And they just kill him with zero effort. It's hard.
He's silenced for like 9 seconds.
It's absurd.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, the fact that they've just built a draft at enabling this one spell in a way for their mid game is actually kind of genius.
Yeah. I mean, so far so good. It's been a really smooth sailing by Team Yandex so far. They've played this game almost perfectly, and we're yet to see the TA really enter the game. And I mean, he didn't have to, and that's good for him. He's like having a really quiet yet very, you know, like farm heavy game. He's gonna get the Deso very soon, so the objectives are gonna start happening. They're gonna start looking at the Roche towers.
I mean, 14-minute Deso is crazy fast. And now with this, you're like, you can just show up to fights and start building Deso Deso charges, right?
Yeah, and look at the Brewmaster. I mean, he's like, he's 1k gold on the Relic. He needs,
oh god,
I don't even know how he's gonna get the Radiance at this point. Like, the game is gonna speed up even further.
Antares playing a game of chicken there, knows he has to get this illusion rune, but just gonna get rooted the moment he picks it up. So another kill into the hands of Chera Jr.
This Muerta Ember plus the Dawnbreaker, like this kind of trio running around together, nobody can contest them. Like, wherever they go is theirs.
I mean, they have the Atos now. We're gonna see them try to make a play topside here onto Notice. The meta comes out, the Giant Serpent Ward, full duration shackles. That is enough damage, maybe? Dawnbreaker?
No.
Ooh, so close.
Okay, these kills, honestly, these two kills, like the two kills that Notice has, you know, like conceded to VP, is everything they got, literally, the entire game. They matter a lot. These kills are really high value, and Notice is gonna, you know, not be happy with this. It's not the end of the world whatsoever, but he's got to be careful with this, because if you think about how the map is being played right now, they have nothing to play for, VP. Like, this Brewmaster is super poor. He cannot enter the TA area. They can't contest runes. Puck is, you know, playing really safe. There's nothing to do on the map besides trying to find his Dawnbreaker when he's a little bit too deep.
I mean, the only tower threat they have really is Serpent Ward, right, as well, and that was just committed. So now your towers are all safe.
Yeah.
For Yandex for a little while.
You know, if I try to find like the bright side for VP, is sure. I mean, they're really far behind. Like, let's not you know, pretend. Like, 8k gold lead, 16 minutes in is crazy. As the puck is gonna
He's
die.
just dead.
Yeah.
There's the Dawnbreaker ult to join in as well. Rain's gonna walk right into a trap, so definitely not escaping. And this is just the Atos from Fog, like just being scouted out by a Naga Siren Illusion.
Yeah.
Thought he was safe. No, not at all.
No, they have no business fighting. No, not whatsoever. This is a cat and mouse game at this point. They just need to dodge Team Yandex as much as they can. Like, wherever they get found, they're just gonna concede kills. But, you know, I was trying to say that if the TB gets online, if the puck gets online, and it's a little bit... They need much more than what they have at the moment, but if they get there somehow, then we're going to see hope for VP, because it's a good TB game, it's a good puck game, but they got to get there.
I see a stolen ensnare there. Now, you talked about this, actually a pretty great tool for the Rubik to have this game if you can actually find a target, but now you need to have the damage to follow it up. So we'll see if they can do anything with it.
And this is a first pick puck, you know, like this was like an answer to the Dawnbreaker, which is not really an answer. Like you could consider just being like a straight up blind first pick puck.
Yeah.
It's been heavily punished. Like,
I mean, every single attempt here in this jungle has just been shut down. They have such aggressive wards on both sides. And you don't need a ton of vision, right? You just need to see like one hero every once in a while, because VP has to like scrap for farm across the edges of the map. So you know they're probably not trying to like run around their own jungle as 5.
Team Yandex is playing really well. Like, really, really well this game.
Root after root after root, and kill after kill go on their way. Now 15-3 with an 11,000 gold lead.
It's massive. It's massive. And they didn't even start, you know, pressing the gas pedal, because that's only going to happen when TA goes for objectives like tier 2s, Roche, Tormentor. We're not even there yet, which is the scary part. So, but you know, we've seen this from Team Yandex yesterday against Aurora. They ended up losing the series because of mistakes in the mid game, but the tempo that they were able to like
build early.
Yeah, build early was pretty much the same, and it's always on the back of Chira Jr. He always has like a stable laning phase. His movement around the map is really good. He's always playing in the enemy side of the map. He's in their face, creating so many issues for them. So props to this guy. I think he's playing incredibly.
Yeah, he's doing some serious work. He has Kaya Sanj now done on top of his blade mail. He's got a bottled shield rune as well. He is pretty much unkillable at the moment, as he's going to look for V-Tune. They do go ahead and pop the meta. The wards, okay, Dawnbreaker's got to come in to bail him out. He gets the blade mail. The damage turned back around. Now looking for V-Tune. Nice dodge there on that Manta, but the chase continuing as Chira Jr., as well as the Naga Siren. She's deep onto the enemy side of the map, has the Song of the Siren, just for a guaranteed kill secure. And TA2000, meanwhile, just clearing up the creep wave. So 2 dead. I mean, that's the Dawnbreaker, man. It looked good for a moment. You're like, okay, we might get this Ember Spirit.
No, but Ember knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's just baiting them at this point. He has a shield rune. He didn't press it. He's waiting for the Dawn ulti, then presses it. Honestly, this is the Shira Jr. show so far. Like, super impressive performance. He's just stomping VP literally by himself for now.
And here we go. First Roshan of the game as we get close to that 20-minute mark. I mean, who do you put this on? It's got to be TA2000, right? He's going to be your building hitter?
I think so. I think they're strong enough to just siege, and this Ember is kind of built to be focused. Like, you bought the Blade Mail, you bought the Kaya Sanj, you have the Dawnbreaker ulti. He wants them to think he can die. He wants them to try to turn on him and you know, get another slide off or get away with the Remnant. So putting the Aegis on the Ember would not make any sense.
Did they get Radiance onto Hawk? I think they did, right? Is the only reason they'd smoke?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it is.
They did, but he's not even level 12. This Brewmaster is really poor. I mean, they don't have Dawn ulti, so when that is down, it's only 10-second window.
Ooh. All right, they're going to make the play here. The silence comes out. They've rooted the entire team. Now they need to run.
Yeah,
Shira Jr.'s not going to let it happen. Looking straight for rain. Problems in pursuit. And with this one, they will only lose the Shadow Shaman. But then, yeah, this is a 4-hero smoke gank to try and kill an Ember, and it just completely backfires.
Yeah, no. This is tough. I mean, you feel the pressure on VP side. They're trying to use their heroes, because this Brewmaster has not been allowed to enter the game yet, and you know, the puck has a blink, the Brew has a Radiance, but they just conceded too much before that. It's just not enough now. They need to play on the TB timings.
So normally you go Tormentor, and if the first shard goes to the Muerta, you're like, okay, unlucky, it's on the Muerta. He happens to have a lot of kills, so it ends up being kind of value for him.
He's been involved in 16 kills on 18. It's crazy.
Yeah, so that's pretty massive. 6 Pierce the Veil stacks is pretty insane.
The question now is, like, when can they afford to go high ground? I think it's pretty close. I think they could decide to go high ground right now, because they have really good tools to like make sure that it doesn't, you know, transition into disaster. They have the Steep, they have the Dawn ulti. So the only way for Dire to deal with a high ground push would be to find the backline. And there are 2 backliners they need to find, if that makes sense. Like, they have 2 ways to save each other's.
Yeah.
I would really like for them to not play the split push game against a Puck, a TB Illusions, Like, just go high ground. Just force them back.
Just force it.
Yeah, it's probably their best way to, make sure they don't lose on the economy game.
I agree. I think I like the idea of grabbing the mid tier 2 here and then going high ground on top lane.
They have some time. Like, Aegis is up for 3 more minutes, so they can decide to do it slowly. But at some point, the best way to actually catch your enemies is just to force them back to base.
The Hurricane Pike for TA is going to be really beneficial as well. Like, a little bit of mobility, especially trying to siege the high ground, is going to go a long way.
Yeah. Going MKB next, he wants to deal with the Radiance effect from the Brewmaster. He's also expecting maybe a Butterfly coming from the TB eventually, so...
I mean, they're closing in on double BKBs as well. Noticed just needs the recipe. He's only a couple hundred gold away. The Ember Spirit a little bit further, but either way, both of those timings are going to be massive for Yandex and the team fights. And I like that they're just going to commit to him early rather than greed out for them.
You're looking for the bottom? No.
Yeah, don't find it.
TP'd in time.
Good TP outs, but...
Yeah, but if you look at the map now, like the TA got the tier 2 top, then working on the tier 2 mid, and they all gathered bottom for the kill. So very soon, it's gonna feel natural to just
take tier 2 bottom.
Yeah, take tier 2 bottom and close out the map.
I mean, they're smoking here on VP. I honestly don't know if that trap saw them, but
they might find the Naga. This is a little bit of a desperate smoke. I mean, the map is so small right now for them, so they're just trying to, secure a little bit of the, a little bit of ground for themselves to farm safely. But it's hard. It's hard. Like, Yandex is doing a really good job at pressuring VP, really.
And they're reading this so well too, because where else would VP be, at this moment?
Yeah.
So,
and they're all gating. They're actually they might find them there.
They saw the Brewmaster Radiance on the wave for sure, and as well some TB illusion, so I think they have a pretty good read.
Oh,
but
Mr. Rasta.
Yeah, Rasta once again gets caught here, gonna go for the Shackle. It's, Solo's got better things to do. He's gonna go find the rest of the heroes.
I like that. That's a good Dota concept.
Yeah.
Don't overcommit for a kill. Like, understand when the guy has no, chance to make it out alive, and
here it is. They get
find
another
one. Exactly.
So the thing they don't know is there's a Brewmaster hiding in the trees directly behind him. He has 10 seconds to TP.
They should not be able to scout him. There's no reason to check that. So how are we looking on the Aegis? 20 seconds left. Looks like they're not gonna, try to force the issue too much. How much gold did they get with it? 7k gold for, difference. I like this stat. I think this stat is actually something, it gives you a good indication at how good teams are at playing the map.
Oh, Dahawk just kind of going for a drive-by here to clear up this wave a little bit. But
no MKB yet, so too much evasion. He actually went for the crit before the MKB. I think I like that.
Lornov in some trouble, getting a caught from the Atos. Ember comes in again. This is like, what, the 5th time we've seen this game?
How do you deal with this? You buy BKB? Oh yeah, he's going BKB.
He's going BKB, yeah, he has to.
What else, honestly? Heart, of course. No, Murta is enjoying himself.
Yeah, this is a rough one. Now, TA2000 does get the split. The thing is, these aren't super tanky, and with this one, Wind Panda now gets caught out. They're going to be able to find Rain topside. He's dodged it out for a moment, but they will still finish off the Brewmaster. So that is Brew split down, and you have 2 more deaths.
And meta wasted, because V2 clicked the meta trying to fight back this Dawnbreaker Muerta combo, and it did nothing, unfortunately. He just had to watch his Rasta die. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Honestly, they're bleeding on every single side of the map right now on VP. They need to find a way to stabilize the game, but I'm not even sure where it can come from at this point.
Yeah, your Brewmaster needs to be way stronger than he currently is. I think that is such an issue for them, because you need these Brewlings to be able to find these heroes and like remove one of the saves from the fight, like you were talking, like either finding the Naga Siren, but it just feels almost impossible.
Yeah, there's like 10 seconds left on meta. After that, they're gonna feel very free.
Oh, what a fear! Problems just isolates V2 completely, shackled up, gets the Sunder onto an illusion. Unfortunate there, but the BKB is going to protect Jira Jr. and V2. Dove past the tier 4 towers. He's dead. Another fear comes out, catching Lornov. He's got to be careful. Gets the blink away for now, but you have no Terrorblade for 40, and Dahawk gets caught out once again. Is it being caught out if you're in the enemy base like this?
No, I don't think you can call that being caught out. He's 0-4-0 on the Brood. It's a really tough game for him. He has not been able to get anything done, really.
Oh, he's just, I was like, do you have blink or something? Yeah, he just gets the shard. It's going to completely reset his team. He's not needing it for defense anyway.
He's just heating them up,
Yeah.
basically. Heating them up, mana boots, solar crest, keep pushing, boys.
Yeah, I mean, they're all topped off again. Full lane of barracks dead here on the bottom side. There are no outer towers to stop this push from continuing. And so get the refresh fortification, but yeah.
That is insane.
They're so far ahead. This has been such a perfect execution from Yunducks, and I mean, clearly adjusting from what happened yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they got off to the same start, honestly. Like, good lanes, good rotations, good, stronger early game, but this time around, no mistakes. Like, they actually gave them 0 openings. They pressured the map really well. They did not lose any fight or, you know, overcommitted with the Aegis, which they did twice yesterday. And again, I mean, the fact that they're able to replicate that strong of an early game, like on such a regular basis, it gives them a lot of hope if you support this team.
This is a desperate attempt here. VP coming outside of the base. Ember comes right back in. Shadow Shaman's dead before the fight even starts as they continue to look for more. Rubik drops on the sideline. Chira Jr. does he have the BKB for the dive? Well, they're going to Dawnbreaker ult in. They really want to take down this Terrorblade. They won't be able to, but they now are going to turn their attention back towards Dahawk's Brewmasters. They stun up all the Brewlings, and they die so fast. He's got just the Earth Panda left. The coil holds him in place for a moment. Shaman buys back, drops the ward, tried to do something noticed. Is he going to actually die? He does. V-Tune has enough damage to find a kill, but can they continue? As the Brewmaster trying to play aggressive here, but they've still got a lot left in the tank here on Yandex. The Fear comes back, sends Brewmaster back in. And they will respect VP for now.
Yeah, good composure, but the Ember Spirit, he had the BKB, so he was never really in trouble. They were just kind of, you know, looking at them and seeing how the fight develops. It's the meta. It's the meta that you have to respect. It's the best tool that they have right now on VP side, and when they lost the bottom rack, it's because the meta was a little bit wasted for a skirmish. So as soon as the meta is down, Yandex is going to feel much more confident taking these fights.
I mean, Problems is just hunting here with a brand new Shadow Blade, looking for an opening, and, well, range, that's going to be a dieback on your Shadow Shaman. He is an absolute monster this game on the Muerta, as, well, Chira Jr. will go further into the enemy base. He steals Remnant on the Rubik, so Antares might be able to escape, but the rest of them need to be very careful. As Dahawk, he's got the NKB. Will he miss? He will not. V-Tune, aggressive Sunder here, but he gets Hurricane piked away. Lornov coil onto 2. They have Song of the Sirens still available. Dawnbreaker ult still available. Not under threat at all. Yonducks keeping it nice and calm.
Yeah, no matter, you know what it means. It becomes really easy to, you know, kind of do the math on how much damage can they dish out. It's just a coil really, that's all they have.
Another melee barracks down. Range going to survive for now, but...
So they know about the Roche timers. They could decide to go back for the Roche. They know it's up, or go for the last side. Obviously, you know, this is a classic, classic Dota scheme, where like you go high ground, you lose the fight, enemy team, buyback, you know, they kill you, they get Roche, and you feel bad.
Yep.
This is the right order. You go Roche, and then you go high ground, and nothing can go wrong.
Not messing around. I don't blame them. They definitely need to get some wins here, so this will give them the Aegis and the banner. As the Aghanim Scepter is pretty much done on Chira Jr. here, just 1 gold away, so...
Insta-smoke, run faster, and the game faster.
Yep.
Heart. I love these hearts from Muerta. I mean, I get it, honestly. Heart back to you, man. Like, this is such a performance.
I can't believe... Yeah, the... Aggressive jump on the top side. They get the silence, looking to finish off the Brewmaster for the split. The second silence, it doesn't. It's barely enough to cancel the animation.
I mean, luckily he has buyback, you know, because he's not worth much.
Oh, no.
No disrespect for him, but that's just how Dota works.
That's unlucky. What can you do? Muerta, I mean, she's just as scary as the Terrorblade at this point, really. They're going to buy back here on the Brewmaster. He's going to come in aggressively, but Dawnbreaker can join at any moment.
It's just fake casting the animation. I mean, you gotta have fun with what you get, honestly, you know?
Another smoke. They're just gonna go right back into the enemy base. There's gonna be the Shadow Blade as they look for their opening target. Lornov gets caught. I think he did get rooted, but he's still able to dodge it. He just pops the BKB. He has no choice. Meanwhile, Chira Jr. solos off. The Rasta pops the BKB, and he's gonna be able to get out of this one.
Dawn ulti is still available and all that, so you got to keep in mind that everything they're doing here is just playing off the limits of the amount of saves that they have to back them up.
Serpent Ward going to be focused up here by TA2000. Again, it doesn't really feel super necessary, as V2 needs to be very careful of these Psyblades.
Okay, that shot on Rubik, that's a really good steal to spell, like spell to steal, so
Yeah.
it might help them. But again, they need to fight within the meta window. Like, they have to put that to use.
If you don't have Dispels, like Chira Jr.'s single route into a Dawnbreaker ult will pretty much guarantee a kill.
Yeah.
So we'll see what they can do here. TA2000 respecting the damage from the Terrorblade for a while here, and is actually going to die to the Reflection. So
Okay.
that will be the Aegis, as all members of VP are alive. We'll see if they decide to still try and finish this one out. Do they have a Roche banner? I feel like they might.
No, I think it died,
Did
actually.
it die?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. They got it on the TV, but they're going to keep pushing anyway. They still have all their spells. There's no meta now, no brew split.
Yeah.
It's only one coil.
Oh, Solo. Gonna pop the Ensnare there to just make sure. Dude, he was rooted forever, man.
So much damage. Daedal is finished on the TA now, so he's a full glass cannon build.
Yeah. And they're just forced away from this fight as Chira Jr.'s got a Remnant waiting to just ensnare them in the backside. And with this, that's Mega Creeps. GG comes out, VP no, this one is over. I mean, they held out as long as they could, but the writing was on the wall for a while.
I mean, what a masterclass by the Ember and the Morta especially. I mean, everybody played really well on Team Yandex, but props to these two for the amount of work that they did from the laning phase all the way to the mid game and until they closed it. It was really impressive.
Yeah, that was probably one of the cleanest, just well executed like combos that we've seen in a while. Like every time they went for a kill with like this Ember Muerta, I think they got it. I don't know if they ever actually missed a kill attempt.
No, they didn't, and I've heard so many times people complain about Puck. Puck is so good, how to counter Puck, what should I do? Watch this game. You have all the answers. This is how to counter Puck, and Lorenov is a really good Puck player.
Yeah,
they first pick
he
it,
is.
that's how much confidence they have in it, but he got nothing done this game, because this Ember Muerta he just couldn't play.
I mean, the kill score in this game kind of just tells it all, right? They have 4 total deaths, but your Ember is 13-0 and 16, and your Muerta is 9-0 and 17.
This is literally what happened. Like, these two have been running around the whole map terrorizing the enemy team.
Yeah.
Until the throne exploded. Like, that was...
Even after the throne, I'm sure. They're going to have nightmares, man. I don't know.
Yeah, they're ready to keep going. Like, this is... Yeah. I guess you then have to respect how much knowledge they have about around Chira Jr. and the mid matchups. You maybe just can't pick your mid hero like this.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure our panel's going to love to break down this game, so I'm going to go ahead and send it back to Tsunami and the boys.
At the least, I do finally understand why they got that first phase DK ban out of the way so early. Maybe it was baiting a VP into being like, yo, we got rid of the counter that you think deals with Puck. Now why don't you pick the Puck anyway? VP does it, and then Yandex are like, you suckers, you've fallen right into my trap. I'll send an Ember Spirit into the mix, and I'll top it off with a Muerta as well. And I think Seb was right. We have found a solution to the Puck that so many teams are oftentimes afraid of.
Potentially. I mean, it looked good this game for sure. I think Muerta's always been one of those heroes that has looked very good for these mobility type mid laners. The Silence and Deadshot does provide a lot of control. All you need is just like some setup for it, right? Ideally. And yeah, Ember did a fantastic job with that. So definitely have to give props here to how they played this one out. This is a complete beatdown from the side of Yandex here. I did say the better team would win this one, but hopefully that's not an indication of how this matchup is going to go for game number 2.
Yeah, I remember there was like one tournament last year where I just started predicting the winner based on ease of execution, just purely based on whose buttons seem more intuitive to press. And the thing about this VP draft this game was that when you're dealing with a hero like Dawnbreaker who has insane counter initiation, the best way is to either make it so her counter initiation, she lands on something she doesn't want to land on, or that you can use not so important spells that are enough to force her to defend her teammates. In this game, it felt like they had to use Coil, they had to use Brewmaster Split in order to force out that Dawnbreaker ulti in the first place. And then if you look at their kills, there's a reason that 3 of their 4 kills are on the Dawnbreaker, because nobody else is a target. Like, you just can't go on anyone else in the game. These TAs that have like the Dawnbreakers, the Abaddons on their team, you see that they're like, we look at TA 2000's final inventory, it's Hurricane Pipe Blink, okay, like the standards, and then it's just Deso, Daedalus, MKB. Like, there's no BKB in there, there's no like any stat items, it's just straight damage. And I love this Vlad's that we're seeing on the Dawnbreaker as well. I do feel like a lot of these ranged damage carries, like you are effectively making them have a satanic of sorts when they have that much damage. And we saw Ace do it last series as well, I believe it was. But,
yeah, he kind of invented it. When every Dawn was going Blade Mill, he just went for the Vlads for that mid-late game timing.
Yeah, I mean, it's insane. It's insane lifesteal when you have a Daedalus, MKB, and a Desolator. And yeah, I just think these teams need to reevaluate like what these heroes represent in the draft, because we saw Dawnbreaker largely get solved during, I believe it was Wallachia as well as the Fissure Playground. But this time around, this was a first overall pick Dawnbreaker, and I'm just thinking from Notice perspective, it's very intuitive when you're supposed to push your ulti, and obviously they just executed. We saw Shiro Jr. and Problems run over the map. The casters talked about that plenty, but I'm just like, I want you guys to imagine at home what it's like to be Virtus.pro's draft. Like when you don't have obvious plays to make, and you know every time you commit a heavy spell, you're just getting Dawnbreaker ulti. It just feels really bad.
It definitely does, and I think the laning stage this game as well didn't go the way they planned, right? Like the top lane, this TB got completely dumped on by this Dawn Morta lane, whereas the Rubik, and we thought the Brew might have a chance versus TA, but I think we're seeing why we don't see a lot of Rubik in this meta right now. Doesn't seem like he can pressure lanes very well. We talked about what is he going to steal this game. Apparently nothing of value, right? So if you're not winning your lane, you don't have high impact spells to steal. Maybe Rubik needs to go back and just wait a couple metas or two before he comes back out.
Or at least wait a few heroes until you're like, I see.
He saw quite a few heroes.
The Jakiros.
The Jakiros.
Yeah, but he has
the right
heroes.
Yeah,
that's better.
And maybe we can take a look at some of the right plays that Yandex were able to make in that game number 1. There were many, several, quite a few. In fact, I think they were all right plays. And they specifically cited on the cast that the Ember setup into a Muerta or a Dawnbreaker was like 100% success rate.
Yeah, even here. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, this is a good example of, like, what that Dawnbreaker was bringing to the table. Like, you can really push your limits as an Ember Spirit with this hero on your squad. And even here, like, you have the sleep. Even more time to kind of decide on what you want to do. You can get the silence ready. And then the whole game just kind of crumbled, right? At some point in this game, this Dawnbreaker's everywhere, this Ember's everywhere, this Morta's everywhere. So I kind of really do have to give it mainly to the Morta, because she's playing the most immobile hero of all of them, always in the right place at the right time.
I'll give some props to Solo as well. How many assists do you have? You had
22.
Like 22 assists.
I've only had 3 kills.
3 deaths.
Oh, 3 deaths.
Because he had 1 death, actually, so he could have died 2 more times. But that is a lot of activity for a Naga Siren when your Ember Spirit and your Muerta are doing the lion's share of stuff. He was still participating quite a bit. So overall, a very solid team effort from all of Yandex. Now, we have to see if Virtus.pro will find a solution, or are they going to get 2-0'd 2 days in a row? We'll find out after the break.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than I fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish he'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't find. I just keep going. I just keep going.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. It's just the numbers again. The fights, the fears, the fear. It's just the numbers again. Counting up coins for a soda can. And there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just a number of pieces of data. Just a
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
This land is calling.
It's time for game number 2 of a Team Yandex versus Virtus.pro, where we're really starting to see what Yandex is made out of. I'd mentioned it yesterday when we first got a chance to see them go head-to-head against Aurora, but we hadn't really seen them against international opponents, and now we're seeing them against a Meswa opponent. It really gives us a
Driving
good
that one home.
understanding of what they're capable of. But it also is showing that the performances that they have against Aurora are more indicative of the fact that Aurora is really, really good, as opposed to Yandex not being able to match up with them, because they got 3-0'd in the TI qualifiers in Eastern Europe, Yandex versus Aurora, and then they got 2-0'd by Aurora yesterday. And so if you just looked at the scorelines, you'd think, oh, Yandex is like completely out of their depth. But in all these individual games that we saw them lose, it was competitive. And then this matchup that we've seen against VP shows the class difference, that Yandex, they can go 34-4 against another team that's in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's always interesting when you say, like, this team looks competitive going 0-5. But
yes.
I feel like this team never falls completely flat, and that is something that, I hate to say it, some of these, like, some of the weaker teams here have just had those games where you're like, ah. And I don't think that ever happens with Team Yandex, and that's promising moving forward. I think they can take a potential series off of anybody, and given the format of the tournament, you know, maybe they're going to end up 3rd, 4th in this group considering the Aurora and the Tundras that they're dealing with. But after that, it's single elimination moving forward, so I could see them potentially making quite a deep run.
I mean, I don't think they need the copium. I think VP does. Of all teams, right? Because like they're also struggling really hard. Yeah, they won the Meswal region against Enigma Galaxy, which is a feat in its own right. However, we are here at EWC, so I think right now they have to really pull things together. I was not very impressed with their style of drafting in the last game, even less inspired by how they played it. Like, their laning stage seemed not up to par, what I would expect from a team of this caliber to be here, right? Like, this Brewmaster, I expected this to do a lot better in the lane. I figured there'd be more damage control in the mid lane, in the top lane, but in a game like this, everything crumbled so quickly, and that is concerning to me.
Yeah, at minimum, I'm hoping that maybe they are a little bit more responsible with their second phase picks. I was on board with their first phase picks, or at least first 2 picks. I liked the puck, even though it did kind of fall into Yandex's trap. And then Shaman, I'll never complain about a Shaman. But then jamming in the Brewmaster, even though it's comfort for Dahak, I thought was a bit preemptive. And then the Rubik, I also just had question marks of, because I was not really seeing the purpose of Spell Steal. So now, hopefully, that VP have that game out of their way. You know, if they want to fall back to a Dahak Classic, go to Nature's Prophet. I always love seeing that. I won't complain. They actually second phase banned it themselves in game number 1, but Yandex stick to what worked last time. They picked themselves a Dawnbreaker after banning out the Abaddon, the Bad Rider, and yet again first phase banning the DK. And VP also stick to the same bans: Dazzle, Undying, Naga, and Doom.
Yeah, this hero requires a very distinct response. Dawnbreaker is the hero I'm referring to. I don't believe Axe is that response. Like, the thing is, you do have a low cooldown spell in the call, plus Blade Mail, that you most likely do have to Dawn ulti on top of. Now, my question is, how does the Axe reset? What are they going to pick with it that either repositions him or sustains him or follows up after the Dawnbreaker's already landed? I do like that aspect, but as Axe, I always hate playing against the Dawns, the Warlocks, these like BKB piercing AoE spells that just get plopped on you when you blink in.
They're going to have to layer this, right? Like, the Axe will be the first layer, and then now they need a second layer for when the Dawn lands, something else needs to land on top of that, right? So whether it's the Warlock, the Wyvern we talked about, Kunkka in the past has been good, but I don't know how you fit in a Kunkka with an Axe on the same team. So more team fight is what I'm going to say.
Okay.
But at the same time, you can't just lose the map play either, because like that last game, they didn't just lose because they didn't have enough team fight against Dawnbreaker. They were just losing because not only their lanes are weak, but you're just running around on this Morta and Ember and just getting pickoffs across the map. They weren't even team fighting them, so you got to stabilize the lanes, I think, if you want to get to the team fight territory.
I'm curious how many bans VP is going to dedicate to maybe giving Yandex less mobile heroes. Yandex themselves also are banning out the puck. I'm surprised, after they already proved that they had a solution against it. And they also ban out the Silencer, which just emphasizes how much they really value their Dawnbreaker having an entry into the game.
It's pretty unplayable. It's the only matchup. Like, even Nyx, like, you have a really low channel time once the Axe comes out on Dawn. It's really hard to carapace it reliably. And the Silencer, you can cancel the Dawnbreaker ulti every single time if you're prepared. And the Ags build makes Dawn all about her ulti. In the past, maybe it wasn't that hard of a counter, but you are 100% all in on your ulti. And they do go for the Warlock. So I was talking about how Axe hates it playing against these types of heroes, but like you said, Fear, they go for the exact plan of let's just layer on layer your team fight against ours.
It's a good idea, and also it stabilizes the laning stage too. I think last game, you should think a lot about how you're going to get out of the laning stage. Because I think they were thinking too much in the future, right? They're picking Vtoon a Terrorblade, but he's playing versus a Morta Dawn lane. Quite literally an impossible lane to really lane into, so he's going to have to jungle, but they're not given that space. So I think going against Yandex now, you have to respect the laning stage, because you just got absolutely annihilated in that game. You cannot allow them have a 3-lane sweep again.
And I can see why they elected to go for the puck ban, because even though you dealt with it well in the last game, if you're planning on giving this Dawn a Marcy, then yeah, you're looking at a really deadly combo that is not deadly against puck.
Sure.
And she's definitely the most annoying mobile hero right now. You do have the likes of the Embers and occasional Storms and Void Spirits, but right now, it feels like Puck is by far the earliest to come online. We see this Nature's Prophet, potentially a flex. We have been seeing a lot of teams just go for it to be the carry, but kind of just giving you a sustain hero of your own in your opposing safe lane. It's likely that these heroes are not going to be laning each other, the Warlock versus the Nature's Prophet. I'm curious if Yandex perhaps goes for the Ursa in the carry role with the Nature's Prophet against the likes of the Axe. I feel like that would be a really nice hero for them. And I just think it's something Virtus.pro should have on their mind, this like lane-dominating melee guy.
How flex can I consider the Axe? Because I saw 5-position Axe earlier this tournament.
It's playable.
Okay.
Yeah, but I do believe you're going to reveal that right now, because you have overall last pick on VP, and they don't have the mid revealed yet on Team Yandex. So
Sure.
I hope they show where this Axe is going now. They don't try to overcook and mess with their heads a bit while also giving themselves a disadvantageous mid lane.
So either a very obvious support hero or a very obvious off lane.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, if there's any extra flexes that could do 3-5 at the same time, and then you wait till whatever they pick, that's the dream, but not always possible. Nope. Okay, so it is support Axe, most likely.
Yep.
But with the it's a 4-position Axe.
I mean, Darkseer does counter a lot of the counters, I suppose. Definitely not the Ursa, but Ursa's not really fun to play into TA. Not one of his favorite matchups there, playing into Fraction. But maybe they're afraid of like these potential like morph TBs coming out that the Darkseer will shut down.
It could also just be that they're block picking. I was gonna say block picking Darkseer, but they already have Dawn. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, it could have been a Dawn Nature's Prophet safe lane, like 5 Dawn, 1 Nature. So the Darkseer
still more layers, right, on top of like the potential strategy of team fight.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what they're thinking. There's a lot of directions they could be going with this.
Even though I know the TA matchup's not that great, I still really like Ursa here. I think it would just shut down this offlane duo really hard. And I don't generally love playing these ranged carries against the Darkseer lanes because they can just cut and then eventually dive you. But we'll see.
Yeah, it comes down to, do they want to play NP as their carry as well? Which I've seen a lot of teams just throw it in there. It's been okay. So they have a lot of global potential. I think you pick a mid here and you just leave this NP open until the last pick on what you want to do, because you don't know. You don't know if this NP is going safe lane. You don't know if it's going support, and that's going to make it kind of hard for them to ban your first pick anyway. So
I wouldn't mind the Ember again. They're kind of lacking setup on the side of Yandex. They have 2 bans to protect it.
Yeah.
Decent against TA. Darkseer, both heroes like kind of owned by the chains.
If they want to go just neutral, Monkey King was also very capable in Chiro Jr.'s hands.
Yep. That's a decent one as well. SF getting completely ignored, by the way.
Yeah.
Something to keep in mind that some of these teams, I imagine this hero's factored in the draft the whole time, but okay, Storm Dawn, that's like an ultra classic.
Yeah.
Most reliable setup hero in all of Dota, I would say, for Dawnbreaker because of the globals, or like the long-range zip component. At this point, that's definitely what they were lacking. They're going to ban out the cheese heroes that cause Storm Spirit issues. I like the idea Fear gave, which is leave the carry flex open till last pick. You want to take the mid laner. That's, you have your pick of the litter of these mobile guys, but then you can ban to protect them.
I still personally think, just looking at these heroes, it might be a liability if you pick like a Battle Fury carry, because it's going to be really slow. But if you play the NP carry with Storm and Dawn with Marcy, all these heroes want to be enabled to fight all the time. So that could be really good if they do want to. I'm thinking about position 5s that you might want to slap in there, like maybe a Disruptor or something. Oh, they banned Oracle. Yeah, something that can shut down the Darkseer's game from support might fit the tempo a bit better. I don't think Oracle is really great at their lineup though. That's why I didn't want to like say that one, but
they're just worried about their Ion Shell, I guess.
Yeah, I mean they could go either ways. I mean, sure, they could still go the Ursa. I think it's good. It's just going to be a little bit slower.
Yeah, I'm thinking of any other 5s. Perhaps something like a Tusk, just something that...
There's a little bit of here and there, right?
Yeah, a little bit of aggress.
Where's the NP going? They don't know.
Yeah, that's, I think, when you're on first pick, that's from that 18 pick, you have like that flex. You just save it to the end because it makes it hard to ban.
Yeah, for sure.
Whereas if he depicted something else, they just banned 2 mids there. So it's looking pretty okay, I think, right now. You have like insane global potential with Storm Zip, Donald, NP, TP. But you are lacking a bit in the team fight category, which I don't know if you can salvage at this point against Warlock Darkseer.
I think they're playing not... They kind of let them like, okay, you got this one. You picked all these guys that have this AoE. I think if you pick a carry with a weak illusion, or, I mean, Nature's Prophet's illusions aren't that great because you end up just going Mjolnir, but you do a decent amount of stat items, and he's got good base attack time. It's not like a terrible illusion. Yeah, I just always love the likes... Okay, they go Ogre.
Right.
That's interesting. What do you think about that pick, Fear?
He always hits a strong level 2 timing. It definitely can potentially bully the lane. Might be pretty strong. I just don't know how I feel about Ogre as a hero this meta.
Yeah.
He feels like he doesn't offer a lot, but I guess they got 2 melee supports that can run around the map. Maybe it's their idea, and they got 3 potential global heroes and cores that can just kind of connect to them. So I like that aspect of it. Like some random ogres in the jungle, right? Takes a while to kill him. He gets a multi-blast off, and then all of a sudden Dawnbreaker ults in, Storm can zip, NP TP's in. Maybe his objective is to just walk into dangerous places, die, give information so his cores can come in, and also win the lane for NP.
It also does seem like a pretty capable kill squad as 2 supports. Pick me up into Ogre could... That's not a rare support. That's not a support duo that would struggle to find kills.
Yeah, they can roam with each other, and they got plenty of global potential. So I like the idea here. But if they ever run into like some vacuum, Fatal Bonds, Axe Call situation, that's not great. But I don't think that's the game they want to play.
Yeah, when I was looking at these 2 drafts, I noticed that VTune might have some problems in the top lane because we've been seeing Dawnbreakers be very aggressive against these TAs, and I imagine Warlock TA, it's like it has a really nice sustained trading aspect to it, but when you get all in by the likes of Marcy Dawn, I'm a little bit fearful for that, and then the Marcy could probably bleed into the Ogre Nature's Prophet lane, or the Nature's Prophet could double down on that lane as well. I'm a little bit fearful again for VP's like first 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, it's actually extremely easy for Yandex to immediately be like, oh, this lane is doing a little bit worse. Let's send a bunch of help to it. My Storm Spirit can easily go to it. My NP can go to it. My Dawnbreaker can go to it. All of them can rotate to the other lane that needs help.
Yeah, and if they get ahead at any point on any of the 3 lanes, they can just triple down on that area as well.
That's true.
Big concern there.
Well, yet again, it seems like Yandex have come correct with their draft, but maybe a VP has solutions. Let's find out in game number 2 with R Cryptic and Seb.
We'll see if they have what it takes here as game number 2. Very important for both these teams. Honestly, again, these groups need to get themselves another win, but I do agree. Yandex has a really good draft again. I'm actually quite a fan of the Ogre. I think it matches what they want to do quite well. It gives them a strong lane into, you know, something that the NP is going to struggle with.
Up and coming pick, this Ogre. I mean, we've seen it twice yesterday from P-Vision. Played on the offlane actually by DM, and now we're seeing some Ogre support. Definitely a hero that has its place in the meta, and if it can also offer flexibility in the draft, we might see more of it.
Yeah, absolutely. As for the draft overall for VP, they've got a lot of good things going for them. They actually flexed this Axe to the position 4 with this Warlock, which we don't really see much, but Battle Hunger plus Ion Shell, quite a good combo.
I like what VP has going for them much more than in the first game. I think this time around, they have a lot of early game tempo. They have a lot of scaling too. You know, they have the TA. I specifically like the combination of Warlock and Void Spirit. I think this is a combo that works really well. You're going to get the Ion Shell. You know, you got to think about this Void Spirit walking around with an Ion Shell, Shadow Word on him, the threat of the rock. to back him up. It's just, you know, he's going to be a menace, and we need to see that from Larinov. I think he was way too quiet in the first game.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, I don't think he really got to play much of the first game.
Yeah, and they really need him to pop off in this team. So, you know, but on the other side, I think Yandex, again, like what they're always on the initiative, it feels like. Like, they're going to come online much earlier. It's going to be the Storm walking around with the threat of the Dawnbreaker ulti. You know, the supports are really strong. The Prophet can TP in. This is a Storm running around with, you know, Dawn ulti, Prophet ulti. So, you know, whatever he finds, he will just kill.
I gotta give some credit to Brian during the panel. He did make a pretty good play on words there, you know, using the noticed and problems. But I don't know if anyone actually, I feel like that one flew over the panel's head maybe a little bit.
It was really good. I noticed they have some problems.
Yeah, I was like, I see what he's doing here.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. But the mid lane matchup, Storm and Void Spirit, this is one of those.
Yeah.
I feel like anytime you see Spirit v Spirit, it kind of goes one way or the other. This one's one of the more even matchups, I think.
Okay, yeah. Not an expert in it, but what I know for sure is going to happen is the rune control. Like, it's going to be very, very important on both sides. So we'll see them again around the minute 6.
Yeah, that's a big deal. And then whether or not we've seen it time and time again, right? If Void Spirit beats you to level 6, like suddenly you're just double astral stepped and you're just dead.
Yeah.
So we'll see what ends up happening there.
The side lanes, though, I think this is a game where both side lanes could go both ways, honestly. I think, like, I see a way for Ix Darcy to do really well, and same can be said for the Ogre Prophet. And as for the bottom lane, it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
You know, for the Dawnbreaker Marcy lane, it's all about attacking at the right time. Because if you try to be overly aggressive and the trade doesn't favor you against a Warlock TA lane, they basically have infinite sustain and an infinite amount of damage. So you're just gonna end up starving. So you really have to pick your fights like carefully.
All right, so now Solo, finally level 2 here on the Ogre Magi, will have the Ignite. Actually gets to do a ton of damage with this.
Yeah.
And Xantares actually has no way out of the Sprout either, so...
He has to watch out here on Solo, because another Battle Hunger, and it's so much damage over time, it's hard to like even do the math of it. Like, Ion Shell plus Battle Hunger plus Blood Grenades.
Oh, we're going to see which one's going to go down first. Almost goes down on Solo, but they'll be able to claim the first blood there against the Axe.
Very well done. Played off the stick charges. High HP regen, tangles, he's just going to be fine. And that is also the strength on the bottom lane. That's a really good kill. This matters a lot. Like, this Warlock TA lane is all about soaking up the pressure. You do not want to give levels to these heroes.
So I was worried about this lane quite a bit because Dawnbreaker, Marcy. Still had Muerta on the mind from last game. Dawnbreaker, Marcy, also a very strong lane, and you do not have a way of stopping the combo.
No, you don't. So, you know, you got to keep them starving, basically, so that they can never go on you.
They're going to... Okay, a little unfortunate for problems. Ends up on the other side of the well there, but...
But yeah, I mean, these side lanes, they are extremely important for VP because this lineup is very good, but it comes together only with levels. And they need to get the space in the lanes. They need to be able to start like stacking the camps for the TA, for the Darkseer. They really can't afford to have a poor laning phase.
Well, so far, it looks like it's going pretty okay. I mean, they're down a couple of kills, but TA2000 not struggling too much.
No, and
the mid lane Storm's doing well, too.
And look at the bottom. I don't know if you've noticed the last hits on the Dawnbreaker. Yeah. Like, he's sitting at 4 last hits, which is, like, almost nothing. So they did get a kill bottom, which is great, but overall, the lane is super tough.
Yeah. I honestly didn't even see that. That is super painful, actually.
I just noticed, like, he's been struggling, so this kill actually came as a saving grace.
Ooh, a little bit of a switch here in the mid lane. Lornov in a lot of trouble, gets a Lotus from Rain, trying to survive, but the damage is there. They will get the kill. Fortier Jr. and Problems will now dispose Rain even further back towards his team, and that is 2 dead mid, just like that.
Amazing rotation by TA2000.
Yeah, that's huge.
How often do you see like a level 3 carry TP to the mid lane and kill 2 heroes?
Wow, that hurts so much. Like the mid lane matchup for Void and Storm, it's a little bit Storm favored, right, the first couple of levels, but you're playing for the level 6.
No, you are, and this might just give your Storm level 6 before you get it on the Void Spirit, which is going to give them another opportunity to go for a kill closer to the minute 6 timing, and you know this could snowball. Like, this Storm is already doing great. Like, he's winning the lane, he got a kill, he has the XP advantage. Careful, we've seen what Shira Jr. can do when he's ahead.
Dude, yeah, I mean, we really have. If last game is any indication, once he's got his level 6, I'd imagine he's going to be looking for some kills.
Yeah. Nighttime, this is usually gate time because it becomes much more, much less obvious to start making gate rotations on support. So these are two lanes where side lanes where we could see gate opportunities.
Bottom lane getting aggressive here. V-Tune, and here comes the Nature's Prophet. Does have the Sprout. She can chop out of it, but will be kept alive thanks to that Shadow Word from Rain. But
yeah, not the best TP this time around, but he did save his Marcy, so
yeah,
it is not completely wasted. He's just gonna gate back top, make it back to the lane. Solo has been soaking up the X, like the pressure in the meantime. Very tanky on Ogre.
I was gonna say, is he just gonna kill Antares?
Wow.
A Surge comes out, but
It's gonna be close. No.
Okay, he's got just enough regen.
Yeah.
But I mean, he's 2v1 in the lane, just zoning Darkseer Axe.
Yeah. What this is gonna give them though is maybe no, never mind. He had a self. He's gonna be able to help for the rune. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Rune timing is coming. They're fighting the top rune.
Redmond comes out.
Nice
Lorna
one.
uses it. Actually taking away a haste rune here from Chira Jr. Quite important.
He's
He
level
might
5
need
though.
to use this.
They might want to go for the kill.
It's going to be close.
Coveted has a TP too if he wants to. They're trying to force the haste out, which they did.
Yeah, nicely done. TA2000 taking a lot of damage here in the top lane as Rain makes the rotation. Now Vacuum back here onto Solo, but they just still don't have the damage quite yet.
Yeah. He's just going to TP
Full
out.
reset for him.
TP back in. A little bit of a wasted rotation because this Warlock is out of mana. He's stuck on the top lane. It's a little bit awkward. Yeah, he has to TP back all the way.
Yeah, having to go all the way back base, not getting any Grimoire stacks. Even, Void Spirit came towards top lane to try and find something here.
Yeah.
Doesn't get to participate.
I mean, you can see that VP is trying to, answer the early game aggression that's coming from Yandex, like, systematically. But so far, they're not really finding the success they're hoping for. The Darkseer is only level 4. He needs a little bit more time to usually get the damage. They're lacking damage right now.
Yeah, and we were talking about Notice struggling a little bit on the offlane Dawnbreaker. Pretty much recovered, right? Like she doesn't have like the most CS, but Dawnbreaker will have the ability to just kind of farm this bottom side of the map fairly easily.
It's all about the XP, right? Like he's almost level 6 when Darkseer like just hit 5. So as soon as this Dawn ulti is online, the whole game changes.
This is my favorite type of jungling. You just stand next to sleeping creeps and they die.
I'm sure it's also Antares' favorite type of jungling. Don't need to do anything. Don't need to even buy regen. Nothing. You just get the levels on the +4. What a dream.
Yep. He's a super high octane gameplay there from him.
What else do we have? There's going to be the 8-minute rune coming, which is really important for both Storm and for Void Spirit. The difference being that Dawn is hitting level 6 with this creep, so Radiant has to be really careful with how much they commit.
Oh, it's an urn on the Marcy. I didn't see that.
Interesting.
I mean, I guess it's like there are some pretty good vessel builders this game if she wants to pick it up, right? Stopping some of the Warlock healing, but also damage over time against both the Axe and the Warlock, or the Axe and the Darkseer is pretty solid.
Yeah, it is good. It is very good for sure. Okay, they don't commit. They got the regen on the Void Spirit. Obviously, they're respecting the Dawn ulti. They're going on the Warlock right now.
Yeah, it's just a little freebie there. Nice setup there. And these are all going to be stacks that the Storm Spirit can desperately take advantage of in the early game. Like,
for sure.
Anytime you're building up these galvanized stacks, like in the early game, and if you don't get punished for it, this hero snowballs really fast.
I love the smoke. I mean, he has Dawn ulti to back him up. He has also the Wrath of Nature from TA2000. So this Storm is literally like a 2k damage dealing hero walking around that can chase you down anywhere. Like, you just have to run away from him. He's going to kill whatever he finds.
Rain just TP'd back in. They don't actually happen to see him. He just barely goes off to the side of the tree there. Fogs them.
All right. Is he going to decide to stay here, or is he going to look at other plays?
The Dire just double scanned the top side of the map here. The Hawk goes to surge away. He is stuck inside of there, but they're going to turn around with a really nice back wall on top of him. But here comes the TP response from Yonducks, and there's the Dawnbreaker, and Taras is dead. The Hawk now trying to get away from Tira Jr. There's the Vortex to pull him back in, and this will be 2 kills for the side of Yondex, and more galvanized stacks for that Storm Spirit.
It was really important to get the Darkseer because that was really heavy commitment for just an Axe kill.
Yeah.
Obviously, in this case, Axe is a support, which is why it matters less. But, getting the Darkseer matters so much, especially because the answer to all this early game dominance by just the nature of the draft Yandex can only come from the Darkseer. He's the one that's going to buy the mech, the auras, get the levels, get the team fight to answer what's being just put on the table by Yandex. And it's the same recipe over and over again. They just have an overwhelming amount of early game presence, and they know how to use it really well. And this is the first rune this Storm has gotten. So, you know, it's a 7-0 with a 2k gold lead with 0 runes on your Storm. So it's gonna get worse.
Yeah, I mean, the illusion rune also does.
It's not the best.
Yeah, it does a little bit. It's not the best, like you said, but it can remove things like Fatal Bonds. It can remove like the heals. So like having it as the dispels, you know, there's worse runes, I suppose.
Fair enough, fair enough. It's actually a pretty good game for dispel.
But well, this Axe once again they try to make a play bottom. It gets punished as Shearer Jr. finds himself another kill. Okay, so we were talking a little bit about the Ogre early. It's a really good Bloodlust game. Like,
it is.
Every single one of his heroes benefit from Bloodlust.
Yeah, and honestly, I think Bloodlust is a very underrated spell. Like, the value you get from just level 1 Bloodlust, like 35 attack speed, 6% bonus movement speed, I think it's amazing.
Vacuum wall top. Actually misses, so TA2000 not going to get stuck here inside the wall. He will be forced to walk into it, though. So this is a very nice kill. A good dive here from Virtus.pro. He did get the Wrath of Nature off,
Big
but
ulti.
Do they have the damage to get anything else? It's going to be Shearer Jr. coming in, V-Tune, stuck inside the Dawnbreaker ult, and that will be 2 dead as a result. So a good turnaround. You do get something. Finally, VP on the board here, but...
No, it's good. It's good. Honestly, even though it's a trade, I think it's a trade at least that is forcing TPs on the top side.
Yeah. It's
creating space for, you know, other heroes to collect the farm. You see the Void Spirit pushing in the mid lane, the Axe is collecting the bottom. Like, these moves are good. This is what VP is gonna... They need to look for that. Obviously, ideally, they don't overextend, they don't give up kills, but this is definitely what they should be doing this game.
Yeah. Back on that topic of Bloodlust, like, I remember we started to see Ogre a little bit in the 5 position when the Muerta was getting picked. And we were talking a little bit backstage about how we both think Muerta is very strong right now. But the support duo of like Ogre Muerta was just one of those things where you just Bloodlust your 4 position, you run around together just killing people. And you kind of have that with the Marcy.
You do, you do. I mean, I think you, in Dota, like I always like to like kind of convert the value of the spells or the facets into gold. And you know, level 2 Bloodlust is like 50 attack speed. A Hyperstone is 60 attack speed. So essentially you're feeding 2k gold to your carry by just Bloodlusting him. Like that is insane value.
Lorna this time actually picks up a Amplify damage rune. So like, you know, we said Storm really hasn't gotten too many of the big runes this game. Lorna had Regen earlier, Haste earlier, now the Amplify damage. But he's still struggling, right? He's bottom of the net worth here.
Yep.
Of these cores, like really hasn't been able to get too active. That first death really sets him back.
He really did, and I mean now he's playing with his Dark Seer, he has the Iron Shell, so he's on the red side of the map, but honestly, like if I compare Shearer's Jr. impact with Lorenov's in both these games, it's a world of a difference so far. Like this Storm has been doing so much on the map, and again, it's not really a player thing. It's also related to how much they set him up, right? Like, Storm is playing with Bloodlust. He's playing with Dawn ulti. He has the Prophet to connect to him. It's quite easy. Like he's just too strong. He's just too buffed by the lineup that he's playing with.
This Nature's Prophet is going to run away with the net worth here soon. Like he's got Maelstrom, Bloodlust. Solo's never going to let this thing fall off him. So you're going to have to find a way to grab this hero or make plays elsewhere. Meanwhile, Solo going to get caught out. Lorna pops the Amplify damage. They will just drop the rock, actually, for the moment. And Solo, a tanky Ogre, going to make them work for it. Astral steps underneath the tower, trying to finish the job. But now Lorna is fully committed at this point. Has to dissimulate to the north. 15 seconds without Astral. Dawnbreaker's going to come in. He gets out thanks to the bonus move speed of the river.
I'm very surprised Dawn did an ulti on top of the Ogre. He had it earlier.
Yeah, had it earlier.
Yeah, he hesitated. I think he was trying to see. Oh, they're going mid on the same time. Actually, she's gonna die there.
Yeah, misses the call there. TA2000 will help finish this kill. So
yeah, a little bit of a mistake from the Dawn on the top lane, but not very costly. It's just an Ogre at the end of the day. You know, no no disrespect to Ogre players, but you know, respawn, come back, place a couple wards, Bloodlust me, we're all good.
Yeah, it's just my support. It's fine.
Yeah, but the Nature's Prophet is gonna start a skyrocket. But you know, on the bright side, I'm looking at VP's net worth distribution, and I'm just happy that the Darkseer is the one getting that much. Because again, you know, he's got a pipe now. He's then gonna work towards his next, you know, team fight item. This is at the end of the day what is gonna help deal with the dire lineup.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the focus being placed on it earlier with the Axe just soaking the jungle camps, or like just. Yeah. You know, abandoning the lane completely, just trying to get as much into Dahak as possible. And we'll see where he goes with this and what he can accomplish.
I think I would like to see this Axe actually playing this game. Like,
yeah.
It's very good with his lineup. Like, he has the Warlock, he has the Darkseer. It's going to give a lot of space also for the Void Spirit to focus who he wants, because he's buying Ag, so it's not only about starting the fight, he does need to silence the right targets also. So Axe is going to have to play some sort of initiating role in this game eventually.
V-Tune found bottom here. Now they will go ahead and go for the dive. Immediate ult out from Problems, disposes him back, and that is going to be a very quick pick. Now this is 4 TPs in bottom here.
Yeah, now they
want to fight so bad. And Tars, I don't know if you win this battle. Marcy is so dang strong. Lornov here, though, will be able to offer a little bit of assist, but gets the rebound away. And yeah, Dawnbreaker ult now available to Hawk. Drops the vacuum, the wall, but there's just no help. What a disaster. Behind the tier 2 tower.
VP is just getting so outplayed right now. It's kind of tough to see. They're getting outmaneuvered around the map so much.
They find the Warlock! Oh, no. Dude, Problems both games has been absolute beast mode.
Yeah. He's tidying right now. He's just vibing in this series. He's been involved in 12 kills on 15. It's literally the same story as game 1.
Same story as game 1, yeah.
He has a full Vessel on Marcy, which is going to be amazing against TA, against Darkseer. Darkseer doesn't have a Dispel either. So all these heroes are going to suffer. Like, they can't Dispel the Vessel. It nullifies completely Warlock heal that has been maxed out, by the way.
Yeah.
Which, again, we've talked about this Warlock yesterday, and his second spell is a big reason for why this hero is good. It's not only about the ulti. Not at all.
Well, an Arcane Rune for Storm. He's finally going to get rewarded with one of these. I mean, he had a Shield Rune, but didn't really need it in that bottom fight, I suppose.
Yeah, no, he didn't. And, I mean, you know, I'm trying to think about how is VP getting out of this chokehold again. And it has to be the Void Spirit Aghanims. I mean, in reality, they have decent tools to fight. They have the Pipe on Darkseer.
Yep.
Even without the Axe, they could look for the fights, but it feels like they don't really want to sync up yet. Like, they're all kind of playing their own game on their own side of the map, and I feel a different level of teamwork, basically, from Dire right now. And
Lornov's in so much trouble. Zip into the mid lane, rebound to follow. The chain stun's right on the mark.
That's perfect.
Heart from Problems once again. He's doing his job.
Yeah, and Prophet is enjoying himself right now. He's not even connecting when he doesn't need to. Like, this is a hero that benefits so much from his team running around making plays, because every info that you get means, you know, you get to read the map perfectly. And if you read the map with Prophet, you're just going to get every single camp there is to get, basically. All you need to know is, am I in danger?
Yeah, right.
If I decide to TP here and farm like these 10 next camps, am I in danger? So every time his Storm is showing him that, hey, no, they're on the bottom side. Hey, look, they used 3 TPs to deal with me. Prophet is just getting gold and gold and gold.
Fastest BKB of the patch currently by 1 minute and 19 seconds. That is, I mean, it's such a good BKB game. I'm not surprised he's just rushing this. You did mention that VP kind of had like a little bit of a tempo draft, but Yandex just completely shut down the lanes and
20 galvanized stacks on the Storm too. I mean, I don't know.
How much mana regen is he saying on? Like 25?
Yeah, it's like he's like
19.
19 mana regen. It's crazy. It's a really big number.
And he also has the mana draft as well. So in trouble here. The Hawk found out, and this will be another kill going their way. This one to TA2000.
There's no fight to be had. When you start on the Darkseer and he has to press a pipe defensively only on himself, there's not even a reason to connect to him. Like, it's just a no-go. They need the salvation to come from just their teamwork. They need to group together, find an area they want to fight. They have tools, really, Radiant. It's not impossible. The Warlock is strong. The Void Spirit has an Aghanim. The Darkseer has a pipe. They just need to group and stop getting outnumbered. It's not easy, because what we don't see is how much of the lanes are being pushed in constantly by this Nature's Prophet and how aggressive the Storm has been. He just keeps catching them off guard, but yeah, just TP, all the same place, smoke, exactly what they're doing right now, and try to take a fight on your terms.
I was about to ask where you think they could make the play, but here it comes. Lornov goes in, catches him with the Aghanim, step to the silence here onto Tira Jr., but they're actually just going to go for solo. They're like, we don't think we can kill the Storm. We got to get something else in. Now the Dawnbreaker
a little bit
joining
wasted.
The fight. Yeah, a little bit awkward. Got saved by the Marcy.
All right. Rock has not been used. Dawnbreaker ulti is used, so, you know, we're 1 minute away from the Tormentor. The TA has a Deso, so the Roche could die. It's a sign of life from Radiant, even though they didn't get a kill. You know, forcing spells from the Dire is a good start.
And then we just go back to the Nature's Prophet of like, well, he doesn't really have to be here, and I'm just back to farming on the other side of the map, right?
He's just chilling.
It is so difficult. It seems like Yandex is fine. Like, even if they go to make this play and they don't happen to get a kill or win a fight, they're like, oh, we got the tower, and NP's farming again, so.
Yeah. And this Prophet, we've seen it. Like, it scales like crazy. Like, if you're allowed to farm so freely, like, you are going to hard carry the game.
Well, mid tier 1 tower, they'll be able to take this one down, so that is something. As we approach the 20-minute mark there, we'll smoke one more time, and they're going to head towards top, try and contest the Tormentor as they know Yandex is setting up for it, but they're already there, and it's going to be dead before you can arrive.
Yeah.
Such a good play call from Yandex to just give up the mid tower for this, and through the Twin Gate they go.
Oh, they're just one step ahead.
Do they find Dawnbreaker here, though?
No blink on Axe.
Yeah. They all managed to get away. That hurts.
Yep. Everybody's out. And so the next objective is going to be the Wisdom. If they want to contest that, there's now an Aghanim Scepter on the Dawnbreaker, so everything is just getting tougher and tougher.
It seems so much like last game. Same scenario where the mid lane, Cheer Jr. just kind of pops off, and now you have this late game Nature's Prophet who can kind of just do whatever he wants. The Mjolnir is done. And at any point, when you go to take a fight, you have Dawnbreaker to bail you out.
And I feel like the Dawnbreaker has not been approached properly by VP.
I agree.
You know what I mean? Like, it's like they have good heroes against Dawn. Their team fight matches the Dawn team fight, but at this point, it's what you talked about. It's not so much about what happens later. It's just, you know, Shearer Jr., the matchup that he gets, the hero that he gets, the way he plays his lane, and having the backup of the Dawn ulti that early in the game, he just takes over the entire game. And if you want to address this Dawn by Yandex, you need to think about what happens from minute 6 to minute 12, basically. This is the time window where they're winning the game, and they're taking such a lead that you're just playing from behind the entire game, and you're just struggling to come back. So it can come from the laning phase, it can come from the hero pool, the trio, the supports, but
this is really bold. TA2000 TPing in aggressively, seemingly.
He knows, dude.
He just okay.
He's just biking
He just
into
knows
4
he can
heroes.
fight them all. He doesn't care.
Donald, he's ready. He doesn't care. Like, he has Aegis. At this point, he's just tickles.
I mean, if just seeing a Nature's Prophet TP into the center of 3 enemy heroes, and they're afraid of him is crazy.
Yeah.
Bottom lane, good find from Marcy. Sets up a kill onto the Axe.
Yeah, he now has the Solar Crest on the Marcy completed, so that's going to buff his Prophet even further. Yeah,
They're
I
not
don't
done.
know.
They're going to find... Oh, does he have the... He's barely on the other side of the tree there.
You don't see
Oh
him
my
there?
gosh, I guess not.
That's cool.
I mean, otherwise he surely just goes for the Vortex, right?
Yeah, he does, for sure. You kill him. You have Donald also to chain lock him, so you definitely do. No, I mean, I'm trying to think, like, what could I have done different to deal with this Dawnbreaker? And I don't know, maybe shutting him down harder in the lane, you know, playing around his side of the map more than, you know, playing around mid.
Yeah.
Solutions will have to be found, or you just, you know, spend a ban on it, because it's looked really impressive. Not just noticed on the Dawn, but just how Yandex is able to use that.
I think there's been a few teams that have kind of found better ways of addressing the Dawnbreaker, and we were kind of theory crafting a little bit behind, like during the draft ourselves on like what teams can do. And this, you pointed out, there just doesn't really feel like there's a great answer this game from any of the heroes, and it's a first pick Dawn. Yeah. You know, you have to find a way to handle this hero, like, because there's always the chance like someone's going to flex it to support, but if it's a good Dawnbreaker game off first pick, it's so hard to deal with.
Yeah, and you have to go back to the draft, right, and think, is there anything you could have done better? Because it's not like a big play difference. Like, they were just from the get-go in unfavorable situations just by the nature of the spells that are being, you know, brought to the table. That could be a deadly smoke, because if they find the kills, they now have an Aegis. The Prophet is really fat.
They barely got it on a scan. They they know someone's there. Being said, Entara is just glimmer caping by to try and get the Wisdom Shrine or anything, but
they're sneaky.
Already gone.
And again, like, the whole map is closed off right now. Like, they're literally... Oh, T is showing on Prophet. They're TPing in.
Oh, they found Void Spirit. That's the use of the ultimate from the Dawnbreaker that they really want to get, and Cheer Jr. has more than enough galvanized stacks to chase this out. So they lose 2 across the map.
They're gonna hit at the tier 2 now.
Yeah, he's gonna finish
could
this.
Be next. Yeah, without the down ulti, they might want to be extra careful, make sure that they don't end up, you know, dragged into a team fight in the enemy base. But never mind. DD.
Yeah, as they amplify damage scattered out from Marcy, Nature's Prophet TP's in immediately. They're gonna try and waste some of the surge here. Vessel. I mean, there's There's no way he can finish this kill, but that's just so much damage coming out from Marcy.
Pulled on TP on Prophet, so he had no follow-up.
Yeah.
This Prophet might already look to poke at the high ground with the AD rune.
I mean, you should, right? Or there's no outer towers, so...
Yeah.
So we saw them last game, they focused all the tier 2s off the first Aegis, but you're even further ahead than you were last time.
Yeah, he hit so hard, and I like what Storm is doing. He's zipping here to give him vision, basically. That's what, you know, Prophet just wants vision.
Yep.
In between the Sprout cooldown. He has the Bloodlust max, he has the Solar Crest, so much help from the Ogre. Even has the Shard, which is actually pretty good, this Shard. This Ogre Shard, the Fire Shield.
Very good against the heroes like...
Yeah.
Well, like V-Tune, but they're just going to jump in. They get right on top of the Templar Assassin. They drop the wall. The vacuum is back, but V-Tune cannot move. They're stuck inside of this channel here from the Warlock, but they just managed to walk away as there's no more damage coming through.
Let's watch out.
And there's a rebound in. Another pick me up the Vortex, or the Call rather, not able to get this Chira Jr., but with a BKB, he's going to be able to zip away. He's committed to everything. He has to TP home. TA2000 still has this Aegis. Another 30 seconds.
Yeah, they have to chill. Fire Bounds did like an immense amount of damage with the Glyph and with all the AoE damage that is coming from the Darkseer and the Void Spirit. They just have to reset, but damage is done. I mean, they forced out the Darkseer spells, they killed the TA, they forced out the Glyph, almost got a tier 3 tower, so they're very happy with this Aegis usage.
Yeah. I mean, last time we saw like 7,000 gold gain. Exactly the same thing from last game.
Yeah, but the opposite from yesterday. So you gotta love how, you know, Yandex was able to bounce back from a disappointing series yesterday, because they had really good openings against Aurora, but they were not able to capitalize on it. Today is like the absolute opposite. Flawless gameplay by them.
Yep, Chira Jr. gets himself a bottled Invis rune.
He has a gem now.
And a gem,
yeah. That is typically, you know, the signal of like, we don't want enemies to basically leave their base.
Yeah, and you just take all TA's traps off the map too. So it's like you no one on the backside of your team is going to get randomly silenced and prevented from like joining a fight.
Yeah. This down ulti cooldown is so low.
Yeah.
70 seconds. It's always up. It's so hard to deal with.
All right, Sprout to finish off the tower here. So TA2000 going to look to pressure the range barracks first. Does have the backup with the full team. They do manage to dodge this zip in. Lorna doing a little bit of damage here. Fatal Bonds are out as well, so maybe time to just let this one expire.
Nice TPs to the side lanes. I like what they're doing. Like, they're not very like committed to the push. They just want to make sure that everybody's in base. Obviously, if the fight looks good, they will take it. But as soon as they realize, well, you know, it's a little bit sketchy, they brought 5 heroes, let's just play the map. And they're going to keep forcing them back. And the network just keeps growing because, again, that is what Prophet does. The Don doesn't need to connect. Yeah, he doesn't need to be there. He's just farming the entire time. And as soon as Prophet sees, well, they clicked 5 TPs to the middle lane, I'm back to farming.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the net worth continues to grow. And V-Tune here on the TA. You're pretty far from having an item that's going to allow you to stand toe-to-toe with the Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, no, it's just too much. And again, it always comes back to the buffs that the Prophet has on his side. Like, he has so much help from his team.
Very enabled.
Sidekick, Solar Crest, Fire Shield, down ulti. It's not a fair fight.
I really like both these games, they've gone for these like double save heroes.
Yeah.
Right, like the Dawnbreaker +1 last game. We saw, you know, them put it to use with the Naga Siren. This time, it's actually just the Marcy, like guaranteeing getting heroes out. Now, Chira Jr. just zips right past the team, finds themselves the Warlock. Notice comes in as well. They'll take down the Axe, and that's just 2 heroes. Both supports gone. It just doesn't feel like V2 or Virtus.pro can get their hands on anybody.
No, it's been the story of this year so far, of the best of 2. Like, game 1 was literally the same thing.
All right, baiting potentially with the Ogre. They finally do find a kill.
All right, so I guess that's the limit. That is the limit. Only the
+5.
Only the +5 is not allowed to just, you know, walk up the high ground, high-five the enemy team, and be like, you can't touch me. They can't touch him. But that is really it.
He's seeing how much damage was done. It's like, all right, this is the threshold, guys.
Yeah. Arcane rune top, like, it hasn't been spotted yet, but it's gonna be checked by Chira Jr. now. Yeah, this is definitely the best rune in the game for Storm Spirit. A very, very scary one to go against.
And he just finishes up a Parasma as well. So his damage output gonna go through the roof with this one.
Yeah. They're gonna probably wait for the Roche. It's probably the best option right now. I mean, and then try to close the game.
We saw Void Spirit actually pick up almost all the power runes early, and then now we could just see that there hasn't been a single rune picked up from VP for the last last little bit.
I mean, they've been stuck in their base for the longest time. They're now smoking out, trying to get something done. They know that they have the feeling that, you know, the IR team has been splitting up, and they have. Can they get the Prophet just TP'd out to top because there's nothing to farm.
He's like, I already farmed down here. I'm out.
A little bit of an unlucky timing. So they're not even going to get this one pick-off that would have changed a little bit with the golden XP injection.
Do they not feel safe going through like the twin gate and searching topside, or are they just...
It's a bit risky.
You have to make the guess, I guess, you know, which side is good, but...
Yeah, I think they're auto scans too, so you usually like to scan the gate just for safety.
He got the Vortex. Oh my goodness, what a call. Chira Jr. just puts the Arcane to use, zips all the way to the twin gate there, and finds the Dark Seer of all heroes.
Yeah, no buyback, 40 seconds, but, you know, Roche is alive in the bottom pit, so they could just decide to go for that instead. They showed that this is game
right?
one, so
yeah.
yeah.
There's no reason not to. Like, Dawnbreaker can just still go split push the other side of the map. They're going to maybe go for Tormentor here, but I think they found the Void Spirit. We'll have to see. Yeah, it's not going to be super easy for him to get out. There is a TPing Nature's Prophet coming in.
Infinite chase
Vortex there, and now you have no escape, just the Manta and the Remnant, but there is so much damage coming through from these two. Good plays from Lornov overall. He's making them work for it, but that is a godlike spree as the tail end of that Arcane Rune expires.
Yeah, I mean, this Stormspirit, he has like 29 Galvanized stacks. Like, he has +9 mana regen just from that. He's sitting at 30 mana regen per second.
Yeah, 10, 0, and 9. That is an insane score from him.
Yeah.
Satanic now finished up here on the Nature's Prophet as they will go ahead and go for the Roshan just to guarantee this game as they've got such a lead, but...
You definitely go higher after this. Like, it's going to be really hard to stop them. I'm trying to think of like an item that could be like the saving grace for the Radiant team, but I just don't see it.
I mean, every hero is food for Chira Jr. at this point. That is a Warlock dead without buyback for 40. They don't necessarily know the buyback status, but he's a big part of the high ground defense.
Yeah, there's going to be a refresher on Dawn also very soon, so that's not going to help either. Up onto their high ground for the Nature's Prophet.
That one Treant doing its darndest, trying to really do its best.
He's sitting at 3.3k HP. He has a Satanic, he has the Ogre buffs, the Dawnbreaker. You need to dish out so much damage to kick him out of here.
And that, I mean, the Rax just goes down so quick. He's just protecting himself in the Sprout as well, which is pretty interesting.
The buffs is damage too.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
No, that's definitely the way to go about it.
And with this, 2 lanes down. Like, I don't even know where you can start this fight. Chira Jr. just feels so safe trying to break the smoke, and he does exactly that. TA2000 is going to put himself on the front. Vacuum wall pulls them back. The Dawnbreaker ult completely misses. I mean, you got a decent spell he's out of, and this Nature's Prophet Illusion's actually doing a lot of work, but what a rebound! He managed to get right on top of him, and now with this, Axe dead, Storm Spirit low on mana, but TA2000 still has that Aegis. They will claim the first life. Sprout holding V-Tune in place, still has the Hurricane Pike to move himself around, but can they bail out TA2000? It's going to be close. He doesn't have a Satanic for a few more seconds. They finally get the kill. Noticed will join him. What a hold from VP.
Yeah, amazing hold. And honestly, like, we'll have to see if we get the fight recap, but Fallow Bonds was everything this fight. He got a really clutch Fallow Bonds on 4 heroes, and it did an immense amount of damage. The Prophet had no way to get it off him because Satanic and Manta were on cooldown. I think the Dawn ulti being wasted was kind of fine, but the rebound in after that was a little bit too optimistic in my opinion.
It looked good initially. I was like, okay, yeah, the stuns are solid. But yeah, this Warlock Golem Fatal Bonds hits everything.
Yeah, you're going to see the Fatal Bond now. In fact, like the next one that is going to be applied is just too much. They're running out of steam. Like, your Prophet has nothing now. He has no Manta, no Satanic. The Fatal Bond is going to happen and everybody's going to die.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's too much. Don't die from full HP just to Prophet getting hit. Okay, that's fine. Oh, come on, guys, delay the game by 10 minutes, but we're chilling. I didn't feel like too much despair in this. They know they're still very much in control of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the question is, like, can you do that again if you're VP? Like, or is Yandex going to let you do this again? In a
Yeah,
way?
I think that is the right question because it was a lot of Yandex kind of allowing that to happen. I think, you know, the Dawnbreaker was like, I'm just going to join in. Like, it's been really fun joining these fights. I don't want to wait for the ulti. I'm just coming. And the Marcy God was also a little bit too excited after what has been a really impressive game. So I'm sure they're just going to, you know, put the cursor back on the right amount of aggression and play the next sequence more cleanly.
In terms of itemization, we're going to see the Saudi Yandex actually pick up some items, even though they lose the fight. They had a lot of gold still that they gained.
Yeah.
So Refresher on the Dawnbreaker. We're going to see Nullifier on the Storm Spirit. I mean, there's some. These are very difficult items for VP to deal with.
No, it is. But at the same time, we also got a little bit of items on VP. We're gonna get the Blink on Axe. I almost want to say finally, there's gonna be a Nullifier on the Voice Spirit, which is really good to get rid of all the, you know, all the saves like the Marcy, all the saving items from the supports. The Bloodlust is also gonna help with the, you know, Force Staff not happening. He's only gonna rely on the Pike, and most importantly, the BKB on TA, which is a really big deal this game.
All right, smoked up here on Yandex, going to sweep their way across the map. They do not know this yet, but there is an Amplify Damage rune waiting on that top river.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go without it, though. It's the quiet before the storm.
It really is. I mean, the Axe is so close to Blink. Dying right now would be so painful, but Antares needs like 175 gold.
I mean, he could sell his Soul Ring if...
True. Or, yeah, I mean...
If it came down to that, but, you know, every bit of gold matters when you've been starving for 30 minutes.
Smoke gonna expire as V-Tune looking to walk up onto the high ground, just trying to get the D-Ward.
Okay, that was pretty confident by him, to be honest. They could have jumped in there.
They still haven't seen the Amplify Damage.
No.
It's disappearing in like 9 seconds.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. That is a great rune to pick up.
And they're all... Like, their gem is not here, and they're just all standing on TA. Okay, now the gem is here. I was like, they're just all standing on TA traps.
Region bottom, that's also a nice one. I mean, they're getting the 25 and the Daedalus on Prophet. That might be the call that they're waiting for.
Okay. That's true. I mean, the 25 is pretty nuts. Lorna's going to go and drops the Nullifier, gets Pick Me Up. And Storm Spirit will be out of danger.
Yeah. Prophet just completed the Daedalus, and he's like a quarter of a level off his 25. Could easily wait for that, honestly.
And they're also getting the new jungle items as well, right?
Yeah.
Another big boost in some of these heroes' damage.
Never mind. Just keep it in. The Daedalus was what he
Oh,
wanted.
good call. And Tar's actually taking a lot of damage, but they got the Fatal Bonds. Big vacuum wall on the backside. Noticed, able to just bail them out, heal them all up. And now he's got a second one if he needs it. Lorna's going to go and gets the Silence Nullifier. The stun's there. Marcy gets the rebound. The second Dawnbreaker ult followed up. Does manage to catch the Warlock. It catches V-Tune as well. They're going to be able to lose 3. And it's now just V-Tune versus the world. Warlock's going to buy back into this game. Can they hold? They've done it once before, but it's not looking good. A 3v5 to defend the throne.
Yeah, no buyback on the Void Spirit, no buyback on the Axe. The Tia has a BKB on cooldown. If she gets stunned by anything, she just dies. So she has to be really careful. She's not going to be allowed to just sit there and right click.
They go commit. Cheer Junior's in. They find themselves a Darkseer with that Nullifier. He's dead. Great Sprout actually blocks Rain off. V-Tune forced to blink in, but that is going to be the GG's. Diving the fountain with the Satanic. They will find themselves the final kill. An absolute beatdown from Yandex in this entire series. They looked so good. Game 1 and followed up with a perfect game, nearly perfect game 2.
No, really, this is like an impressive series by Yandex. They just outclassed VP completely. Like, there's no other way to put it. They did not give them a single opening or a chance. And I don't think there's a single sequence that looked good for VP in both games. So this is Yandex saying that, hey, you know, yesterday was warm-up for us. We're a very strong team. We're coming for others. And VP not good enough.
I think this, like, people have high expectations for Yandex. I think it's a good roster. Yesterday, we saw so many glimmers of hope from them against arguably one of the best teams here in the groups.
Yeah.
And it just, if they cleaned it up a little bit, which they have coming into today, I'm not sure who to give credit for. Maybe we can ask them in the interviews afterward. But, like, it looked so clean. It's really a completely different performance from them from start to finish.
And there's a lot, like they're collected in the late game. Like the micro is good, the macro is very good, the drafts, they make a lot of sense. They seem to have like a, you know, like a structure. They have their own kind of meta. First picking the Dawnbreaker. I like how the cores are working with the supports in the early game. There's like a lot of like very inspiring things that this team is doing right now.
I want to see another, like, some more teams kind of looking into the idea of like pairing the Dawnbreaker with a secondary save hero, because we saw it both games, and it makes it so the Dawnbreaker's commitment doesn't have to come out unless it's like absolutely necessary. And it just like every time it turned the fight, except, you know, the one where they dove the base, came out a little early, but yeah, it was really cool.
Very strong team, honestly. I'm surprised. Like, obviously these players are known, and they're known to be, you know, like very talented, but as a group, I think they really found like a really nice rhythm and a nice approach to the game also.
Yep. So let's go ahead and finally talk to Yandex as we've got ourselves an interview ready.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Chira Jr. of Yandex, which you have been having fantastic games so far this series. I wanted to ask you about your mid lane Spirit matchup. So I feel like it's the first time that all three mid spirits have been equally viable, like Void Spirit, Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit. They're all pretty good. So I wanted to know your takes on how you feel about the spirits right now.
I think Storm Spirit is better, like 60-40% matchup. Void Spirit is good, maybe only in game. He bought Axe. He tried to catch me, but I got really free game. I got a lot. I got BKB minute 18 maybe. And it was free, really.
So why did you get such an early BKB though? Because it did seem pretty free, and they didn't have that many stuns on the other side, but you were just worried about the Aghanims from the Void Spirit?
Yeah, Marcy really good come to me to help me. He also Furion TP and we destroyed them. It's good. It was really good for me. I got a really big start. That's it.
Okay. And then the game you had yesterday, I know you guys lost, but your mid lane was again fantastic. The Monkey King against the Shadow Fiend. So I wanted to know your matchup for that one also, because you played it both games in a row.
I think 50-50 matchup. Maybe it's skill matchup. Shadow Fiend might kill Monkey, Monkey might kill SF, but it's only skill.
Gotcha. And then last question is just how you're enjoying the feel of being on LAN. How many LANs have you played at before with like the booths, everyone around you, the cameras, that kind of stuff?
It's second. I was on Elite League. There was cameras, yeah. And in the international, but we didn't go on the scene. So I think it's second or second to 0.5, I think.
Well, you're doing a great job so far in the environment. I know yesterday didn't work out, but this game was fantastic. Chira Jr., it's been a real pleasure watching you come up in the scene, and performances like this just make it look that much better. Best of luck moving forward, and we'll send it back to the panel.
Thank you.
That was great, dude. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
As Fear was saying at the very beginning of this series, the better team is going to win, and I believe it is very clear after Game 1 and Game 2 here that I can't see their name for some reason, that Team Yandex is the better team here, Fear.
Oh, definitely. They played incredibly well in this game. Their strategy was a little bit unique as well. I think the pivot to getting these two melee supports that just played around with each other, and their choruses came in to help the supports at any point, was very oppressive to play against, to say the least. So that was very cool to see. But yet again, VP, they go for this big wombo combo team fight type of strategy. But when you're down 20, 30k gold, it feels like none of that truly matters. So a little bit too late as per usual in this series. And I truly do think this Yandex team is just a step above VP. And they're looking better and better every single time I see them. Sure, maybe they lost to Aurora, but as we mentioned, they were close games. I think there were complete outdrafts as well. So if they can get their drafts a little bit better, I think this team is going to have a very bright future.
Yeah, I think the promise that these teams display, or lack thereof, when they lose these games against the top-tier teams is definitely going to become pivotal in regards to their confidence as well as their prowess in these type of series. We talked about it, that VP yesterday did not have exactly convincing losses in terms of voting faith in them going into today, and Team Yandex definitely showed us what potential they had yesterday, even if it was not realized yet.
Yeah, which just has me having question marks on the state of VP right now, because that is now 4 games in a row for them where they have not really been able to make it competitive, which is a bit disappointing for this team, because I feel like I look at the names on this team and I feel like they are capable of things, but maybe just the drafting is starting to be a bit of an Achilles heel.
Yeah, we saw Dahak. I'm blanking on their name. The team that made top 4 at Dream League with Dahak.
Chimera.
Chimera, thank
Yes.
you. All he needs is to know that his team's not going to be a team.
Correct.
In like a matter of the next week.
The
so
disband buff.
we need some disband buffs for Dahak, for VP, for them to have a chance moving forward in this tournament. Because once all the tension's gone, all the pressure's gone, these guys get to, maybe that's what it takes to realize their full potential fear.
Because we do know that the disband buff is real, because we saw it with Na'Vi at Wallachia.
I understand, but this is EWC.
Yes, that's
the
true.
disband buff will happen when they're, mathematically eliminated. And I don't think that's going to help them anymore at that point. So
no, maybe not.
We'll see.
They'll still get to play a best of 1 for guaranteed elimination.
Okay.
So they will get. So they've played against Tundra. They've played against Yandex, and so they'll have Aurora tomorrow.
Not looking good on paper.
No, it's not.
They have not won a single game yet. It's not good.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't really matter between 3rd and 4th, right? Because you're going to end up playing against the 3rd or 4th place team of one of the other groups in that single elimination BO1. So at this point, I think tomorrow's a televised scrim for VP, because you know where you're going to land when it comes to that 12-team gauntlet before the playoffs, and just prepare yourself for that. It's okay that you're in this spot. This tournament format is brutal, but also at the same time forgiving, in the sense that you can't get eliminated here in the first
So
group
what you're
stage.
saying then is they should get destroyed tomorrow and disband.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
And then
because
in the elimination gauntlet.
Because they forgot that there's an elimination gauntlet.
And then they power up.
Exactly.
All right, that's one route, I think. But I think in this game in particular, I think TA2000 really showed what he's capable of. I have been enjoying his progression as a player. Sure, TA, it was great. He is TA2000 after all.
Correct.
But adding on to a hero like Nature's Prophet, he played incredibly well, was very good. I know Chira Jr. is the star of the show right now for this team, as he should be. He is definitely the star player, but you need the whole package to be able to go further, and it feels like this team does have it.
Mm-hmm. And that was my first time interacting with him in person, but it lines up with what you were saying about Chira Jr. in pubs. He's quite soft-spoken, but when he puts up numbers like that, a deathless Storm Spirit, he lets this gameplay do the talking.
There's definitely players like him. He actually kind of reminds me of Nisha, where you ask him, like, why did he do this? And he's just like, it just felt like the right thing.
Felt right.
I just knew at the time, like,
made sense.
Make sure that I don't die to that Void Spirit Ags. But rather than saying, like, all of the little details, it's just that instinct. These young mid lane players that are instinct heavy. And I think that ability to just kind of shut out the world around you, hoist blinders, and just focus on your own game is what honestly separates the tier 1 mids from the rest of the pack, and it's going to be what it takes for players like Chira Jr. to crack his way into that group.
Especially if you have such a strong vision in the first place, it's good to double down on it. And maybe we can also take another look at some of the plays that allowed Yandex to get this 2-0 over Virtus.pro, because this is a strong showing from them yet again.
It definitely was, and I think this is kind of showing like what they do as a team. You just see the Marcy going, the Ogre's around, and then guess what? Their other heroes, they're not even here. One's top, one's bottom jungle, but they know they can be here, right? So you just run in with problems just instantly, like, I don't care. I'm going to get my body in here. Same with Solo's Ogre. He just goes in there, and the moment that they are needed, there you go. NP comes in, Dawn ult is in, and it's essentially just a team wipe here. And this is just executing their strat almost perfectly the way it should be executed. They don't care. They're diving behind tier 2 towers, right? Because they know the squad can be there whenever they need them. So very, very cool to see.
Yeah, if I get another opportunity to speak to them, maybe I'll try to pick Solo's brain, because I'm curious how much influence Excel, their coach, is having on the drafts, because both these drafts in Game 1 and Game 2, like, those were fantastic ideas that they were presenting. It wasn't just 5 good heroes. Like, I love the global potential of this draft. I love the puck answer in game number 1. So their drafting practice, whatever they're doing, is really on point.
Yeah, I mean, Solo, the hero I always think of for him is Undying, like, historically.
Oh, yeah, it's a classic.
Also the Banes. Ogre fits this bill of, I'm just going to be this beefy body that just walks around, offers some vision for my team, and then I'm going to leave it up to them if they want to take this fight. And that lineup was the personification of this, because you just have Storm Spirit who can capitalize on that. You have the global heroes Fear was talking about. And yeah, it's just funny to see that no matter what team you're on, you can change the team, but you can't change the player, you know?
An old dog can't learn new tricks, but they can maybe earn some new trophies. We'll see if Solo is going to be able to make his journey all the way to the playoffs. So far, it's looking good. Now, for our next two teams, though, it hasn't been looking too good. Yet again, we're faced off with two teams that are having a little bit of a rough group stage. Our final series of the night in our Group D matchup is going to be Shopify Rebellion taking on Heroic after the break.
angular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, friends. It's time for our final series of the night here on the B stream, where we are getting into Group D action with Shopify Rebellion taking on Heroic. Now, Fear, you and I got to cover Shopify Rebellion.
We did.
Yesterday. But we have a newcomer to the B stream, Jenkins.
Good to be here.
Pleasure to have
you guys
you.
are doing the handshakes too. Good
Pleasure,
to be here.
Pleasure to have you.
Yeah, we do the handshakes every morning.
I just do that for you, actually. We have not done that before.
Really?
We have not done that yet. Yeah.
I appreciate that. But this is a full American panel.
Yeah, we also had Brian
Yeah,
yesterday
Brian was here last
for the
time
full
too.
American panel.
Well, no, he's European now.
That is true. He has betrayed us.
He's European.
And you are?
I'm American.
Yeah, he's full-bred
I'm
American, right?
full-bred American,
And you still-
Canadian man.
Still live in North America.
No. I am Serbian, but I'm also half North American. I'm full North American for this broadcast today because we're covering Heroic versus
Shopify.
Rebellion.
Two North American teams.
Well,
of course.
I actually need you to be more South American because we got to see what Shopify Rebellion was capable of yesterday. We did not get to catch Heroic, though, on the A stream. So for our Shopify Rebellion matchup, Fear, you want to give him a quick recap on how it went?
Yeah, how'd that go?
My poor boy Yoposh got exposed
a bit
hard by Nisha.
2 times in a row.
Yeah,
Same
as
matchup.
Puck versus the Void Spirit.
Oh, he was Puck twice.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I talked to XM and he said that Puck doesn't lose any matchup right now.
Well, he lost 2 yesterday pretty badly.
I see.
So that's just not true. That's fake news.
Okay.
So, I mean, overall, I think just Shopify Rebellion looks like they're in a strange spot right now. Their drafting is like very confusing in a lot of ways. It makes sense, but it's confusing. Like they counterpick everything they see essentially, but they
that's
don't.
the North American
Yeah,
classic
but they
right
don't
there.
really take regard for their own lineup. And then
Yeah.
they got likened really hard in one game because they have like this Bane lineup. Yeah, so they had Bane, Lesh, Enigma, and then Lycan came out. Like, uh-oh, guys. I guess we'll slam TB in here and we'll pick Puck, but didn't save them at all. And unfortunately, Nisha just ran away with the game with the Void Spirit.
Yeah, their matchup was against Team Liquid, and the first puck was, what, a 23rd pick puck against the 24th pick Void Spirit?
Yeah.
So that one I'm a little bit more forgiving of, even though they could have potentially banned it out. But the Game 2 matchup, they picked puck much earlier on.
They upped the ante on that one, yeah.
Yeah, and they still did not respect the Void Spirit.
They did not. They tried instead to give Tomato the last pick against the Brewmaster, which he did fine in all regards, but it did not work out in any other lane, right? The Devi Llama struggled really hard on the off lane trying to play the Darkseer with the CK support. Didn't really work. Mid lane was a disaster both games. I feel like Tomato did well in both of the series, right? But like, as a carry in this meta, if everything but your lane is going poorly, you just don't have space to farm, and that's exactly what happened in the game.
But you know what? These gentlemen did very well in the Fissure tournament that recently happened. They took a game off of P-Vision.
Yeah,
they
very
took a
important.
game off of Aurora.
Yeah.
You know, I do feel like the sky is the limit for them, but I also think we say this in every tournament because they almost always have unbelievably high-skill players. But it is just that lack of synergy or lack of identity that I'm sorry to hear that's what it looks like, but let's hope that they can, you know, get it together in this group stage. That's what the group stage is for. We do have a little bit of a different format, so it could be a bit risky.
They're playing versus familiar opponents, too.
They are, yeah.
So that helps a lot, I think, in this situation.
Yep.
So if you can't win here, where can you win will be the question.
That's a recap on what Shopify were up to yesterday. How about Heroic? What? Surely it was a completely different situation there, right?
Oh, it was not good.
Oh, no.
It was not good.
Oh, no.
They made it to an hour, though, right?
I can tell you, it was very chaotic. It was very chaotic. There were elements to it. There were sparks of
glimpses of greatness,
sparks of joy, if you will. They somehow lasted an hour with a Spectre as their
longest game of the tournament
as their carry against P-Vision.
Okay.
Arguably, I think if you ask most players, they would rate P-Vision on average as the best team here.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe P-Vision, maybe Liquid, but
whatever. Top 3.
Yeah.
Get your point.
The Spectre was like bottom net worth out of the cores by a pretty huge margin at the end of laning stage.
That happens.
He was just like pathetically jungling on his own and getting picked off solo. It was really rough. But then they managed to last, and that was impressive. But it's like there's something that's a little missing, I guess, in the drafting, where it could have been so good. It could have been so good, you know?
So what you're saying is you saw sparks of hope, though.
Yes.
I have yet to see that from Shopify, unfortunately, in their first series.
And also, in the first game, they did the South American Classic, which is play a bunch of repositioning heroes and do cool stuff. They lost the lanes. Like, they didn't pick for great laning. Their early game was weak. But in the defense of their high ground, they had some like fountain skewer, almost fountain skewers, like cool skewers into axe taunts. Like they were doing really high skill stuff in fights. And to me, this is what South American Dota represents. This is when they were an incredibly strong region with Beast Coast and EG competing at like top level, always getting top 8. That's how they would beat teams, is they would strategically maybe be a little bit less caliber than the other teams.
Right.
But they would out-team fight you. They would reposition you. They'd pick Tiny. They'd pick Clockwork. They would do cool stuff. And so there were glimpses of that too. It's just like the cohesion needs to be there. But they're playing against a very strong opponent. P-Vision is a very formidable team.
Yeah. So what you're saying is this time around,
I mean, Shopify was against Liquid too. It's not like this is an easy situation for either of them.
But
of course.
Our sentiment that we took away from it is that there is more. A lack of identity is stronger on Shopify compared to what you're describing about Heroic.
I mean, I think what happened to Shopify, if we're going to like really break it down at a basic level, is they got dismantled in the draft by a team that just is far like smarter, I'm going to say, about the game right now.
Okay.
And that is probably not going to happen against Heroic. I don't think Heroic, as you mentioned, isn't the type of team that's just going to outdraft you and dismantle your entire lineup. They're going to try and outplay you. So that does give the advantage to Bobo and the boys here going into this one. And I think we'll see a better showing because of that. Whereas Heroic, I feel like this is a team, give them a bad draft, they'll find ways to make it work.
They will.
But Shopify's not that type of team.
Yeah, and sometimes maybe Heroic do it to themselves a little bit, because I know during Wallachia we got to see them try their Meepo out, but that's a bit of an old hat at this point, because Yuma has gone to the well for Meepo one too many times that it no longer takes people by surprise.
And everyone knows, and we've even seen teams just not counter it. Like, they just think, okay, Meepo's a bad hero, we'll counter it by getting BKBs, and eventually play against it like it's an entirely normal hero. Like, people are good at avoiding the Meepo card.
And people are just better at also flexing into it. Like, you were describing not an anti-Meepo thing, but like Undying will go mid in the right situation. We'll see against Meepos like the Underlords or Elder Titans be flexed to a core. So with facets in Dota, it's easier than ever to deal with a surprise Meepo, because you can turn a hero you already picked into an anti-Meepo hero.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue with like quote-unquote surprise picks right now, is the fact that like there's a reason the meta is what it is, because like every variable has already been accounted for by countless games. If you throw in something new, it's like, oh, we're gonna throw Kunkka mid this patch. Like, oh, I didn't think about Undying going mid, but if you were a Shadow Fiend or a Quap, there's no room for that. It's already been calculated for, right? And Meepo's kind of like one of those heroes that we don't see a lot. There are a lot of counters, and those heroes are kind of very volatile right now.
Yeah, it's maybe also kind of what I attribute, like, the Broodmothers are no longer a big surprise. The Huskars are no longer a big surprise. These heroes can just be accounted for much more easily.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's even the P-Vision tech about the Huskar where they place a sentry ward in the off-lane tier 2 tower to drag the creeps, so that way DM can have a free lane, because the creeps then push out, and then they dual lane mid, right? It's like there is tech for a lot of the age-old cheese heroes, and it's because the identity of heroes hasn't really changed, even with facets. Like, most of them still, Valve has done a very good job at maintaining the same identity. And so there's just not that much to go that deep into like the cheese bag anymore in Dota. It's like if something is cheesy, maybe you see like it's flexed onto a certain role. It's like some slightly interesting build, but it's never like, aha, you just lost the game, right?
Well, that might happen at the beginning of a patch, right? If it's like a brand new patch, but then it won't last for long. It usually gets patched out a couple days or weeks after.
Yeah.
So it does. The longer a patch goes, even though we don't have Dota 2 Pro track or anything like that, these players are smart enough, they play enough Dota that they can still find a similar formula.
One of those heroes that often was the recipient of nerfs recently. It gets banned out, Undying gets removed from the pool as we get into the draft for game number 1 of Shopify versus Heroic, as long as banning out a Naga Siren, a Beastmaster, and a Doom. Heroic, they ban out the Abaddon, the Shadow Fiend, and the Queen of Pain. Heroic, they first pick themselves a Bat Rider, and Shopify respond with an Axe.
I want to make one point about Axe, and that's 33 mentioned yesterday on the A stream that he just recently started trying this hero and playing it, and he's like, yeah, I really like this hero. There's some interesting stuff that you can do with it. And
what does he mean by recent?
Like he just wasn't an Axe player. I mean, 33 is like the, he's Doom every single game.
I mean, he played at Wallachia once and lost and never played it again. Yes. So, I say he tried it there.
Yeah, so basically he said he's been spamming it, right?
Yeah,
he's experimenting with it. And he's been consistently going Blade Mail Pipe. He does it against Abaddon, and we talked to him in the interview. And
so no Blink.
Blink after, like he went Pipe, Soul Ring, then Blink.
Yeah, that's 33. Like, the later you can push that Blink back for that guy, the better.
And I think he's playing it right now on the A stream, because I saw him with triple Ring of Protection going into the lane.
Quad Ring of Protection. Ring of Protection, 2 chainmails.
Oh my
His entire inventory is filled with armor. And we calculate it's an extra 200 damage on level 1 Battle Hunger. This is insane.
200 damage.
200, yes. For
physical damage.
For 50 minutes. So my point is, and how it's relevant to this game, is that
there's an Axe.
I think there's an Axe. Right there, I can see it.
I can confirm there's an Axe.
And there is actually undiscovered tech with this hero, and I feel like people are watching 33 and thinking like, maybe the heroes that we thought countered Axe actually don't, and we just needed this new take on the hero, like a guy that hasn't been spamming it, trying to get comfortable. And when 33 is doing something, like there's something to it, right?
I mean, to add something that's also relevant to this game is they picked the Leshrac, which they did yesterday as well, but it was with an Enigma. And we did some deep diving about this Leshrac for Shopify. They really enjoy it on the Hellscream position 4. They won 3 games with it.
In
all
Fissure
of them,
universe.
Yeah, all of them had Axe on the team, right? The one time they played it, or anytime they played it without the Axe, they lost. So Bulba, doing his research on his own team, was like, if we're going to play this hero, maybe we should just pick it with what's been winning. Something funny over there?
Yeah, he did research on his own team.
I mean, that's important. Sometimes you can focus on your enemy too much. Sometimes you have to look inward.
We actually did talk about that yesterday, that like there's a layer to pinpointing why a hero is working, as opposed to just, oh, we have a 80% win rate with this hero, it must be good. And the synergy that you were able to deduce, and clearly Bulba as well, is that Axe was the secret sauce that a 4-position Leshrac is able to be exploited more.
Do you think that they're tempted to do Lesh mid if it's looking like an obvious monkey mid? You win that matchup. We've seen Lesh versus Bat. You shred that hero.
You probably aren't super tempted to put Lesh 4 against like a Chen.
Against a Chen, yeah.
Yeah. It's going to burn all your mana, have that extra unit or 2 that can absorb the Edict.
They have sent it on Hellscream like 6 games straight, anytime that they pick the Lesh.
Yeah, but he's been enjoying it.
He's a Lesh enjoyer. However, we have seen from the top teams, you have to be able to adapt to survive.
Yeah.
And this is definitely a situation where adapting is good. We've seen Quinn in the past play versus Bat Riders mid. Lesh kind of covers that if necessary. As everything I say Storm Spirit comes out.
Not doing it.
Unironically.
As we talk about adaptation and growing as a team.
Okay,
Jenkins,
to be fair. All right, let me defend Big B for a second. My boy Bulba. It's a good Storm game against Chen Bat. There's no good disable for him. You know, Monkey King as well. These heroes don't jump and kill and disable Storm. And Storm, outside of the laning phase, can hunt Monkey on the trees. You know, it's very difficult to go mid against a level 6 Storm as Monkey. Until that point, Monkey does win the matchup. But I don't think it's by like a huge margin. Storm is fine almost in any matchup because he can just go jungle.
Okay. I mean, all memes aside, it is a good Storm game. It's just kind of funny.
But was this not also our critique against Shopify yesterday, where they're kind of going for one-to-one matchups as opposed to thinking how their team operates as a whole? Because yesterday, the puck was a good pick individually for Yopaj, but in the context of, oh, I'm against... I think they needed a tanky mid. They needed a frontliner mid. And instead they went for a puck because no one could stun the puck.
Yeah, but I think in this
You're describing
situation,
North America. I mean, this is just what we do.
To be fair, in this game, right? Like, I don't see any obvious weaknesses, right? You have a good AoE damage, good team fight. You have your frontliner and Axe. Like, and you just need to carry now. I think this is a very standard draft. I don't think...
My only caveat was because we were talking about a Leshrac in a support position is not going to have a very fun time now.
Well, we don't know that for sure, right? Because I think Chen is a decent hero against Leshrac because you do have the creep, but I don't know how much that matters, or maybe the Battle Hunger plus Edict, that one creep won't be enough anyway. I can't definitively say this Lesh will not have impact this game.
Okay.
Because it is possible, and like I said, every time they run this Lesh plus Axe, it's won so far. So
that's true.
Stats don't lie on that one.
Well, we did the research on his own team.
Yeah, he did. Maybe they just think conceptually Lesh functions better as a
support.
Not mid right now, yeah. Because I do think the correct build is to go for Blink and just blink in and basically suicide. Like, the heroes that used to counter Lesh were like the anti-healing heroes because you would get Bloodstone, you would try to tank up, and
you'd like purge them so the Yules wouldn't work or something, right?
Yeah, something like that. But you legit
not the build anymore.
You legit just blink in and do as much damage as you can, as fast as you can, and then just die to a blade mail, but you kill somebody with the Edict facet. So maybe it just functions better as a support right now because this is I saw 9class playing this in pubs as well. Like I think there's good merit to Lesh as a support in general.
We'll see if the Axe combo will bring it to success in this series. Meanwhile, Heroic are on the lookout for an offlaner, so Shopify ban out a Darkseer and a Dawnbreaker. And Heroic know that Shopify need themselves a Tomato hero, so they take out a Gyrocopter.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't mention it either, but Monkey King will be a carry because of this. We were talking about how he could go mid.
Yeah.
He's mainly mid. I've only seen Ame take this to the safe lane so far with very little to potentially no success, but it is a hero that, hypothetically, good for Sax, right? You should be able to get charges off. However, in my experience, doesn't really matter. He Blade Mail calls you and you kind of just die anyway.
I was going to say this exact same thing. There are always these hypothetical monkey owning the offlane or safe lanes, and it just doesn't happen. I mean, especially against wave cutters, because worst case, Axe can go cut the waves. And I also think that a lot of the Axe counters that used to counter him are different now, that people are going for like the chainmail 4 Ring of Protection build, you know? Because in the times where these heroes were countering Axe, it was like the build was either Vanguard or Bracer or something entirely different, right? So, and then also Monkey's Jingu would lifesteal off the creeps as well. Like, there's a lot of things that have changed recently where the matchup is different.
Yeah, most definitely. With the Shaman pick, we're going to get a core bat as well.
It's a Whisper offlane bat. That's cool.
Nice.
So they left, there's no Abaddon in the pool. I mean, you could Lifestealer in this game if you want. Not too bad, to be honest.
What would Bulba pick
for Tomato?
Weaver?
Too many stunts.
Phantom Lancer?
I don't think he's great. I mean, you could play PL. It's not... I mean, the thing about PL versus Bat is, like, he's maxing Firefly most likely, or you have such a long cooldown on your W, I don't think it's going to work. So, yeah, I mean, I think Lifesteal or Morphling could be potential options.
Heroic banded out.
I'm just going to look at the 1-to-1 counters to Batrider in the safe lane, and that's what Bulba will pick.
Okay. We've got his
it's gonna
playbook.
It's going to be Tidehunter Carrick. No, PL and Faceless Void are like the two highest rated
Faceless Void
supports.
You could also play a ranged hero as well if you want to keep your distance, but I think he'll play Lifestealer because he's already played it before. You don't care too much about this matchup. You do have Storm at some point that you could use another front line, which is pretty valuable here. So you can jump into a Chen creep as well, get that extra HP on the creep.
Gore Storm it up.
Gore Storm is just good. I mean, BetBoom just won a tournament with this facet.
I mean, you can be creative here. It's really up to them, but ideally it is something that can just disengage from the sticky spam. Whether it is all the heroes we mentioned that could be like these either Lifestealers who can dispel it, or it can be these like Weaver type heroes, Morphs that can just like get away. Those all work just perfectly fine, but Morph is banned as you mentioned. So we'll see what he wants to go for here. I mean, Faceless Void would be a little crazy, right? PL, I mean, it does do it, but I am just I'm sure what the build is, right? Because like you don't want to max your W anymore.
No.
So, and you kind of need that to be off cooldown, so you're going to have to play a little conservative.
What does the other facet do?
On
Convergence or whatever?
On which hero?
Phantom Lancer.
It's just uncontrollable illusion. It's garbage.
Okay, never mind. I was like, maybe there's something that buffs the doppelganger, but no.
No.
I will ask Fear what's the build this game for PL, because I've heard people argue about what the build should be on this hero in general. Yeah. It seems like something's not really figured out yet.
I mean, I personally think when you pick PL, it should be in a perfect PL game and you go with standard build. Just straight for the Diffusal, Manta, Heart, become the hard carry. From there, you kind of change the game.
Where's the Aghanim Scepter come in?
I don't know. I haven't seen it be successful yet. I mean, until I see it and be like, wow, this is great, who knows? But I think in a game like this versus Batrider, you want that Manta. You don't want to just like charge into him. So maybe he can prove me wrong with a new build here. We'll have to see, but I think he'll probably likely go just for early Diffusal and try to be a bit more active.
I have heard Orchid as well in the
first item
in the conversation. No, because I think the reason you'd go for it is against Ember, and Ember is getting a very late BKB these days anyway. It's like Blade Mail, Sanjin Kaya, sometimes Holy Locket.
I mean,
Bloodthorn
is really good on the hero. Just I don't know how much you can afford to go it early on in the draft. You need some HP versus the Firefly against the Ember.
Manta is
against the Monkey.
Manta is for sure
as well
necessary. This is a really early Manta game.
I don't think this peel is going to work personally, but we'll see.
Dispel options were running thin. It was either that or the Lifestealer, I suppose, and they opt for that choice. Shopify Rebellion yet again. Maybe they've gone too individual with their hero picks. They're like, well, this one hero is good in this one situation.
I feel like Monkey can be very oppressive for this PL hero. Like you can always know where it's at by the Jingu. The arena is very hard to fight into. You can take the gate very early to harass them, so we'll see.
All right, well then we will have a chance to see North America versus South America, and we'll be able to get a little more insight from Ricky and Seb. Hey, Seb, tell me what you know about Whisper Batrider.
I know a lot about Whisper Batrider, and you know who else knows a lot about Whisper Batrider? It is Timado. He has seen Whisper on his side stomp a countless amount of players, and now he has to face it, and he even has to lane against it. That is tough, man.
That's going to be really fun. Yeah, we've seen Whisper pull this hero out recently again. With he has a couple unique item builds. It's different from maybe something others are doing, right? Going this early Boots of Bearing. Probably something we're going to keep our eyes on.
It's one of the best item builds, actually. I think, you know, if I think of hero-player combination, Whisper Bat is definitely a thing. Like, Bat is a really strong hero right now. It's very viable on core. It wasn't always like that, and when it wasn't, he was already playing it and having a lot of success with it. So this is a menace. Like, I think when you give Bat to Heroic, you got to think of this Whisper Bat. It might be coming, and now it came. So good luck to Shopify.
I mean, look at I look at the draft here, and everything on Heroic actually just makes sense to me. Like, you've got a really early tempo that you can make with this Chen, the Massive Serpent Ward, this Batrider, and this Ember Spear. Like, all these heroes are going to be looking to play active early on.
Yeah.
And Shopify are going to have to find a way to deal with this. And we saw the Monkey King versus PL matchup yesterday, and it was impossible for this PL, right? Like, every time they were just ganking, he'd be in a tree, Boundless Strike from the fog, and you know exactly which PL you need to kill.
And I'm looking at the, Heroic core players, and they're all master tiers on their heroes. Like, they have a master tier, Emperor, master tier, Monkey, master tier, Bat. So these guys went for the comfort zone, and what I like to see is Hellscream back on the ledge. I mean, he's really good on this hero. He had a really rough game yesterday, but it was much more related to, the draft and whatnot. I like the adjustments that were made by Shopify. I think yesterday the drafts were, I don't want to say that they were a little bit weak, but they were definitely risky, and they paid a hard price for it. Today, I think it's much more stable.
I also like Davai Lama on Axe. I think it's one of his better heroes that we've seen. And, I mean, Axe is just generally pretty strong, and giving him something that he can either stay static in the lane, like by cutting, and then let this Lishrak roam, and that's really where this hero is going to shine. But it shouldn't do too bad against the Monkey King. You're Chen's not the most oppressive support. Like, he also wants to play greedy. Bottom lane, Dimado now in some trouble as Schofield and Whisper just going to try and run him down. Couple more auto attacks, a Smoldering Resin. It adds up.
Yeah, they're just abusing the early stats. Like Rastabat, these are heroes that are really high armor, really high damage, like right from the get-go in the level 1, and that's why you see them trading so hard.
I mean, Batrider has the highest base HP of almost any hero in the game. It's one of the highest.
As a range hero, which is really, kind of counterintuitive. So, but Whisper is a specialist. He knows exactly, he knows all the little things about Bat, and he knows how to use them, most importantly. No, and this back to this Monkey versus Axe matchup, like it was mentioned by the casters and rightly, so this matchup has changed.
Oh no.
It is much more even now. Monkey doesn't dominate Axe as easily as it used to.
Yeah, I feel like that's been like a trend in general for a lot of offlaners. Like you think back to the days of like you would pick heroes like Ursa or Lifestealer or the Monkey King into certain matchups and they would just absolutely dominate. And it's just that has kind of gone away a little bit.
Yeah, it really did. And I mean, you see the bottom lane. It is rough for the PL, and I think it's only gonna get rougher. I see that Whisper went Arsonist. Like he also could have went for Stoked. So this is the decision you have to make when you play Corbat. You play on the on your spells basically, or you play on your right clicks.
Yeah.
He's gonna go for the right click option, which is definitely gonna pay off later on in the game. A little bit less laning presence, but he's not gonna mind that much.
Both work well with the Boots of Bearing build that he loves to go, and I think last time I saw him do this, he did go the Arsonist. It got nerfed a little bit in terms of its damage potential to buildings early on, but I think overall it's still very strong, and we'll see what he ends up getting accomplished with it. But
it is. I think, yeah, I was going to talk about this mid lane matchup actually. That's like another one of the classic. Where I think the mid lane is kind of funny right now. It's quite stable. The Spirits are reigning champions on the meta. It's another dead even matchup. Like we've seen a lot of these. Like both players know these heroes like in and out, like whether they play with it or against it. And the Storm is under a little bit of pressure, so the next Water Rune is going to matter a lot, but he's just chilling.
This Gam is so dead. Doesn't even stand a chance. Just a few Napalm stacks, the Shackles out from Schofield. And so the Storm Ember, it's kind of similar to what we... Well, hold on. I was, maybe we'd see a break in the action bottom, but no, they're just going to continue to put damage into this PL.
Yeah.
13 wand charges, so...
No, Bat is a lane dominator, and PL is definitely not a hero that can deal with it. Like, it used to be a Connor, because Bat used to only play on, like, basically sticky, but now you have the innate, you can right click without sticky, you don't really need to keep adding them. You can play with Flame Break, you can play with the Firefly if you need to, you're universal. Lots of things change, so this matchup definitely is much
He's just
different.
soloing him. He has no Doppelganger for 3, one more auto attack, has to pop the stick, but he still dies.
Yep.
1 second, a split second, honestly, before that Doppelganger could have come out.
This Bat's going to be auto control, because he's going to be able to 1v2 them very soon.
Yeah. And I was going to say mid lane, the matchup early on is going to be Ember favored with the new change to how this chain gang works. Like you're able to shackle much more easily on the Storm in the lane, but you also just max out your Flame Guard. So you're going to be able to shove the lane faster. You can dodge out Remnant reliably, and then you're really just playing for the level 6.
I really like what Heroic have going in the laning phase and how the game is going to develop. On Shopify, they're going to hit like some crazy teamfight timings, but it comes later. And so far, what we've seen in this group stage is whoever gets the earliest like tempo and timing gets to really control the game. And it's up to them whether they, play it clean enough to win or actually kind of throw it back in the enemy side.
Well, right now, they are having a great time in the lanes, 0 and 3, with the PL really struggling. So Tomato's going to need a lot of space being made here. Mid lane Analog going to get a little bit aggressive onto Yopaj, trying to bait the Remnant out, but won't get it. Good fort on the wave, actually, to try and get some denies in, but doesn't quite matter. Doesn't make too much of a difference, it seems.
No. Lanes are quite stable, except for the bottom lane that is like kind of going out of control. Yeah, Schofield enjoying his time watching Tomato suffer, but I guess like another big loss on the bottom lane is like this Warlock really enjoys being ahead. He likes like being aggressive, getting levels, getting charges in the Black Grimoire. He's getting none of that. He's just trying to salvage PL's laning presence, and it's almost impossible to do so. This Bat's just too strong.
Yeah, once he has the max points in Napalm, it's gonna get really scary.
Yeah.
Level 6 for Analog. He's going to be able to dodge out some of the damage. Does he finish the job? The Impale hits. He dies first on Yopaj. So he's still going to be denied that XP, but a 1-for-1 trade in mid and top lane Yuma going to use this time to get aggressive onto Divai Lama, pushes him out of the lane.
Yeah, he's also going for a Vanguard on the Axe, so he really wants to be able to lane right now. Illusion Rune has been denied by the Warlock. Really clutch killed by the Ember. It looked, it was a really nice stun by the Leshrac. Would have looked pretty bad if he couldn't, get the kill on the Ember. That would have just been like, big comeback for the Storm. But luckily he got the trade.
So KJ gonna be playing his Chen, which he's so good at this hero, and he's gonna have a great time, especially when you have an active mid laner making some space, and they'll use this to try and look for Hellscreen. There's a huge jungle camp. Somehow Analog gets the kill with the burn instead of any of these creeps, and he's going to use this time to try and farm up these Ancients, but he also wants to try and be healthy enough to play for the Wisdom Rune, so...
This is something that Heroic is really good at. Like, they always look to contest the enemy Wisdom. This is their trademark at this point. This is the one team that they just keep doing that. We're going to see a big fight here coming.
It's going to be a little sketchy. A Storm is nearby. Yuma, he needs to get the Jingu stack if he wants to be able to contest this, but there's the call out from Divine Llama. He makes it inside of the range here. Yuma does get his Jingu stacks, trying to survive on the backside, but he is going to eventually burn down an analog toe-to-toe here with Divine Llama. Cannot do it. So they end up losing their carry Monkey King, and now they might lose KJ as well here on the Chen. Meanwhile, bottom lane, we're having a solo kill potentially here from Whisper as he gets the lasso. So yeah, you end up losing both carries across the map, but you do get the Wisdom Shrine for Shopify.
Yeah, big overcommitment by Heroic. I like the fact that they were looking to contest, but I think and I've seen them I think they won so many games doing that, but they really need to like find the balance with the aggression and just kind of try to realize when, you know, enemies are ready. Because at this point, people come ready. Like in these tournaments, you know that if I know about this, then obviously Shopify does. So they will be ready, and they're only going to contest if they know they're strong enough to do so. So it's up to Heroic to, you know, tone down the aggression and just back off when they feel like they've invested enough heroes to do so.
Nice shackles out here from Schofield just to stop the rune contest. He might give up his life for this, but Analog, he gets a really big rune. It's going to be an Arcane. Can't do much with it as of right now.
Whisper Bat, man. Whisper Bat, it has started. Timaro is suffering. Like, he's feeling the pain. I mean, I was talking about it before the game even started. Like, he's seen it happen on his side, but today he's on the wrong side of the fence, unfortunately.
I mean, he's so over-farmed, but now he's going to find another kill here on the Skem, who, I mean, he popped his Grimoire to get level 6, hoping maybe to find a fight with it. Instead, just donating money.
Every level on this bat is going to hurt.
Yeah.
He has the drums, so he's all into the pressure.
He has the Boots of Bearing, like almost completed.
Almost, yeah. He's going to go, it looks like he's going to go Blink before that, but just the drums, like getting a drums that early in the game when you're such a menace, it's going to make it almost impossible to kite him.
Yeah.
He will get you wherever you're trying to run, like wherever you run, he'll find you.
The TP scouted there on the Storm. They know a defense being mounted here from Shopify, so they will back away.
Yeah, Chen doesn't have his level 6 yet, so he might want to get the sustain option to start the fight. It is a little bit scary to fight into the Warlock, which is also the reason why Warlock was picked as a reaction to Chen. Is one of the best counters because everything just dies to the Fatal Bonds and the overwhelming teamfight presence.
Yeah, well, they found Tomato. They have a lasso. I don't even think they're going to commit it. We'll see.
They're TPing in.
Phantom Rush actually cut a little bit short. Hellscream does TP in, but the Shackle now comes out. There's going to be your Wukong's command, and your Leshrac will also be another casualty here in this bottom lane. Meanwhile, Analog zoning out Shopify here on his own in the jungle, looking for Scam. Doesn't quite have the damage alone.
Yeah, Timato's having a really rough one, man. He's 0-5-0, cooldown. He actually has the TP ready. He's farming TPs,
They have Shackle.
I guess.
They might go for Lasso here. They're going to definitely try. They have a Centaur Stomp to follow it up. Oh my god. The pain continues here.
Yeah. This is a Whisper Batrider, I guess. I was going to say Masterclass, but no, this is actually pretty standard.
You're like, this is just, you know, normal day in the office for Whisper.
It is actually a normal day in the office for him. I've seen this happen so many times.
Yeah. Massive Serpent Ward now online. This means your towers do not stand a chance at survival.
The Rock is still ready, so, you know, there is a fighting potential, like fighting back potential from Shopify if they want to look at that.
They really want to take down this ward before it gets the tower, but it just takes way too long. They're going to make a play for Analog, though. He does have the heal, but it's not enough. Great burst damage in from Hellscream as well. The Serpent Ward? No, dude, there's no way it kills the Storm, right? Okay, very close. But Schofield, he's going to get picked off for this play as well.
Okay.
All right, good plays from Shopify, good defense.
Good kills and good adaptation by the Leshrac. I don't know if you noticed, but he's actually not skipping Edict completely. He's showing like a different style of playing Leshrac support, because obviously when you see +4 Leshrac, you think of the Edict max.
Yeah.
And he goes for max E with the levels of stun, which makes sense. You know, he doesn't want to get close to the Ember that's going to buy a Blade Mail. He doesn't want to get close to the Monkey, and let alone the Batrider. So
yeah.
Nice,
I mean,
nice build.
He changes his facet entirely as a result, right? Like, so we're not seeing the misanthropy, right? So he can do damage to the buildings later on, but I like the spell damage just coming out from the hero at the moment.
It's good. It's good. Makes sense.
Dude, I just saw where the Phantom Lancer was on the net worth, and that is soul crushing.
No, it is. It really is. I guess we're lucky we just checked now, because I haven't checked earlier, but it could have been lower, because, you know, like on the back of another the desk, like he's like 200 gold ahead from being like the bottom 2, you know, so like farm these creeps, man, because
Observers like hiding it, like I swear it's not as bad as it seems, guys.
You do not want to see that picture.
Amplified damage picked up here from Yopaj, gets caught from the shackle, and now Schofield comes in. Golem's gonna get dropped, but it can't cancel. They will be able to bail him out, but there's another follow-up. The lasso from Whisper as he joins them in the mid lane. Yuma and friends in pursuit here as they will go right up onto the high ground. Another chains to lock down the Leshrac. A 3-for-0. Now the Golem to boot. Another 100 gold for Analog.
Pretty cool build by the Monkey also. Like, I haven't seen that in a while. Like, he went Echo Saber and he's going Deso next, so full on the aggression.
It's really good minus armor game.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Plays well with the Ember. I mean, he just wants to play on the tempo of his Bat, Ember, and Chen now. These heroes really enjoy the aggression.
Yeah.
There is the Chen Rasta combo we talked about. Like, people might not know, but the Penitence works on the Rasta ward. It is like a weird mechanic.
Oh no, Yuma's found him. The Echo Saber solo started to stay on top of Yuma, but nice body blocks from Tomato.
Let him
Chains
be, guys.
are there. He's got nowhere to go.
Let him be.
They are just playing so aggressive, and Whisper now just pressuring this Storm Spirit. Does not have lasso, but forcing out yeah, as they force out the blink reveal from Divine Llama. That hurts. Does not manage to connect on this.
They see the Warlock. They want to get him. This Monkey has stacks.
Yeah, there's just no way he survives this one. He's trying his best to run away, but Yuma continuing to farm, now takes the top net worth position.
Yeah, Heroic is playing really well this game, honestly. Like, everything about, like, the laning phase has been really strong, the rotation has been strong. Despite the over-aggression they had on the Wisdom Rune, which again was on their initiative. So, you know, I don't look at it as being a bad play. It was actually a really good play that they just, you know, they overplayed their hand, basically, but pretty impressive, you know, pace that they're setting this game.
To be fair, like, that Wisdom Rune play also goes very different if Yuma got his Jingu stack.
Yeah.
Because if he did, he would have Boundless Strike to reset his health pool.
True,
but
very true.
Radiant are scanning.
It's quite the lead at the moment. Not insurmountable, right? It's at 5,014 minutes. Yopaj has an Amplified Damage Rune. He's still doing relatively okay. So is the Axe.
Yeah, they're getting the Golem soon. You know, Axe has a blink.
Oh, okay.
They have tools. Yeah, that is the mechanic. It's a level 1 Penitence, so it's gonna get much better. You're basically gonna, like, imagine the 80 attack speed on this ward is already scary enough. It can look really stupid later on in the game.
Yeah. For those of you who are wondering exactly what we're referencing, the Penitence works with the Shaman ward, so it attacks very fast. They will finally get Whisper. A nice commitment bottom coming through, I think, the Twin Gate.
A very big kill for the Axe.
Speaking of Axe, though, does get one more call, but...
Can he lift? Oh, they have so much.
Not with Chains,
No way.
They are all here.
Absolutely no way to survive this one. It was a really big kill. That was a 7-0 streak on Batrider that went into the Axe. It's definitely the hero, I mean, along the Storm, that are going to be able to maybe bring the game back through their teamfight presence. That gets him much closer to the Blade Mail. Very important versus Bat and Monkey.
I mean, the Monkey build being so aggressive as well, like, call Blade Mail from Axe actually does a lot of work.
It really does. And, you know, the Monkey decided to not play the scaling game, which, I mean, I understand. I like it. This is definitely a lineup that can just, you know, close the game really early. You have this Bat, you have to think about the Bat shard that might come at a point. With the Arsonist facet, this Bat pushes extremely fast once she gets the shard.
Yeah, you kind of just wait. It's not something you need to buy early, right? You go back for it eventually once you're feeling like you're strong enough to go for the buildings. But like you said, the moment it's online, your buildings are done.
Yeah, for sure. With the Deso Monkey, the Bat Arsonist, the Rasta Ward, the Chen Creeps, they can end the game really early.
So we managed to get to the defusal timing here from Tomato, and he is starting to kind of creep himself back into the game.
Yeah.
He's still got a long way to go.
He's just starting, huh?
Yeah. He's
just above the Chen. But, you know, it is PL. It is PL. This hero plays for the late game anyway.
Yuma managed to find Skem here on the bottom side of the river, trying to TP out, but too much damage. Does he have the Deso done? Not quite yet, but almost. Okay. Storm Spirit trying to get away from Whisper here, going all the way to the enemy tier 4s just to guarantee he's not getting lassoed here.
Yuma just drew like a big arrow on the minimap. He wants people to connect to him, and he wants to
They're like, get
the
this
tier 2
tower,
bottom.
guys. It's like, where's my Shaman Ward? Get over here.
I want the tier 2 to die.
I mean, this is the benefit of the hero. Shaman Ward will, even though it's level 1, like any way to tank the creep wave, so that like the tower just doesn't kill it. It will kill the tower eventually.
Yeah, it is really strong. It's an absurdly strong facet, and he gave up on a little bit of laning presence, but didn't matter at all as they destroyed the bottom lane.
Yep.
And now he's just happy to have this mass simple ward.
The Monkey King disguised up as a melee creep trying to scout behind the tower, but they do have the whole Chen army. He's going to lose the skeletons here, which hurts a little bit, right? A little bit extra bonus damage for pushing, but they're actually not even going to need to commit the Serpent Ward for this.
Yeah, they're overcommitting a little bit for this tower, I feel like, because, like, I mean, they might not have the info, obviously. We're just watching with map hack, but Shopify has nobody even near, so they're going to look now to kind of even out the map, push out the lanes that they were not able to do so earlier, and we'll have to see what their next move is.
So Shopify, they see the Monkey King come top. They know he cannot be anywhere else, so they're going to smoke across the river here, see if they can run into Heroic.
But the same movement is happening.
The blink, the call comes out. Whisper is there. It's not enough to bail him out, but there's going to be the Wukong's command on top of him. The steering chains hold him down for the moment. Divine Llama in some trouble, but there's going to be the lasso to bowl him even further. Haste Rune actually picked up from Yopaj. I'll get him to safety, but maybe not these other heroes. Aegis going to be consumed. Shackle here onto the Golem as Schofield just doing his best to get away from these heroes. Boundless Strike does connect onto Tomato. He's trying to get up onto the high ground to get away, but Whisper, he's the one that's actually following low, and Yopaj will finish the job. Steering chains here from Analog helps lock down Tomato long enough for the kill, and now Schofield, he's tried his best to heal. He has a Hex to follow this one up. They need to clear the creep wave. He does have a haste. They manage to get the chains. They get the kill.
Very nice.
Oh my
Very
goodness.
nice.
That Chen Hand of God.
Yeah, amazing like spell usage by Heroic. Very good use of the new monkey facet, the changing of the guard.
So good.
He looked very dead, but the fact that he's able to just disappear and reappear at another location in the Wukong's command just changes everything. He had Aegis, obviously, so he was playing on the back of that, but it delayed his death enough so that they could trade much more kills.
And he's just going, he's going to turn that fight into 8 Deso charges as well, which just feels so good.
Look at him now. With the Felibon, he was going to die right here. But he just disappears and appears like somewhere else. Very confusing to play against.
Yeah, when you're like playing inside the Wukongs like this and you know your team's there to back you up, it just makes it so hard to commit onto Monkey King.
Yeah, it's funny how Dota evolves over the years, because between that and the Shard, Monkey becomes such an evasive hero. It's really hard to deal with him in the team fights. You gotta lock him down. A little bit like a PL, you know? A taste of Timato's own medicine here.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, like, Shopify in this fight, you do see Yopaj getting a lot done on the Storm Spirit. They managed to get 2 kills.
He's owning. With his network that he has, he's put so much impact from the Storm. Oh, the Vailama doesn't seem too, two-faced.
He's not too worried.
He's like, actually having fun. That's good. It's good to have fun whether you win or lose.
Yeah.
Who's not having fun right now is Timato. He needs a little bit more time for the fun to kick in. Like, he's 0-7 on the 0-7 on the PL. He's had a really, really rough game, but he is a very, very good PL player, like good carry player in general. So if they're able to give him the space, he's gonna need a decent amount of it, but if they are able to make that happen, he can carry his team on his back.
We're going to see the Radiance build for Analog, which pretty sick against heroes like Phantom Lancer. It's very common, right? Anytime you see a Phantom Lancer, that someone would like to pick up something like a Radiance. Shiva is also a great tool later on, but for now, that Radiance burn plus just the amount of AoE damage that this Ember brings is pretty good at handling this this hero. And I kind of like that they're still concerned about his eventual scaling and that they're not like just ignoring him and going something else.
It's correct. I mean, these are not bad items by any mean on Ember. I think you're happy to buy Radiance in almost any game. So now that you're playing versus the PL and you're far ahead enough that, you know, he can get away with it, no problem. It's not going to feel bad at all. And, you know, he has a Monkey that's playing really active with a, you know, kind of semi-carry item build. When you go Echo Saber, Deso, BKB, that's a... You could definitely be more greedy. We see Monkeys go for Battle Fury, Maelstrom, Radiance. I like the balance that they're finding between each others. Whisper went back for Dragonlance too, so he's also, you know, kind of slowly transitioning into a scaling build, which on this bat can look really scary. Like, we haven't seen that many bad core, like core bad threaders, but I think this hero on core is broken. Like, it's gonna get to the stage where you're gonna see some really stupid stuff. Like the way heroes are gonna die if he's allowed to hit or buildings is really unheard of.
Yeah, once this hero gets, because like the thing is like there's like this really early power spike in the lane, and then we saw like these last couple of fights, he's still contributing a ton with just simply Blink Lasso, and we're not even seeing the full damage potential that's, like you said, can come out for this hero. Once he has BKB, like a Pike, the Hurricane Pike is such a game changer for Corbat as well.
The fun's gonna start like much later, actually.
It's, I'm really hoping we get to see it, you know,
Which showcases why this hero is really viable on core 2. The problem is he's too good on both, you know, like he's super good on support and super good on core.
Yuma solo kill here in the bottom lane, finding the Warlock.
Yeah, it's not fun to play Warlock Mana Boots versus Monkey Deso. Like, it's basically just like, you just have to not meet him.
Oh, Hellscream actually getting scouted here. Yopaj will find Yuma. They get the tree cut, but he has a BKB, found the strike into the Wukong's command. They need to get out of here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, he's on the wrong side of the tree line, but he will look for Hellscream. Yeah, with Whisper coming in, Hellscream not able to get out of this one. Making him work for it a little bit, but it's just the damage.
It's too much. And Yuma went for the 3 dance cast range, so he understands that at this point they're just going to chase them down everywhere. So he's going to value the mobility over the scaling, which makes a lot of sense.
I like the Divine Llama and Yopaj are sticking down here, just seeing if someone's going to overextend, because they have a lot of kill threat between the two of them.
Yeah. Divine Llama going for Lotus Sword, which is gonna, you know, be a really good item versus the Rasa, the Bat Rider, and the Ember Spirit, so I like the pickup.
We haven't seen a Tormentor play yet, right? Like, I thought they might with, like, Serpent Ward and Chen Army, but...
They're prioritizing the pressure, but...
yeah, they can do it whenever they want.
Or actually, no, wait a second. It is actually dead. They got it somehow. I think we must have missed it.
Oh. Schofield gets the Hex. Serpent Ward out. Nice call from Divine Llama, though. They will just go ahead and finish this kill. As Whisper just took off running. He's like, I don't want any of this heat. I'm out, baby.
You deserve nothing. Voice line is like, yeah, well, he got a lot, though. You know, I'm looking at his team. I'm looking at the lead. I'm looking at the map. He got a lot, man. But that is one of the benefits of playing Axe versus Rasta. You don't get, you know, no foul play shenanigans. You just catch him, kill him.
Yeah.
Clean.
Maybe I got to play more Axe.
Instant
Maybe that's
smoke.
the deal. Oh, okay. They actually know about this amplified damage being picked up from Yopaj. So Heroic might play a little bit on the back foot here until they get their Shaman back.
I like the instant smoke idea. They're trying to snowball, you know, one guy down, try to outnumber, but Heroic didn't fall for the trap. They just showed a lot of discipline, backed off completely, and did not give them anything. So the next objective is going to be Roche. It's alive in the bottom pit again.
That was a fast spawn.
Yeah, they have good heroes to get it too. We might see a smoke coming from Heroic if they want to, like, you know, get a kill and transition it into Roche.
Certainly looks like it. They are all sitting at that tier 2. There it goes. So smoke's out. Shaman's Ward is not on, not available, and neither is the Hand of God. I think they're somewhat close, but scouting out them with the Centaurs have a pretty good read now on where Shopify are.
There's a BKB on the Storm, so if they go on him, they have to make sure they chain stun him, and it might be hard with the rock.
Oh no, they found Tomato, and that, I mean, he was doing his best to maybe farm at a safer area, but the smoke does end up catching him. And now Roshan makes his trek to the top side of the map, which is exactly where Heroic happened to be.
It's hard, it's hard. I mean, to be like, everybody's talking about PL. I've seen a lot of PLs now, and not one has looked good yet, honestly. Like, I'm not feeling yet the power of this hero, so... You know, maybe it's been figured out, maybe we're too late to the party, and it's been played in scrims a lot, you know, and there was already a lot of adaptation. Oh, wait a minute, Warlock out of position.
BKB from Whisper, he's not afraid of Yopaj. He's looking to maybe pressure the Storm, but he will just go ahead and run down Skem. On the other side of the fight, Divine Llama's gonna get caught out. Analog could chase this, most likely. Yeah, jumps in aggressively. Whisper's in there with him as well, and now Hellscream trying to offer what support he can, but there's just too much damage. Heroic not only find 3 heroes, they get the Roshan as the Serpent Ward soloed it.
It's absurd, man.
What a ridiculous spell.
Yeah.
Yopaj will find Schofield here, commits the BKB for this. He does have the foul play shard, the heal from the Hand of God. It's a lot to commit. Does he have the damage? Yopaj has no TP. He's dead for this.
Yeah. I mean,
that hurts.
It's probably not worth it, but at this point, it feels like he's the only one to be able to set up anything. Like, we haven't really seen the impact of the axe yet because everything came kind of too late. The laning phase was a little bit rough. Obviously, the PL is having the game that we know he's having, but it's been just Yopaj, you know, trying to like save the game for Shopify, but he's got too much of a weight on his shoulders right now.
There is a ton of damage coming out from those Monkey Kings. He's just literally going only damage.
Yeah.
Like he has BKB now, Daedalus completed, and
it's good.
Or almost completed. Sorry, I thought he had it on the courier, but he's on his way to the Demon Edge. So
I mean, you know, the Chen has a mech, he has a pipe, Hand of God. Like he's making him super sustainable and super tanky. So I like this concept. It's very good.
Yeah, it's a cool build. It's just not something we see often, but I appreciate it for sure.
Master tier monkey for you. You know, like he knows this hero in and out. Like he's that's the thing with the hero spammers is like they can unscript themselves whenever they feel like they just know all the ways to play the hero.
Yeah, I mean, they're such a good Monkey King team for that very reason. Like they have a couple of people that are master tier on this.
Yeah, Analog also very comfortable with the hero, so it's a strong pick for them, definitely.
Ember Spirit here up on the high ground. KJ just continuing to scout with his army, honestly, and he's staying very farmed, has pipe and mech done, like you said, making people super tanky. Yuma hitting his level 20 talent now, so he's going to be very happy to have this.
The only question, I guess, is like when is Heroic going to feel strong enough to just break the high ground?
I think that it's probably now. I think they're maybe waiting for Whisper's next item, because I know he was working on
he got a pike
his
now,
BKB.
Actually. He just finished the pike. He has the BKB.
Yeah, the pike is huge. Daedalus now done. I feel like it's got to be soon.
Yeah, it's got to be soon. I agree. They're going to give the Wisdom Shrine to the Batrider for the level 3 lasso, and then we're probably going to see a transition to the high ground.
All right, banner is down. You've got the army of skeletons. This Serpent Ward is going to just chunk this tower. A Deso to just make it that much easier. Yeah, this is, it's really up to Shopify to figure out how they can even approach this at this point, because they're still pushing on the other side of the map. Now, the Call doing some work here to the Monkey King. They will pull him back. The Lasso's found the Warlock, though. He needs help and fast with the Shackles, or the Hex, rather, to continue to lock him down. Lesh is going to TP back in. They're going to buy back now on the Warlock. You have to find this fight. There's going to be the Shackles. Analog gets called now from Divine Llama. The Wukong's command. Going to be able to zone them all out. A really nice Golem. Schofield in some trouble here thanks to this Fatal Bonds as they're going to go in for more. Yopaj with BKB going to try and finish the job. And with this, Heroic is out. They don't get the racks, and they're going to lose the Shaman for this. That's a fantastic hold. Can they get more? Divine Llama jumps in, able to get on top of KJ. Big boundless strike, though, and Whisper with the BKB. Now going to try and chase for more, taking down Hellscream. It's a 2-for-2 trade, but on it, or I guess a 3-for-2 with the buyback, but a really good hold from Shopify.
Yeah, very nice stun from Hellscream. He actually got a triple stun on the Lesh. I mean, I think the Monkey had the BKB on, so maybe did not get clipped by the stun, but that was very detrimental to Heroic. Like that with the, the follow-up from the Golem. I mean, they do have, a lot of AoE damage on Heroic, not to be underestimated. And keep in mind, I mean, all of that is basically without the PL. He's not online yet.
Yeah.
He has impact, but he's the one that's really gonna, he has a lot of space to take yet in this game.
Bottom lane. Do they have Lasso? They do. Whisper unable to get it in time. Nice Vortex from Yopaj to just buy him the space.
He wants to go Refresher next on the Batrider. Interesting.
He goes, yeah, I've seen him go Refresh, yeah.
So yeah, he feels like they lack lockdown, which they kind of do. Nice pullback. Warlock dies, he's gonna have buyback, and keep your eyes on the Lesh track, because it's gonna be the difference maker in this team fight.
It's wild too, because it looks like he was dead, like the moment he TP'd in. But really nice call.
Yeah, this turnaround here.
Yeah, that was sick. Yeah, that's a really good stun.
Double stun into the Golem, into having to full disengage in Heroic.
I mean, this whole time you're kind of like hoping you're cleaning up the racks as well, and it's just not quite there. So the fact that Shopify managed to go somewhat even in this fight and still hold the racks is huge.
Yeah, it gives a lot of hope to how the game might go.
As we jump back into the live feed, we're going to see Tormentor top, and with this, Heroic should get this pretty easily.
Yeah, both supports have their shot already, so it's either going to be Bat or Monkey at this point, and goes for the Monkey. Probably the most useful one.
Yeah, it's just so good.
Yeah, it is amazing. Probably one, honestly, maybe top 3 in the game right now.
Yeah, having that extra mobility and the option to use it is so strong.
I'm quite impressed with how much Yopaj has been able to do this game. He's not have... I mean, he had a pretty tough one, honestly. I think, like, pretty early in the game, we've seen, you know, the Ember and the heroic support dominate the river area. And despite that, this Storm has felt like a menace, playing from behind the entire game, which is quite unusual.
Radiant are scanning.
Is the smoke coming from Shopify? Is this read by Heroic?
I think they saw it. It was right on a ward there, right?
Oh, okay.
So they're reading this. They're going to go right in. He gets the call onto 2. Some pretty big heroes. The Hex comes out. The Golem, the Fatal Bonds, everything. They're trying to keep him alive with KJ Yuma. He gets the BKB. They turn it around onto Tomato. He is stuck here with nowhere to go. Yopaj gets lassoed as well. It's a disaster for Shopify. They lose 3, and Whisper is not done. He's going to finish the job here. Take down Hellscream. That's the team wipe they're looking for.
Yeah, tip the Chan, so much sustain, so much heals. It was really close, honestly. Maybe a little bit too close for Comfort, at least for me, but this is probably why I'm casting and they're playing. But they seem decided and decisive that, you know, they were just tanky enough. I mean, you look at Yuma's positioning, he's just, if they smoked on a ward, he was just charging into them.
Yeah, that you have to have so much faith in your Chen at that point, because it was really close. Yeah. That was so close.
But that is how Dota's play at the highest level. It's like game of inches, and you know, if it wasn't, they would not have engaged the fight on Shopify, and they engaged because it was close.
Yeah. I mean, that was honestly the best chance you're going to have to make that type of play. And if it goes just 2% better and you do kill the Monkey King, you get the fight going your way.
Oh, it's a completely different story.
You're not mega creeped right now, you know? Like, that just hurts. Whisper goes in, gets the lasso after the Axe tried to play this call. We'll see if they can actually get him out of here. No, there's just too much damage. Yopaj does goes in, finishes the job here onto the Shadow Shaman, but a nice Vortex is actually to catch Yuma on the Monkey King. He needs some help. He's dead. And now they look for Whisper. Tomato gonna try and get that kill. The TP out will be successful, just barely, as Analog will get the kill on Hellscream and TP to safety, and it will be successful.
You know, you take everything you can get at this point if you're Shopify, but unfortunately it's just not enough. I mean, the monkey kill feels good. Everybody got out. They're not gonna have to play versus mega creeps. And not only that, but it is really scary when you play versus a Rasta and a Batrider, 2 heroes that are exceptionally good at finding pickoffs, to just, you know, kind of have to fight back the creeps in full vision. You're always going to be threatened by the jump.
So Batrider, he's got his refresher, and now looking Shiva's. I was curious if he was going to go for the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
Because I was like, maybe he's going to go for a refresher Ags and just CC all of Shopify on his own, but the Shiva's incredibly strong item this game for him as well.
Yeah, they're starting to look at the PL. The PL got the heart. He's working onto the Orchid. You know, this is PL territory for sure. In terms of like item build, this is when you look at this here and you're like, yeah, let's try to finish this game.
Yep, Blink Lasso here onto the Storm Spirit. He got the BKB off the second No. He can't get away with this. He gets away with it. Okay. Well,
Whisperito, he's 19, 2, and 14, by the way. I'm just saying.
Just by the way, casual 19, 2, 14.
I'm just saying.
And that was Arcane Rune, by the way, so those are going to be back off cooldown much faster than you'd expect.
20 seconds, actually. Absurdly fast.
Wow. Well, who needs BKB when you can just double lasso people?
Yeah, and he has the talent also for it, so... Really solid game by Heroic so far, honestly. Like, it's not just the laning phase. It's, you know, the way they play, the way they close up the map, like the pace really at which they play. Quite impressive.
Jump in, blink call from Delilah. I'm going to try and clean up this creep wave and just all of these summons, but Whisper is just going to use this to drop that lasso. Once again, he finds Hellscream, Boundless Strike, just to guarantee the lockdown.
Yeah. They're respecting the Lotus, because obviously that is something that, you know, stops the Bat and the Rasta from clicking their spells, but as soon as that is on cooldown or used on somebody else, then they get a clear jump.
Yeah, Schofield's just going to drop the Serpent Ward mid. He does get called. Boundless Strike here in from Yuma into the Wukong's command of Flame Break to push him back in the Axe.
So much damage.
He's just paper, man. He doesn't even stand a chance at this.
It's so much damage at this point, and now we see the Bat starting to chip on the buildings. Their push potential is absurd.
The tier 4 towers not living long here. The saving grace is that Whisper doesn't have the Axe Shard. This would be even faster.
Yeah.
But Tomato going to try and make his way back towards the fountain as they've got 9 seconds for Hellscream, but 40 without the axe. Boundless Strike connects into the Hex. They need to get the Storm Spirit out of there. Whisper's looking for the kill, but doesn't have it. BKB's available. Lasso in 1 second. As he will not be able to find his target, but your throne, it's on fire here, Shopify. You've got to find a way into this fight and stop this thing from dying, but a huge Boundless Strike just deletes the backline. Shackles and chains thrown left and right. The GGs come out, and that is going to be a Heroic, grabbing a very impressive game number 1.
Very strong drafting, strong laning, strong playing. Honestly, like this, this is a very strong performance by Heroic, and I think Shopify, you know, they found themselves now 3 times in a row in this group stage. Like, they can't really find their footing after the laning phase, and they need to find a way to balance this out a little bit. I think there's a lot that this team can show that they weren't able to yet. They had a really strong tournament before this one, so there's still time. There's still time. We're literally halfway through the group stage, and it's been rough so far, but if there is a time to bounce back, it is now.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen teams do that very similar, like Yandex earlier this morning. Complete turnaround from them from the first day.
Yeah.
Shopify a little bit slower here, but this was Heroic firing on all cylinders. Like, this was like literally a perfect Heroic draft. Completely like comfort zone for them on all 5 roles, and they didn't really make any mistakes.
No, they played awesome, and you know, I think not a lot of players here, at least from the offlane, I can only think of Whisper really, that are going to threaten the flex on the Batrider. I think a lot of mid players are looking at this hero.
True.
I'm thinking of Kiyotaka or others, but you're going to have to think twice if you're going to open this hero for them.
Yeah, absolutely. This was super fun to watch, so let's go ahead and send it back to our panel to break down all the action.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I started off the cast by wondering what Seb knew about Whisper Batrider. Let me tell you, that game told me basically everything I needed to know. It means don't give it to him, especially, as Seb also mentioned at the beginning of that cast, for Tomato, who is so familiar with what Whisper is capable of, opting to get a 24th pick Phantom Lancer. Yes, on paper the Dispel seems appealing, but in execution fear, it seems like it's a much different story.
And fortunately, that was the case. Yeah, the cooldown on level 1 Doppelganger is extremely long, and even if you do manage to get it off, you just can reapply it. This matchup honestly has not changed a lot from back in the day. This was very similar before, because like the bane of all carries' existence when Bat offlane was a thing was just like finding the right hero to play against. It's always been Batrider, it's been Enigma. These 2 heroes, like, your hero pool is incredibly small. I don't blame him going for the PL here because the options were quite limited, but this just did not work out. Unfortunately, Tomato was an absolute liability in this game.
Yeah, that's a very good way of putting it, honestly, because like, what was he, 0-4 by the end of laning stage?
Yeah.
That is just genuinely like unacceptable level of deaths from a carry player on this patch. Like, he was half the net worth of Whisperer. Yep. And you are last picking a hero to counter the Batrider. Like, it's just a blunder. And I think they're gonna go back to the draft and like, this is what they're gonna say. Like, the PL was just a bad pick. Because it's not, I mean, you guys have gotten a lot more PLs than us on the B stream.
Yeah.
But our attitude on it was, in the perfect game, it's pickable now. But
well, Brian was sitting there for most of them, and he has a much different opinion on PL of everyone else.
So I know he thinks it's.
I think he thinks the hero is very strong with the right build in nearly most games. Currently, so far from what I've seen, PL has looked good and almost a perfect game. Because like the itemization has to be like on point in these games where it's very hard to play. But this wasn't even about an itemization problem. This is just a straight up laning problem. He couldn't get to, like, sure, maybe he has some items here, but if you're 2-10, by the time you get your items, your base is already dead. If this game went on 30 more minutes, maybe this PL would have came online, but
You're totally right though about the idea that like the matchup really hasn't changed, and in the past, people would pick PL against Batrider, and Batrider would win. Like, Bat actually wins that lane. And before, you would do it by just maxing Firefly. Like, that was a good ability. But now you are playing around the Q, you know, going for the facet that lets you level that to level 5. So he's going to max that, and it's just, you just still run him down under the tower. You still do a bunch of AoE damage to all of the illusions. PL is still a really weak laner through levels like 1 to 5. So I think it's just a blunder in the draft. It was absolutely exposed by a team that has a very good offlane Batrider player. I also think that, Batrider was the most contested hero in Wallachia.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that. There were always the threats to flex it to different core positions. That's another reason that you should not let this hero through, because as a 4, it's worth banning.
Yeah.
Surely when you have somebody that has a performance like that, it's definitely worth banning on a core role.
It does dictate a lot of the focus of our draft analysis, but some other things that Shopify thought that they had up their sleeve. We got to see the Axe/Shrek combo, which had brought them a lot of success at Fissure Universe. Is it worth looking at it, or it's just irrelevant because the Phantom Lancer dictated so much of how Shopify's performance went?
Yeah, it's kind of irrelevant.
I was going to say, okay,
I was
letting him finish.
I think just like this game really is just Whisper getting way too farmed. And on top of that,
look at the network difference. It's crazy.
I mean, yeah, if this happens, it's not going to work. You look at Axe. He's doing fine in the lane. Like, he's counterpicked as well. He's not designed to win versus Monkey King Jhin. He will at some point be designed to deal with them and do what Axe does, jump him with Blade Mill and get some kills on him. However, it's just, what are you supposed to do in this particular game when you have this incredibly farmed Batrider and you have a position 1 who just cannot join these fights? It's just not possible. So this game just snowballed out of control, and if you look at Heroic's lineup as well, Monkey wants to fight, Ember wants to fight, Bat wants to fight. So they're essentially 4 versus 5 in this game, and that's just the downside if you pick a really hard carry like these Medusas and PLs that offer absolutely nothing for the first 15-20 minutes if they lose their lane.
I mean, you also on the Heroic have 3 Dota plus level 30 cores.
They're comfortable.
Picking like their best heroes. As a carry, Monkey King has not seen a huge amount of success in the previous few tournaments.
Yeah, I'm still skeptical on that hero too.
I'm definitely skeptical because I don't think it wins lane like it used to. We did see Divide Llama was actually doing fine coming out of the laning stage. But I think if you play it like Yuma, where you're running around and you're actually doing stuff, and having an Ember mid definitely helps. Having a Batrider that's absolutely decimating the game, that helps.
Sure.
But like basically using the fact that your other cores are snowballing to also snowball yourself and get some net worth yourself. I mean, the hero can still jump around the map and like be active as a carry. It's just you have less levels to do it. You can't do it as early as a mid, which I think is very valuable from a mid. But if you have other heroes that are snowballing, you want to show up to stuff. So I think Yuma played this as well as you could.
Of course. I think the one big issue Monkey has compared to most heroes is, yeah, you look good if you're winning the game. But if you're ever in a position where you're behind, you're losing, this is where this hero looks really bad. So an ideal situation for Monkey King this game, you're ahead in the game, you can keep playing forward on the map instead of going backwards, and then it looks good.
Yeah, if you're behind, then your Primal Spring is basically like a useless ability.
Yeah,
enemies are going to have vision everywhere, and so you're a carry who's missing one of your most valuable spells. But whenever you have a Batrider hard carrying everything, well, then all your concerns are lifted. Shopify, though, they have more concerns than ever before because now they have lost 3 games straight here at Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup. Hopefully, they can turn it around, or if not, Heroic may manage to get themselves a 2-0, but we'll find that out after the break.
One hand.
Yeah, sure.
Are you lost already?
No, he's doing great. Welcome everyone, I'm Seb here with KJ and Analog from Heroic, and we're about to play the mini games World Cup. All of us know these games very well, I think, right? Right guys? Good. We'll start with Bat Racer. So have you guys played this before? Or is this the first time?
First time.
What is even going on? You're Batrider?
It's like the
No, we're not Batrider.
floppy game from the smartphones. Do you remember this game?
Oh yeah, I do now. Wait,
Yeah.
so you're the Skyrath, so you're not the Bat.
Yeah,
you need
I'm
to
this
dodge
guy.
all the... Okay. So who's the biggest tryhard between you both?
In Dota or in video games?
In general.
Are you lost already?
No, he's doing great.
He's already at the end. You still didn't finish.
Oh my god, man, I'm slow.
How long are we gonna be stuck here?
So guys, let's talk about the other thing while you do that, okay?
Yeah, how's life?
Life, it's been like some Dota grind. Okay, lost. I got to 14k.
14k, that's pretty good.
22.
22k? Awesome, that's right.
No way, no way.
Very impressive. No, he
No
got
way.
a lot of bonuses. We're now gonna go into Zog's lair. So this one looks more technical than the other one.
Kinda easy for now.
So KJ is at 4 lives. You're at 3.
Yeah.
Oh, there's like a boss on the other screen. How hard is this compared to Dota?
Dota is easier for sure.
Dota is easier.
How do I die?
You have like infinite ammo or what? You're just shooting non-stop. Oh, we might be heading to a 1-1 actually.
I agree.
This one is so hard.
Yeah. KJ's score is like much higher somehow.
I'm dodging the
Oh, you're dodging.
the
He's
creeps
collecting them.
instead of killing.
Yeah, he's collecting. A large enemy is approaching.
Oh my god.
These minigames are pretty good, no? The timer, I guess, is how long you need to survive. So if you... Oh. Ah. We have a crash here. No, what happened? No, did you win?
I won.
What happened?
I don't know what happened, but I won.
I accept my defeat.
Okay, let's move to the next one, which is Spoon Man. We have a game, guys. We have a game. He's watching. He's watching what you're doing.
I keep watching. Yeah, I have my last life.
So you're left with 1 to kill, and he's left with an analog is left with 0. Looking good.
One hand, one hand.
One hand, yeah, sure. Nice flex. Nice flex. If you lose the last life but you went further, he can catch up. And if he catches up to you, then he wins.
I have 3 lives?
Oh, you have 0 each. Okay, now we might get a clear winner. Okay, whoever finishes...
I died. I think you won.
You did? Alright.
It's fine, I finished anyway.
Alright guys, we have a clear winner. It's Analog, so congratulations. It was a well-fought match, honestly. It was super hype. I'm still shaking from what I've seen. So much skill, so much anticipation. It was great, guys.
I'm sweating.
Thank you for watching, guys, and hopefully we'll watch a better game which is called Dota, and it will be much more exciting.
It's game time, friends, for Shopify Rebellion versus Heroic. Where Shopify Rebellion... No. Just no, man.
No what?
No on their 24th pick.
What do they know?
specifically.
What do they know that we don't know?
Not KNOW.
Oh.
ANO.
Oh, no, I see. Yeah, okay.
No on their 24th pick specifically, because Fear, we saw a 24th pick Puck yesterday. And on paper, I was like, okay, well, Puck's has no counters, no stuns, also no purpose. It did not seem like it had much of a contribution to the grand scheme of Shopify Rebellion's entire draft. Individually, a strong pick, but in the context of the whole team, not so much. Here, Phantom Lancer. In the context of I need an anti-Batrider hero, That was the theory. It also didn't work there, but that was the justification. And then also in the context of the whole game, you can't have a carry player that's not participating with your Amber Spirit for that long, or your Storm Spirit for that long.
Yes, but I don't think it should have went that poorly.
Okay.
In a perfect world. Maybe it wasn't the best pick, but I think maybe 4 kills on lane, 5 kills on lane is a bit excessive. I don't think that was in Bulba's playbook.
Sure.
So how do you fix that? You know what I mean? That's kind of just an outplay at the end of the day. So yeah, they have had some issues with their drafting. Their draft looked okay until that peel pick. However, that peel pick could have worked. We discussed the other options, like whatever, Lifestealer, Weaver. Would have they have won that game with those heroes? Probably not. So just ban the bat. I don't think you have a good answer to this unless you're going to just first pick some Abaddon.
I do think those heroes are better at laning, is the one thing. If that's where you're worried about the struggle,
yes.
Like, because I do think there's an element of, like, people are not used to playing against Batrider off lane right now, especially Whisper Batrider, like a guy who's played so many games of it. So
then ban it.
It's either ban it or counter it harder where he's going to, like, cheese you. And because if outside of the lane, he's just like normal bat, you know? But I feel like in the lane, like you said, Enigma and Batrider are like the 2 heroes that are the bane of every carry player's existence.
Used to be Timbersaw too.
Timber was up there, but now he's kind of like a normal, like, nuking
He's a normal
hero.
dude now, yeah.
Yeah, he's a normal dude.
He is definitely.
But Bat, when played by a specialist like Whisper in the lane, is definitely that kind of hero that just cheeses you and snowballs the whole game. Okay. So it's worth banning. I completely agree. I mean, I think even if you don't have Whisper, there's a reason this hero is being banned in every single game.
But they ban it because they don't have first pick. But they ban it. Heroic bans out the Batrider and the Naga Siren, Shopify Rebellion, and they take out the Beastmaster and the Templar Assassin. So that's one step in the right direction.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm a little surprised. Like, Bat barely gets through.
Yeah.
And it even gets through less when you ban Abaddon yourself, right? It's like kind of like a hard tell, like, we're going to take Abaddon. Okay. The other team has to ban Bat because you're not going to get Abaddon. Oh, doesn't really matter. We're not going to see it this game. It happens. I think Shopify, they're in a little bit of trouble here, obviously, being down 0-3 so far in the tournament. It's time to bring out the big guns here. And I think this is a good start.
I think the response you're thinking about now is Axe. A lot of teams, though, when there's a clear 1-to-1 counter, they'll just pick Shadow Shaman in this position. That's also an option. Just like a generically good hero if you feel like there are other answers to SF later. But if you want to go, like, you know, make SF feel like it's a really bad carry this game, then I think Axe is...
Okay, welcome to the B stream. So I'm very curious on how you guys on the A stream have been talking about the Shadow Fiend hero. What is your read?
Broken.
Broken?
Really strong.
Explain why.
Because you can run it mid and it can play a completely different play style to the carry SF. We've seen... Oh, Queen of Pain was in the pool.
Yeah.
We've seen a plethora of, like, melee heroes that will play with SF in the safe lane.
Okay.
In general. So I think there's, like, decent
similar read
combos with
then,
it.
yeah.
Yes, we were influenced by Kiyotaka's performance yesterday because he picked Shadow Fiend 2 games in a row. It was against Chira Jr.'s Monkey King. Also made it look fantastic.
Yeah.
So we're pretty sold on SF.
My opinion personally on SF right now is that it's better mid than carry. That's my personal opinion. Because I feel like there's lots of carries that can do what Shadow Fiend can do in the safe lane, which is just farm, get items, whatever. Where nothing can do what Shadow Fiend can do in the mid lane, but Shadow Fiend.
Just insta-kill.
Yeah,
one
like
guy.
the scaling and everything it does. It has, like, disable, insane damage, it heals.
Okay.
Minus armor to help your team. You're an aura hero too, for whatever reason.
So this is actually the response that we've seen to it as well.
Okay.
Which is double blade mail buyer.
Yeah, for sure.
In particular, Queen of Pain has been the response to SF, and I think a big reason for it is because you can follow SF to whatever lane. If he's mid, you can run Quap mid. If he's safe lane, you can run Quap off lane.
Yeah.
And Quap +1 with a dagger on SF, he will die.
For sure, yeah.
Like, if you're just laning fair and square, you know, and letting, like, SF raise you and stuff, like, sure, SF will win, right? But when you're playing to lane against SF, you're not trading with him, you're killing him. Yeah. And Quap is one of the best heroes at doing that. And then the double blade mail for the game, it's really hard to Requiem either of these two heroes. It makes mid
you
SF
need to,
look
like,
worse.
a BKB, right? Which is so much farm. You have to just decide, or it's going to delay your ags. Like, the best games for SF is where you can kind of skip BKB and just go ags, or blade mail make that hard. But let's talk about some unique picks after that. Shopify Rebellion, they decided back is against the wall. Time to bring out the Lion and the Ogre. I mean, we saw Solo play the Ogre recently, and that last series where Solo was Ogre, it made a lot of sense because he had like a Marcy and they had like some global and his job was just kind of run in.
The Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, so this Ogre to me is just like, okay, it's in the game. You have a line, Shadow Shaman's not banned, like, okay.
What else
have you ever
got?
seen, so here's the thing, have you ever seen a line finger a Queen of Pain with Blade Mill on?
Yes.
Yeah, you heal on
You
Quap.
heal, yeah, you heal.
you don't take damage. Oh, man. So, waiting to see that one. That one's pretty funny.
We, on the Prestigious A stream, of course, have seen P-Vision.
Streams are equal, actually.
They're equal. We have seen P-Vision run offlane Ogre.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he was the DM was the most farmed guy in the game.
Okay.
Outside of laning stage, like he was.
I could see Divine Llama doing it.
He was fat, and he went for Midas Crimson Pipe. This was his build, and you know, against Queen of Pain.
He's just like an Aura bot.
He's an Aura bot, yeah.
Okay.
But a Midas Aura bot. Exciting.
Of course.
It's exciting. So we could see that. I feel like it's pretty good against like the magic damage that's and sustained damage coming out of Quap and Kunkka.
It will need to be some heroes that rotate to help SF, though, because Shopify Rebellion, they tried to protect it by banning out the Tusk and the Marcy, but Heroic could get their hands on at Chen.
Chen looked pretty good last game. It did secure the lane, which is what Chen is very good at. I think whenever I was watching Gaimin Gladiators recently, and when they looked the best, they ran like this POS 5 combo with POS 3, where both of them buy auras. And I think they kind of have this right here, right? With this Kunkka plus the Chen, if they do want to go that route. And they're just going to leave Schofield's hero for overall last pick. Unless he's been pubbing some...
Monkey King or Quap?
Oh, Monkey King, Quap, or even Kunkka,
That would be hype.
It is the era for surprise cheese picks like that. It is back. I mean, Nine Class was playing Quap 4 for a little while there.
Practicing it.
Practicing, yeah.
But have we seen it this tournament?
I don't
have you
think.
seen it?
No, I don't think he's whipped it out.
Maybe it didn't pass the quality test.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, with 9 class.
That's shocking.
That is shocking.
The bar is pretty low.
It's
for
a
he's
low
like,
bar.
This is viable, I guess.
Fudge is fun. I guess it's good. No, you're confusing emotions, sir.
All right, Shopify, you may have to reveal where this Ogre is going. Granted, I'm still...
Or Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, that's true, or Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, they got to reveal at least something. Or they can pick something open-ended as well. Every time I say they got to reveal something, it's like, oh, they picked something that's also flexible here.
This one seems a little bit more difficult, though, because Ogre...
We'll see, Tsunami. We will
flex is
see.
narrow, but yeah, we'll see.
The only thing that isn't flexible as of now would be Lion.
What are you talking about? Battle Fury plus Fist of Death?
Yes, I have seen it. I wish I didn't, but fortunately I have.
And yeah, Heroic also go back for Monkey King as well to close out their phase 2.
And we saw just recently with Chira Jr., right? He says this matchup, if it is mid, is 50-50.
MK versus SF.
Yeah, but he says it's a skill matchup. But from what we've seen from Chira Jr., he seems to be outskilling kids. So.
Pretty high skill.
Well, maybe he's giving that one a little more credit because he's confident in it.
It is really hard to theorize a good pick here against the 3 cores.
Damn it.
There you go.
Fear you were right. I don't have any more clarifications on which hero's going where.
Oh no, there's no way they could have done this. It was impossible.
It could be a safe lane Doom, it could be an off lane Doom, it could be a support Ogre, it could be an off lane Ogre, it could be a mid SF, it could be a carry SF.
It's an interesting pick though. I mean, it does shut down some of the heal potential, I suppose. Like Queen of Pain can't heal from your innate ability anymore. Slash Facet.
Kunkka's also a good Doom target.
Yeah, Kunkka, I mean, Chen can't heal anymore. Monkey can't heal anymore, so it does shut down that aspect. I think more than likely this Doom will probably want to be playing on the carry role. And then we still are open with the Ogre. I think Shadow Fiend mid looks good against no matter what they put mid.
I was trying to think of a hero that for Shopify's draft that is like just instant, like no matter which core they're laning against, they're gonna have a good time. But like if you were to Quap versus Doom, I feel like Quap is gonna have a very good time there, right? Like Doom will probably farm, but there's no like gotcha pick that they could have taken. So I feel like picking a generically good carry, like maybe even the best carry of the patch, Doom. Like at least of this tournament, I should say.
I mean, I'm hoping
so
Shopify isn't like closed-minded and they're like, we picked SF, let's pick Ogre. That's a good lane, and just commit to that lane without thinking more about it. That's if they do that, then it is what it is, I suppose. Because I don't know if they're thinking about the Ogre off lane, which I don't even know if that's good or not. You've seen it. P-Vision did pick it, which is great. They're a good team.
I just feel
I don't know how much you can copy them though.
I just feel like a lot of offlaners are looking at DM right now for like inspiration on like how to play. He has like the best idea of how to play offlane. Granted, he has 9 classes of support, but I think that's the lane people are looking at, and so I want to give Shopify the credit that like they wanted to take the Ogre.
All right, and I think they're just gonna do standard lanes. I think the Ogre just was the catalyst here for Shadow Fiend to have a good lane.
Okay, well, I mean, you can just Monkey King mid versus Ember. Isn't that...
Yep.
Kunkka carry, Quap offlane, well...
Yep.
That's quite the pick.
I would rather Quap play safe lane, I think.
Quap safe lane, Kunkka off. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sure, Quap 1v1 versus SF is fine, but versus Ogre SF, you might get pressured a little bit.
But they do have the 4 pick right now, so they can pick like, I don't know, Clockwork.
I mean, it's banned.
Oh, it's banned, okay.
Yeah,
Tusk is banned, Marcy's banned.
There's a lot of premier position 4s that are out.
Whoa.
And so Schofield's going to take up the reins of one of these heroes. He's decided.
Okay.
Which is cool.
I'm down for it.
It's not going to be Monkey King.
I mean, yeah.
Is it a Quap 4?
This is such a good Lycan game. Oh my goodness. None of these heroes deal with them. I mean, Devi Llama's going to have to go like some Crimson Guard.
It is actually a Schofield Quap. He watched 9 class.
Yeah, he's doing it. I mean, the lane itself is... At some point, it's going to get out of control, I think. Like, they don't have a single hero that can deal with Whisper. This last pick was great, and this is how you use flex picks very well. It's just more of like, can Schofield not just feed, I suppose, on this hero? Has he practiced it? Can he make it look decent enough where the Lycan can get a laning stage? Because I think that's going to be really important.
Does he have to do that much? I mean...
Not feed, yeah.
Yes. And the intimidating
Hopefully
Shopify Rebellion lane
Masochist? Is he going to change that?
Into bondage? Yeah, currently he has the Masochist facet on Queen of Pain.
That's very interesting.
He'll change it last second, surely, guys.
Yeah, let's operate under the assumption that he is doing bondage.
Yeah, he did change it. Yeah.
Okay. So the SF Ogre lane is the one lane that you were confident on for Shopify Fear.
Yeah.
Now that it's a 4-position Quap and an off-lane Lycan, still confident?
I mean, yeah, they're going to win the lane, but I don't think it matters. That's the problem. Lycan doesn't have to win his lane. He just has to get his farm, and he's going to destroy this game. This Lion, this Ogre, everyone can't really deal with him. And that's not even the only problem here. You also have Monkey King versus Ember mid. We didn't even talk about that. That's a destruction matchup too.
Yeah. That's a last pick Ember gets monkeyed. Like that's
You've got a Kunkka safe lane. Like this lineup looks really hard for Shopify to like. Maybe the lanes will be well, but if things start going poorly, it'll go poorly very quickly on the back of this Whisper Lycan. It is unaddressed.
Yeah, this has got to be like a classic NA Dota game where they just win the lanes and then snowball off of those, because there's potential. Like Lycan doesn't like to play into getting, triple raised by SF. He will lose the lane, but there is always the option to just go jungle. I think Quap honestly probably does fine against Ogre. If you can get to level 2 Shadow Strike, I feel like Ogre and Quap will just trade.
We'll find out, I guess. I don't know. I have Schofield playing Quap is something nobody has ever seen. Maybe not even himself.
Smile on
so
his
we'll
face.
see.
That was actually one of the most animated I've ever seen Whisper and Schofield on the camps.
Can you play Quap?
Whisper was just like gesturing. I was like, oh, here's what you're gonna do. It doesn't matter because I'm gonna win the game. You're Quap. Don't know how that's gonna go, but we'll find out the hard way. Or maybe it'll be the easy way. Let's find out. It's time for game number 2 with Cryptic and Seb.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're trying real hard not to laugh over here while you're going over all that, so thank you very much, Tsunami. Yeah, this is another last pick Lycan. We've seen this once before in this tournament, and it went very well for the Lycan team. This kind of feels like another one of those games where Fear said it best. He doesn't have to win the lane. He's going to become late game Lycan.
Yeah, but what people don't know, and I had an insider information, which is why I was able to predict the Quap position 4, is that Quap is a hero that Schofield plays a lot, actually. He doesn't play it on support, but he plays it on core. It's his go-to, I have to play mid. And it is he's really
That's
high
really
MMR.
funny.
So there are lots of pub games where he's just forced to go mid because he's like the highest MMR by far. And he just first picks Quap, and he does really well on the hero. So this is a hero he's not unfamiliar with whatsoever. Obviously, he's also a very experienced position 4 player.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that he's gonna figure out a way to impact the lane well enough so that Whisper doesn't Doesn't blame the picks, you know.
Nice use of the smoke on the jungle creep there to know that Shopify is coming, and they just back away. There's 3 hero rotations, not going to connect. They'll get the bounty rune, but Analog will secure the one in mid using Boundless Strike. Body blocks coming in from the Wolf as well. That's a lot of extra damage into Yopaj.
So we have a lot of like player to hero, like hero to players combinations that I really like.
Yeah.
Timado SF I think is one of his best heroes. Not only like just mechanically, but also because he is one of the few carry players. Like one of his strengths as a carry player is how smart he is. I think about like macro and factoring everything into the game, like not just his own matchup. And SF is a hero that if you're gonna play SF position 1, your team is gonna have to play around you. And I think Timado excels at that. It's very different from what we've seen game 1, so I'm pretty happy to see that transition from Shopify.
Yeah, I really like the safe lane here as well. Like Yuma on Kunkka is, it's definitely something he's very comfortable playing, but Kunkka also is such a dominant lane hero. Divine Llama should do okay on this Doom. Like they don't really have a lot of kill threat against him, but Infernal Blade and Scorched Earth will, you know, kind of keep the Kunkka in check. I just don't know what the Lion's going to be able to get done.
Yeah,
so maybe we'll be seeing him rotate to maybe salvage the mid matchup. I don't know. What do you think?
He has to help his Doom, but it's a really rough lane for Lion. I think this lane is not fun for him. As you mentioned, like the Doom is going to do okay with levels. Lion needs to help him for that. But Lion is just going to suffer. This is one of the lanes where you go there as a +4 and you know that all you're going to do is just spam tangles and regen basically.
Oh, that hurts.
Yeah.
I mean, they used their level 2 on the Kunkka really well to set up a lot of damage onto Divine Llama there, and he's going to be sitting back in this lane. You also have the mana advantage thanks to the Satyr, right? So Lion's like not even getting to cast spells, getting a little bit of taste of his own medicine, you know?
Yeah. And, you know, we're looking at the mid lane now. These are 2 players that are very comfortable on both Yopaj and Ember and Analog on the Monkey King, as we mentioned. This is a pretty common matchup, I want to say, especially these days, the Monkey versus Ember. It's heavily Monkey favored. But if I trust, you know, one player to make it work, it's got to be Yopaj and the Ember.
Yeah, I feel like you're you know, levels 1 and like first 2 waves, you know, it's not too bad, but the second Monkey King like gets like an early boots or like an Orb of Frost or something, suddenly you just don't get to play the lane.
Yeah, it becomes really rough. But you know, luckily Ember now has like ways to play. He can also decide to max the shield, like farm some jungle camps. He's gonna have some, you know, comeback mechanism that he maybe did not have a few patches ago, where it was all about the chains and, you know, the sleight of fist and getting the levels. You can fall back to the jungle on Ember, kind of like older style of play.
And as expected, they're just not going to play into the Tomato lane, right? Like they're just completely dodging this one out. Skem's going to try and get an Ignite here, body block Whisper, but he's getting a nice block here as well onto the Shadow Fiend, and they will just try and turn this around with the damage from Schofield with Tomato. Maybe have come too far forward, and Whisper gets the first blood. Down to 10 HP, and he will survive. Skem does not have the damage left to find the kill. Shadow Strike from Schofield to make some space. He's still got Fairy Fire Stick and a Salve, so he's perfectly fine to walk away. Meanwhile, Hellscream here in the bottom lane, he's going to be able to try and contest here. Blood Grenade thrown. They really want to get this Lotus, but Yuma might get forced out as Divine Llama is very strong. KJ sticks around. He gets the kill now onto the Lion. Yuma's going to come back. All 3 of these heroes just no HP. They're just taunting him back and forth. You gotta make up your mind, Divine Llama. Who are you gonna go for? It looks like KJ with a Fairy Fire baits him out. He gets a double kill on the Chen.
Oh my god, this is the most excited I've gotten about like this randomly like 3 heroes right-clicking each other for like 3 minutes. That was crazy. What am I watching?
3 heroes enter the arena. Yuma dies there. He did have Lotus. Honestly, I think it's an intentional death. Like that's one of those things where he's like, well, you know, who cares?
100%.
Right?
And you know, I mean, this sequence lasted for so long. We didn't. I want to mention like how much it hurts to have your SF die on that lane. Because like think about it, you have this Ember tanking a Monkey matchup. The bottom lane is also pretty rough for Dire. So really, the salvation comes from the top lane.
Yeah.
You don't want to see this SF die to the Lycan. This is definitely the lane where they have no business killing anybody on Radiant. The Lycan should just suffer over there.
Schofield has Blink, jumps in. He might die for this one, but he's setting up another kill for Whisper. Now this Ignite's going to do some damage, but I think he lives unless he can get a Fire Blast. Bottom lane, more damage being come out from KJ as he's got himself the Harpy. The lightning damage is so much.
Shopify cannot afford that to happen. Look at this Lycan net worth. Like, Like, he's actually top on the network. He is the most farmed core on the map.
No.
And we talked about how, first of all, he should have a really tough lane. And it is a really good Lycan game. You cannot afford that to happen, Shopify. You need to stop giving kills over to this Lycan.
I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, maybe he's familiar with the Lycan matchup. How many people are familiar with the 4-position co-op matchup? You know, that just throws such a question mark into how to play this lane. And I think Shopify are really struggling.
Honestly,
with doing
like,
that.
It is true, but at the same time, I can't, you know, I feel like Shopify is overplaying their hand at times.
Yeah.
Like, these are kills that they're not, and yeah, the bottom lane, I mean, the bottom lane is supposed to be that rough, honestly. It's a really good Chen lane. Kunkka also has a good matchup. Good trade kill for the Lion. Good
nice
to get the levels. But still, you know, I think, and top is going to get even rougher because it's nighttime. The Hall point has been, you know, acquired by the Lycan, so Lycan is a really like day and night kind of hero. Like it does matter a lot. We don't necessarily think about that intuitively. We think of the Slarks and the Night Stalker. Lycan is one of them.
He excels so much at nighttime for all of your lanes. And
exactly.
Bottom lane, we're going to see them get aggressive here onto Yuma. The chain stuns are out. It's a lot of damage being chipped into him. They don't have the kill threat, but what we're really starting to see also is the difference in the mid matchup. Like now the Monkey King has completely shoved out this Ember Spirit. He cannot be here until he gets his level 6.
Yeah,
so he is forced to jungle.
What's really scary about this is that the Monkey gets level 6 and he has full freedom. So he's most likely going to look to contest the enemy wisdom. This is something that Analog does on Monkeys almost systematically. Wukong being one of the best spells in the game. Obviously nobody wants to run into a Wukong minute 7 and have to stand there for 5 seconds. So this might hurt Shopify a lot. Yeah.
This tower's dead. Like they have a catapult, like Chen creeps, like.
And he's already angling to the bottom side. Wooly. Yep.
Invis rune, yep. They are going to get the Kunkka here most likely. He's pretty dang low. He doesn't really have too much. It's just the phase boots. Does the Violama close the gap? The Scorched Earth just expires. Oh my goodness.
He's on the wisdom with the Invis rune, so this is going to hurt a lot. I don't think they can stop it, honestly. Who's going to help?
He can kill both of them in
Yeah,
Wukong's.
he can. And the Ember doesn't want to come there. He TP'd mid, so he can't help.
He's like, what is this tree doing? Oh no, it's right. He's Invis. Okay, I forget this. Never mind. There's your Wukong.
Surprise.
Okay, that's not fair, Analog.
I wanted XP, and what I get is death.
I was like, man, he just sees this tree standing in the center, but yeah, Invis.
No,
Oh my gosh,
Invis.
what is that?
So now double wisdom on the heroic side, so it's gonna hurt Shopify even further.
He's just gonna dive to Violama? The blood grenade? Is it enough damage? He's gonna get the body blocks
Nice
here.
body block.
Boundless Strike should do it. Oh my goodness, he thought for sure, like, if it's just the Monkey King, he can't die, but...
Heroic is flexing this year. I feel like they're playing really well, but they're just all playing their position like by a lot.
Top lane Whisper will be forced to ult as Skem and Tomato try to make a play here.
Thinking about turning.
Yeah, you saw that, right?
That is confidence.
He's got his Helm Dom, so gonna find what creeps he can.
And Lion TP top, he's trying to find like somewhere to pressure. And Doom's gonna get Doven again. Like, he has to be really careful.
Monkey King is still here. He's stuck around, so...
Okay. He's gonna respect the presence. The Monkey King hasn't shown in the mid lane, and Quap has been taking the XP, so a little bit, you know, foreseeable. Good awareness by the Violama.
How do you feel about the... So, okay, so this Queen of Pain support, it's definitely not something we see all that often, but...
I mean, sorry to interrupt, but Queen of Pain support, he's level 5 and Doom is level 4.
Yeah.
I see a Doom support on my screen, if anything. You know, but, yeah,
That's
what were you gonna
valid
say?
point. I was gonna say, with it being like, I guess, you know, support Quap in quotations, but... He's going to max out the Scream of Pain, so he's farming and like playing for burst damage. He's not going to be playing around like Dagger.
No, it's cool. I mean, I think he could like think of like shoving waves also eventually this game. You know, he's going to go Arcanes, you max the Scream. You get utility items at the end of the day. Sonic Wave is a really cool teamfight tool, like from a support perspective also. And it's not because you're core that the Sonic is more effective. So, you know, he's going to think about getting Greaves, Glimmer Cape, Force Staff is amazing this game. There's like a lot of items you can get. As long as you're able to collect farm on your hero, like my point is that if your spells are not going to be why you're a good support, then it can be through items. Therefore, you should think about how do I collect the farm to buy the items that are going to allow me to impact the game.
All right. And they managed to get the bottom tier 1 tower in this process. I mean, this is all off of this Monkey King, just continue to play aggressive, top lane. It's going to eventually go down to the Lycan, right? Like, you're going to have to respond elsewhere on the map, and then Lycan's just going to take your tower.
Yeah, and this is, like, I mean, Tomato is, like, committing to holding top, and I like that. I mean, he went Falcon Blade, he has a point in ulti. Like, he's not going full greed. Yeah, we've seen some SFs go Mask of Madness right away, just go to the jungle. He wants like to bring attention to him because he's the only hero that they can play around, honestly. Amber is very shut down from the matchup. Doom is nowhere to be found. So, but Shopify need to react, you know, they can't afford a mistake because that is like really the only thing they have going for them.
Dude, just a single Howl on the Wolves took like half his HP.
Yeah, but he is the strongest hero on the map, so
yeah,
fighting around him makes a lot of sense. And this is why he's running with the Ogre to the top rune. I really like that from him.
Unfortunately for them, it's a haste rune that spawns bottom, and Analog's going to use this to try and rejoin his team here.
SF is there, so they gotta go. They gotta run.
Yeah, they gotta back away.
Everything they can get matters right now. Like this kill on Yopaj is everything. He had a reader off lane. He will take everything he can right now. So good on Timado to, you know, there's been a couple mistakes top lane. Let's not linger on them. I like what he's doing right now. I like the item build. I like the fact that he's defending top. He's running for runes. He's just you know, allowing his team to have a game.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job of trying to play active now. This being said, Sonic Wave is up on your support. Queen of Pain Tomato forced to drop the Requiem here to survive, and Whisper he's going to chase. There's even Yuma coming through the Twin Gate here to guarantee the Shadow Fiend's death.
Really sad timing for him, unfortunately. He had no TP. The TP was flying as he was getting gone on.
Oh, man.
Because, you know, the classic Requiem into TP out, it could have worked this time, but the TP was just like literally 1 second late, so tough life for Timado.
Yeah, good rotations from Heroic, like making sure to put those to good use. Bottom lane, Divine Llama, I was going to say, I think he thought that Devour was going to be the Doom animation, so he immediately voted.
Oh, okay, interesting. I didn't see the beginning of that. It looked just weird.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
makes sense.
He panicked. He's going to get punished for this potentially.
Good read, though. They smoked for him, but he knows. Or does he?
It's going to be close. Yopaj, the smoke's going to pop. He should get the chains pretty easily. Hell Scream and Scam.
Nah, he's gonna
very close by. Yeah, this one's not going to survive.
Whoop.
Ooh,
Never mind.
If the Croaker gets the kill, man, that would have been devastation.
I think they wanted to give Yopaj the kill, of course. You want to give him everything you can at this point, but Lion was like, I'm not taking any chance on this one. It's mine.
All right. I mean, in general, much better start from Shopify in this game. Like they're a little bit down, you know, 2K as well as all three of their tier 1 towers, but that also kind of means if you factor in that tower gold, it's pretty even.
Yeah. Good comeback by Yopaj, especially. I think like he had the toughest lane of them all, like just through the matchup. And yeah, his net worth is looking good. He's actually dead even with the monkey.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
It's a good Ember game when you think about it. Like they have no stuns whatsoever besides the bondless strike. So this guy can really shine if he gets enough items. He's gonna have a Lycan issue in the sense that Lycan's unstoppable and he's not gonna put a stop to what Lycan does, but eventually if he gets to the, you know, 2-3 items on the Ember, he's gonna become a menace.
Do you think we see like an Orchid attempt coming out from like the Kunkka or the Monkey King this game?
I think the Lycan could consider it after down 2. Like it's not a bad item on Lycan, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's also something Whisper just also likes to build on a lot of his heroes.
Yeah, he does it on Darkseer. Like he's all very open-minded to, you know, problem solving when he plays versus Spirits typically. So I wouldn't be surprised if he looks at it after the Dom 2.
All right.
Right now he has 2 Dom 2s queued up, which obviously is him trolling. He's not gonna buy Dom 2 twice. You know,
could
feel safe. He could, but I think he's not going to. You know, I've played with him, but yeah, no. I think we'll see what he goes next.
Yeah. Kunkka working towards his Radiance, of course. This has been pretty much just the standard carry build for Kunkka. So nothing like too kind of out of the ordinary there.
And you know, I'm thinking way ahead right now. We might not get that to that stage, but if the Lycan decides to go for Nag items later, Kunkka is actually a pretty cool target.
It is.
The hero really likes mobility. It's what he, you know, but he has a lot of damage and the cleave is crazy. So biting the Kunkka sounds really cool later in the game.
I mean, we used to see like the Daedalus build, like going for the crit cleaves, right? And
but the level 25, like it sounds like a combo. I think we're onto something.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible Heroic was already onto something, but a big Sonic Wave kind of comes out, brings Yopaj very low. He gets the Remnant away. Lion will TP out as well. This is the lack of stuns you were talking about. They really don't have a way around this. Like, unless you get a Helm Dom creep with a stun.
Yeah. No, they rely entirely on the monkey right now, and once if the Orchid comes, that's going to help. You know, eventually some hexes, maybe centaurs from the Chen, but Doom on the Kunkka, is he gonna die? No, monkey's there.
Yeah, with the monkey help, there's gonna be the Diffusal coming out from Analog as well, so it's gonna do a lot of work. The Purge did actually potentially save his life there, and it's gonna do a lot of damage here. Back the other way to Analog. Yopaj caught from the X into the boat. Yuma, you're still low, so needs to be very careful. Hellscream.
5 seconds to the bondless strike. He could turn this if they chase too far.
Okay. I like the pickup of the Purge creep. I hadn't really thought about that, but
It's very
worked
good.
really well against Analog there.
Yeah, it
Found the
does.
strike, full heal now on the Monkey King, but Skem,
Oh.
Yopaj, Hellscream, they're all here. He's got the finger. He's
That's a
going to go
mistake.
for it. He's dead.
Yeah, no, that was way too much. Definitely a mistake by Analog. So he's gonna give up a kill on the Lion. Lion has picked up 3 kills now, so he's getting closer and closer to his Blink Dagger. He's actually halfway through it. Given the disastrous lane that he had, like he's probably feeling happy with this.
I love that he went Fist of Death. This is such a fun facet.
It is. I don't know how good it is. I mean, it's not bad, I guess. I think it was meant for like core Lion, which
Yeah,
we
right,
didn't
like
really
mid-lane.
get to see yet. But
Never really happened.
Yeah. They're trying to push the Lion into a core role.
So this build from Divine Llama actually made him pretty tanky, and I think they might have underestimated how tanky that Doom was.
Yeah.
Nice Hurricane there from KJ into the Croaker stun. Okay.
Yeah, nice micro.
This
wow.
guy's pretty good at
Okay,
Chen, I
not
think
bad,
you could
not
say.
Bad, not bad, not bad. Not bad at all. Yeah, I mean, the game is pretty even, honestly. We're gonna get into the, Lycan timing territory. Like, he has Dom 2, he's gonna buy the Shard next. So, that is also the hidden strength of Lycan that you only feel when you play against him. He pushes all the waves in constantly because the howl applies to creep waves at nighttime globally.
Yeah.
So naturally, everything pushes. The Vailama in trouble.
I mean, they're going to try and find this kill. He's still so tanky. Yuma will get the body block, plants a tree, but doesn't manage to do much with it.
He's fine.
And a nice attempt, though.
So I was saying that, every wave pushes naturally because of the hull, so your
Mhm.
creep waves obviously are just destroying the enemy creep waves. But now when you get the shard, that also accelerates all of that. Now the towers, they start, dying because you have Maim on the wolf that can, cripple the tower and slow the attack speed of it. Anyways, long way to say that Lycan is going to push 3 waves into Dire constantly, which is going to allow Radiant to find pickoffs. Typically the Monkey, the Lycan himself. So when you play versus Lycan, you feel like he's always in your face because of that.
Yeah. And it's one of the reasons we see a lot of people try to pick up the shard as close to that 15-minute mark as possible. And his is online, so they're going to take this, go straight Roshan. We saw them do this last game with the Chen, and now you have the Helm Dom creep from Whisper. It's not going to live very long.
Great timing, I mean, insane timing by Heroic. Like, they picked up the Radiance, the Crest, the Dom 2, everything is coming together. There's going to be the shard on the Monkey, that is also a really big timing, especially when you're ahead. Coop is working on an Atos. I think they're kind of fed up, of these Embers and Dooms that are just running away from them. I like the pickup a lot on the Coop.
Yeah, they definitely need some more control, and that will help a lot. Now, that being said, Shopify is pretty close in this game, right? You have your Shadow Fiend now at the top of the net worth. He is continuing to farm for Tomato. We have a Roshan running around the map. Love this.
Yeah, and honestly, I really think of Tomato, and SF has to be in his top 3.
Oh, very nice turnaround. That's your Atos, but at the very end of his life, he managed to get the Sonic Wave off, and that will help him kill Hellscream. So it's a 1-for-1 trade. Another Finger Death stack, though, and getting closer to that Blink Dagger for the Lion.
Yeah. Yopaj has caught up completely this game. He's level 13. He's doing really good. I don't know. He's going to get a game. They're going to have to face his Ember, which is a good news for Shopify. The Vailama is working on a Crimson. He's getting gone right now. Monkey's angling on him. The Ogre is here to help. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
It's like he's going to get the Bloodlust, pops the drums instead. Because of that, they will have to settle for Skem. So
poor supports, man. Skem's first reaction when he sees the Vailama getting gone on is I'm going to help. The Vailama sees the same thing. He's like, I'm out of here.
He's like, later, homie, I have pressed Purge. I have popped drums. I am out.
Being a core versus being a support in a nutshell. Yeah, good luck.
We're going to head back towards top as Tormentor will be up in about a minute and a half, so they want to be able to position well for this.
I mean, plus 250 on the Vailama. He got the Dom 2 kill, so that's the Crimson finished, which matters a lot when you play versus the Radiant lineup. I mean, besides the Quap and the Radiance, it's almost entirely physical damage, like in right clicks.
Yeah, that's true. All the summons, the Wukongs, all of it.
That plus the Requiem might be enough for them to kind of, buy themselves time against the Lycan and the Wukong in the first, the first sequence of the team fights.
Yopaj, he's here. Boundless Strike comes out. Atos to follow. Is it enough to find the kill? It's so close, but he manages to survive.
Just barely.
Atos, not enough. But they will turn around, settle for Hellscream here as he's got nowhere to go. Whisper with the shapeshift.
Yeah, a little bit awkward for Lion to find himself there. He probably thought that his stun was needed and was ready to commit his life to save the Ember. Turned out Ember was fine anyway, but what matters is for Yopaj to survive.
They're smoked up. Shopify wants to fight.
Okay.
They have Doom available. They're going to get the chains here. Divine Llama's going to come in with the Infernal Blade, the chain stuns, and now Shadow Fiend TPing in as well. I think you're just giving up this Lycan.
Yeah. Quick plays by Shopify. It's hard to read, honestly. Like, I was surprised myself. And I have nothing to do but watch what they're doing, so I can only imagine how surprising it was for Heroic. You know, you kill a guy, you see the Ember run back to base, you don't expect the smoke coming your way, but very good presence of mind by Shopify. It might give them the Tormentor if they want to, honestly. Like, the Lycan is dead, Lycan ulti is out. They're pretty close. But
yeah, quick pick off here onto Scam, just the Atos into the double Croaker. Yopaj needs to be careful. That slow makes his remnants not super potent. That being said, Tomato, Divine Llama both making the rotation. Big Sonic Wave keeps him in the Wukong. The stun out from the Centaur as well. Doing a lot, but they don't have the damage quite yet to finish off. Tomato's going to go for the Requiem, but the Torrent connects just in time. The boat to finish the job, and now Divine Llama chased back towards his tier 2 tower. Oh, man. That was such a sick combo.
Pop support, not so bad, huh?
It's looking pretty hot after that one.
It looked good. It looked amazing. That Sonic Wave was such a good setup for the Wukong. Timado never got to press the Requiem in all of this. He did perfect chain stun. There was even the Chen Centaur stun in all of that, so amazing micro by Heroic.
I mean, Hellscream's definitely dead here, and so he doesn't have his Blink Dagger quite yet. He'll get scouted. Thanks to the monkey. Oh my god.
He got the blink at least. He bought it.
Yeah. He did buy it out.
So it could be worse. But this is getting slowly out of control. I mean, this Kunkka's really fat now. He has a BKB, so he's going to be really hard to kill. And you know, the Doom has committed. Like, he wants these fights to go better. When you buy Crimson like this on Doombringer, like, you really want to get something out of it.
Schofield, the one rewarded with the shard. This gives him so much more farm potential as well. You were saying earlier, like, he can go ahead and just like cut waves, and now it's infinitely better.
Yeah. And in the team fights, it's gonna come really handy. Like, if he's able to like blink on the backline, maybe find the line, you know, Sonic him right after, it's a really good shard.
I mean, the Ember Spirit only got out off a sliver of HP. Imagine he gets that extra silence, right? He's dead, right? So
he is for sure. He hasn't died yet though, so maybe Yopaj can deal with that. They're setting up on him with the newly acquired chart.
Boundless Strike off the mark. There's your Atos. He does have Blade Mail, 2 chain targets as well.
In trouble.
They're both in trouble. Yeah, Yopaj just doing a lot of work here. Here's the Wukong's command. He needs to be able to get away. Blood Grenade even as well, changing the guard, giving him some space, but that was your Aegis, and they will just get away. Scam maybe not as lucky. Chen found on the top side of the map here, trying to just surge himself to safety, but not going to happen. 2 supports dead. I did hear the shapeshift though.
Yeah, just to get out, maybe try to save his creep, but even that is not going to work.
Yeah.
Lion gets it. That was the Lion blink reveal for the Chen, so, but you know, you take everything you get right now if you're Shopify. It's been tough so far.
I like this Force Staff on the Queen of Pain as well.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
It counters the lineup completely, honestly. Like, it's actually the best counter to Lion when you think about it. If you don't have a save to Blink Hex, like a Blink Hex into stun, Force Staff is your next best item.
I do like the Lycan build. He's changed it up. He had a Nullifier queued up for a while, and now he's going for the AC, going to the Nullifier after that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, the AC is very good against SF. There's no doubt about that. But does he need it? Does he need the Nullifier? Maybe he doesn't. I mean, he has a lot of damage from the Kunkka and the Quap, and I think what could have changed that is the fight top where we got the double Sonic Wave from Schofield, where they had Crimson and they died through it. So maybe Whisper was like, we don't even need that. They're dying anyway.
All right, mid lane tier 1 tower being chipped out here. Fortification does come out. Hellscream with a nice deep ward being placed. We'll scout KJ. But it looks like Heroic might just be giving this one up. They're just continuing to farm bottom here.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Interesting that the Lycan went for the left talent on level 10. I think it's... I usually like to see the armor reduction talent even more, like to just keep banking on that, but he decided to go for the wolf damage.
Huh.
Quite interesting. I wonder which one is picked the most, but yeah. But anyways, I mean, this game is going to be about Roche. When you see both lineups... Oh, they're going on the Chen again. This is a 2-man play.
This is very nice. Now, the question is, how long is it going to take you to actually find the kill? Because there is going to be an X, a boat. KJ doesn't even die!
God.
Oh no, Divine Llama's gonna try and chase him, but he's gonna go for the TP. Is it in time? It's not. Oh, yeah, it is. Actually, he lives. Okay,
he
they just get
lives.
Hellscream.
Yeah, they had get. He didn't want to doom the Chen, which I don't blame him. It's such an important spell at this point. But Chen is so tanky, it's absurd.
Yopaj needs to be careful here. Caught here by the inhibit from
One
that
more
defusal.
remnants.
Big Boundless Strike up onto the high ground. He just pops the BKB and Schofield. Atos out, gets the Manta to survive, but Yuma's got the X. There's the silence into the Torrent. It's not on the mark. Nice play there from Yopaj. There's the Doom though. Divine Llama into the stun as well. They're going to be able to get a nice kill here onto the Monkey King. The buyback, yeah, in from Skem. Yuma forced to BKB. He has no TP here. And they've managed to catch Queen of Pain as well. Finger of Death, the chain stun coming out from the Ogre, but he's going to be able to blink. You still lose Yuma though. 2 massive kills. Huge turnaround there from the Doom.
Yeah, that is massive. And the Roche is actually alive, so I don't know if they know about it, but if they knew, they could just take it. Really important kills for Shopify. This is going to give Timado like a much needed comeback. This SF is slowly but surely, you know, like taking a pivotal turn in this game, honestly. Like, he's actually really fat.
I mean, the Shadow Blade does work too. Like, once the Silver Edge is done, he's going to be really happy.
Yeah, I was trying to wonder, what did he go for? He went for the Shadow Blade, okay. He wants the silver, interesting. I mean, he just wants to, I don't think it's so much about the break than it is about just like, you know, killing people with the stunners that he has on his team.
Yeah. This is an item I really like on this hero. We don't see it as often, but it gives you, like you said, that little bit of extra damage, but also quite a bit of mobility.
Yeah.
And they don't have a lot of stuns, so...
I mean, damage, attack speed, mobility, they have so much catch. Like, when you think about it, we've seen this line and this Doom set up everywhere on the map. So having their SF ready to connect every time. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Silver Edge has a lower downtime than Shadow Blade. I think it's still the case. I'm going to check it, but that matters a lot.
That does sound correct. Hellscream. They're going to hear the Shapeshift come out. Need to start respecting the damage as the Sonic Wave takes down one. Whisper continuing to look for more as Yopaj. He's got no remnants left, but...
Regen rune going though, so...
Oh, that'll help.
It's about the Roche anyway, so that might mean that it is secured. There's no Doom. Do they think about it? No, the Vedam is just going for neutral creeps. They're going to let it go. Or are they? I don't know. They smoke. Never mind.
They're smoking. Yeah, they're going to come over. I mean, Yopaj just finished Aghanim Scepter, so he does have his remnants back, and he can get a lot done with these. He's going to jump right in, get a nice Searing Chains. BKB out from Yuma. Wukong's command is there. They've catched the Quap on the backside. Boundless Strike is out. The Aegis into Yuma. Oh, man, that hurts for Yopaj, and now Skem on the run. Tomato's going to come here. They actually have a sentry. They managed to see him, so no Requiem.
All right, good presence of mind by Heroic to not chase too far, honestly, because no Wukong, no boat. They were ready to turn. They had the Doom, they had the SF with the Requiem, so good discipline. It was a nice try by Yopaj. I don't think it was that necessary, because there could have been a fight to be taken even though they got the Aegis, because they used a lot to make sure they could secure it. But as soon as the Ember dies, yeah, you just have to disengage. But you know, I say that, and had he gotten the Aegis, then it would have probably totally different. So fair attempt, you know. You miss every shot you don't take.
All right, and with this Wisdom Rune, or Wisdom Shrine, that'll give Tomato his level 20 talent. Very big one, the extra damage per soul.
Yeah, and you see the effect of the Lycan Shard, right? Like he's just the top of the course on the Radiant side.
They're gonna go right on in Tomato, just 3-shotting this Queen of Pain. Does get a Sonic Wave out. The damage is down to 50 HP. Divine Llama chasing for Yuma. Chains are there.
They have Doom,
they
but
don't want to Doom the Aegis, yeah.
They don't want to. I think it's correct.
Does the Queen of Pain have Sister Shroud? I need to know.
No, poor man's shield. No, he just survived, actually.
Oh, wow. I thought he missed, but yeah, I guess not.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe the Radiance, actually. He probably missed with the Radiance. That's what it was. I was trying to figure out. I was like, I could have sworn I saw one, but...
Okay, so that saved him. Because honestly, he's supposed to die. This SF does so much damage.
Scan does connect. They're being scouted out here by the Lycan Wolves, and Divine Llama pops the Shivas, gets the blink out.
He's actually maxing Feast of Souls on SF. Interesting. He actually maxed it all the way. I guess it's normal when you play +1 and right-click.
Yeah, I think it's definitely more often you see it, because they did finally fix like the huge drawback of the ability, which is that you can gain the souls while you're activating it.
Yeah.
and then you don't like just go down -5 each time. So.
Oh, wait a minute. Timado might get jumped on here. He's getting pinged. They're a little bit far, so they're going to have to wait a little bit for the others to connect. But
they
this
saw
could be a
Hell
big
Scream,
fight.
right?
Yeah, this
Okay.
could be a big fight.
Again, going to try and scout here with the Lycan Wolves. Here
they're
they
gonna go
go. They're going to jump right in, force the silence. Tomato gets out with the Shadow Blade, but Whisper's trying to cut off the backside. Huge Boundless Strike. Catches two. Nullifier deletes the Lion, and Tomato stands no chance. Now, you did get the Doom here onto this Monkey King, and he's in a lot of trouble. I don't think he's going to survive, but... Oh, it's going to be real close.
Be so close.
He's going to live.
All right.
80 HP. He's out.
He's out. It's only a level 2 Doom, luckily for him. Doom is not level 18 yet. That hurts a lot. That really hurts a lot. I don't think you can afford to lose such a big fight at this point in the game. Yopaj was, he didn't want to fight. He was getting close to his shard. So he was not ready.
And they almost have 2 nullifiers now. Like, we saw the first one come out. We're about to see a second on the Monkey King.
Yeah.
So that's pretty rough.
It is. It is.
Maybe you don't need too much stun as long as you've got enough burst damage.
Yeah. No, it hurts, and they're gonna be lucky enough this time, but they can't afford another mistake like this, because when you play versus the Lycan with AC, like your whole base is going to melt, and he is going for the Ags after, which I'm really excited to see. Like, I want to see this Kunkka buying Daedalus, which he is, the Ags on the Lycan, and the Bite. I just have a feeling that it might be like much stronger than it's maybe given credit for, because when you think about it, Kunkka really lacks like exactly what the Lycan
It gives him everything.
Yeah. It's a really strong hero, but it always descales at some point because you're just not mobile, your stats are not great, you get kited, you're just like a boat and couple cleave bot, if I may. But the Lycan Ags might change everything.
Yeah, how do you play the game as either of the supports here with like a wolf fight, Kunkka running around?
I feel like I've seen Scam 4 maps now playing Arcane Boots versus Hunters, like he's just getting hunted by these 6 slaughter heroes, and he's his Arcane Boot support running around, so it's tough.
That was, okay, Yopaj definitely went to the wrong Remnant there.
Oh, he's in trouble, he's in big trouble.
Oh yeah, Analog is right there. That's the Nullifier into the boat. It's off the mark, but the Boundless Strike doesn't quite connect either.
Okay, no more Remnants though? Can they chase?
They're going to. There's the Boundless Strike into another Torrent. He will pop the Aegis, but he dies for this.
And that's a 70-second death.
Oh man, that hurts.
Lycan is far though, luckily. It's gonna take him too long to connect to their base. They might not lose anything significant besides the Ember.
I really like the way Devi Lama has played this game and the items he's chosen. I think it's been very smart. Okay, I mean, the Ogre doesn't exist.
It's like a one-shot.
Yeah. The Nullifiers are way too good right now. Tomato gonna get scouted. He's looking for Hell Scream though, and now Tomato with a Requiem. They get the Finger of Death. It's a lot of burst damage. They got him, and you're gonna get the second kill here onto Schofield. Blink in 1. It's not fast enough, but now Whisper, he's gonna show up here.
Very nice reaction by Tomato, Lion, and Doom. I mean, that was a 3 versus 5 essentially, but they had no hesitation there. They just turned right away, and it actually won them the fight.
Shadow Fiend still showing he can put out a ton of damage if needed, but
he can. He just never got the opportunity, and he just kept getting stronger. He has the butterfly soon, so
they know he's here. Yeah, they absolutely know he's here, but great TP out.
That was scary, man.
Yeah, KJ was chasing down that way and just dropped a sentry to scout for him. That was actually pretty heads up.
All right, so what are we looking at? There's going to be a Roche in approximately 2 minutes, or we're going to know when it spawns. The SF is working on the butterfly. Ember is strong too. I mean, I think we just haven't seen the potential of Shopify's lineup yet, because they never really brought it together. It is much stronger than what it's been so far. Like, it could surprise Heroic, because they might have forgotten themselves how strong the Dire lineup can be.
Well, we're going to be able to see our Wolf Bite as it is now finally done, so...
Okay, does he have the Daedalus on Kunkka? Let me check.
He was very close.
Yeah, it's not quite there yet, but it's going to be there in one more creep wave and he has it.
Looking mid lane, Hell Scream does get seen here. A nice Lotus usage, and that's going to be able to reflect out the Hex. Tomato's going to get caught from the Boundless Strike as well. Nullifier is there. He does have a Manta, but he's just stuck.
Yeah, he piked in. That was a little bit hasty, I guess. He maybe did not expect that many heroes to be there watching the co-op, to be fair. You're like, why is Monkey watching co-op clearing the mid wave? You know, like, why is Monkey not doing it himself?
It's all this Lycan, man. He just had Invisibles following them as they were trying to set up for this gank.
Oh, that's why.
And it's like, it looked good, and then suddenly, yeah, they just completely baited it. Schofield here, bottom side, gets the silence onto the Doom. He's trying to follow it up with the Nullifier. Divine Llama gonna get pulled right back in here as Yuma will be here to help chase him out.
Yeah, no chance to survive this one. He bought his BKB right before he died, so he's not gonna have a buyback. It might not matter, to be fair, because SF is in the same situation.
Yeah.
That's gonna be one side of racks at the very least. You're facing a Lycan with AC, so
Yeah.
it pushes really, really fast.
I mean, and you have a Chen just ready to help cut any wave as well. It's now nighttime, so this is where Lycan is very favored.
I don't know, man. I'm looking at Whisper net worth. He's 4-1 and 15. He's killed SF twice on the lane. He's just played a 20-0 bat. Like, this is just Whisper Dota in a nutshell, man.
This guy's too good.
So much work from this player.
They have the banner here on the top side to help try and finish off his tower. Now, you are falling a little bit low, but you still have a lot of help from Chen. Here comes the Wolf Bite. Lycan, you're going to be able to help make this Kunkka even scary. Yeah, okay, that's pretty good.
Yeah. On buildings, it doesn't really show, but hopefully we get to see a couple cleaves here and there. With level 25, it's going to be just absurd, but he's luckily for them, he's far from it. Because if I'm not mistaken, like the crits, he's getting the crit changes from the shapeshift as well as from
Daedalus,
his
yeah.
own crits. On the Tidebringer hits, he's like, this is pretty much a guaranteed crit every time he hits.
Yeah.
It's going to be crazy. Like with the Howl effect also, cores are gonna die too, because it ignores most of the mechanics that you have to stop it.
That is a huge courier death. You just lost his full refresher on the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, that would have been massive. It's actually so much damage.
Wow. Oh, and Tomato now lost his Butterfly.
Really?
So both of your cores just lost so much of their like power spike here.
Everything on the back of Whisper, like sniping them with the
I
with the
think it
wolves?
was, yeah, the Wolves. Just running them down or some. Okay, all right. Well, a little bit of revenge now as Analog loses a full MKB.
Okay, we need the couriers to focus up here. Like we have 10 really good players, but very mediocre couriers. So I'm gonna need the couriers to focus up in the series.
I mean, are they actually be able to steal this Roche? I feel like with the Shadow Fiend, it's very quick, but
it doesn't roar, so they might not know about it.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Oh, they know now. The question is, will they make it into the pit to see kind of how low it actually is? You have Monkey King, you have Queen of Pain, you've got the Kunkka, you've got to get in here and stop this, but are they going to be able to finish off the roar? It triggers because of Heroic. Tomato will just drop the Requiem. Monkey King gets caught from a stun. Beautifully done there from Hellscream. There's the Sonic Wave, and inside the pit, Tomato does make it out for the moment, but he is surrounded by the side of Heroic. Now, nice Doom out from Divine Llama. They're going to be able to try and bring down this Monkey King. He should tick out to this. You've got to get the Shadow Fiend if you want any help of bringing him down, but he's got a cheese. He's going to be able to pop it for now. They're going to go back in here on Shopify. The fight's looking pretty damn good. Tomato, Hurricane Pikes outside of the pit. Divine Llama now in trouble as the Satanic will continue to heal up Yuma. But my gosh, Shopify are actually doing it. 3 are dead. It's just KJ as well as the Kunkka. Tomato is back trying to finish off. It's a full team wipe, baby. They're back.
What the hell just happened? Where's the damage coming from? How are they killing all these heroes? They're so tanky with the Chen, with the Wolf Bite. They were healing up so much. But somehow there's like infinite damage coming from the dire lineup. Is it?
It's Ember, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Ember did so much work.
How much is that?
12,600 damage with the refresher.
No way. What is this damage?
So his refresher died on Courier, but he got the refresher shard from Roshan.
And that's 13k damage on just one Ember. He just killed 6 heroes.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
That was yeah, that is a huge win from Shopify. That is an absolute masterclass performance.
After like
to turn
20
that.
years of playing Dota, sometimes I don't understand what's happening, and in this fight I just didn't understand where the damage was coming from. I'm like, what's killing them? 13k damage on one Ember. That's not even like 6 slotted or anything.
No.
What a team fight by Yopaj.
Well, now we know what to expect when the refresher actually gets delivered on his Courier.
God, that's gonna be tough, man. He bought back on the co-op too, so that hurts. He was so close with the Ags, like such a pity. Big item, as well as the level 20 timing. Yeah, we're gonna see here the team fight.
The roar here actually kind of did some work.
It matters a lot.
That stun from Hellscream was so sick.
Great Doom on the Monkey King is gonna come, stops him from fighting. Happens here.
And this is the Wolf Bite onto the Kunkka. We were wondering like how good this was going to actually be. And
he got kited a lot. There's a lot of chains. We're going to see it here. Like he wants to hit the SF, but the chains are stopping him.
Yeah, that cheese did so much work too. Having that extra, they really like the Roshan made such a massive difference here.
Look at the remnants. Like he's just remnanting like non-stop, and every time he gets like
a kill, he gets a new remnant.
Keeps happening.
Yeah.
I'm watching it now. This is absurd.
Yeah, that was a sick fight.
That was crazy. This is gonna give a lot of hope to Shopify, and I wonder how Heroic is gonna react to it. You know, like do they reckon it's just a bad fight? You know, this Ember, we run out of disables. He was free to do whatever he wants. We're still strong, or do they actually, you know, are they actually talking about the fact that they gotta respect Shopify now? And the fights are hard.
9,000 gold is not much at this point. Let's be real, right?
No,
like
it really
40
isn't.
minutes,
Yeah.
you just finished up your Butterfly Satanic on your Shadow Fiend. He's going to be even more difficult to bring down.
Yeah, he's level 25 also now, so he went for the cast speed, interestingly.
I see sometimes that's the case if they want to just guarantee a quick Requiem in the middle of the fight.
And it's been the case many times in this game where, like, had he gotten the ulti off, he would have changed a lot. So
Yeah.
I kind of like the approach. I think it's unconventional, but it's very smart.
I mean, they definitely have the lockdown in comparison to Heroic, right? So any more guaranteed spells that they can connect with is big.
100%. Lycan went for BKB after last fight. Very understandable. Yeah. Pretty close game, all things considered.
Yeah, very close. I mean, with how it started, it was like actually pretty even overall, but it was just a couple of fights from Heroic that put them in a pretty huge advantage. And now, I mean, we're pretty much dead even. This Tormentor gonna go over to Skem, so Fire Shield now available. It's
Very
not the
good chart. I mean, it's a good. I mean, I'm comparing it to some that are really useless, you know, on supports. Like, it's a very good is maybe a little bit a little bit optimistic, but it's a good chart.
Yopaj closing in on his level 25 as well, which we would absolutely love to have. We do have Yuma 25 on the Kunkka. So this was a pretty big power spike that we were talking about earlier. You have the level 20 and the Aghanim Scepter on Schofield. They need to find their opening. Yopaj here would be absolutely massive, but he does manage to get the remnants away.
Click the bite on the monkey this time around, so they...
oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah. Yuma got demoted.
He's like, no, you don't need to use that. There they go, they're gonna jump right in, but a quick kill onto the Queen of Pain. The Doom hits the monkey anyway.
Oh no.
He's got no chance.
He blinked into the earth spike. That was so unlucky.
No, and the damage from Tomato is insane. He's just gonna be able to force Whisper all the way out. The Monkey King will eventually burn.
That was so unlucky by Monkey King. He was wolf bitten, so he would have done so much damage. He just happened to run into the lion stun out of nowhere. Couldn't get the BKB off.
Oh, yeah, he just took the top racks on the Chen. Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, Chen creeps plus the Lycan shard. You have to keep watching these lanes constantly. They're pushing into you passively. It is very annoying.
So yeah, I mean we're starting to see a little bit of a turn of events here. Only a 4 to 5k gold lead. Tomato is an absolute beast now on the Shadow Fiend. We saw him in this last fight just throwing attacks left and right, and no one can really stand their ground against him. I guess if he's stuck inside Wukong's, different story.
Yeah. What a comeback by Shopify, honestly. Like, that's like a 15+ K gold comeback in the span of, like, you know, 5 minutes or so. So very impressive.
We'll see what they can do here. Tomato.
With the attack speed.
Yeah,
with
pressuring this tier 2.
The crest. Oh my god, this is ridiculous.
And he's got a full data list. There it is. Just gets dropped off, and he's hitting for
this is so
almost
fast.
600 damage.
Yeah, wow. Now you gotta...
Do you have Pack Leader Aura on Divine Llama?
That's exactly what I was checking.
Right?
I'm like, this would be good. He has the Granite Aura, which is a really good one.
Pretty good, yeah.
But yeah, you're watching this SF attack like this with the attack speed. You're thinking, damage, of course.
Yeah, I mean the health goes a long way.
It does, especially in the late game.
Yeah, he's got 4,300 health standing next to his Doom. That's
SF,
not bad.
Yeah, that's what the hell. That is something.
All right, 1 tier 2 tower remains, but not for long.
So I mean, the game has slowed down.
goodness.
The game has slowed down. I think Heroic are like wondering where did he like
you know, what happened? How did we end up here? Like, literally 10 minutes ago, we were closing the game, essentially.
Yeah. They really were.
They see them. They stepped on that ward. That is 5 TPs clicked by Shopify. They want to fight here.
I mean, I don't blame them, right? If they can find a pick-off, they can give them maybe the green light to go high ground finally.
Yopaj.
We also know Roche is going to be soon. Yopaj goes in, very aggressive. Needs to be careful. If he gets caught from a stun, they have the damage.
The Lycan ulti has been clicked. No bite yet, though.
Was that Refresher on Doom? Is that what I just saw?
Yeah, he has Refresher.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we've already seen the effects of just a single Doom in these fights onto the Monkey. If you manage to get, you know, anybody else.
I mean, I'm trying to think for Heroic, like, how do you even approach these fights? Because this is the late game stage, and you need stuns, basically. You need lockdown. You need a reliable lockdown. Because if this Doom gets the Dooms off, as you were mentioning, if the Requiem goes off, it's just hard to fight. I think they need hexes. They need Bloodthorn. They need hexes. You need to make sure that you can lock down these heroes, and I don't see any hex right now. Lycan's going Abyssal, which is going to help. Quap is hoping to get a hex eventually, but he's really far. So it's gonna take a while. They have the map advantage, so they can take it as slow as they want.
That's quite the smoke. Hellscream gets a nice 2 hero stun. Boundless Strike does connect Nullifier out. They do manage to get the Wukongs. They get the stun on Yopaj, but he gets the Remnant out at the last second. They need to find more if Heroic want to try and close this one out. Sonic Wave off the mark, but they do manage to find the Ogre as a result. So they will take down both of the supports, and Shopify will retreat to their own side of the map.
Okay, I mean, it was very brave, I would say, to break the high ground, especially against like a Kunkka and a Monkey King lineup by Shopify. So this doesn't reflect really the, you know, the strength at play here. Good reaction, good positioning by Heroic to stand their ground. Know that with the terrain advantage, they're much stronger. The downside is that it's gonna give them the Roche, and this Roche gives so much at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the Lion barely missed the stun onto Analog, and we finally see the Monkey King contribute to, I think, honestly, the first fight in like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Every single fight, he's just been getting doomed.
Yeah, every single time, and he is really strong, especially with the Wolf Bite, so him being able to enter the fight changes everything.
Well, with this, Aegis, Cheese, Refresher, and a banner.
Yeah, so we got the Refresher on Monkey, the Cheese on Kunkka, which he's not using yet, and the Aegis went on the Monkey also.
I like putting the Aegis in the Refresher for your Monkey King. The Wukong's command, especially as he's closing in on 25, is pretty much your way of securing the high ground.
No, it is for sure. You can, like, a non-committal push is what we might be looking at for Heroic.
Ember needs to be careful. Boundless Strike into the Atos. There's going to be everything thrown at him. Do they have the damage? No. Yopaj, I mean, to be an Ember 47 minutes in the game and have 0 defensive items and still survive.
Yeah. Man, to be fair, it's a pretty good Ember game because all they have is the Monkey Stun, really. But, you know, I'm looking at this Quap Hex. I hope he, like, sets his mind to farming it. I think it will be a big difference maker for the Raiden side.
Yeah. Lycan finishes up that Abyssal, as we see.
Even
pretty
Chen
darn
could
fast.
think about it, honestly.
Right, honestly, Chen can farm.
Yeah.
You know, what else does he need? He's got several of the auras. You don't really want to pipe this game.
No, he's chilling. He's looking at the Linken's, which also is going to help, like stop the Doom from dooming the Monkey, especially because the Doom is not going for a Linken cancel neutral, which he could, you know, change his mind to. But he's gonna hate having to go away from the Granite Aura. You know, how much is it? It's 18% bonus HP percentage.
It's so much.
It's crazy.
And it can level up once more as well. Whisper just going to try and cleave down this tier 3 tower with his Ancient. Quickly cleaned up, but...
Like, this SF is... So he has 3.6k HP. With the... So essentially, it's like a plus 700 HP to the SF by the Doom, which is... It sounds like a level 25 talent.
Yeah, it really is, huh?
So it's pretty crazy value.
He's got so much gold. Just gonna buy himself a Moon Shard soon. Do you like that over maybe like going the Agsynth? Because the Agsynth is pretty sick on this hero. Like 5 extra souls is whatever, but also just the potential heal. Oh, Tomato. They see him. Boundless Strike's gonna connect. They do have the Nullifier. The Manta does help him, but Tomato, he pops his Satanic. He needs just a little bit of help. He's outside the Wukong's command, but Analog just standing his ground, trying to find the kill. There's the Earth Spike. They get the Finger of Death. They've got the Doom onto the Queen of Pain as well. Tomato, how are you still alive? They finally get him here. but the damage is done. Heroic have lost 3. Your Monkey King is back in this fight, though. Whisper trying to chase, look for Hellscream. As the Kunkka, he's looking for the Ogre. Gets the X to pull him back. Nullifier in the Boundless Strike. They're going to buy back on the Shadow Fiend. Wait a minute. He wants to get into this fight. Another Wukong is out. He's looking for the Doom, but he gets out. Changing of the guard. Bails out Analog, but Tomato is ready to go. He's got so much damage. How long can he bide his time? Trying to survive. I don't think you can outrun the Ember Spirit, though. He cannot. Very good buyback.
Yeah, it hurts though. I mean, now the pressure's on them. I really like how he's playing off the limits. Like, he has Butterfly, he has Satanic. He knows that, you know, with the amount, like with the lack of lockdown basically on Radiant, he's almost guaranteed to get the Satanic off. So he's really, you know, playing off the limits of how much HP he has and how fast he can get them back. So great team fighting by Timado. He was a little bit out of position, but he just knows the limits.
More Radin going their way. They will take the tower.
Yeah.
He's got another Ancient Creep going to just start whittling away at this ranged Rax, which that's unhealable damage.
It is. You know, luckily for Dire, this is not what the game is about at this point. I mean, they need to protect their SF, and they can end the game also very fast on Dire if they get in the right situation. So I think I would even dare to say that they can deal with mega creeps in this game. Like, SF is just strong enough. It all comes down to the team fights. And, you know, bear in mind, the last fight was pretty close, and it was a Refresher, Aegis, Cheese team fight.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's really not as close as what it looked like. It is a little bit scary for Radiant. Look at this Ember now also. Like, he just keeps on scaling.
He's so much money.
He's gonna get another item now. He's gonna synth the axe and buy something else. I wonder what he goes for.
Could just be... I mean, is Shiva's worth it in this game, you think?
I think it's good. But I'm even thinking Hex, honestly. Like,
yeah,
this SF does so much damage. He just needs more lockdown. He has Lion and Ogre, but it's just hard for them because they have to run into these like 6-slotted Lycans and Monkey King rings, and it's hard for them to get in there. So the Ember could be helping.
Oh, he queued up a Scotty. Okay. I mean, I was thinking Shiva's for the healing reduction and a little bit of scouting, but I guess he probably doesn't need the scouting, and Scotty just tanks him up.
Yeah, even more stats. I mean, why not? Sounds pretty good. To be honest, I haven't really seen Embers at this stage, neither do I play it, so I'm not sure what's the best here. I'm sure this guy knows. He looks like a very, very experienced Ember player. He knows what he's doing. That's just fighting for the creep wave action. Nothing crazy there. We're getting close and closer to the Hex on Schofield. I think that will be that. In my opinion, that is such an important item that it could just seal the deal for Radiant. They could just win the fight on the back of it. That's all they need. All they need.
That one extra stun.
A little bit more lockdown.
Oh. You went like TP's bottom and like 4 heroes appear and he just instantly X's himself back. He's like, nope, don't want any of that.
Oh, he actually got hit twice. I see that. Timado went for Daedalus. He bought something that's not the Moonshard now that he died. What is it? It might be the Axe. No. Hey, what did he buy? Is it a bike or no? He bought a BKB. Sorry, he switched the bike. He's gonna play with the BKB. I see.
All right, they're gonna go right on in. Huge Doom does come out, taking off the Kunkka for the
25.
start, but here comes the next set of damage. They've got to be able to prevent the second Doom. The Requiem doing some work. He still gets it. It's gonna connect onto the Monkey King. Scam trying to survive. Here comes the refresh out from Yopaj. He's gonna be able to do a lot more damage as well as Tomato, but Whisper and Yuma, they're still alive. Does he get the TP out? He does. No, he doesn't. The X hit. Oh no, he's stuck inside of the enemy team. He's gonna do his best for the Satanic to stand his ground, but it is outnumbered for now. Yopaj still doing a lot of work here, but this Lycan, man, he actually does so much damage. Tomato, 4 staffs aggressively forward, trying to finish the kill. Another chase on in here from Yopaj. He gets caught from the Abyssal. The Shivas from Divine is gonna slow him, but he's gonna buy back into the game. They get the kill. And another Earth Spike from Hellscream. That is 4 buybacks out of the side of Shopify.
They're based though, they're based. They have to defend. Yeah, Doom is 25 now, so everything changes. Like, whoever gets jumped on by this Doom is gonna die. There's no BKB, there's no there's nothing helping you from it. So as soon as the Kunkka got doomed, he just dies. He had buyback, which is not going to be the case next time. So whoever starts the fight is going to decide the outcome of it most likely now.
One major difference as well, Ember has opted for the Divine Rapier.
Yeah, he actually, it was a little bit, it was unfortunate because he fought the entirety of last fight with 10k gold on him.
Yeah.
He only had the time to send the axe. He was on his way to buying the item, but he didn't quite have it.
Buyback on the Lycan.
Alright, I think you wait the Ember refresher here. This is too scary.
See what they can do. The Wolves here being a little bit annoying, but
20 seconds for the Doom refresher and for the Ember refresher. It's a big difference.
Kind of an interesting defensive banner here.
Yeah, where's the banner?
It's behind the tier 3, just like trying to keep their creep wave alive.
Wow, okay.
That's actually kind of smart.
Alright, they're gonna back off. Ember has a rapier, no buyback. Neither does SF, so they're all in.
Yeah.
One mistake and the game is on. The game is gone.
And Heroic know this, right? They're going to keep using these wolves to try and scout, look for any sort of pick-off once this Chen is alive, and
they have evened out the game completely, and I'm still waiting for this Hex. It's quite not there. It's very close. He needs a couple more creep waves. He's going to go for them, but they're going mid.
They're going to wolf bite. There goes a nice initiation shot to the Kunkka. He's dead. Yeah, 125 seconds. Divine Llama looking for his opening. They get the Abyssal Blade. They've got to kill him before he gets another Doom Op, and it's going to come through at the very end, but he is dead. It's a dieback on one hero each. But your Kunkka needs to get back to the fountain and wait out this Doom duration. Wukong's command will hold him back for now.
No Kunkka, no buyback on Doom. No Dooms either. Do you push her?
I mean, Tomato, I think, is strong enough. You don't have Wolf Bites. You don't have the Lycan Shapeshift.
Yeah, I guess they have nothing.
Do you have... yeah, I mean, Monkey King doesn't have ult. This is just going to be a full lane of Rax. You can go right through backdoor protection.
Maybe even more than that.
Mid lane KJ is dragging the wave to try and make sure this does not continue. But yeah, they're looking at top lane now as well.
That is massive. What a nice play by the Chen.
Can you kill Tomato? That is the question. Is he too far forward? Are they committing too far? Refresher into double bound the strike into the Wukongs. Here's going to come the Ember Spirit to try and help him out, but Tomato's out. He has escaped. I mean, you talked about that, just a little bit of extra control. They have to even pop a refresher.
Yeah, man, and the Quad bought back for that and bought a Blade Mail for the fight, so the Hex is just not gonna come. It's back to 0. That hurts. Tomato is really pressuring Radiant, man. Like, he's had a tough start, but with the... Wait, is that a second Rapier?
That's a second Rapier.
So what did he get rid of? Oh, the Kaya Sanj is gone now. Well, obviously, it makes sense, right? He's playing on Magic Rapier, so...
Yeah.
Wow, this Ember's gonna do so... I've never seen such an Ember. I think this is crazy. Like, full-on magic damage. He's been doing so much this game. This is impressive. Aegis on SF, it gets even harder, because you see how close it is for Radiant. Like, they're throwing everything at them, and it's, like, barely enough. So now that you have to deal with the Aegis, it's just not gonna cut it.
Wait, is he Magic Rapier? He's at plus 700.
Is it? Oh, no, he's just keeping it like that.
Okay, nice.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just chilling.
Okay, he wants the bonus damage. It doesn't go for the spell lamp. Okay.
I thought it might just be an observer bug, actually. I don't know.
No. I think this is correct. No, it is correct. Definitely, it's not. It's physical.
Well, with this Arcane Rune for Yopaj, that just keeps going his way.
Look at Lion. Lion is buying an AC, man. I think this is the first time I see this.
Okay, yeah, I can't wait to see the stat on that one in a moment.
This is a carry me Timado, you know, like everything for Timado. Vlad's, AC, Solar Crest.
Dude, he's got Fist of Death, 7 stacks. He's ready.
Oh, okay,
he's ready to scale.
That's what this is about. He wants to be the star of the show, I see.
His turn to play. I mean, we are... I want to say that this is the first lead for Shopify the whole game. I honestly don't know if they've ever been in the lead.
No, they haven't.
Yeah. They have really stuck this one out. They've brought it all the way almost to the 60-minute mark, and they are still... I mean, you're down lanes of Rax, but I feel like you're definitely in the lead with how these fights have been going.
No, they are. But this is the one thing that they need to keep, you know, track of. It's like the lane equilibrium and some red Dota coming from Radiant. They have really good tools for that.
Yeah.
So, you know, don't lower your guard. Don't get too excited. Do it methodically. And it seems like you're on your way to evening, you know, like... evening out the series.
All right, Lion finishes up the AC. Can I get a stat on the average time for AC this patch, please?
First time dispatch. What a surprise. Not only dispatch.
Wow. That's
not
very
only
cool.
dispatch.
You were talking about Scythe for the Queen of Pain for quite a while. Whisper is doing it.
Okay,
so Whisper just said,
finally.
screw it, I'll do it myself. He's dot it. It's completed.
Oh, he has it. Nice.
Yeah, just finished it.
Okay, they need this so badly. I think if they get, they could even get a second one. They should get as much as they can. All they need is lockdown. If they can chain lock this SF, the fight looks entirely different. Same goes for the Doom, by the way.
That ranged Rax, it might be dead unless they can get someone back here soon. It's going to be the Ember, but
close.
Is now a sneeze away from dying.
Yeah. That means he didn't go for the hull reduced total attack damage, which I think is a really strong talent. But I guess SF just has enough dispels.
Yeah. It's pretty good, but yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, he has Manta and Satanic. It's maybe just unrealistic that it's going to come into play. Oh, they see the Ember. They want to go for him.
That was very close on the silence. Did you manage to get him the sight? If he dies, it's
No
double
way.
rapier down. He's gone.
No way, no buyback, double rapier?
No buyback, double rapier now for Heroic. Okay, Shopify had the lead for a moment this game.
What a throw, man. Okay, 1 minute to buyback. Oh my god, come on.
Okay, you now have rapier on Monkey King and Lycan.
This is a 15. Oh, how much is that? 20k?
It's like a 20k swing. Because his death as well is also worth a lot.
Yopaj, you've played such an incredible game. This one mistake is so costly.
I mean, eventually they're gonna have the control, right? We saw the double boundless that they were considering committing earlier. Wasn't enough to get the kill, but this time with a scythe, I think I heard like an Orchid or something as well.
Yeah,
Like,
there was an Orchid. Orchid on the co-op, okay.
is that what it was? I was like, I heard an Orchid out of nowhere.
No, there was an Orchid on the co-op. It changed everything. So what happened to the Rapier? One to the Lycan, one to the Monkey?
Yeah.
What did Lycan drop for it? Helm of Down 2? I guess that doesn't matter. So
you just
good pickup.
backpack it anyway, right?
Yeah,
Keeps the creep.
No, I mean, this is definitely good. This is worth it for Aiden.
Do you think so?
Yeah, but believe it or not, I'm good at Dota. I promise. It's a good trade,
Oh, okay.
I've done the math here on my notebook. It's a good trade.
All right, just had to double check,
Yeah, come on. This just hurts, man. Because, had he played a poor game on Ember, it's like, bad game happens. But he's been carrying his team on his back, so it hurts even more.
And now tier 5s are out. They control the map. You're now dealing with Stygia and Deso on a Lycan and a Helm of the Undying on your Kunkka.
You lose focus for 1 second and this happens. But, not all hope is lost. They came back from essentially a worse situation.
That's true. Shadowfiend still has an Aegis for 20 seconds. They're going to go in. They go for the dupe, but he doesn't manage to connect. They're going to turn around.
Dinkins.
He's got to be able to survive. They do manage to just blow up this Queen of Pain, and that one is a dieback.
What happened to Doom?
I think it hit the Lincolns. I think Kunkka Lincolns them, yeah.
Kunkka clicked the Lincolns in time on the Monkey. That was super clutch.
All
He
right.
has another one. He has another one. So they have to watch out with the push, but they might just get the Rex here. They got one, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, Necro Book on top of it, as if it wasn't enough. So what kind of items did we get? We got the Helm of the Undying on the Kunkka, Minotaur Horn on the Monkey.
Oh no, don't do that to him.
Aegis poor
Production,
play.
come on, man. That's not
Minus
cool.
14k, that's a good one. They're going.
Oh, Skem has a BKB. Found the strike off the mark there, so he's going to survive.
Okay, we're still missing a lot of neutral items on Dire, unfortunately.
Yeah, they have had not a lot of time to farm these up. It's going to be the Shadow Fiend who's first.
They actually don't have a single one, so it matters a lot.
I mean, do you just go we've had some questionable divine abilities this game, but maybe we go the Divine Regalia, pick up the... Okay, he's going to go Helm of the Undying and Audacious. Audacious, very good.
Look at Yopash's goodbye. You think he's happy with what happened earlier? I just want my rapiers back. Come on, guys.
Oh, no.
Come on. I dare you. Give them back to me.
You know, he's dreaming. He'll get there eventually.
Eventually. So we had a Fallen Sky on the Quap, Necrobook on the... What's it called these days, actually? Let me check that. Book of the Dead, of course, on the Chen. Stygian, the Desolator on the Lycan, Minotaur Horn on the Monkey, and the Helm of the Undying, which is probably one of the best items, I would say, right now. On the
It's
Kunkka.
pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, especially if he's okay, like quote unquote dying first, and the fight continues, and more people die.
Yeah.
extending that duration so much, and he's still going to get a lot of value out of the Kunkka.
Second Hex came on the Kunkka. I think they're starting to realize that all they need is lockdown. Like,
yeah.
It's what they've been lacking. I think, unfortunately, they realized this a little bit too late. As in, they could have been in a much more comfortable position, because now the game, despite the hexes, is still pretty close. But they're going to have much more reliable tools to win the fight, or fight on their terms, if anything.
All right. Well, with everything that's been happening, it's a 3,000 lead here for Heroic.
We have a new Rapier on the Ember, so we're slowly crawling back into the situation we had. We're starting to get items. We have the Desolator on the Ember, the Spider Legs on the Doom, which is a really good one, and the Helm of the Undying on the SF. That one is massive.
Yeah. I mean, we saw how much damage he can put out in the fight, and Helm of the Undying, quite good.
Double Fallen Sky on the supports as well, so everybody's geared up now. We're ready.
I mean, this could be the fight right here. They're looking to see who's going to run into who, and Skem, well, he's going to get found first, but so is Yuma. He gets the side thought. They do find Tomato. He's going to immediately BKB. Schofield pushes him away. The Requiem does so much work. Managed to take down one. He's going to buy back right into this fight. Analog with Wukong's command, looking for an opening. They go for the wolf fight. Whisper already in shapeshift. Finding Divine Llama would be huge. They're going to force the BKB out from the Skem. They do manage to find the Ember Spirit. Can they lock him down? The Abyssal Whisper just 3 shots him, takes him out of the game. Scythe number 1, Nullifier up, Boundless Strike as well. It's all over, baby. Shopify down 2. They need to get out of this one. If you're Heroic, Doom does come out. They get on top of the Kunkka. Hellscream, he's going to tick on down. Buyback from the Shadow Fiend. He wants to get back in this game. There's a second Doom thrown. Helm of the Undying pop, but 5 are dead. Shopify is going to buy back, but is it too little, too late?
This one hurts. This one hurts massively. I mean, Ember needs a defensive item. It came down to the Orchids and the Hexes. He just can't show his face anymore. He just can't show. Even the SF is getting killed now. The whole fight changed because of these items, and I don't think Ember is respecting it.
I mean, this is everything. They're going to buy back on the Kunkka. They know they need to finish this game. There's no Shadow Fiend for, no Shadow Fiend buyback for 7 minutes. No
Shadow Fiend buyback. He has no BKB. He has no Requiem. Even if the Doom were to buyback, he has no Doom. So it really doesn't matter at this point. This is the best window Heroic has got to close the game. They should look for it.
I feel like Mega Creeps is kind of like a...
They can just end the game.
It just needs that, like, they're just going to do it because they can.
It's on their way, basically, but so they're going to go for more.
I agree. Divine Llama, he's up here very aggressively. He doesn't have anything available at the moment.
They might be waiting for their own cooldowns, to be fair, because their BKBs are coming up in 20 seconds.
And where's our Wukong's cooldown timing?
It's coming
4
up
seconds.
in 3.
Okay, yeah. I mean, they're going to do their best to just try and chip this down. There's going to be a wolf fight. Boundless Strike's going to come through. Analog's trying to get into this, take down this Rax. I mean, it's a heavy commitment just for this Mega Creeps, but they will get it.
Which probably means they're looking to back after that.
Yeah, I agreed. Ember Spirit's back into the game.
All right. Okay, what do you do here, Yopash? Do you start getting another Rapier, or will you just stop at this point? It's been the 3rd one. You're like, I'm going to stop. Like, I can't.
Wait,
He's
what happened to the 3rd one? Where is it?
It's given away.
Did they just go to the fountain? Like, I don't know who has it.
Who has it? I don't know. I just know he doesn't. It's on the floor.
It's just sitting on the ground. Okay.
He doesn't want to pick it up
He's
even.
smoking back towards his Rapier. He's like, guys, I'm pretty sure it's still there.
Does he realize it's there?
I have no idea.
It's just sitting there.
Just lost in the chaos of the fight. I think he must.
Wait.
Does he?
Yopash. One more wave, dude. You're going to like it. One more wave. You're going to love it, I promise.
Someone's going to ping it, surely.
They don't know. They don't see.
They have no idea. Oh, that hurts. Well, someone will find quite the bounty sitting on the ground over there. But for now...
I'm sure even the creeps are discussing it. It's like, what is this, guys? Like, are they serious or what?
One of these Mega Creeps is sitting here like, can I pick this up?
It's going to pick it up and push with it eventually. Wait, he's so close to it. This is... Oh, no, he's just not
Can you imagine being Heroic and like walking up there in a moment and just seeing the Rapier?
I just want Quap, or Chen to be like, hey, wait a minute. All right, the Roche is alive in the top pit, and this is definitely an objective that both teams are looking at. We're smoke from Shopify, smoke from Heroic, big fight coming, most likely a game decisive.
Yeah. And the question is, are they going to start the Roshan? It looks like they will. Boundless Strike to get into the pit. It dies so fast.
Schofield,
oh my goodness.
Going for it. He pinged it at least. It was pinged. So now before.
That is everything on the deck. There is still quite a few things in there.
Yeah.
2 cheeses now on the ground.
What do we have then? We have a refresher on Monkey, so he's not gonna take that. There's so much. It's so hard to pick it up. There's a Roche too, which is analog. So who gets the second refresher? Is it the Kunkka?
Yeah, it looks like Kunkka.
Double Hex, double Boat, double... He has the AoE also on his spells now, so he's level 30.
Does it refresh Helm of the Undying, actually? Is that a thing?
I guess it should.
Because, like, if he dies, like...
I think it does.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know how that item works with a refresher of any kind. It's a really weird one.
Yeah, we'll have to see. But I want to say it does. Let me see if there's anything on the item that describes it.
I don't know. Either way, Heroic now again.
Oh, it should. It should.
It should? Okay, yeah. And they're in such a good spot now with this Aegis. There's still a while before these buybacks are going to be up from Shopify.
Yeah, how long actually?
Probably like 2-3 minutes.
We have
3 to 4 minutes. Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
4 minutes. So that's a very long time when Heroic's gonna come knocking at your door with everything they have.
Divine Llama.
They're holding the cliff, but they can only afford to be here for so long because the creeps are gonna come soon in their base.
I hear the wolf bites. They're looking for more. Hellscream trying to get away, as in some hammer on hammer action there. The BKB out from Analog just to try and guarantee this kill onto the Lion every bounce. Whisper 3 shots the Ogre.
No buyback on supports. All the creeps are in your base.
Here come the voice lines. Heroic, they are feeling it. They are so close to victory here at a 2-0 over Shopify. Tomato's gonna get caught from the Boundless Strike. They do get the Doom out, but the damage is done. The Helm of the Dying, it's gonna delay his death, but it is inevitable, and there it is, the GG, as Heroic will take this game at 71 minutes.
Very competitive game. I mean, props to Shopify for bringing it back because it looked really dire at some point. I want to say they almost had it. This one had to hurt.
It was
but
so close.
I mean, if you compare it to the first map and to the series yesterday, there's definitely like massive improvement. They showed a lot of character and a lot of resilience in this game. Heroic they were just a better team today.
They were. I mean, it's one of those things that you you were right 100% that all they really needed was just a couple more stuns, just a second or two of lockdown. And once they picked up these hexes, even the Orchid honestly did so much work as well.
Did everything. Yeah.
Changed the game completely.
Yeah, good awareness. Good awareness by Schofield, by the Kunkka, by everyone. I think they all played an amazing game. The lineup is it was not easy to execute because you know, they did some kind of hipster flexes in the draft. You end up playing quad position 4, made space for the Lycan, and it paid off entirely. It's probably the reason for why they were so far ahead.
Yeah.
Itemization, yeah, was a little bit, could have been a little bit better in the mid game. And as soon as they realized, well, late game had happened, but it didn't matter. They were able to close it anyway. So, a win is a win, as we say.
Yeah, you take it. I mean, I'm curious how much damage the Lycan actually did this game because I feel like he did so much work early on. And yeah, this was just an expert performance from him from the lane onward.
I think the lane is really the most impressive part because like
Yeah.
being able to kill an SF on an SF Org lane with a position 4 quap, props to Whisper. He did 52k damage, so pretty massive numbers for Lycan.
Yeah, Lycan not quite, not typically like, your highest damage, but amazing stuff. So
Very impressive. Like I'm really excited to see more of Heroic. I think the draft was not easy to execute, so with maybe like I don't want to say better draft, but like easier drafts and with the amount of plays really that they're able to provide. I just mean outplays because you see a lot of stuff from these guys that is just they're getting more out of situations where realistically they don't deserve it.
Yeah.
Whether it's lanes, team fights, or the way they click their spells. Very explosive teams, very inspiring teams.
Yeah, they're always a fun team to watch, fun team to root for, and Heroic definitely happy to bounce back from yesterday. I mean, both these teams had a pretty rough day one, but obviously they absolutely turned it around, did a fantastic job, and I'm happy to say that we have an interview here with the one and only Whisper, probably the MVP of this series.
100%.
Yes, I do have Whisper from Heroic here with me. Whisper, what a nail-biter of a game 2. That was an amazing game. It looked dangerous. It looked on the precipice that they were going to come back, but you guys hung on and you guys managed to win. Can you just tell me what was going through your team's mind, your team communications? What were you guys yelling at the end there?
Bueno, Whisper, fue una partida muy emocionante. Fue de principio a fin muy interesante. Al final estuvieron teniendo que batallarla una y otra vez. Cuéntanos qué estuvo pasando por sus mentes, qué estuvieron comunicándose, cómo fue el ambiente del equipo en esos últimos momentos.
Simplemente creo que toda la gente estaba como muy animada, había muchas voces, muchas cosas de qué hacer en el juego, cómo querían pelear y todo eso, como que, no sé. Había muchas voces en la cabeza, no era como estar escuchando como 5 tipos de música diferentes, ¿no? Así, uno estaba escuchando rock, el otro uno estaba escuchando, no sé, cumbia, o cosas así, ¿no? O sea, fue muy mixto, pero fueron divertidos los juegos. Fueron divertidos.
He says it was pretty hyped. It was like listening to 5 different genres of music at the same time because everyone was hyped. There were so many calls at the same time, and the games were really fun. And well, it was like chaos, but fun chaos.
Speaking of fun chaos, you have always been a very chaotic position 3 player. I know for a fact that, I mean, all the analysts and pros out there, they're saying that, you know, Blade Mail is the name of the game these days. This patch is all about Blade Mail. It's the hottest item in Dota right now. But you don't seem to buy that item. You like to play your Lycan, your Bat Rider, and you never buy that item. I just want to know, do you think that Blade Mail is overrated?
En estos momentos, todos los analistas y todo el mundo dice que el juego se trata de Blade Mail, que Blade Mail es el mejor ítem en estos momentos, pero a ti no te importa, tú solamente estás jugando tu Bat Rider, estás jugando tu Lycan y no compras nunca Blade Mail. ¿Te parece que Blade Mail es un ítem que está sobrevalorado?
O sea, creo que es bueno, pero normalmente mientras va avanzando más el torneo, la gente va descubriendo como más cosas, más héroes. Supongo que Blade y todo esto fue muy imba al inicio, porque estaban picando Axe, este tipo de héroes, Queen of Pain con Blade, se hizo muy como divertido. Entonces creo que por eso estaba fuerte, pero mientras avanzan los torneos siempre van descubriendo nuevas cosas, ¿no? A mí simplemente me gusta jugar como esos héroes un poco a veces distintos, tal vez, pero la razón es porque a veces son buenos en el juego, son simplemente buenos contra algunos equipos, ¿no? Porque no juegan ciertos héroes o no les gusta, y si juegan de forma incómoda, mejor para tu equipo, ¿no?
He does believe that Blade Mail is a good item, and yes, at the beginning of the tournament, people were just picking Axe, and Queen of Pain with Blade Mail was really popular. But the more and more the tournament moves on, the new meta is discovered, and he really does like to pick these type of heroes, not only because he likes them, but also because sometimes it's the best hero choice for at that specific team. So that's why he likes playing these different kind of heroes.
So breaking the meta yourself. Now, your next opponent is Team Liquid, and Team Liquid has beaten Paravision 6 games in a row now. Do you think that it's going to be a more challenging opponent for you?
Te toca ahorita contra Team Liquid. Team Liquid le ha ganado 6 veces seguidas a P-Vision. ¿Sientes que son un equipo que van a ser un poco más complicados para ustedes?
Creo que desde que jugamos Gualacha, creo que han tenido una mejora muy grande ellos, que jugamos la primera serie contra ellos y creo que ganamos el primer juego. Creo que ellos han mejorado un montón, pero a la vez también creo que nosotros. Yo creo que va a ser muy reñido. No, va a estar muy reñido, la verdad. O sea, siento que los dos equipos, o sea, que los dos estamos jugando bien. Confío mucho en lo que puede hacer el equipo ahorita, en la mentalidad que tienen y cómo están jugando. Y yo creo que va a ser como, más que todo, un buen juego para los que están viendo, para los espectadores en sí. No, espero disfruten los juegos, ¿no? O capaz nos estompean o capaz nosotros a ellos, no se sabe. Igual disfruten, ¿no? Lo que pasa.
He does believe that Liquid has improved a lot since Wallachia, and they played against once and they took a game out of them. He says that Liquid has improved a lot, but they also improved a lot. He has really big confidence in his team, in the mental space they are right now, and he said that everything can happen. They can even get stomped or stomp Liquid, and he does believe that it's going to be really entertaining games to watch for the viewers.
Excellent. Well, Whisper, thank you so much for your time. I'm not going to keep you here any longer. You need to get your rest for your games tomorrow, and I wish you all the best. Thank you. Now headed back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Jin, Carlos, and Whisper. Happy to hear that he does have that mindset, although it is a realistic mindset. He knows that anything could happen against Team Liquid, but after seeing this performance against Shopify, I am not at all surprised that he thinks that it could be a stomp whenever they face off against Liquid tomorrow, especially if he's able to play like he did today. This Lycan performance was absolutely fantastic, and being able to see him last game with that Bat Rider as well. Whisper, we may be seeing the rebirth yet again, because I know we did not get to catch the series yesterday that you saw, Jenkins, but you were saying that Whisper was not really an issue despite the fact that they did get O2'd by P-Vision. So
no,
they're still in there.
Yeah, he had good games. Like, the problem was more in the safe lane, and what I find so fun about watching Whisper when he's in an iteration of a good team when they're performing well.
In form.
Is that he refuses to play normal heroes, right? It's like we talk about the offlane, like it's a very well-defined role. Jin mentioned the Blade Mails. You know, Axe is a very top pick. There are certain patches where just certain roles are very figured out, and other roles are like the last pick, and you have some versatility. Offlane does not feel like that.
That
but
is not the narrative we're going for. Like if Phoenix from the Ashes, Whisper is reborn into the powerhouse offlaner that we're known as, or maybe he just played an NA team and he looks like a god. Time will tell, I think, on this one. But I think Whisper had a great series, of course, and his hero choices have been immaculate, I would say. They are really utilizing the offlane late picks, which I feel like a lot of teams struggle to do.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this game in general was insane. Like, there was a lot to break down here. I remember seeing the like icon pop up that Hellscream Online picked up an Assault Cuirass, and I'm like, there's no way that I've ever seen that before. You know, other than like some unranked guy playing for the Finger of Death melee attacks. Like it was a crazy game. I mean, that itemization actually made sense. Like Scam Hellscream built a bunch of physical resist items. This is how much of a problem Whisper was in the fights. Like he was an absolute monster. And then the other two cores on the side of Heroic were also doing like a ton of physical damage. The Rapiers was interesting. Like that genuinely looked like Shopify was going to do it, but the immediate death of Ember, like
that's a rough one.
Oh man, that was rough.
12,000 net worth immediately evaporated. And there were also some other amusing moments in this game. Many of them happened within the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, this one had good stuff.
So I think the first thing that we spotted was Shadow Fiend. Tomato had a...
yeah, coming out of game number 1, you're just kind of like, you've got to have a good game, right? It has to be a good game. Because Tomato was devastated in that PL game. And then you see this, and you're just like, oh no, not again type of situation. And then this happened.
All right, so it's 3 minutes, and that's when the fight starts. Let's keep on counting it down.
Yeah, this is going to be a long one.
All right, so...
there were some...
Who wins this, Jenkins?
There were some calculations.
All right, Hellscream pops in, gets a high-rolled auto attack from Chen.
And Devi's already lost his support, so he's got to commit at this point.
He's
you know,
got a wand. It's
got a 10 stick.
Look at the kiting from Heroic. Like just. It's like a mini game. It's like a mini game, right?
That was a 35-second long fight.
Yeah, this was also the situation that Shopify was in, where they felt like they had to go for some like crazy play, where Yopaj jumps into the pit, tries to steal Aegis, uses the Sleight of Fist to protect himself for a bit. It was a really cool play. It didn't work out for him.
Yeah, well, it did in this fight though. As finally, I was asking, like, why would you ever pick Lion over Shadow Shaman? And I think at some point in this game, it started to really come together for them. And in these late game fights, I have to give it to Hellscream. I still think Shadow Shaman is better than Lion in almost every scenario, but he had some really sick impales in this game that helped him like stay into the game. This is the point of the game where I started feeling really worried for Heroic's chances to win. It's like the Shadow Fiend is now incredibly farmed. They got the Aegis, then they take this team fight on top of it, on top of like some good Lion play. Of course, Ember felt like unstoppable at this stage of the game too, so it really feel bad for Shopify rebelling because it felt like they had a genuine chance in this game to actually win it and get a a score on the board.
One game, that's all you need to maybe rouse the troops and say that we're still in this. Granted, no matter how the results go for tomorrow, they are not out of the group stage because we do have an elimination gauntlet afterwards. But still, going 0-4, it is not an encouraging.
You need some confidence.
Yeah.
It's quite rough in a game like this too, because late game Dota is so dependent on like a single decision from a single player. You know, like if you can hit a 2-man Lion Impale in a stun, like in a fight on a proper target, you can win the game. If you have a hero that gets caught out that doesn't have buyback, that's enough for one team to go down mid and like legitimately thrown. So these late game scenarios are basically like who has the instincts, like who can clutch a lot better, and Shopify was not doing too bad. Like
this is it. This is the moment. We saw the death where he bought back, and now he has no buyback, has 2 rapiers, dies there, and with that, Shopify's dreams also died to win that game.
It was a lot of weight.
That's how it goes.
It was a lot of weight on his shoulders. I mean, I guess there is always the question, like the toxic Dota player mentality where you look back and you think like, they were winning when before he had the rapiers.
Are we blaming him? Is that what we're doing?
I'm just saying it's an instinct we all have it. I'm not gonna sit here and beat around the bush, you know? It's like you think, it's like, okay, what if I just didn't get the rapiers? Like, could we have just
those
won?
moments will haunt you.
Because to be honest, Tomato was carrying. Like he was straight up hard carrying. He's doing a lot of damage in the fights. You always question that, but that's late game Dota. Like there's always gonna be pivotal moments where like every player can look back and go like, oh man, if I just like TP to their throne, and could I have thrown them? Because 1 second is all it takes in late game.
And even in this losing game, I continue to raise the socks on Shadowfiend. We have seen him in multiple roles. We saw him in Kiyotaka's hands mid, now we're seeing him in Tomato's hands in the safe lane. This hero is incredibly intimidating.
Oh, it's definitely a premier flex pick right now. And honestly, you don't even have to flex it. It's fine every game as a carry. It's fine every game as a mid. Really just depends on what you want to do with them. I mean, I'm still going to hold my ground saying this hero is really OP as a mid. As a carry, good. Just a good hero in general, but yeah.
Yeah, and we'll see how much he's going to show up in the playoffs, because now we are getting an opportunity to see which teams might have an opportunity to make it to that stage. Na'Vi have already locked themselves in for potential to make it to the playoffs. Wait.
Yeah, they're both 3-1. Is that true?
Yeah, maybe they're not quite locked.
Not quite. They're sharing the space.
They're sharing the space, but right now at least they are looking good, and Team Spirit also sharing that space with them. Extreme Gaming and Talon on the other side, though, they are currently 3-4. And the way that our group stage works is that if you are first and second in your group, then you directly go to the playoffs. And if you're third and fourth in your group, then you're going to go into a gauntlet, best of one, against all the other teams that are in third and fourth in the other groups. So right now, it seems that Extreme and Talon may be teetering on the edge, but Na'Vi and Spirit are sitting pretty clean. That's Group A. Meanwhile, in Group B, we have BB Team, Gaimin Gladiators, Execration, and Team Falcons. Gaimin Gladiators and BB Team are looking pretty cozy right now, again, with their 3-1 scores. And Execration and Falcons, on the other hand, that's a bit surprising, actually. Falcons.
You would think so, but I feel like last EWC as well, they kind of like fell under expectations.
Yeah, they started sputtering out at the end of the season.
I mean, it's a lot in front of your home crowd, right? To like have those expectations upon you. Maybe they're still struggling with that, or maybe they'll turn it around, but we've seen this before.
That's the club champions of Team Falcons. But again, no one's eliminated straight out of the groups. That's Group B, and then Group C. We have also wrapped up all the games there for the day. We have Aurora Gaming, Tundra Esports, Team Yandex, and Virtus.pro. Virtus.pro, on the other hand, is locked. They are locked for being in that elimination gauntlet. No matter how many games they win tomorrow, it will not be possible to get at least 3 wins, because they can only get 2 more game wins. So that means that they will be in that elimination gauntlet no matter what happens tomorrow. Yandex and Tundra, though, they still have potential, as does Aurora. VP is actually the only locked team so far at the conclusion of day number 2 of groups. And now, Group D, the one that we just saw, although I believe Group A, Stream A, is still in the middle of their P-Vision versus Team Liquid series. But they have Team Liquid sitting real pretty with a 3-0 score. They just got their Game 1 victory over P-Vision, and that was a stomp. It was a like 25-minute GG.
Yeah.
So Liquid are looking like the kings of this group for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking like the kings of the tournament so far. They have performed extremely well all year. They just won the
Fissure Universe?
Yeah, the most recent tournament, and
with Toby,
a 3-0 fashion with Toby, and like Mickey is popping off in every single game, and with Insania back, that's more likely to happen because they have the synergy built in. Insania plays all lane winners, all great supports from Mickey.
Yep.
So looking like a very, very strong contender for the championship here.
Yeah, that's a...
On day 2, we're calling
on day
it,
2, yeah. Well, obviously, other than Aurora, Liquid has a chance.
All right.
And this is in retrospect, a brutal group for Shopify and Heroic to be in, that you're against P-Vision and Liquid, but it doesn't get any easier because even if you do make it out of these groups, you're going to have to play these teams anyway if you want to make your way to the championship. Now, tomorrow is going to be a little bit interesting because for day 1 and 2 of our groups here at Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup 2025, we have been covering all 4 groups separately. Now we're only going to be covering Group A and B tomorrow because if we end things early, there's tiebreaker potential. So tomorrow is only going to have A and B matches. We're going to start things off with Talon taking on Extreme Gaming on Stream A, and in Stream B, it's going to be Team Spirit versus Na'Vi. That's how the day is going to start, and that's Group A. Group B is going to be the series following that. Stream A will be covering Falcons versus A Gaming Gladiators, and Stream B will be covering BB Team versus Execration. Then all those series will end. We'll get a chance to look at the standings for both of these groups, and then we get to do some tiebreakers. So depending on whether these teams are able to make it into that 1 and 2 spot where you get to directly go to the playoffs, then you're all good, you're chilling. But if you're in that 2-3 spot in your group, 2nd or 3rd place, then you need to figure out what's going on, and we need to figure that out with tiebreakers. So that's going to be tomorrow's agenda, and then day after tomorrow, we'll be covering the other 2 groups, C and D. That was a bit of a word salad. Jenkins, did it make sense?
Tsunami, I would like to make a prediction here. Group A is going to have a 4-way tie.
I don't think that's possible.
I believe XG is going to 2-0 Talon.
Oh, that is possible,
and
actually.
Na'Vi is going to get 2-0'd by Spirit.
That is actually possible.
And that's gonna. Wait, Spirit 2-0s.
If Spirit gets a 2-0.
Oh no, that's not possible.
Spirit gets a 2-0 against Na'Vi. Oh yeah, then
that's not possible.
Yeah, never mind.
I'm gonna still stick to my prediction, Clinton.
Stick to your guns. That's very important.
Okay, can Group B have a 4-way tiebreaker?
Don't make me. I couldn't do Group A, dude. That's an easy one.
It's gonna be Falcons versus Gaming, and Falcons.
See if they 2-0.
If they get 2-0, then they'll have 3 wins.
Yep.
Which ties Gaimin's 3 wins. And Execration and BB Team.
Well, he's on Tundra 3-3.
He is, yeah.
Yo, Group B has potential for a 4-way tiebreaker.
Okay, I think Group B is gonna have a 4-way tie, Tsunami. I'm claiming it here.
You think Execration's gonna get the 2-0 against BB Team?
Oh God, that's what I predicted. Oh, that's a rough one. I mean, if anybody can do it, it's Execration.
Execration got a game off Falcons.
Yeah, they did. Well,
we see it Falcons looking right now,
yeah,
though.
Yeah. Well, teams tend to power up throughout the group stage.
You wanted the edgy prediction. Stick with it.
I'm going to stick with that.
Yeah. Cool.
Well,
I don't want to join
you
this.
You don't want to
join?
We paused for a while. He did not take to the pause very well at all.
Not take the bait at all.
No.
We'll be able to find out how it all plays out tomorrow, though, because that is it for our Stream B coverage of day number 2 of Dota 2 at the Esports World Cup 2025. We'll see you tomorrow for more Group A and Group B action.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
I've been looking for something that will give me peace of mind. You make me insecure, I pretend that it's going on. 'Cause I'm high, 'cause I'm bleeding, going crazy. I've been looking for something